Chapter 341 Great War. You are really despicable. Naruto couldn't help but look murderous. How dare this guy dare to attack Sakura? If it weren't for the fact that he had the Hiraishin technique, he had sensed the danger of Sakura just now and rescued her in time, or he would have been caught by this guy. Humph, the speed is quite fast. The masked man laughed, and suddenly he appeared behind Naruto in a flash, stretched his arm, a powerful chakra burst out from his palm, and Naruto suddenly turned around, a pair of palms, at the same time condensing chakra in his hands, clenching his fists and smashing it fiercely. Boom! The two fists crossed each other, and suddenly a muffled sound was heard, and an invisible wave of air spread around. The reaction is good enough. The masked man laughed excitedly, when the nine-faced beast charged at Naruto again. Humph! Do you want to settle me with numbers? You underestimate me. Naruto also fought vigorously. This guy's strength and chakra are very powerful. He has never encountered such an opponent in the original world. I saw his body flashed, and he left the place in an instant. The nine-faced beast's attacks were all in vain, and then he quickly hand-sealed with both hands and shouted, "Futon, wind style, storm blade." In an instant, the surrounding wind blades danced wildly, and the space within a radius of 100 meters seemed to be the center of the storm. Tsunade and others retreated, and even Sakura had to withdraw from the battlefield. Only Naruto and the masked man were left to confront each other. Immediately afterwards, all the giant storm blades around rushed towards where the masked man was. At this moment, the nine-faced beasts flew and stopped in front of the masked man, blocking all the wind blades in front of him, but the aftermath generated under this violent wind blade was still the clothes on his body. Fragmentation of destruction. Chi. Under the protection of the nine-faced beast, the masked man successfully resisted Naruto's ninjutsu. When the scene calmed down, the masked man was full of anger. It's really strong. It's so strong. He laughed wildly and looked at Naruto. You have the value of being defeated. Then let me enjoy this feast. Naruto frowned, and saw that the masked man's upper body clothes and mask all fell off under the attack of the wind blade, revealing the face behind the mask. Naruto's pupils could not help shrinking slightly. He looked exactly like himself. It's just that the whole person's hair has turned black. Ha ha ha, do you see it? Do you know why I killed you? Not only because of your strength, but also because you have the exact same face as me. I will never allow someone like me to exist. He grinned and spread his hands, when the nine-faced beast was summoned and turned into beams of light and returned to his body. When he raised his head again, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Seeing him like this, everyone who was watching not far away couldn't help being shocked, and the Minatos were already stunned. At this time, they couldn't tell which one was their real son at all. And Sakura is also very shocked, but fortunately she knows who the real Naruto is. However, when she saw a burst of evil and powerful Yuhi-colored chakra pouring out of the black Naruto, her face couldn't help changing. That's Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, chakra. Sakura couldn't help covering her mouth and exclaimed. Just when everyone was shocked, the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, chakra on the black-haired Naruto became stronger and stronger, and finally suddenly turned into a really powerful Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Standing proudly in the village, he frantically looked at Naruto at his feet. Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Everyone was horrified, looking at the hill-like Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, standing in the village. That powerful chakra just by the breath it exudes can make people feel too heavy. Son, come back. At this time, the Minato couple, who could no longer tell which one was the real son, couldn't help shouting Naruto after seeing the huge crisis after Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, appeared. However, Naruto just looked back at them with a faint smile and slowly shook his head. Sorry, this guy, I have to defeat him. Why, don't you even want your life? This is Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Do you know that you will die? We don't want you to die. Kina cried out with tears in her eyes. Naruto shook his head and suddenly beckoned to Sakura. Sakura came over to him. Naruto. Take my maid out. Sakura was stunned for a moment, and then quickly took out the scorpion that Naruto had taken off from the backpack. Naruto smiled slightly, took the scorpion from Sakura's hand, and stroked her back. You step back and wait for a while, Sakura, we'll be back soon. Sakura backed away. Naruto put on the white 6th generation Hokage that belonged to him, looked back at the Minato couple and smiled lightly. You should have seen that. I am not from this world. Your son should be this guy. Sorry, well, I might hurt him later. Menma, looking at Naruto's tall and straight back, the Minato couple couldn't help but be a little lost. What are you talking about? Yugi-colored moon that suddenly rose in the night sky, and smiled lightly. In that world, my parents were the 4th Hokage who sacrificed to protect the village, and it's the new 6th Hokage in the village. Sorry, I didn't tell you the truth before, but now I think it's okay because I've seen the weakness of this world. Everyone stared at him blankly. Naruto turned his head and smiled slightly. As the 6th generation Hokage, let me do something for this world before I leave. Although this is just an illusion space. At this time, Kyuubi, 9 Tails, had already opened his monstrous mouth, and a thick black chakra ball slowly condensed and formed in his mouth. Tails, the entire head-sized tailed beast bomb is complete. Haired Naruto was on top of Kyuubi, 9 Tails, laughing wildly and blasting tailed beast bomb towards Naruto and his entire village. The incomparably heavy energy brought a powerful airwave, and it rolled straight towards the entire village. Faced with this unstoppable attack, everyone in the village could not help but despair. Seeing Naruto bear the brunt, the Minato couple's faces were full of worry, and they could not wait to rush forward to save him. Only Sakura was not worried at all, because she believed in what Naruto said and in Naruto's strength. Chapter 342 Go Back. Naruto smiled faintly, and stretched out his hands to make a mark on the tailed beast bomb that was flying over. In an instant, an invisible space barrier seemed to appear in front of the black-tailed beast bomb. Time and space enchantment. Naruto shouted softly, the seal in his hand condensed slightly, and in the next instant, there was a thud in the space, and the huge-tailed beast bomb suddenly disappeared. Boom! In the distant mountains, a strong explosion suddenly erupted, and the entire ground could not help shaking slightly, and the white light that burst out of energy almost illuminated the entire night sky. Okay, that's amazing. Everyone in Konoha stared at Naruto's back. Naruto at this moment was simply the supreme hero in everyone's mind. Okay, in order to go back as soon as possible, Kyuubi, 9 Tails, of this world, I have to get rid of you quickly. Naruto suddenly jumped high, and at the same time his hands instantly hand seal. The opposite Kyuubi, 9 Tails, saw Naruto hand seal and immediately stretched out his claws and slapped Naruto in midair. A gust of wind was blowing. Kyuubi, 9 Tails, limbs at lightning speed. Roar. Kyuubi, 9 Tails, was tightly wrapped around his limbs. He couldn't help roaring loudly, and his body struggled hard, but Naruto's Mokuden, wood style, was already very skilled as a master, and his control and strength were also different from what it used to be. No matter how hard Kyuubi, 9 Tails, struggled, he could not break free. Damn! With a roar, Kyuubi, 9 Tails, suddenly spewed a powerful tailed beast bomb from his mouth, which shot towards Naruto in midair. But another huge tree stem stopped in front of Naruto, and with a bang, the fire exploded, but there was only a small opening on the thick tree stem, and it was not blasted open, enough to see Naruto's Mokuden, wood style, as strong. At this time, Naruto directed the stem to roll towards the huge Kyuubi, 9 Tails. Kyuubi, 9 Tails, fanned the 9 giant tails, slamming them on the stem. Boom boom boom. Naruto stood on the Mokuden, wood style, stem that rose from his feet. His hands kept the appearance of condensing chakra, and the power in his body was continuously output. His chakra, which was originally stronger than Kyuubi, 9 Tails, in cooperation with Mokuden, wood style, that can suppress Kyuubi, 9 Tails, soon Kyuubi, 9 Tails, has gradually become unsupported, and the 9 giant tails are also tightly wrapped and tied into a ball by the stem. Seeing that the fierce Kyuubi, 9 Tails, was actually restrained by Mokuden, wood style, everyone in Konoha couldn't help being stunned. They couldn't imagine that Naruto could still have this Mokuden, wood style, from the original Hokage. Let alone imagine that he can use Mokuden, wood style, to the extent that even Kyuubi, Nine Tails, can be easily subdued. Seeing that the limbs and Nine Tails were all tied up by thick tree stems, the eyes of everyone looking at Naruto could not help but show deep admiration. At this moment, the Minato couple finally came to their senses. He really is not their son. His son will never have such a strong strength. Such a person really only exists in another world. Roar. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, roared and struggled weakly, but no matter how hard he tried and how strong chakra was, he still couldn't break free under this Mokuden, wood style, which made him realize for the first time what is fear. For the first time, I have fear of this man in my heart. At this time, the black-haired Naruto saw that Kyuubi, Nine Tails, was restrained, and finally couldn't help rushing towards where Naruto was, and a black energy ball slowly formed in his hand. Go to hell, big spiral you. I saw that he flew up and flew towards Naruto, and the energy ball in his hand pressed hard on Naruto. Naruto stretched out his hand, and instantly a Rasenshuriken formed, and a buzzing sound rang in the air. Facing the black-haired Naruto who was rushing up, Naruto lightly waved his hand and threw the Rasenshuriken towards him. Swish! The black-haired Naruto slanted slightly, and immediately avoided Naruto's ultimate move, and a smug smile appeared on his face. You're dead. The moment he approached Naruto, he pushed the energy ball in his hand towards Naruto. Snapped. However, Naruto's hand shadow flickered slightly, and the next moment he grabbed the black-haired Naruto's wrist, and the energy ball in his hand disappeared immediately. How is that possible? The black-haired Naruto couldn't help but exclaimed in horror. Naruto smiled slightly. You have lost your cool, you have lost. Boom. Naruto threw out a fist with his other hand, which slammed into the black-haired Naruto's abdomen. With a muffled groan, the black-haired Naruto's face suddenly showed a painful color. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the next moment his body seemed to fall towards the bottom like a meteor. The huge Kyuubi, Nine Tails, also slammed away at the moment when the black-haired Naruto was severely injured. Naruto withdrew the Mokuden, wood style, his body fell gently to the ground, and the scorpion with the 6th generation Hokage was constantly fluttering in the eyes of everyone. Finally, it's over. Naruto looked up at the Yuhi-colored moon, took out the technique of the vermilion moon and glanced at it, slowly shook his head, and threw it away. Naruto. At this moment, Sakura flew over, came to Naruto's side and looked at him. The rest of Konoha also came behind him, staring at his back with emotion on their faces. The Minato couple rushed to the black-haired Naruto and hugged him. At this moment, in front of Yuhiyu in midair, a void spirit body slowly emerged. Sakura's body was shocked, and his face couldn't help but be furious. Madara. So you are here. It seems that I still haven't fully mastered this technique. The weakness of this space is the weakest point of Yuhiyu's power. He looked at Naruto and laughed and said, however, being able to sleep staying with you for 3 days is already very good. Our goal has been achieved, and then we are waiting for the surprise. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto frowned, and a bad premonition rose in his heart, but he calmed down immediately, looking directly at the masked man Obito in midair, and said coldly, your conspiracy has ended here. Really, you'll know when you see the surprise. My goal will be achieved soon. Ha ha ha. With a wild laugh, Obito, the masked man, slowly disappeared into the air. At this time, the black-haired Naruto had recovered, and the Minato couple came to Naruto with him in a coma. Thank you. The two sincerely thanked. If it wasn't for you, Menma would not have recovered. Was that man just now the enemy of your world? Naruto nodded slightly, stretched out his hand and pulled Sakura aside, smiled and said to the two, everyone, time is running out, we have to go back, although everything in this world is an illusion to me, but I thank you for your concern and farewell. Holding Sakura with one hand, Naruto condensed chakra with one hand, and the next moment, the figures of the two slowly disappeared into this space. Chapter 343 Save People. At the time of Yuhiyu, that false space had the weakest restraint on Naruto. At that moment, Naruto could already sense the original time and space. After defeating the black-haired Naruto, the restraint of that space on Naruto changed. Even weaker, he has even been able to sense the time and space coordinates of all parties in the original world. As the masked man Obito said, in the 3 days since Naruto disappeared, the world of ninja has undergone tremendous changes. Hey, I'm finally back. Sakura couldn't help sighing secretly, and looked around in a daze, but found that the surrounding area was still where the two of them were when they disappeared before. At this time, it was night time. Yeah, the situation has gotten really bad in 3 days. Naruto frowned when he returned. Because through his induction, it has been discovered that the situation of Urwei and Yaoi is very bad. Therefore, he carried Sakura and a Hiraishin back to the headquarters for the first time, and then without even going back to the headquarters, a Hiraishin disappeared in place. In an underground base somewhere in a Megakure village, there were 9 figures standing on top of the huge statue. At this time, Yugito and Killer Bee were suspended in midair, and their chakras were being continuously drawn out. Boss, the time should be almost up, why is it not good yet? Hidan exclaimed. Come on, the seal will be completed in a while. Heavenly Path Pain said lightly. At this time, the masked man Obito suddenly emerged from the space, and seeing that everyone was rushing to seal the time, he couldn't help but say, I have to increase the progress. Uzumaki Naruto has come out of the space, trapped him for 3 heaven is my limit. Yugito and Killer Bee, who were being pulled away from chakra in midair, suddenly disappeared. The next moment, an angry voice sounded below the crowd, you really succeeded. Uzumaki Naruto, your movements are really fast. Sure enough, you also set a time and space technique on them. The masked man Obito said slightly in shock. Pain, the seal is basically completed. Although the Jinchuriki column force of those 2 people has been taken away, it has no effect. Conan said lightly, since the Jinchuriki column force of the Kyuubi, 9-tails person has also come, shall we seal him up by the way? Ha ha ha, Sister Conan, you are so ruthless. Hearing her words, Naruto couldn't help laughing. A complex color flashed in Conan's eyes, but his eyes became firm again. In order to restore peace to the world, sacrifice is inevitable. Naruto, for the sake of peace, sacrifice yourself. Ridiculous. Sad. Naruto's figure flashed and suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. His hands were raised high, and a blue chakra ball with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly condensed in his hands, and the dazzling blue light suddenly illuminated the entire underground space. Not good. He's going to attack Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Pain quickly retrieved the golem. Obito was slightly startled, and hurriedly shouted. A bang, heavenly path quickly withdraws Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. At this time, Naruto's huge blue chakra ball just fell down. With a swoosh, a figure suddenly appeared below Naruto, and opened his hands to block Naruto's huge Rasengan. It is the realm of hungry ghosts. However, the powerful energy and chakra made it difficult for him to absorb it instantly. With his hands open, he tried to nibble away the power contained in this huge Rasengan little by little. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared under the ground of Hungry Ghost Dao, and in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, a punch slammed into Hungry Ghost Dao's chest. He is Naruto's Mokuden, wood-style clone. It was a clone that Naruto secretly created by going underground with Mokuden, wood-style, when he was talking just now. Puff. Hungry Ghost Road's chest suddenly burst into a bloody flower, and Naruto hit the heart directly. Even if he was a corpse, he instantly lost his ability to move. At this moment, the Rasengan, which had not been completely absorbed, also smashed to the ground with a bang. Rumble. The deafening sound was accompanied by the shaking of the earth, and the entire underground base was directly destroyed by this powerful spiral energy. Bang bang bang. The ground of a Megakure village sank out of thin air, and immediately after a while, 9 figures flew out of the ground. This guy, is he crazy? Hidan yelled. The huge Rasengan just startled him. If it wasn't suddenly stopped at the end, I'm afraid everyone would be hit. And Naruto had already flew out of the ground at this time, and his body flashed slightly in front of Akatsuki's people, looking at the masked man's eyes with a coldness. Very good, I have already received the surprise you mentioned, Naruto said coldly. Haha, isn't it? Uzumaki Naruto, the person you carefully protected is dying right in front of you. How is it? Does this desperate surprise make you happy? The masked man was proud, laughing. Konan looked at the figures of the masked man and Naruto in silence, with complicated eyes flashing in her eyes, and she didn't know what she was thinking. At this time, Pain suddenly issued an order. Uzumaki Naruto, since you came to the door alone, then hand over the kyubi, 9 tails, in your body by the way. Come on everyone. Okay. Deidara gave a weird laugh, and threw countless bombs with a flick of his hand, and the others attacked Naruto one after another. Naruto's figure flashed slightly, and he avoided Deidara's bomb in the next instant. Looking at the attack of Akatsuki's crowd, he slowly shook his head and said lightly, sad. A group of guys who were just used. See you next time on the battlefield. Swish. A golden light flashed, and Naruto disappeared in place. The next moment, he instantly appeared near the Kumogakure village headquarters, while the bodies of Yugito and Killer Bee were lying quietly on the spot. He frowned slightly and looked at the two people's bodies gradually getting colder. He knew that they had no breath of life. However, because of the previous example of rescuing Gaara before, Naruto was not very worried. Now, as long as their bodies are not damaged beyond repair, they will never die. And before they were pulled out of the tail beast, their bodies were kept intact like Gaara, and they did not suffer huge losses. It seems that the top priority now is to wake them up first. Naruto sighed slightly, mentioned the two's bodies, and walked towards the headquarters. Chapter 344 Saved. The headquarters, the 5 shadows including Tsunade were all anxiously surrounding the conference table. After Sakura came back just now, he told everyone where he and Naruto had been in the past few days. Only then did everyone understand the whole story. When Naruto finally came back, everyone couldn't help but rejoice. At this time, they were discussing the next matters, as well as things about Urwei and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column. Because within 3 days of Naruto's disappearance, he wanted Wine to take Urwei and Bawei to Turtle Island to hide them in the sea, but unexpectedly Akatsuki leader took the lead and found them directly, and the two who had nowhere to escape at that time, was taken away shortly after struggling to resist. However, due to the tense fighting on the front line, it was temporarily impossible to send manpower to rescue. At that time, Jiraiya sneaked into the Omegakure village, but unexpectedly everyone in Pain was not in the village. It was only later that he realized that he was going to arrest the man Jinchuriki column. After the island, both Jinchuriki column forces fell. Jiraiya was in a hurry, but he couldn't contact Naruto. He was worried about Naruto's safety, so he had to come back to check the situation first. At this time, Jiraiya was also discussing the war in the headquarters. When Naruto suddenly appeared in front of everyone with Yugito and Killer Bee, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Naruto, you're back. This is Killer Bee and Yugito. Tsunade stood up abruptly. At this time, Reikage suddenly rushed to Naruto's side with a tiger roar and picked up Killer Bee's icy corpse, with a very sad expression on his face. Damn, Akatsuki, I will never let you go. Reikage roared wildly, the chakra on his body scattered wildly, and the powerful breath shook the surrounding airwaves. Naruto waved his hand and smiled lightly. Okay, don't get excited, I have a way to save them. What? Do you have a solution? Reikage was stunned when he heard this. Except for Tsunade and other Konoha ninjas, everyone else was shocked. Naruto nodded. It's inconvenient to say more about the specifics. I'll help them perform the technique now, but this technique will consume a lot of my energy. Good. Reikage nodded hurriedly, grabbed Naruto's hand and thanked him. 6th generation, as long as you save them, you will be the benefactor of our Kumogakure village. Naruto smiled slightly, placed the two of them flat on the ground, then sat down cross-legged, and then stretched out his hands to cover their chests. Closing his eyes, a green light flashed from Naruto's palm. The power of life. Everyone was shocked. The breath emanating from this force of life made everyone feel a sense of relaxation. Just by feeling this force, there was a feeling of endless energy in the whole body. It's so full of vitality. This power far exceeds the healing power of medical ninjutsu. Terumi Mei was taken aback, her jade hand covering her delicate lips and beautiful eyes staring at Naruto, her eyes shining brightly. Is this the one that Naruto used to save me? It's really powerful, Gaara murmured. Hearing Gaara's muttering, Tsuchikage and the others turned their heads to look at him. Kazekage, you said that the 6th generation used this technique to save you. Can you tell me? Terumi Mei asked curiously. It is said that women have the talent of 8 trigrams. When Gaara heard this, she changed her story about being rescued by Naruto, and immediately everyone admired Naruto's magic even more. However, Tsunade looked at Naruto with a slight frown, and slowly shook his head. You may have misunderstood. Don't think that Naruto's technique is priceless. He is using his life force to input. The two of them are consuming their own life force. As a medical ninja, of course she also knows the importance of life force to a person, and what Naruto is doing now is undoubtedly consuming her own life. Of course, they didn't know that Naruto could supplement himself with the vitality of the outside world. Therefore, Tsunade looked at the scene where Naruto tried to rescue the 2 Jinchuriki column forces, and his face was full of distress. This. Divide one's life force into 2 and pass it on to 2 people. In theory, the caster will die, right? Terumi Mei couldn't help but look worried after hearing Tsunade's words. Tsunade was silent for a while, looked at Naruto's face without pain, and said softly, Naruto is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, born with strong vitality, although there were some risks when he rescued Kazekage last time, but in the end he's recovered. I think maybe he has a way to recover. It seems that the more powerful the book, the more side effects. Onoki sighed. At this time, when the few people were talking, the 2 bodies under the installation of vitality gradually gained a touch of temperature, the heartbeat gradually recovered, the blood flowed throughout the body, and the originally pale complexion was also slowly recovering. They're breathing, Reikage exclaimed in excitement. Everyone also opened their eyes wide to watch this scene of returning from the dead, and their eyes were full of surprises. Yugito groaned slightly, moved his arms slightly, and slowly opened his beautiful eyes. At the same time, Killer Bee also snorted and moved. This is where the 2 of them seemed a little drowsy. After sitting up slightly, Reikage stepped forward to support Killer Bee, and Samui also hugged Yugito's delicate body. Great, Killer Bee, you are alive. 4th Reikage looked at him in surprise. Brother. Thank you so much. 6th generation, from now on, our Kumogakure village owes you a big favor. The 4th generation Reikage clenched Naruto's hands and expressed his gratitude. Killer Bee is his brother, and the 2 are deeply in love. Naruto he saved life, which is equivalent to saving Reikage's life. And Yugito also understood everything under Samui's explanation. She and Killer Bee were caught by Akatsuki, and the tailed beast in her body was directly taken away. The moment she finally disappeared, she thought she was dead, and even she still I feel like I have entered another world. Unexpectedly, in the end, I was pulled back by the 6th generation of Hokage. After recovering, feeling the stronger chakra in his body than before, Yugito could not help but bow deeply to him, thanking him. Lord Hokage, I, Yugito, will never dare to take your favor in my life. Quote. Naruto's face paled slightly amid the thanks from everyone in Kumogakure village. Naruto. Tsunade noticed Naruto's face for the first time, and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. At this time, the others also saw the paleness of Naruto's face, and couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 345 Vitality Runaway. 6 generations of eyes. The crowd quickly gathered around him. It seems that Naruto's side effects are coming, I'll take him to rest. Tsunade supported Naruto and frowned. Yes, now the 6th generation needs to rest. Reikage shouted. Samui, take the 6th generation to the lounge. Yes, Lord Hokage. Samui nodded and helped Naruto from Tsunade's hand. Master Hokage, the 5th generation, leave it to me for the 6th generation. Tsunade nodded slightly and gave Naruto to her with a worried expression on his face. Samui to the lounge. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed. Samui looked at him and couldn't help but care. Sir 6th generation, are you alright? I'm fine. Naruto closed his eyes and said lightly, but his face was still a little pale. And Samui stopped talking after listening to it, standing by and quietly watching him rest. In fact, Naruto's pale face was just deliberately pretending. Since he was able to absorb the vitality of the outside world, he no longer worried about the source of vitality of life ninjutsu. And the reason why he pretended to be weak was to tell everyone that this technique was actually risky, and with Tsunade's explanation, he just perfectly showed this side effect. Otherwise, a resurrection technique with no side effects, wouldn't this be a heaven-defying existence? As for Naruto with this technique, although no one dares to make up his mind, there will definitely be a lot of people who come to the door for help in the future. In order to avoid too much trouble in the future, he had to pretend to be so weak with good intentions. However, although Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, was not weak, he suddenly couldn't help frowning, and couldn't help but opened his eyes and glanced at Samui who was beside him. What's the matter? Seeing Naruto looking at him, Samui couldn't help but ask aloud, does Lord Hokage have any instructions? It's alright. Naruto closed his eyes again, but a random airflow in his body made him a little puzzled. What happened? Why does the body feel hot and dry involuntarily when this airflow is moving? Moreover, this airflow is slowly jumping to Naruto's lower abdomen. This is the breath of life. However, why is there a feeling of being out of control? Naruto frowned, thinking about this. Just when he used a lot of his own vitality to rescue Yugito and Killer Bee, he was also constantly absorbing the vitality of the outside world into his own use, but when he rescued the two of them, the vitality in his body was stronger than before. It is much more, and these extra vitality cannot be completely converted into its own vitality for a while, causing it to move around in the body. Uncomfortable. Under the action of this vitality, Naruto's body gradually warmed up, and he actually had the idea of desiring a woman. It turned out that this excess life force can actually arouse Naruto's desire and hope, like an aphrodisiac in medicine, which makes people unable to restrain themselves. Soon, Naruto's strangeness was noticed by Samui, because in her eyes, the high crotch bulging when Naruto sat cross-legged was already very dazzling. What's the matter, this guy? Samui's expression changed slightly. Yuhi glanced down at him strangely, and hurriedly looked away. And Naruto was already a little tormented at this time, because Samui was next to him. The scene of her comforting herself in the river that night kept flashing in his mind, and when he thought of this scene, his blood boiled. Lord Hokage, what's wrong with you? Samui saw Naruto's forehead sweating slightly, and his face changed from pale to Yuhi's. He frowned and asked, do you want me to notify Tsunade-sama? No. Use it. Naruto opened his eyes, but his eyes just fell on the two huge mountains of meat that Samui was protruding when he bent slightly. Because it was too big, she was just bent at this time. Naruto saw at a glance the deep ravines that appeared under the slight shaking of the two Roshans covered by the mesh cover. In normal times, even if Naruto thinks this kind of beauty is very attractive, he would turn his head away and stop looking at it, but at this time, his desire was disturbed by the power of life, and he stared at her deeply. The gully can no longer look away. Samui was a little strange, just about to greet him again, but she met Naruto's fruit-eating eyes instantly. She couldn't help being shocked. She hurriedly stood up straight and took 2 steps back, looking at him in astonishment. Lord Hokage, what are you looking at? Naruto has already fallen into an extremely embarrassing situation at this time. The effect of the excess life force is far more than that. After entering the lower abdomen, it seems that a small flame has entered the whole dry grassland. A raging fire was ignited, and it was out of control. Hold, I'm sorry. Naruto looked away with difficulty, but after a while he couldn't help staring at her beautiful figure, especially her bulging chest, wishing to bury himself on the spot. Lord Hokage, is there something wrong with you? I feel that your breath is getting more and more chaotic. Samui saw Naruto apologize, his face relaxed slightly, and he stepped forward and asked again. Don't, come here. Naruto hurriedly snorted. I have some health problems now, hurry up and get out of here. What's going on? Hearing Naruto's words, Samui was aroused by curiosity. Seeing Naruto's swelled Yuhi face, he lost the indifference of being a sixth-generation Hokage. Zhang Na's desire to eat fruit and hope made her feel that the problem was serious. Taking a step forward, she couldn't help reaching out and touched Naruto's forehead. It's so hot. The heat of Naruto's forehead in the palm of her hand made her slightly startled. She frowned and hurriedly said, I'll go and invite Master Tsunade to come here. At this time, just when she was about to withdraw her hand and leave, Naruto suddenly grabbed her arm, pulled her body heavily onto the bed, and then threw herself on it. Ah, Lord Hokage, what are you doing? Samui's face turned pale with fright. I can't take it anymore. Naruto was panting heavily, his eyes fixed on her delicate soft lips, and suddenly he lowered his head and kissed. Samui's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her pupils were full of shock. I was kissed. I was forcibly kissed by Hokage-sama. How did things turn out like this? Chapter 346 Take Samui. Naruto, on the other hand, pressed his body on her body as if he had taken spring medicine, his lips tightly holding her delicate lips, and regardless of her shock, he directly climbed the pair of huge mountains of flesh with his hands. Hokage. Lord. Samui hurriedly pushed him with both hands, pressed against his chest to push him away, but he kept sucking on her lips, and the feeling of sucking made her feel a little weak. His hands seemed to have no strength, and he couldn't push him away at all. At the same time, Naruto was already on her legs, and the fiery feeling made her tremble. I have never been touched by a man like this, and I have never touched a man's body. At this moment, Samui couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. However, Naruto's sudden attack was too sudden for her, and she really did not dare to accept it in this way. After being forcibly kissed by Naruto for a while, she finally broke free of her lips and scolded lightly, Lord Hokage. Do you know what you are doing? Perhaps it was awakened by her voice. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and the movement that was dominated by desire also stopped. He looked up at Samui, whose clothes were already messy under him, and suddenly sat down. He got up, sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, and tried his best to resist the urge to say, sorry, It's so uncomfortable right now, you hurry up. Originally, he wanted to find Bai and Zuo. Let's vent, but if one of my Hiraishin tricks suddenly appears and then I do them, it will definitely cause them trouble. Therefore, he is trying his best to control this energy of life, and wants to suppress it with his own strength, but before that, he must let Samui leave here, otherwise it will be difficult for him to calm down. Looking at the struggling expression on Naruto's face, Samui seemed to understand something. After frowning slightly, she didn't get up, but reached out to unbutton her coat, and a flash of expression flashed on her originally expressionless face. Yuhi fainted, smiled and said, although I don't know what happened to you, but it seems that you really want to look like now. If that's the case, come on. Hokage-sama. What? Naruto, who was trying to fight with his own desires, only felt a bang in his head when he heard this sentence, and then there was only a thick sigh of relief. Neon love, desire. A painful snort, Samui's head was raised back high, Yuhi's dizziness was full of the originally white face, and even the usually noble and cold blue eyes were full of water. Hokage. The two fleshy mountains of the mesh hood that had long been removed on his chest were clinging to Naruto's cheeks. Naruto was panting, and the breath made her chest itch for a while, but the feeling of being pierced under her body also gave her a hard excitement. It turned out that the feeling of being filled with men was so beautiful. Before, I always solved myself, which is completely incomparable to now. And Naruto is now being dominated by desire and desire. After entering, the body will continue to move. This makes Samui taste what it means to want to die. This is completely different from when she usually uses her hands. This feeling makes her heart can't help but release the desire and hope that has been suppressed. The slender and fair thighs were tightly wrapped around Naruto's waist, and the round buttocks were constantly rising and falling. With Naruto's movements, the whole bed shook violently. Crunch. Fortunately, the lounge is a little far from the headquarters conference hall. Otherwise, with the strength of those Kage-level powerhouses, the movement here will definitely be detected. Hokage-sama Naruto-kun Uzumaki-sama. Samui couldn't stop shouting. His expression was completely no longer as cold and noble as usual, with that look of intoxication and conquest, just like incredible, is she that iceberg beauty Samui. Samui stayed under Naruto and was pulled out 3 times. Naruto roared and shot all the essence of life into her body, and the hot liquid directly made her reach the 4th peak. At the same time, Naruto finally relaxed after venting. The desire and hope in his mind slowly receded. Looking at Samui, who was panting and twitching weakly, his face was a little complicated. Samui. Lord Hokage. Samui weakly opened his beautiful eyes and called out softly, "I've never tried such a thing." The voice is soft and charming, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the usual calm and coldness. Looking at her appearance below, Naruto couldn't help opening his mouth wide in surprise. "What's the matter? I'm your woman now. You can't leave me in the future. This is my first time." Samui reached out and wiped it under his body, then reached out and took the liquid with a trace of blood to him. Naruto look. Naruto couldn't help but be speechless. After a long silence, he finally sighed and said, "Samui, why are you willing to do it with me? You can struggle to escape." Samui looked at him with a moist face. His eyes were tender and watery, and he said, "Because I like heroes. And you are a young and handsome hero who is willing to take risks for others." Naruto sweated. "What if I'm not a hero? Then I like it too." Samui giggled. "But didn't you just say that you only like heroes?" "No matter, I've fallen in love with you anyway, and I've become your woman. No matter what you become, I won't leave you." Samui's tender white jade arm hooked Naruto's neck, and smiled charmingly. "Hokage-sama, I still want." Forehead. Naruto's body shook, but she already felt her body tighten, and she took the initiative to wrap herself in that infinite tender place, and then her body kept moving back and forth. Lord Hokage, continue." Samui giggled and wrapped around Naruto's neck. The 2 huge mountains of meat squeezed tightly against Naruto's chest, pressing out 2 exaggerated white arcs. Finally, after another round of battle, Samui let go of Naruto, lay on Naruto's body, soft lips kissed Naruto's chest lightly, with a satisfied smile on his face. Hey, a woman's heart is really hard to understand. Chapter 347, The Eve of the Decisive Battle. When the 2 came out of the lounge, Samui still had a slight yuhi dizziness on his fair face. Although the walking was a little unnatural, it was no problem even if she tried her best to cover it up. However, after walking out of the lounge, she regained her grim expression, and Naruto pretended that she had never done it before. Naruto couldn't help but sweat coldly on his forehead. This woman seems to have a dual personality. Otherwise, how can you hide it so well? When everyone saw that Naruto's face had returned to normal, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade stepped forward and looked at his face carefully, with a smile on his face. "Naruto, it's great to see you recovering. Don't force yourself in the future, you know. We are very worried about you." Naruto nodded slightly. "Thank you for your concern, Master Tsunade." "Well, it's good to know." Tsunade patted his shoulder lightly and smiled. At this time, Samui had already stood behind Raikage. His face was grim, but his eyes were looking at Naruto from time to time. "Okay, since Naruto is all right, let's continue to study things on the battlefield." Tsunade clapped his hands and said. "Well, it happens that the 6th generation is also here." Terumi May nodded. As a result, several people began to analyze the battlefield. After a while, Naruto finally learned some basic information, and the situation on the battlefield fell into a stalemate. Although the strength of White Zetsu's clone was not strong, it was more numerous, and until this time, the main members of the opponent had not shot. On the side of the Ninja Alliance, Sayu, Shiro, and Yugao have all entered the battlefield, and there are not many people left near the headquarters now. Except for Mizukage's escort who protects the daimyo at the secret base, the other shadow guards are all there. The battlefield, and Samui is about to go to support. After Naruto learned about the situation, he carefully sensed the situation of Sayu and others, and found that they had not encountered any major danger, so he didn't worry anymore. What he cares most about is Kabuto's affairs, because he planned to go with Jiraiya to kill him last time, but he didn't expect to be smothered by Masked Man Obito. At this time, Kabuto has released a lot of impure world reincarnation. Is in the battle with the Ninja Coalition. But fortunately at this time, the Ninja Alliance also has strong talents, such as Sannin such as Jiraiya, Kekkei Jinkei such as Sayu and Shiro. White Zetsu and impure world reincarnation, everyone will show no mercy. However, impure world reincarnation is very troublesome, and now all kinds of strong players have appeared, making the coalition troops into a hard battle. Looks like we're in a dire situation here. Onoki shook his head and sighed. Humph. No matter how powerful the opponent is, we will never lose to them when we unite in the ninja world. Raikage roared. I have to go out and meet those guys for a while. Naruto raised his hand to stop him, and said lightly, no, leave this to me. Are you going to go out in person for the 6th generation? Well, Akatsuki's purpose now is to have only my Kyuubi, 9 tails, left, and I will attract most of their firepower, while you all march in and kill all the White Zetsu clones. Can you do it alone? If even Kyuubi, 9 tails. Haha, don't worry, Kyuubi, 9 tails, is no longer in my body, this guy has already been pulled out by me. Seeing everyone's hesitation, Naruto laughed and lifted his clothes to reveal the shapely belly. Muscle, there is no trace of any seal on it at all. Everyone was slightly surprised. Tsunade frowned and said, Naruto, you actually stripped out the tailed beast. But in this way, isn't your strength? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Naruto slowly shook his head. When the 6th sage defeated 10 tails, wasn't he also immortal? Not only did the first Hokage conquer the 9-tailed beasts with Mokuden, wood style. Uzumaki Naruto wouldn't be afraid of them even if he didn't have tails. Besides, Kyuubi, 9 tails, didn't just pull away from me. Everyone looked shocked. Naruto smiled slightly. Let's wait and see, I think Akatsuki should be in a hurry now, and he's going to shoot at me. If that's the case, aren't you more dangerous, Naruto? Tsunade grabbed him. I'll be with you, I'm really worried about you alone. Naruto shook his head slightly. Actually, Akatsuki is waiting for me to appear, so why am I waiting for them to come to the door? Only if both sides have a firm determination, the victory or defeat is only in an instant. The winner lives and loses. Dead. Seeing the worried look in Tsunade's eyes again, Naruto smiled and said, of course, I will definitely win. I must win. At this time, Killer Bee and Yugito came over. 6th generation, please take us with you too. We will never stop fighting against Akatsuki. Yugito looked firm and looked at Naruto with bright eyes. Yes, this bastard Akatsuki. I took this uncle's little 8, and I want to take it back. Asshole, Killer Bee also shouted angrily. Naruto smiled slightly and nodded, okay. But you must follow my instructions. Okay. Naruto, I'll go too. At this time, Sakura also ran over, took Naruto's hand and said, the medical team has gone to the front line. I can't stay at the headquarters by myself, I have to do it for everyone. Order something. Naruto also nodded when he heard the words, put his arms around Sakura, and let Yugito and Killer Bee hold him. With a flick of the figure, the 4 of them disappeared into the space in an instant. In the village of Amegakure, the masked man is discussing matters with the people of Akatsuki. Now that the Ninja Alliance has that guy's impure world reincarnation and white Zetsu, they can completely suppress them for the time being. The next most important part is how to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone frowned secretly when they heard the words. Trying to deal with Naruto is basically an unsolved mystery, because of his Hiraishin technique. No matter how strong the lineup on his side is, the opponent still can't keep it if he wants to escape. Seeing that everyone was silent, the masked man suddenly laughed and said, "Everyone has weaknesses. No matter how strong a person is, even if there is no weakness in strength, what about feelings?" Everyone was stunned when they heard the words. Ha ha ha, it turns out that, Madara, you are indeed an old monster. The ghost shark laughed. A cold light flashed in Itachi's eyes. Masked man waved his hand. No failure is allowed this time. Everyone must do their best. Otherwise our plan will be postponed to the next time. Chapter 348 Karen Squad. Naruto. On the battlefield in the forest, Zuiyu, Bai, and Yugao were sitting on the ground and resting. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of them, and a familiar figure appeared in front of them. The white imperial robe, the sixth-generation Eyes Hokage, and the characters in golden color. Flowy short hair. It's Naruto. Zuoyu stood up abruptly and looked at him in surprise. Naruto turned around, smiled slightly, and looked around at the situation. After sensing it carefully, he already knew the general situation nearby. Looks like you've done a good job. Naruto smiled lightly, watching the three girls gathered around, as if they were full of questions. Sakura walked over and said, "Naruto and I were killed 3 days ago. Madara was locked in another space, but luckily she was back today, so we rushed over from headquarters to help." Quote. Suddenly, Naruto frowned and looked at Zuoyu's left arm, where a bandage was being tied, but Yin Yuhi's blood was still visible through the white bandage, which was very eye-catching. "Are you injured?" Naruto's expression tightened, and he pulled Sayu's body, and Sakura, who was beside him, also pulled her arm to check for her. "It's okay, it's very common to get injured on the battlefield, just bandage it and you'll be fine." Zuiyu smiled slightly, looking at Naruto's nervous appearance. Her heart suddenly warmed. Bai Weiwei sighed. The war is really uncomfortable. Zuoyu has been working hard these days. Mangekyo's pupil strength is too much. "I can fight again." Zuoyu glanced at Bai and said lightly, "I can't just look at Naruto, I can help with my strength." "Isn't Bai your Hyoten ice style here too? Has it gone by leaps and bounds in a few days?" "My Hyoten ice style has definitely grown a lot, but the more you use your Mangekyo, the more." "Okay, Shiro, I know this in my mind." Zuoyu waved her hand to stop her from continuing. And Naruto has already heard some content, and the worry in his heart has finally come. Sayu's Mangekyo is not the eternal eye. Like Itachi, she will slowly go dark as the number of uses increases. "Zhao Yu, your Mangekyo can't be used easily in the future, you know." Naruto looked at her and said, "If there is any problem that cannot be solved, just call me immediately, don't force yourself." "Oh, I see." Zuiyu nodded and agreed to Naruto, but Naruto frowned slightly, because he could see that Zuiyu was obviously perfunctory. She was still too strong. No, as a last resort, he will never summon himself, and although he can sense that she is in danger, he cannot always pay attention to whether she is using Mangekyo. It seems that this matter can only be supervised by Bai and Yugao. Naruto glanced at Bai, and the meaning in his eyes had already been conveyed to her. Bai nodded slightly. Bringing Sakura to Suzuki's unit, Naruto, Yugito and Killer Bee head towards Amegakure village. At this time, the Akatsuki people were starting from Amegakure village and quickly heading towards the direction of Konoha village. The two sides will surely meet. At the same time, in a certain corner of the ninja world, several figures are also rushing to the direction of Naruto at the same time. One of them has flaming Yuhi-colored shaw-length hair, a pair of black framed eyes on his delicate face, a lavender jacket on the top, and tight shorts on the bottom, revealing 2 white and slender thighs. It's Karen. At this moment, she was closing her eyes slightly and concentrating on what hand Seal was sensing. And beside her are 2 other figures. It is Tayuya and Jingdun Yuhilian. I found it. Suddenly, Karen opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Naruto is heading towards 3 o'clock. Great, let's find him quickly. My Naruto, here I come. Humph, you nympho. Seeing Karen's excited look, Duoyu pouted in disdain. He couldn't help thinking of what happened to the 2 of them 3 years ago. At that time, he was restrained by himself, but he didn't kill him in the end, and that's how he allowed himself to live at this time. Thinking about it now, I can't help but feel a little emotional. At that time, his strength was not very strong, but now he has become famous in the ninja world. Maybe he has long forgotten the enemy he once let go. What did you say? Karen was instantly furious, and rushed over to grab Tayuya, who was slightly ecstatic. You bastard. Who are you calling a nympho? Isn't you the one who calls Naruto Naruto all day long? Taiyu also came back to his senses and said lightly. I like Naruto. I like it. I'm not a nympho, okay. You stinky bastard figured it out for me. Karen hurriedly argued. HMPH. If you scold me again, I'll be welcome. Taiyu also groaned angrily. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Karen wasn't afraid of Tayuya at all, as if he were fighting. At this moment, Yuhi Lien on the side suddenly said lightly, if you 2 dare to go on and on, believe it or not, I will directly make you into ice sculptures. Yuhi Lien with a murderous face, and immediately closed their mouths obediently and stopped talking. Don't say it. It's amazing. Karen muttered, lowered his head and stopped talking, and Taiyu also cut his voice softly and stopped talking. Okay, Karen, since you have sensed where Naruto Uzumaki is, let's hurry up. I promised to protect you by his side, and I won't break my promise, but I don't want to waste any time. Yuhi Lien said lightly. Got it. Karen responded, and the 3 of them flashed and walked towards the place where Naruto was. By the way, Ms. Yuhilian, Hachipo, have you ever thought about joining Naruto with me? Karen couldn't help asking along the way. Who wants to take refuge in him? Nasty guy. Taiyu also snorted. Yuhi Lien pondered for a while before saying, I have no interest in this war, so I won't rely on anyone. Since you are also the old part of Lord Orochimaru, I promise to send you there, and I will send you there. The task is also completed, and I will leave. Quote. Oh, Karen couldn't help but feel disappointed. Since the death of Orochimaru and the outbreak of the Ninja World War, they met alone and formed this team. Although there was some friction between them, after getting along these days, they have already had a profound relationship. Friendship. To be honest, Karen didn't want them to go away. Chapter 349 Battle begins. On the other side of the battlefield, various troops were also dispatched. Hinata, Ino's unit is resisting the White Zetsu attack. Yuhi, Kakashi, Gai, etc. are also flying fast. Shizune's medical unit for the captain also went to the front to rescue the wounded. In addition, Enko's reconnaissance team is also approaching Omegakure village. The battle is in full swing. The Impure World reincarnation powerhouses created by Kabuto also joined forces to attack the ninja coalition. The 3 of Naruto met and encountered a battle along the way. It was a group of White Zetsu troops without a leader, and they were directly wiped out by Killer Bee and Yugito. But it also made everyone in Akatsuki know Naruto's whereabouts. Pain, we don't have to go to Konoha. That guy is coming towards us too, said a White Zetsu who was on the way. Everyone turned to look at him in unison, and their faces couldn't help showing excitement. It seems that he can't bear it anymore. Guisha smiled and said, it's better this way, let's make a break together. But I found a strange thing. Orway and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force have been resurrected. White Zetsu said a shocking fact. The information from the clone just now showed that it was indeed them. No doubt about the 2. It seems that they came to seek revenge on us. Ha! The The tailed beast can be resurrected after being pulled away. It's incredible, Deidara cried. It seems that in addition to Uzumaki Naruto, there are also incredible characters in the Ninja Alliance. Kakuzu said lightly. Itachi was silent, the look in his eyes flickered. Humph. No matter how many come, they are all destined to perish today. Pain said coldly. Pain, don't be careless. We still don't know his specific strength. If he really has the kind of strength rumored in the ninja world, it will be an extremely hard fight. Conan said. Well, what Conan said makes sense, you can't be careless. Heavenly Path told everyone. Yes. At this moment, Naruto, who was on the way, was suddenly slightly startled, and immediately frowned and said, those guys are actually heading towards Konoha village. It seems that their target is Konoha village. Naruto's natural ability perception range is very large, and at this time everyone in Akatsuki has entered Naruto's perception range. Although it is impossible to perceive every breath as accurately as Karen, a powerful breath like pain can still be detected at once. What? Have you sensed them already? Yugito's expression tightened. Nodding, a killing intent flashed on Naruto's face. It seems that they want to attack my rear, forcing me to have no way out. Hey, this is better. It also saves me worrying about them escaping. A pause, Naruto said solemnly, change direction to Konoha village. We must stop them before reaching Konoha. Yes. A few hours later, outside the village of Konoha, the two teams finally met in a wood outside the village. Akatsuki group headed by Pain, Itachi, Oni, Deidara, Kakuzu, Hidan, Conan, Black-White Zetsu, they are standing on the top of the forest tree, lined up in a line, looking at the block with different expressions. The three Naruto in front of him. Yugito and Killer Bee looked at the crowd with anger. Uzumaki Naruto, it seems that you are still very self-conscious. Pain said lightly. Naruto watched them quietly and smiled slightly, you guys are quite conscious too. Hand over Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Come and get it if you can. Okay. Pain nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the three of them, who had already formulated their strategy on the way, divided into three forces and rushed towards the three of Naruto. Itachi and Oni met Killer Bee and Kakuzu Hidan met Yugito. Deidara flew in mid-air as a fireman ready to support at any time, and definitely split into black and white. White Zetsu watched the battle, and Black Zetsu stood beside Pain and Conan, facing Naruto together. Just the three of you to deal with me, is that enough? Naruto glanced at the three of them and said lightly. Heavenly Path frowned slightly, and suddenly made a seal, suddenly bang 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 a few times, 5 white smoke rose beside them, and the next moment 5 figures appeared beside them. Pain's 6 paths are here. The boss's 6 paths clone has been pulled out. This battle must be earth-shattering. Deidara in mid-air laughed excitedly when she saw the scene below. Naruto's expression didn't change, he just smiled lightly when he looked at them. Suddenly, Heavenly Path was the first to move, and he jumped up suddenly, bringing the other 5 clones to Naruto, and at the same time Black Zetsu and Conan also flew towards Naruto. 8 people. Naruto swept his gaze, but he could instantly see the angle and movement of the 8 people flying towards him. Just when Heavenly Path took the lead in punching him, his figure stood still and motionless. Just before his fist reached Naruto's face, he suddenly stretched out his arm like lightning and grabbed Heavenly Path's fist. Heavenly Path couldn't help but be startled. Just as he was about to lift his leg to kick Naruto, Naruto's punch was already handed over. Boom! Heavenly Path stretched out his hand to stop him, and the next moment his entire arm couldn't help shaking, and his body suddenly bounced back like a cannonball. What a great power! The rest of the people were startled, and they drew their weapons and stabbed Naruto at the key point. However, at the moment when all the attacks were about to fall on Naruto, a strong spiral chakra barrier suddenly rose around Naruto's body. The blue Rasengan with a diameter of 2 meters envelops Naruto, and the powerful energy seems to be a shield to block everyone's attacks. Bang bang bang. The weapons in everyone's hands were ejected, and because of this sudden move, they quickly turned around and pulled away. Heavenly Path, who had just been knocked out, stretched out his palm to Naruto in midair. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. In an instant, a strong repulsive force slammed towards Naruto, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult to reflect. However, with a bang, a golden light flashed, and Naruto's figure had already appeared on the top of another tree. The speed is so fast. Everyone was shocked again. Paper escape paper shuriken technique. A pair of white wings spread out behind Konan, and in an instant, countless paper shuriken seemed to rain down on Naruto. Naruto frowned slightly, and the figure disappeared again in a flash, dodging all the shuriken. Looking at it, stretched out his hand, a Hiraishin kunai shot at her in midair in an instant. Chapter 350 Sek Konan. Konan, get out of the way. Heavenly Path shouted suddenly. Konan's figure hurriedly turned into countless pieces of paper and flew out. Hiraishin shot into the air, but just as Konan was just condensed and formed, there was a sudden burst of Hayate from behind. Swish. Instantaneous technique. Konan at a very fast speed. Boom. With a punch, Naruto landed his iron fist on her back without any pity. Puff. Blood spurted out, and Konan's delicate body suddenly hit the ground like a shooting star. Boom. With a loud bang, the ground was severely smashed into a big hole. Konan vomited blood, and fell into the hole weakly, feeling extremely embarrassed. Okay. Quick. Good. Strong. Konan only felt the pain all over her body. Just being hit by Naruto's punch had already made her lose her fighting power in an instant. Powerless to stand up. She raised her head with difficulty, looking at Naruto's back with extremely complicated eyes. Damn. Heavenly Path finally became restless, and the scene where Konan was killed in seconds made him feel a little bit of pressure. The speed was too fast. It seems that he has already decided to deal with Konan first. Naruto smiled lightly, glanced at Konan, who was unable to get up, and his eyes fell on Black Zetsu again. At this moment, a sound of breaking the sky suddenly came from overhead, followed by a flash of fire where Naruto was, and thick smoke billowing. Ha ha. Art is an explosion. Deidara waved his arms, and all of a sudden, bird bombs were thrown at the center of the explosion, trying to blow Naruto to smithereens. However, when the smoke cleared, a large number of trees were blown up, but Naruto was nowhere to be seen. He's there. Black Zetsu snorted and turned his head to look, only to see Naruto appearing indifferently on the other side. Heavenly Path frowned. This guy's speed is too fast. Aside from Hiraishin's technique, even his own speed has surpassed the realm that ordinary people can achieve. The art of psychic. The animal road quickly hand-sealed, and a lot of white smoke appeared in the space in an instant. Several large-scale psychic beasts with strange shapes appeared in front of Naruto, and a large forest was trampled. Ooh! With a roar, several psychic beasts rushed towards Naruto. Pain 6 paths stood on the psychic beast one after another, taking advantage of the psychic beast's attack to cover, waiting for an opportunity to attack. And Deidara is constantly throwing bird bombs at Naruto to harass, and Black Zetsu is also using the blade shuriken to cause trouble for Naruto. Facing these attacks, Naruto's figure seemed to be a golden light, flashing back and forth constantly. No matter how they attacked, he could dodge at the fastest speed. Suddenly, Naruto's figure jumped back sharply. He smiled, his hand slammed into a seal, and then he pressed it in the air, and suddenly a circle of special psychic runes spread around. Psychics, come out Kyubi, 9 tails. Boom. The strong air wave spread to the surrounding, and a fiery Yuhi-colored figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Naruto stood on top of Kyubi, 9 tails' head, with his hands on his chest, a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, and a white body on his body. The royal god robe was blown by the strong wind and rattled. A good show is coming. Kyubi, 9 tails. Ooh, I'm already suffocating and uncomfortable in that ghost place. Look at me. Kyubi, 9 tails roared, and the chakra waves generated blew the big trees in the forest. Poured a large piece. As soon as he appeared, he directly opened his hideous mouth, and a black chakra ball suddenly appeared. It's Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Seeing the figure of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, everyone was shocked. I didn't expect Naruto to get Kyuubi, Nine Tails, out so quickly. But what he used was not the tailed beast mode, but the psychic technique. How is this going? Everyone was in shock, but there was no time for them to think about it. Because of the appearance of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Pain became excited when he saw the target, and everyone else was excited by this powerful chakra. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, since you've come out, I won't keep my hands anymore. Heavenly Path stretched out his palm towards Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and an extremely violent wave of air was directed towards him, swept away. At the same time, the tailed beast bomb in the mouth of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, also just took shape, and suddenly sprayed at the air wave. The thick black chakra bombs rolled all the way, and the forests passed along the way were destroyed, and the ground was covered with press out a crack. And the strong repulsion of Heavenly Path also destroyed everything in front of him. The forest disappeared in an instant, and the ground was lifted up with a layer of mud. The next moment, the two forces collided suddenly. However, under the strong repulsion, tailed beast bomb was actually stopped. Heavenly Path bit Kiba slightly and swung his arm upwards, and the repulsive force immediately bounced the black-tailed beast bomb into the air. The huge and heavy-tailed beast bomb swooped in an arc and fell into the forest not far away. Boom! The explosion sounded, the earth shook violently, and the white energy light covered thousands of meters there, and the white light blocked the sky and the sun. What a tough Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Heavenly Path frowned slightly and shouted to Deidara in midair, "Speed gets Conan out of here, I'll use that spell." Deidara was stunned for a moment, then nodded, pinched a bird and flew down, carrying Conan to the distance. At this time, Oni Shark, Itachi, Hidan, Kakuzu and others have also been attracted by the giant Kyuubi, Nine Tails. In order not to be affected by the battle over there, they have also stayed away from the battlefield of Heavenly Path and Naruto. In the field, only Deidara, Black Zetsu, and Pain Six Paths were left. "Boss, what ultimate move are you going to use to deal with him?" Deidara exclaimed excitedly with chakra brewing. "My ultimate move is ready." "Well, you can delay me for a while, I'll be fine right away," Heavenly Path said while standing on the spot to gather chakra. Deidara took the lead, waved his arm, and suddenly a white clay dragon with a length of dozens of meters appeared in midair, pounced towards where Naruto and Kyuubi, Nine Tails, were. "Humph! Low-level reptiles," Kyuubi, Nine Tails, scolded disdainfully. As soon as the white clay dragon arrived in front of him, he suddenly opened his mouth and roared, and an invisible wave of chakra sprayed out, instantly sending the dragon bounced off. However, at the moment when the clay dragon was ejected, Deidara also suddenly detonated the clay by hand seal. Boom boom boom. The strong explosion spread instantly, and the fiery air wave instantly rolled towards Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and Naruto. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, jumped back with a quick somersault, landed smoothly again, and when he opened his mouth, he spewed a tailed beast bomb towards Deidara in midair. Chapter 351 Crack. Boom. Tailed beast bomb blasts Deidara like a laser. Deidara hurriedly dodged to the side, but was accidentally swept by the fierce tailed beast bomb to the white bird under him, and could not help but fall down unsteadily. Boom. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, he successfully created a white bird to save him again, but Deidara's forehead was already sweating. I couldn't help but recite in my heart, "Boss, I can't hold it anymore." And Black Zetsu has already withdrawn at this time. With his strength, he can't participate in this level of battle. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, can send him flying with a roar, and he can't interfere at all. On the other hand, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, was playing vigorously, not caring what the Naruto above his head was thinking. Excited for a while, he directly rushed towards the giant psychic beasts and started a relationship with them. Fight. With one claw, a lizard was shot flying. One bite, shredded a centipede. Then the tail twitched again, pulling the Tonbo-shaped psychic beast in midair to the ground, crushing it with one foot. Ha ha ha, it's so fun, it's so fun. QB Ninetales laughed wildly with excitement, and Naruto couldn't help pouring cold water on him. Stop screaming, look at that guy. Your crisis is coming. Huh. QB Ninetales looked and saw that Heavenly Path was exuding a terrifying aura. Obviously a terrifying spell was brewing. At the same time, the other 5 pains had all lost control and fell to the ground, no longer moving. Hey, Rinnegan, could this be that spell? QB Ninetales sneered when he saw this. Oh, it looks like you know what technique he uses. Naruto said lightly. HMPH, anyway, the old man was with the 6 Paths Immortal for a while, and the old man still knows his Rinnegan's ability. The Rinnegan inherited by this guy didn't even get 1/10 of his old man. QB Ninetales snorted. At this moment, Heavenly Path threw a pitch-black energy ball into the sky from the palm of his hand. It was only the size of a fist, but the energy contained in it was extremely terrifying. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Heavenly Path snorted and created this technique that cost him a lot of chakra, but as soon as the technique was completed, a victorious smile appeared on his face. Even QB Ninetales cannot compete with this technique. The ground cracked and shook, and within a radius of several kilometers, everything on the ground was falling apart, as if the gravity had reversed, and they were all heading towards the black hole in the sky. Where Naruto was, QB Ninetales couldn't help but feel unsteady. A large piece of rock was torn apart from the ground under his feet and flew into the air. Sure enough, QB Ninetales exclaimed. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. Although his body was unstable and was slowly being absorbed by this attraction, there was no panic on his face at all, which made QB Ninetales look at it with a big smile. For admiration. Hey, do you guys just want to stand by like this? QB Ninetales exclaimed, staring. Seeing that QB Ninetales was in a hurry, Naruto smiled. Didn't you have a good time just now? Is there nothing you can do now? Damn, you bastard, QB Ninetales scolded. Naruto laughed. Don't worry, I already have a solution to this technique. After speaking, in the stunned eyes of QB Ninetales, Naruto stretched out his hand and condensed a dark yuhi-colored chakra ball. The energy contained in it is no worse than Tailed Beast Bomb. Is this the spell that competed with this old man's Tailed Beast Bomb? QB Ninetales was stunned. However, this is not over yet, because the black hole of Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is after all a technique created by Heavenly Path. It was only destroyed when they were combined together. I was worried that the power of the magic that he had used was not enough. Naruto directly entered the natural mode. The whole body was full of golden light, and the infinite natural power also joined the energy ball in the palm of his hand. In an instant, with the addition of this new energy, the energy ball in Naruto's hand swelled again, suddenly turning into a large energy ball with a diameter of 2 meters. Immediately afterwards, Naruto pushed up with both hands, and the dark yuhi-colored energy ball flew directly toward the black hole in midair. Doden, Earth-style, nuclear fissure Rasengan. Boom! With a loud bang, the two powerful energies collided, and an incomparably dazzling light erupted in an instant. A huge mushroom cloud rose in midair, and a gust of wind spread to the surroundings in an instant. This level of battle, unbelievable. Deidara was directly rushed out by the aftermath of the energy, and after regaining his stability, he couldn't help opening his mouth in shock and muttered, "This is the so-called a battle between the gods." Yugito Killer Bee and others who were fighting not far away were also attracted by Naruto's movement. Chi-Chi stopped and stared at the energy light there. Finally, the rocks and trees in the air fell back to the ground one after another, and Naruto, who had cracked the technique, also landed safely with QB Ninetales. How is this possible? Heavenly Path couldn't help but look shocked, and his face no longer had the calmness he had before. He had always come in the form of a god, and for the first time he had shaken his strength. Why do you know the weakness of this technique? The incredible Heavenly Path exclaimed. Naruto stood on top of QB Ninetales, his whole body glowing with golden light. He looked down at the Heavenly Path below. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't answer, just said lightly, "Any spell has weaknesses." "Yes. That's not surprising. Unless, you really are a god." Seeing his unbelievable look on his face, Naruto slowly shook his head and said to Kyubi, 9 tails below him, "It's time for us to attack, right?" Kyubi, 9 tails, screamed in excitement. Naruto stretched out his hand and smiled lightly, "Just let me try the fighting ability in this mode." Feeling the fierce power in his body, Naruto's face also showed a trace of excitement, looking at the heavenly path below, as if a hunter was staring at his prey. And Heavenly Path couldn't help showing a decided look on his face after being shocked. At this time, there is only war. He has no way out. On a mountaintop not far away, a figure stood quietly, watching the battle scene in the distance. He couldn't help but sighed slightly. It seems that pain is going to fail too. Chapter 352 Kill Heavenly Path. Kyubi, 9 tails, screamed in the sky, and a huge sound wave accompanied by a strong chakra air wave instantly emanated from him. At the same time, Heavenly Path Pain also abandoned the other 5 clones, concentrated all the power on his body, and flew towards Naruto and Kyubi, 9 tails. "This guy is really courting death." Kyubi, 9 tails, laughed and slapped it with a claw. A chakra-turbulent stream of Yuhi color rushed towards Heavenly Path in an instant. Heavenly Path's figure flashed. Avoiding after the chakra air wave, his figure suddenly came to the lower jaw of Kyubi, 9 tails, and he waved one palm up to the sky, and suddenly a powerful repulsive force hit. Kyubi, 9 tails, whole body couldn't help but jerk back. A strong repulsive force pushed it backwards. However, at the next moment, Kyubi, 9 tails, suddenly screamed. His hind legs kicked fiercely on the ground, and his front claws also plunged into the ground, deeply inserted into the ground, biting Kiba to prevent himself from being pushed out. "I underestimate this old man." Kyubi, 9 tails, roared. Under the strong repulsion, he opened his huge mouth abruptly, and bit down towards the Heavenly Path below him fiercely. Heavenly Path didn't expect that his Shinra Tensei almighty push would be resisted, and he was surprised by the withdrawal force, but at this moment, only a golden light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, Naruto the figure had already appeared in front of him. Heavenly Path was shocked because the interval between abilities was 5 seconds. At this time, he could no longer use the Shinra Tensei almighty push to bounce Naruto away, and hurriedly raised his hand and punched Naruto. His feet were already ready the action of stepping back. However, the figure in front of him disappeared from sight again, making it almost impossible to feel the time interval, and Naruto's breath suddenly appeared behind him. So fast. Heavenly Path only felt a flash of golden light in front of him, and Naruto flashed behind him at a speed that even the eyesight of a strong man like him could not catch. His body turned sharply, however, as soon as he thought about it, Naruto's iron fist had already smashed into his back. Boom. Click. With a crisp sound, the vertebrae of Heavenly Path's waist directly made a cracking sound, and an invisible wave of air burst out from Naruto's fist. Boom. A loud bang, Heavenly Path's body streaked a straight trajectory in the air like a cannonball, and then slammed into a small hill, and the whole person fell into the mountain. A gust of wind blew, and the surroundings were silent. The sound of Deidara's white bird flapping its wings could be heard in the sky, and the fighting of the others in the distance seemed to stop. Kyubi, 9 tails, widened his eyes, and felt calmly for a while, then suddenly said, "Dead." Naruto withdraws from natural mode, and the figure flashes back over Kyubi, 9 tails' head. "Don't you know if you go and have a look?" Hearing this, Kyubi, 9 tails, couldn't help but stepped forward to rip through the layers of rubble and finally found Heavenly Path's body, only to find that his entire body had been sunk into the back, and the flesh was blurred. "Damn, it's really dead." Kyubi, 9 tails, couldn't help but scolded. "I haven't played enough." Naruto sweated and said, "The blow just now was the one that I used with all my strength in natural mode. If I haven't been able to kill him, isn't this natural source power too useless?" Kyubi, 9 tails, reluctantly slammed the ground. "You were really a monster." Naruto smiled faintly. He waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, you can go back. Shit, QB Ninetales scolded. I haven't played enough, haven't you heard? If so, let's fight you. Saying that, QB Ninetales raised his paws and patted Naruto on his head. At this time, the situation Yugito and Killer Bee faced was far less easy than Naruto's side. Hidan and Kakuzu are two undead monsters, even though Yugito has learned their weaknesses and attack methods from Naruto, but in the face of the fierce attack of the two, they still can't find an opportunity to counterattack smoothly, but they are overtaken by the two. The more embarrassed the fight is, because there is no tail beast in the body, although there are many more chakras out of thin air, but usually used to cooperate with the tail beast, now it is difficult for a person to adapt. The same is true for Killer Bee. Although his own strength is also very strong, the ghost shark has also taken out the ultimate trick of pressing the bottom of the box, fused with the twisted muscles, and has become a human-shaped tailed beast-like existence. After the realm, Killer Bee was pushed into a desperate situation. Damn, without the cooperation of Shalba, I can't even do this kind of role. Asshole. Killer Bee's entire body is surrounded by a large water prison with a radius of 1,000 meters. No matter how he swims, he can never leave the water prison. The range, and at this time he already felt a little suffocated, and his whole body was weak for a while, and his eyes slowly became dark. Kai. From Yugito's arm, Yugito's pupils could not help shrinking suddenly. Not good. My blood was taken by him. Since Hidan's technique has a time limit, Yugito learned that he could not use the evil god ritual directly before it was carried out, so he was relieved, but he was extremely careful during the battle and was always on guard against his attack. However, Kakuzu's grievance offensive was too fierce, and it was very difficult for her to survive until now. At this time, Hidan took the advantage of not checking and slashed her arm with a knife. Quack, your blood tastes very good. I'm going to start it. Hidan stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on the sickle, with a very excited expression on his face. At the same time, the complexion of his entire body also turned gray, which was extremely terrifying. As the ceremony finally completed, Kakuzu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and said lightly beside him. Ha ha ha, Kakuzu worked so hard for you. If it weren't for your cooperation, I wouldn't have been able to get blood from this woman so smoothly. Hidan smiled happily. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go to the venue over at 0 to see the situation. Okay, leave it to me here. Hidan waved his hand. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed beside Yugito, the white imperial robe, short golden hair, it was Naruto. 6 generations of eyes. Yugito, who was already desperate, couldn't help showing a burst of surprise on his face after seeing his back. Well, it seems that I am not too late. Naruto turned back and smiled slightly, his eyes fell on her bloody arm. Your blood has been taken away. Yugito nodded helplessly, and immediately said with a decided look, 6th generation, don't worry about me, just kill them. Naruto shook his head slightly, waved his hand and smiled, I can't do this kind of thing. Don't worry, I will never let you die. Chapter 353 Take Revenge. Yugito couldn't help but froze for a moment, looking at the warm smile on Naruto's face. An unspeakable sense of security rose in his heart. Yugito showed a reassuring smile. Yeah. I believe in you. At this time, Kakuzu and Hidan were already looking at Naruto as if they were facing a great enemy, and when they saw him suddenly appearing on the scene, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. Where's Boss Zero? Hidan asked Naruto, staring at the ceremony, ignoring the ceremony. Naruto took a step forward, his hands were slightly condensed, and he smiled lightly, dead. Kakuzu Hidan's pupils shrank suddenly, and their faces changed color. How is this possible? In their hearts, the strength of Boss Zero is definitely the strongest among Akatsuki. The General Kage level is not an opponent at all, and his legendary Six Paths Rinnegan ability is almost no one can resist. However, at this moment, they heard such news from Naruto's mouth, dead. Zero boss failed, killed by this guy. To die is to die, now it's your turn. Naruto's eyes turned cold, and suddenly the ground beneath the two of them trembled, and in an instant several tree stems with the thickness of an arm emerged from the ground, towards the two of them. The body rolled over. The two are surprised again, this is Mokuden, wood style. The ceremony that Hidan was about to perform was also forced to stop and dodge aside, and Kakuzu hurriedly jumped back. However, these tree stems controlled by Naruto kept sticking to the two of them, making it difficult for them to have time to dodge. Kaden, fire style, head hard. Raiden, thunder style, false darkness. The run, Kakuzu hurriedly controlled the masked monster and sent out to a level ninjutsu. The strong thunder light accompanied by the blazing flames slammed into Naruto's Mokuden, wood style. Boom. The two collided in an instant, and there was a burst of explosions. Kakuzu breathed a sigh of relief, but at this moment, a Hiraishin kunai suddenly appeared in front of him. What? Kakuzu was shocked, his pupils suddenly enlarged, but the next moment a golden light flashed, and a sharply rotating blue chakra ball was formed. Just wanted to dodge, but at Naruto's speed, he had no chance at all. Boom. With a bang, Kakuzu's body was slammed out by Rasengan's energy, and his body slammed to the ground with a bang, twisted out of shape. Good job. Yugito couldn't help shouting. After seeing Naruto's ability to instantly kill the opponent, he couldn't help being fascinated by Naruto's strength. The same person as Jinchuiki column force, but he can be so strong. What a big monster. Yugito thought to himself. At this time, Hidan, who was forced to retreat by Mokuden, wood style, couldn't help but look anxious after seeing Naruto kill Kakuzu in an instant. At this time, he finally realized how terrifying Naruto was. Kakuzu's strength was wiped out in just a moment. No wonder even Boss Zero couldn't beat him. At this moment, Hidan couldn't help but want to retreat. At this time, the four mask monsters in the field did not fall down after Kakuzu's main body was killed, but rushed towards his body. Naruto smiled slightly, stretched his arms, and the four kunai suddenly appearing in the palm of his hand, with a slight flick, Kui instantly crossed four graceful arcs to the front of the four mask monsters. Swish, 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 swish. The next moment, four golden lights flashed beside the four mask monsters. Immediately afterwards, the four mask monsters all stopped moving and stayed in place. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound, and the masks on the four mask tubes suddenly shattered, and in a moment their bodies all turned into a pool of black matter that was soft to the ground. Four hearts solved in an instant. Seeing Naruto's back, which seemed to have never moved, Yugito's eyes could not help showing longing, and he was a little stunned for a while. Damn, this guy Kakuzu was killed so quickly. It seems that I am not good too, I must find an opportunity to escape. Hidan saw Kakuzu being killed in seconds, but the stem on his side was still very difficult, and I couldn't help but feel anxious. At this time, Naruto, who had killed Kakuzu, turned his gaze to Hidan, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and suddenly withdrew his Mokuden, wood style, which made Hidan immediately relieved of pressure, and looked at Naruto with a cold sweat on his body. Damn, Kakuzu was actually killed by you. Hidan roared, but he was secretly preparing for the ceremony. Naruto smiled slightly, and just as Hidan lifted his foot, his figure disappeared in place. Hidan only felt an afterimage flashing before his eyes, and he quickly waved his scythe under the drastic change in his face. Boom! With a muffled sound, Naruto's figure rushed in front of him at the next moment, and grabbed the wrist of his knife at a speed he couldn't react at all. With a clanging sound, the weapon fell to the ground, and then he shot and grabbed him in an instant. The neck directly lifted him up. The golden light flashed, and the next moment Naruto grabbed him and returned to Yugito's side instantly. Did this guy take you last time? Naruto asked Yugito. Yugito was stunned and nodded. 6th generation. Since that's the case, this guy will be handed over to you to kill. You've already died once. This time, I'll hand him over to you to kill it yourself, which is considered to be avenging yourself. Naruto smiled slightly. Yugito couldn't help being stunned when he heard the words, and immediately his eyes showed a strong color of emotion. He looked at Naruto and nodded heavily. Thank you. Naruto shook his head with a faint smile, indicating that she was not polite, and then suddenly released Hidan's neck, and before he landed, the 5 fingers of the palm of his hand had already pressed hard on his abdomen. 5 elements seal. Forehead. Hidan let out a howl of bitter tears, and fell to the ground weakly. The complexion of his whole body returned to its original appearance, but his face was covered in cold sweat, his eyes were staring at Naruto, and he cursed angrily, "You bastard! You bastards! I'm immortal, you can't kill me!" Naruto didn't care about him. He turned around and walked away, saying, "Yugito, his chakra has been sealed by me, now you can easily kill him." After speaking, a golden light flashed away, and Naruto disappeared in place. In the collapsed jungle, surrounded by chaotic currents, a giant fox stood in the field. It was Kyubi Ninetails. Naruto appeared on top of his head after a flash, and there was another figure lying on top of his head. It was Killer Bee. It turned out that before Naruto arrived at Yugito, he was the first to sense Killer Bee's weak breath and fell into a coma, so he rescued him first, and asked Kyubi Ninetails to deal with the ghost shark, while he went to Yugito's place. At this time, Yugito's side has been resolved, and Kyubi Ninetails' side, the ghost shark's figure seems to have disappeared. Chapter 354 Obito's Counterattack. The ghost shark has been killed by you. Naruto sensed the surrounding environment a little, and found that there was no ghost shark's breath, so he couldn't help asking. Ghost shark, do you mean that shark face? Kyubi Ninetails patted his chest and said disdainfully, that kind of guy, old man, a tailed beast bomb is gone. Naruto frowned slightly, his eyes suddenly turned to the horizon in the distance, and he snorted softly, I didn't expect Kyubi Ninetails to be careless when you were too careless, but that guy actually escaped. What? Kyubi Ninetails immediately exclaimed with wide eyes, impossible. The old man has already killed him completely. Cut. Naruto didn't bother to pay attention to him. Although Kyubi Ninetails is powerful, he is sometimes deceived in the face of endless weird ninjutsu, and the ghost shark must have used some kind of secret technique to get rid of him. Kyubi Ninetails escaped. At this time, the ghost shark was standing on Deidara's white bird, and Deidara beside him said with lingering fear, it's too dangerous, Boss Zero is also dead, and even Kyubi Ninetails has come out, this kind of task is no longer us. It can be done. Quote. Pain actually failed too, this. Ghost shark couldn't help frowning. If I hadn't escaped fast, I might have been smashed by Kyubi Ninetails. Deidara said in horror. Quote. Ghost shark was silent, and his heart was full of emotion. He didn't expect Naruto's true strength to be so terrifying, and even Kyubi Ninetails showed on-body battles. This lineup is really difficult. Withstand. Oh, by the way, what about that guy Uchiha Itachi? Deidara suddenly wondered. Even if it's Kyubi Ninetails, if you meet that guy's Sharingan secret art, you shouldn't be able to ask for it. Quote. Itachi has been missing since the beginning of the battle. This guy, we still don't know what he's thinking. Ghost Shark said in a deep voice. That bastard, I've seen him unhappy for a long time. This time he fled, and when he goes back, he must settle accounts with him. Deidara resented. Zero is dead, how many people are still alive in Akatsuki now? Quote. Deidara was silent. Indeed, in this battle, Akatsuki suffered heavy losses, lost their leader, and lost the undead duo. This heavy loss was almost the most tragic in the organization's history. Where's Angel Conan? Suddenly, the ghost shark asked. Deidara was stunned. I put her in the woods over there temporarily, let's go and see. Even if there is no leader, we Akatsuki have not disbanded, we must find all the members first. Let's talk about the next thing. Hem. However, after the two flew to the place Deidara said, they took a closer look, but they didn't see Conan's figure. The two looked at each other with surprise. At this time, in a dark cave, Conan who disappeared was walking forward with difficulty step by step. On a high seat in the dark, a thin middle-aged man sat there, breathing heavily. Chi is the body of pain 6 paths, Nagato. Conan, how is your injury? Nagato couldn't help asking when Conan came in. Conan staggered, with a wisp of Yin Yuhi's blood on the corner of his mouth. He panted slightly and replied, "It's okay, it's still not dead, Naruto didn't kill me." "It's you, Nagato, your current physical condition seems to be." She looked worried. Nagato waved his hand. "I'm fine, it's just that the temporary consumption is too much, and the pain heavenly path is lost." "But, I see your face." Conan approached and looked at Nagato's sunken eye sockets, his thin face, and the look of his hair turning pale, and he couldn't help sighing. "Nagato, is it really right that we do this?" Nagato frowned. "Conan, this is our dream. If it wasn't for Uzumaki's strength exceeding expectations this time, we would have collected the 9-tailed beasts long ago and achieved peace. I'll wait for my injury to heal." "Ah, cough cough." He was halfway through speaking, and he suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently, and all of a sudden, blood spilled from between his fingers, and there was a lot of cold sweat on his face. "Nagato," Conan exclaimed, looking at Nagato spitting blood, obviously seriously injured, and couldn't help worrying. I'm fine," Nagato said stubbornly and shook his head. "Take me to Omegakure village first, and the battlefield can only be left to Madara first." "Yeah," Conan nodded, stretched out his hand, and a few pieces of paper flew out in a whirl. He was about to roll up Nagato when he suddenly saw a violent distortion of the space behind Nagato. "Be careful, Nagato," Conan screamed, disregarding his own pain. The flying pieces of paper instantly turned into sharp paper shuriken, shooting towards the space behind Nagato. A figure appeared quietly, and all of Conan's paper passed through the man's body and flew to the back. "It's the masked man Obito." "Nagato, Conan," he called out indifferently, and said slowly, "You have failed." Nagato squinted his eyes, took a breath, and said vigilantly, "We did fail, then Madara, what plan did you think of to make up for it next?" "Hee, my plan is..." The masked man smiled lightly, and suddenly he stretched out his hands to cover Nagato, and at the same time the space between his eyes swirled. "Kill you. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push." At this moment, Nagato had already used this ninjutsu with concentration. Boom. The masked man's body was knocked out and fell to the ground with a bang, but he quickly got up and snorted, "It seems that you have been guarding me for a long time, but your Shinra, the power of the Tensei Almighty Push sign, has been greatly damaged. How can you compete with me with this level of power?" Quote. "Madara, you are not allowed to hurt Nagato." Conan on the side waved his hands, and a large piece of paper rolled towards the masked man's body. "Humph, over your own power." I saw that he ran straight towards where Conan was, and Conan's paper shuriken passed through his body along the way, unable to affect him in any way. "Conan, be careful not to get close to him." Nagato shouted loudly, hand seal with both hands, just about to use a ninjutsu, but because of his own injury is too serious, coupled with the fact that he finally used it just now. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push also drained the only strength he had, and with a thud, blood spilled out of his mouth again, and his body slumped weakly on the high seat. And Conan, because he was also seriously injured, didn't have time to resist, and suddenly felt a huge suction force in front of him. Chapter 355 Make Peace. Boom. At this moment, a detonating talisman suddenly exploded violently between Conan and the masked man, and their bodies couldn't help being blown out at the same time. "Conan," Nagato exclaimed. Boom. Akatsuki robe on the masked man was blown open, revealing the broken inner shirt, but he didn't seem to be seriously injured. He quickly got up from the ground and looked down on the ground with a heavy voice. Conan angrily said, "Damn. Do you want to die with me? You troublesome stinky woman." At this time, Konan had a bitter smile on the corner of her mouth, and the ground below her was constantly bleeding. She raised her head with difficulty, glanced at Nagato, and shouted with all her might, "Run! Nagato! Humph! What I want to do will never be stopped." The masked man snorted coldly, and immediately rushed towards Nagato without looking at Konan. "Rinnegan will be mine." At this moment, Nagato no longer has the strength to resist. The previous battle with Naruto consumed too much. At this time, his only remaining strength could not compete with the masked man. Just as he was about to raise his hand to perform the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign, his arm was already firmly grasped by the opponent. The next moment, the space spun violently, and Nagato's body was absorbed into it all at once. Nagato. Konan, who fell to the ground, watched helplessly as Nagato was sucked in by the masked man, and his eyes couldn't help showing despair. Masked man snorted coldly, glanced back at Konan, and said contemptuously, "Rinnegan has already got it. For the sake of being a member of the organization, you can go to your own way." The space swirled violently, and the figure of the masked man slowly disappeared in front of him. Ray of light shone through the darkness, but Konan's vision was blurred. The massive blood loss made her weak, and her consciousness was gradually disappearing. The dark cave formed by her pieces of paper was also gradually disappearing. Of dissipation. It seems that it really failed. It was a complete defeat. In the end, it was still being used, and actually, there is no value in being killed. In Konan's consciousness, there was a bit of bitterness. She seemed to see the scene of training with Nagato and the three of them with Jiraiya teacher. It was the happiest time in her life. All of this gradually dissipated with the light in his sight. Vaguely, she felt her body sink into a burst of warmth. Is this heaven? No, I should be going to hell, right? Konan suddenly thought. She slowly opened her eyes, and in her eyes, there was a dazzling sunlight, even brighter than the sunlight. It was the short golden hair. "Are you awake?" A faint voice came, but Konan couldn't help but froze. Uzumaki. Naruto. She lay blankly on the ground, her chest seemed to be surrounded by warm currents, and her body gradually had the vitality of life. "Tell me, where is Nagato?" Naruto asked. Nagato. Konan's face suddenly changed, and his tone became extremely anxious. "Go. Save Nagato." "Huh, looks like Nagato is dangerous, right? That guy did it." Hearing Konan's intermittent words, Naruto understood something. Just now, after he rescued Yugito and Killer Bee, he went after Deidara and the ghost shark, and suddenly sensed the chakra fluctuations here, so he hurried over here, but unexpectedly, when he arrived at that time, he had already seen confetti all over the ground and a figure lying in a pool of blood. After probing, he found that Konan was still alive, but his chest seemed to be blown to the bone, and he was bleeding profusely. After a slight hesitation, he immediately used his life force to continue her life, and this was the scene where Konan woke up. However, what Konan said after waking up, made Naruto understand that Pain's main body Nagato seemed to be attacked by a masked man, which surprised him a little. He originally wanted to find Nagato's main body and talk to him in person. "Yes, I didn't expect to be succeeded by that guy. That case, Rinnegan must be taken away." It seems that Obito, the masked man, wanted to capture the pair of Rinnegans early in the morning. Just that Konan's plea for help made Naruto frown slightly, and said lightly, "Nagato has been sucked into his space by that guy, and even I can't save it, and you are still my enemies, if not because of I'm going to ask you something, but I won't save you." Konan couldn't help but look desperate. After a long silence, she finally asked softly, Did I do something wrong?" Naruto was stunned for a moment, then glanced at her slightly and said, "You were wrong." Konan's expression darkened. "Really? In your eyes, what we Akatsuki did is really wrong?" Naruto shook his head. "You're wrong again. I said you were wrong, not because you were against the 5 great powers, but because you didn't listen to Jiraiya, words at the beginning, it was because you misunderstood his expectations and misunderstood my own dream. I also mistakenly forgot the teachings of my former teacher. Quote. Naruto's words couldn't help shaking Conan's body. She stared at him blankly, her eyes extremely complicated. But this world is full of war and pain. What's wrong with us pursuing a peaceful world? Why can't we achieve such a beautiful wish? Why? Conan suddenly exclaimed excitedly, but he was accidentally affected. The wound made her groan in pain. Hey, Naruto sighed and said to himself, what a stupid person. War will never be wiped out. Where there are people, there will be disputes, and only constant conflicts of interests and wars can make society progress. It is an unchanging law of human society. People who delusionally want to change such a law are too naive. They just want to change the whole world with their own ideas, but they don't know that the power of individuals is so small compared to the whole world. Such a wish is doomed to fail. Unless the person is a real god. You can't refute it, can you? Uzumaki Naruto, as Konoha's 6th generation Hokage, the first genius in the ninja world, can you achieve world peace? Shaking his head, Naruto stopped talking to her, because he didn't know anything about the topic of peace. This topic was too heavy, and he didn't want to talk about it. All he cared about was the people and things around him. It seems that you can't achieve peace either. Chapter 356 Good for yourself. Okay, I've healed your injury, and I don't want to say more about it. You can do it yourself. Seeing her desperate look, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head. Conan was stunned for a moment, then sat up slowly. The area on his chest that had been blown up to the point of being bloody had turned snow white, but it was stained with blood, and the clothes were shattered. Skin. In a flash of spring, she couldn't help but slightly yuhi on her face, and quickly covered her chest with her hands. Your medical ninjutsu. Conan raised her head in surprise. She thought she was going to die. After all, she was blown up at close range by her own detonating charm, which directly blew up a large piece of flesh on her chest and blew so much blood. Normal medical ninjutsu takes a long time to save, but it's only been a while from just now. This is not medical ninjutsu, but life ninjutsu. Naruto turned back. You are still too weak. If you want to go back to Akatsuki, I advise you not to do it. The masked man will not let you go of. Conan was silent for a while, then silently said, but I have to go to save Nagato. Don't be naive. Naruto suddenly turned to look at her. You can't beat him no matter what. I have a way, Conan said suddenly. Naruto shook his head slightly and pouted. Your method won't work at all. Huh, how did you know my way? Naruto didn't answer, and continued. Don't forget that he has the Sharingan secret technique. You think you know everything about him. In fact, that's just the tip of his iceberg. You haven't fully grasped his abilities. Do you know his abilities? Hearing Naruto's affirmation, Conan couldn't help frowning slightly. If that's the case, we can definitely kill him together. Joining forces. This is indeed a good idea. Naruto was stunned when he heard the words, but he didn't expect Conan to join forces with him. Kill this guy. The expression on Naruto's face made Conan look hopeful. The masked man's sudden counterattack put both her and Nagato in crisis. Akatsuki, who worked so hard, was taken away by him in an instant, and even Nagato was in crisis. Now, only Naruto can save Nagato and defeat the masked man. Did you promise to join forces with me? Conan couldn't help showing a hint of joy on his face, and he couldn't help but grab Naruto's arm. Naruto glanced down at her, but inadvertently glanced at the two big white rabbits with white flowers on her chest, and his expression couldn't help being stunned. Conan was staring at him, and when he saw him suddenly looking at her chest, she realized that the clothes on her chest were tattered and could not cover her inner body at all, and she couldn't help showing a touch of yuhi on her pale face. Dizzy, he retracted his hands and continued to cover his chest, reminding him, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto finally came back to his senses, with an embarrassed look on his face and said, Sorry, I can't promise you about joining forces. Now that the masked man's whereabouts are erratic, I can't have so much time to accompany you to find him. Besides, there are many things on the battlefield waiting for me to do. Quote. A look of disappointment flashed on Conan's face, and he sighed slightly. I knew, you can't trust me, right? Are you still worried about what happened 3 years ago? Huh. Naruto couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that 3 years ago, she suddenly ran beside him and Jiraiya to be a spy trying to figure out her own strengths and weaknesses, and couldn't help but smile. I had long ago. I know your details. Conan froze for a moment. Okay, I have to go back if I have something to do. You can do it yourself. After talking to her so much, Naruto found that she still had to go his own way to save Nagato, and he really couldn't do anything about it. He patted her on the shoulder, secretly set a spatial coordinate on her body, then took off his commander and handed it to her. This is for you. Conan took it in a daze. A golden light flashed, and Naruto instantly disappeared in front of her. Holding Naruto in his arms, Dahu seemed to still have his warmth on it. For some reason, a warmth suddenly rose in Conan's heart, and the look in his eyes became extremely complicated. And Naruto has returned to Kumogakure village headquarters with Yugito and Killer Bee. After learning that Nagato has been captured by the masked man, he is ready for the final battle. The reason for not agreeing to Conan's proposal is that the situation on the battlefield is urgent, and the most important reason is that Naruto has not yet found an effective way to restrain Kamui, the masked man, and he is very likely to escape. Once escaped, all the efforts will be in vain, and at that time the battlefield will be defeated by the other side. Therefore, he must go to the battlefield first and solve everything. At Kumogakure village headquarters, seeing the three Naruto return safe and sound, everyone in Tsunade couldn't help being overjoyed. After inquiring, they learned that Akatsuki had destroyed most of the members, and even the leader who owned Rinnegan was also killed by Naruto. Everyone was very excited. Good job, Naruto. Akatsuki's strength is greatly reduced. Shall we celebrate? Tsunade laughed. This must be celebrated. Terumi replied with a giggling smile, covering her mouth. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Naruto shook his head and said, it's too early to celebrate before the final battle is won. Everyone was slightly shocked, and Reikage nodded in agreement. Yes, the 6th generation is right. We can't take it lightly. The other party must have other cards. If negligence eventually fails, it will be over. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. In the lounge, Naruto sat cross-legged on the couch, silently conditioning the chakra in his body, thinking about the next thing. Nagato has been captured by the masked man. Kabuto's impure world reincarnation is raging on the battlefield, and both Irway and Yahweh have fallen. Only their Kyuubi, Ninetales, is left, but now Nagato has failed to capture him, and just relying on the strength of the masked man can't hurt himself at all, and then they are very likely to resurrect Ten-Tails through other means. It seems that I have to talk to Itachi. With his Izanami technique and his own suppression, he took him down in one fell swoop. While thinking about it, there was a knock on the door in Naruto's ear. Chapter 357 Been heard. 6th generation Hokage-sama, are you there? A cold voice sounded outside the door. Naruto opened his eyes and stepped forward to open the door. The first thing that caught his eye was the 2 incomparably huge mountains of meat, and then the delicate snow-white tender face. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Samui, what's the matter? Is there anything you want to see me? Samui quietly closed the door and approached Naruto. The next moment, he suddenly opened his arms and wrapped his arms around Naruto's neck, pressing his soft lips hard. Naruto was attacked again, and he was forced to take a few steps backwards until she was pushed to the edge of the bed. Samui then let him go, his jade arm hanging around his neck. The soft lips flickered with crystal luster, and she said softly, Sir, I miss you. I haven't seen you for a long time. Naruto turned his head and looked out the window. It was just dark now, wouldn't she want it again? Samui squinted a pair of blue eyes and looked at him charmingly and lazily. His eyes were full of water, and he whispered in his ear, people are worried about you. Now I get excited when I see you coming back. Quote. Saying that, Samui took the initiative to lift his long legs and hang it around Naruto's waist. With a push with both hands, Naruto was pushed onto the bed, and his soft lips kissed Naruto again. Feeling her fiery passion, Naruto's heart suddenly warmed up, and he reached out and rubbed between her legs under her body, and his hand immediately became crystal clear. Samui, you. Naruto was taken aback. Didn't expect her to enter the state so quickly. It seems that the swelling hasn't subsided yet, right? Shish, don't talk. I just want you to give it to me. Samui slowly stretched out a jade finger, put it on Naruto's lips, winked at him charmingly, and reached out to lift his short skirt. And took the initiative to take out Naruto's swollen giant and sat down gently. She couldn't help but let out a light murmur in her mouth, supporting Naruto's chest with both hands. Looking at Naruto's tangled expression, she laughed lewdly. Naruto-kun, I like this feeling so much. I can't take it anymore, I can't stop it. Her body moved up and down quickly, with the sound of water splashing Naruto's pants all wet. Samui, can stand it like this? Naruto gasped. The feeling of being surrounded by that incomparably warm place made him almost erupt, and he quickly shifted his attention and asked. I can't leave you anymore, Naruto-kun. Samui kept swinging her snow-white upturned buttocks, and the 2 mountains of meat on her chest without realizing it. With her movements shaking violently in the air, Naruto was dazzled by the shaking. At this moment, Yugito came to Naruto's lounge with a cup of tea, and was about to go in when he heard Samui's constant babbling inside. Naruto-kun, push harder. I can't do it, Naruto-sama Hokage bro. I feel like it's coming. It's coming. Hearing a sharp gasp from inside, Yugito immediately stood there. The tea set in his hand almost fell to the ground at this moment. Yuhi dizziness appeared on her fair face, and she quickly turned and left the next moment. In the room, Samui was lying weakly on Naruto's chest. The bottom of the two were still tightly connected, her body was still twitching slightly, and her face was full of happy and content Yuhi. Samui, I said don't be too intense, can you still walk like this? Naruto said with a tangled face. He couldn't help speeding up just after feeling her enthusiasm. He sent her directly to the peak, and then he all erupted, filling her all at once. Samui hummed. No, it's fine, as long as I can do it with you once, even if I die, it's worth it. Naruto looked at her speechlessly. The night outside the window gradually fell, and Samui finally climbed off Naruto. Naruto watched her go into the bathroom to wash her body, and then came out to put on clothes one by one. Naruto couldn't help asking, Samui, what are we doing like this? Thinking about it carefully, Naruto's love for her is more physical than emotional, and all the things the two did at this time were Samui taking the initiative. Naruto was simply because of her temptation. And can't refuse. Samui's hand moved for a while, and suddenly she sighed, sat down beside Naruto and said quietly, 6th generation, am I bothering you like this? No, that's not what I meant, I was just wondering why you chose me. Hearing her calm tone, Naruto shook his head. Samui leaned slightly on his shoulder and said slowly, the situation on the battlefield has become very tense now, and the strong white Zetsu troops and impure world reincarnation have made our ninja coalition difficult to deal with, and this will continue. Will be more and more unfavorable to our side. Moreover, tomorrow I have to go to the front to fight. Naruto. The death rate on the battlefield is much higher than the usual mission, and my strength is far less than those of the famous ninjas. Are you worried about your own safety? No, since I became a ninja, I've stopped fearing death, but, after meeting you, can't control myself anymore, do you understand Naruto? Samui hugged his body faintly said, I really like you. Naruto didn't expect Samui to say such a thing. Could it be called love at first sight? Hey, isn't it cool that I look like this? After talking for a long time, Samui finally let out a breath. Naruto stretched out his hand to hold her shoulder, looked at her with a fixed gaze, and said, "Samui, listen up, you are my woman now, and I will never allow my woman to die on the battlefield. As long as I still have a breath, I will never let you have any trouble." Pressing the palm of her hand on her shoulder, a spacetime coordinate has emerged. Naruto smiled and said, "I have the technique of Hiraishin, so you don't have to worry about this at all." Naruto. Samui saw the Hiraishin technique on his shoulders, and his heart suddenly warmed, and he could make Naruto engrave the technique on himself, which was enough to show that he was always concerned about himself, which made him she was full of emotion. Chapter 358 Itachi's Legacy. After walking out of the lounge, Samui went back to Reikage to continue working. Reikage didn't feel anything unusual, just thought she went to rest. However, Yugito, who was beside Reikage at this time, stared at her with flickering eyes, looking at the cold and meticulous look on her face. The unpleasant words he heard before always flashed in his mind. "Samui, so kinky, slutty. I don't usually see it. It's just that this guy actually got together with the 6th generation of Hokage." Yugito felt a strange feeling in his heart at the thought of her cry of immortality. At this time, Naruto also came over to discuss things with Reikage and others. Seeing him, Yugito thought of another unsightly scene. "Damn it, what are you thinking about? What are these two guys messing about with themselves? This can only be regarded as a matter of lifestyle, right?" Thinking like this, Yugito forced herself to stop Tangled, but every time she observed Samui secretly looking at Naruto's unstoppable eyes, she felt a little depressed and inexplicably upset. At this time, on the battlefield where Zuoyu was, there appeared a figure that everyone was very familiar with a stern face, the Sharingan of Yuhi. The person who came was Uchiha Itachi. However, at this time, he was not wearing Akatsuki's uniform, and there was no murderous aura on his body. The bright moon was shining brightly at night, and the cool night wind was blowing slightly. Zuoyu looked at the elder brother in front of her with a complicated expression. From Naruto's mouth, she has learned everything about him. Although she knows that all this is because her brother wants to protect herself, it is undeniable that he did kill his parents and his family. How should such a brother treat himself? What about him? Naruto, if it were you, how would you choose? She couldn't help looking up at the bright moon, but she was very confused. Zuoyu, is this guy trying to harm you? Yugao and Bai appeared beside her, looking at Itachi with vigilance. At this time, Itachi finally spoke, only to listen to him slowly say, "You don't need to care, I have no malicious intentions, but there are some things that must be discussed with Zuoyu. Zuoyu, can you come with me?" He looked at Zuoyu sincerely. Itachi's words surprised everyone. Zuoyu turned to look at the two people beside her. Bai and Yugao looked at each other and nodded slightly. "Go, Zuoyu, call Naruto over as soon as there is any movement." In the forest, the moonlight shone through the gaps between the leaves and cast Madara's shadows on the ground. Sayu followed behind Itachi and said lightly, "Brother, I have heard about you from Naruto, so I will not all take revenge on you again." Itachi turned around and smiled faintly. "Zuoyu, it seems that you have really grown up a lot. Did Naruto make you change like this?" Zoe was slightly taken aback. "It seems that he is really a good man, more useful than me as a brother." "Yes, Naruto has changed me a lot, and made me realize a lot of things. Although it's a little, but he is indeed a good man." Yuhi fainted slightly on Zuoyu's face. "It seems that you have already given your heart to him." Her expression made Itachi feel filled with emotion. As his elder brother, he couldn't witness her love or share her happiness with her. Sadness, such a brother is really incompetent. Zuoyu smiled lightly. "He is the man I have identified, and he will never change in his life." Itachi was silent for a while. "Zuoyu, it seems that I was right to come to you," he suddenly said. "What?" Zuoyu was stunned. A smile appeared on Itachi's calm face the next moment. An instant, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan opened, and a special pupil power suddenly poured into Sayu's eyes. "This is..." Zuo-yu couldn't help but take a step back, covering her eyes with one hand and groaning slightly. The new power I gave you, Itachi said lightly. Now I'm going to stop Kabuto's impure world reincarnation. If I fail, it's all up to your power. What the hell? What? When Sayu finally opened her eyes, the Itachi in front of her had disappeared. Looking at the empty place, she couldn't help being dazed and muttered to herself, a new power. Brother, are you still going to find Kabuto? Zuiyu. At this moment, the figure of Bayan Yugao appeared beside her. Seeing her slightly dazed appearance, she couldn't help asking, where are the others? What happened to you? It's alright, let's go back. Zuo-yu shook her head, her eyes seemed to have new strength, which made her a little uncomfortable. The two of them looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. Early the next morning, the ninja coalition was attacked by another round of fierce attacks. The white Zetsu troops, plus all kinds of filthy powerhouses, shadows of the previous generation, and those Kekkei Genkei powerhouses appeared one after another. Zuo-yu's army is fighting with the enemy. Because of the strength of Zuo-yu and Bai, they still have the advantage for the time being. On other battlefields, however, the situation has plunged into crisis. 5 shadows, who were at the headquarters, were shocked when they got the news of the appearance of the previous generation. Gaara and Onoki hurried to the battlefield. After Naruto set up the Hiraishin spell on them, he also went to the battlefield where Darui was with Samui. Fortunately, there were the Inoshikacho trio and Yuhi and Tenten there, so Naruto took Samui directly. A Hiraishin came to the battlefield. At this time, the battlefield here is facing 2 monsters with Kyubi, 9 tails chakra, the golden horn silver horn. In front of the 4-tailed chakra, almost none of the ninjas here are their opponents, and the Yuhi-colored chakra surged at the scene, forcing everyone to retreat. However, the moment Naruto appeared in this scene, there was no deterrent at all. Because, after Naruto came to Yuhi with a Hiraishin technique, he immediately used the psychic technique to summon Kyubi, 9 tails. Facing the 2 fake Kyubi, 9 tails, the main body Kyubi, 9 tails, was very interested. When Naruto said that the 2 were the same guys who once got into his stomach and ate his own flesh, his face was instantly furious. Ignoring the already sluggish crowd around him, he rushed towards the 2 fake Kyubi, 9 tails. Chapter 359 Naruto's Rescue. Naruto, you're finally here. Is that Kyubi, 9 tails? Yuhi's face lit up with surprise when he saw Naruto appear beside him. Well, I'm sorry, I'm a little late and I've made you suffer. Naruto nodded, put his hand on her back, and a gentle life force was passed on to her, which instantly made her exhausted. Feel the infinite vitality in the body. Yuhi was amazed. Naruto, when will you be able to summon Kyubi, 9 tails? That's awesome, but even my teacher doesn't know about it. Naruto smiled slightly, pulled her and said, let's leave the venue here first, it's too dangerous here. Well, good, Yuhi responded, and with Naruto retreated to a tall rocky mountain. Looking at the ninjas under his feet, and seeing their shocked faces looking at Kyubi, 9 tails, Naruto immediately ordered loudly. Every ninja back up quickly, here is Kyubi, 9 tails. He is now our companions, don't be afraid. Naruto's voice spread throughout the audience, and everyone turned back to look at the rocky mountain where the voice came from. I saw Naruto's short blonde hair fluttering in the wind, and the 6th generation Hokage who had changed his body was also floating high. After hearing what he said, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Kyubi, 9 tails, turned out to be everyone's companion. It's unbelievable. The 6th generation Hokage. I didn't expect him to come to this battlefield. It seems that I won't be so tired next time. Darui said with a sigh. And the Inoshikacho trio also looked happy, and Ino exclaimed excitedly, that's great. Naruto is finally here. Yeah, these 2 guys are too pervert, and we couldn't take them down with the support of our Inoshikacho. If it wasn't for Naruto, I'm afraid we would be in danger. Choji said. Hey, let's listen to Naruto's retreat now. I think the real Kyuubi, Nine Tails, is definitely better than those two guys. Shikamaru laughed. The three of them leapt towards Naruto. At this moment, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, had already fought with the Golden Horn Silver Horn, and the chakra emanating from the four-tailed transformation of the two was also very terrifying, but compared with Kyuubi, Nine Tails' body, that is the little witch is the big witch. After Kyuubi, Nine Tails patted it with a light paw, an overwhelming chakra shrouded them, the ground cracked, the mountain collapsed, and everyone trembled under their feet. So strong. Is this Kyuubi, Nine Tails? Really strong pervert, the ninjas exclaimed. Yeah, didn't expect Kyuubi, Nine Tails, to be our companion. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, seems to be summoned by Hokage, the 6th generation. Is it his psychic beast? Great, with Kyuubi, Nine Tails, here anyway, we'll win. Everyone was talking for a while, and suddenly, there was a strong vibration under their feet. It turned out that the Golden Horn Silver Horn was also provoked. He opened his mouth and used the destructive tailed beast bomb, constantly bombarding the Kyuubi, Nine Tails body. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, swung out a giant claw with a powerful chakra on it. Once the claw went down, it resisted and scattered a shock wave, and when the tail swept over, the shock wave bounced back. For a time, the battle scene was extremely fierce, and the strong chakra light flew around, constantly falling on the ground around everyone, and a burst of strong bursts erupted. Quick, run! The battle here is completely beyond our ability to intervene. A ninja exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly accelerated the evacuation speed. While standing on the rocky mountain and watching the speed of everyone's retreat, Naruto was secretly anxious. If this continued, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and the Golden Horn Silver Horn would have injured a lot of people just by accident. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the field. The voice was familiar. Naruto frowned slightly, and looked around, but saw a charming back facing a straight-tailed beast chakra standing dumbfounded. In place, it is already impossible to dodge. I saw that she was wearing brown trousers that were slightly rolled up, a martial artist suit with white yuhi cuffs, 2 lovely buns on her head, and a huge scroll in her hand, ready to use ninjutsu. Exactly 10-10. It just seemed that because the chakra was too fast, she had no time to dodge, and was weakly prepared to meet the arrival of death. Seeing this, Naruto's expression became anxious. The next moment, he appeared behind her in a flash, stretched out his hands, and hugged the 10-10 who was still standing there. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and the two instantly appeared in Yuhi's room. On the side. Boom. The next moment, the chakra energy bombarded the place fiercely, blasting a huge pothole on the ground, and the gravel flew around constantly. Phew, it's dangerous. Naruto wiped his cold sweat and put the 10-10 down. 10-10 was so dangerous that he just reacted at this time. His feet were already on the ground, but his hands were still subconsciously hugging his waist. His face could not help Yuhi. He hurriedly let go of his hands. Ah, thank you Naruto. Ah no, Lord Hokage helped me. Quote. At that moment just now, she thought she was going to die, but she didn't expect to be rescued by Naruto in the end, and she couldn't help feeling infinite gratitude to him. Naruto smiled slightly. 10-10, you're welcome, we are companions. The bright smile and warm eyes instantly made 10-10's heart beat faster. Since Naruto became Hokage, he has become the object of worship among the girls in the village. As an excellent ninja who has participated in the same Chunin exam, 10-10 has a rare advantage, but Naruto suddenly jumped from obscurity to 10,000. The 6 generations of Hokage, whom people admired, made her feel a little difficult to adapt to. Only then did she finally wake up when she saw the unchanging sunny smile on his face. Naruto was still the same Naruto, and nothing had changed. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but nodded heavily, with a reassuring smile on her face. Yes. Lord Hokage. Okay, everyone hurry up, I'll take care of those 2 guys. After rescuing 10-10, Naruto commanded everyone around him and jumped directly towards Kyuubi, Nine Tails, in the field. Go. At this time, most of the people also retreated, and a small number of injured people were difficult to move. Naruto saw this with hand seal with both hands, and instantly separated thousands of shadow clones, came to the vicinity of the wounded, and helped them. From where they were evacuated, Naruto jumped high, and instantly appeared above Kyuubi, Ninetales' head, smiling. "Kyuubi, Ninetales, you are too bad. It's just 2 counterfeiters, and it's not over yet." Quote. "HMPH, I just want to play slowly. Since you're here, I'll be serious." Kyuubi, Ninetales, suddenly opened his mouth, and a strong-tailed beast bomb shot out from it, blasting into it like a laser. On the golden horn, his body was violently blasted out. Chapter 360. While the rescue is in progress, the body was ripped apart, and Kyuubi, Ninetales, snorted proudly. But the golden horn's body soon recovered under the infinite resurrection of impure world reincarnation. "This technique is really troublesome," Kyuubi, Ninetales, murmured and asked Naruto above his head, "Do you have a solution?" The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly and nodded lightly. "If you use the sealing technique, you can still seal the people of impure world reincarnation, but if you don't solve the source, it will still be very troublesome." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's figure had already rushed towards the golden horn, who was still recovering. At the moment when he was still unable to move, his body suddenly came to his chest, his palm stretched out, and his 5 fingers pressed hard against him. Up his chest. "The seal of the dead," Naruto shouted, and a special chakra and seal rune entered Golden Horn's body, forming a bound rune chain on the surface of his body, and Golden Horn's entire body stopped immediately. In place. "What? This seal. Damn it. This guy actually masters such a superb sealing technique." Kabuto, who was controlling impure world reincarnation in a corner, couldn't help but change his face. Silverhorn, that had not been killed on Naruto's battlefield, with a ruthless expression on his face, "Uzumaki Naruto, just wait for me." And Naruto on the battlefield, after sealing the golden horn, brought his body back to the army. When everyone saw that Naruto solved the golden horn in an instant, and scared the silver horn away, they immediately cheered and celebrated. 6 generations of Hokage big heroes. Big heroes. Seeing the way the dwarf was standing on the top of Kyuubi, Ninetales' head, with his body fluttering in the wind, infinite worship rose in everyone's hearts. "It's so handsome." The female ninjas present were full of peach hearts, and they could not wait to jump up and hug him fiercely. And some female ninjas who were injured and rescued by Naruto's clone just now showed intoxicated expressions. "That's great, Lord Hokage hugged me just now. Aw. I will never forget that feeling for the rest of my life." Yes. The crowd cheered and discussed one after another. Yuhi had a consoling smile on his face, looked at his back and his eyes lit up again and again, and murmured, "Naruto, you really are the man I look for." The battlefield here has basically been settled. After repelling the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, the remaining White Zetsu was also wiped out and everyone's full of fighting spirit. Naruto turned his head and said to everyone, "Everyone, I'll leave it to you here. I'll rush to the next battlefield, everyone take care." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. Swish. A golden light flashed, and Naruto's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, leaving only a faint golden light and shadow. Immediately afterwards, with a loud bang, Kyuubi, Ninetales, also turned into white smoke and disappeared. Is this the legendary 6th generation Hokage? Sure enough, it came and went without a trace. Darui muttered while looking at the chaos in the field. And Naruto's departure immediately disappointed most of the female ninjas. "This kid, he ran away without saying a word to me." Really? Yuhi shook his head helplessly, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. At this moment, in another secret forest, a small group of ninjas are quietly marching forward. "Captain Anko, the border of a Megakure village is ahead. Shall we inform the headquarters first?" A member of the Hyuga family asked her. Anko has a big 5-flowered snake coiled in his hand, and is carefully investigating the surrounding situation. Hearing that, he pondered for a while, and then said, "Until you find any useful information, don't tell the headquarters first, send the information back and tell they can be where we are now. Quote. Yes. Several people responded and continued to move forward. But he didn't know that, in a cave somewhere underground in a Megakure village, Kabuto had a sneer on his face. I didn't expect this woman Enko to come to the door. It's just right, I'm going to use her. At the same time, another figure was rapidly advancing towards the Megakure village. Gaara and Onoki have reached the battlefield, and at this moment, they are also facing several powerful ninjas. 3 generations of Reikage, the 4th generation of Kazekage, the 2nd generation of Tsuchikage, and the 2nd generation of Mizukage. Leave the 2nd generation Tsuchikage to me. Onoki flew towards the man who was covered in white bandages. And Gaara met 4 generations of Kazekage, father and son met, and the emotions were extremely complicated. Generation Reikage and the 2nd generation Mizukage were held back by the long-range attack force led by Tamari. The two cooperated very well and told everyone about their weaknesses, but despite this, everyone still couldn't do anything about them. Too strong. Generation Reikage is simply unbreakable, and the 2nd generation Mizukage's demonic illusion is completely impossible to understand. The ninjas are not on the same level as them at all, and even an elite Jonin like Tamari can't do anything about them. Damn it. A defense that is completely unbreakable, even Futon Wind style, that restrains Raiden Thunder style, can't be broken at all. Looking at the lightning armor on the 3rd generation Reikage, Tamari's face was solemn. You can't penetrate this old man's lightning with an attack of this level. You must use a stronger attack. The 3rd generation Reikage yelled at the crowd. But no one of us here can penetrate your defense at all. A ninja cried out with a bitter face. Really, the current ninja strength is getting worse and worse. The 3rd generation Reikage shook his head and sighed helplessly, his face suddenly changed. Now I'm going to attack, you better get out of the way. Before the ninjas could react, they saw a flash of electric light, and with a bang, a large piece of thunder light erupted in the field, and dozens of people were blasted out immediately, and the screams continued. I told you to get out of the way, cried the 3rd Reikage. Well, but we are totally too late. The ninja who fell to the ground covered his wound and groaned in pain. Hey, looking at this group of wastes, the 3rd generation of Reikage looked regretful. Is there not even a powerful strongman in the current ninja world? If you haven't figured out a solution to me, there will only be more casualties in the future. Are you waiting for Kazekage and Tsuchikage over there to come to the rescue? 3 generations of Reikage yelled loudly. Tamari bit Kiba, stretched out his hand and took out the Hiraishin Kunai gifted by Naruto, and muttered, Naruto, although I don't know what you are doing now, but I have to trouble you at this time. However, just when she was about to input chakra, a faint voice suddenly floated across the audience. 3 generations of Reikage, how about me being your opponent? Chapter 361 Super Recentric Art. Everyone was slightly surprised, and Tamari's face couldn't help but be overjoyed. Naruto, she exclaimed, and looked forward, only to see a very familiar back suddenly appear in front of everyone, and the words of the 6th generation of Ai's Hokage above the White Lord were extremely dazzling. Naruto turned his head and smiled slightly. Tamari, take everyone to a distance, he will leave it to me. Naruto, it's great that you are here. I was planning to summon you. Tamari exclaimed with surprise on his face. You have to be careful, that guy's lightning coat is very sturdy and very strong. Hard to break. Naruto nodded. Well, I see. Casting a reassuring look at her, Naruto turned to face the 3rd generation of Reikage. And Tamari stepped back with many ninjas who were still at a loss. The faces of the girls beside Tamari were full of curiosity. Sister Tamari, is that person the legendary 6th generation Hokage? He's so handsome, and he looks so powerful. Tamari patted the other party's head. Nympho, these are not what you should be concerned about now. Hurry up and get out of here. Naruto's battles are usually very fierce and dangerous, and I will be involved if I am not careful. Well, it hurts. Sister Tamari, you are not happy, are you? I heard that he is still your fiancé. 8 trigrams, the girl said. Tamari's face couldn't help but Yuhi, glared at the other party, ignored it, and led everyone back together. At this time, the second generation Mizukage was also attracted by Naruto and looked towards Naruto. That guy over there, he still looks strong. Get rid of Reikage quickly and kill me, he yelled. Naruto sweated, this guy is so funny. Humph. The second generation of Mizukage, it is hard to say whether he can solve the old man. The third generation was aroused arrogantly and hummed. Che, I'm optimistic about this young man, he can definitely beat you. The second generation Mizukage laughed. Oh, really? Reikage looked at Naruto and saw that he was only a young man of 17 or 18 years old. He immediately shook his head and sighed. You became Hokage at a young age, I hope I don't die at the hands of this old man. Naruto laughed, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. He had already fought with the third generation of Reikage when he was crossing Roran before, and at that time, he gave up ninjutsu and was not afraid of him in melee combat in your curse mark mode. This time, it can be regarded as an old rival meeting. Thinking of this, Naruto's eyes showed a hint of excitement, and his aura instantly rose to a terrifying level. The air around him became sticky due to Naruto's aura. The face of the third generation Reikage changed, and he immediately admired Naruto. He was not good at perception. He didn't know how strong Naruto's chakra was before, but now he felt it. This strong pervert's chakra. His face immediately became solemn, and at the same time, there was a hint of excitement in the eyes of Naruto. It seems that your strength is not bad. The third generation Reikage laughed and said, then I don't have to worry about it. Boom. Soon as the voice fell, I saw a powerful thunder and lightning chakra burst out from the third generation Reikage, and a violent strong wind burst out, competing with Naruto's momentum. However, although the third generation Reikage is stronger, it is still a lot weaker than Naruto in chakra. The tiger roared, and the 3 generations of figures flew up. Wherever they passed along the way, the ground became a piece of scorched earth, and the power of thunder and lightning overflowed everywhere, making people feel chills when they saw it. And Naruto suddenly closed his eyes, slowly accumulating strength. The next moment, a more powerful chakra burst out from him. Dazzling golden light. Brilliant. Natural mode. 3 generations of Reikage's forward movements can't help but be suffocated by this force, such a powerful chakra. This chakra is like a vast ocean and cannot be speculated. The third generation of Reikage's fist has just reached Naruto when he gently stretched out his hand to stop it. Quote exclamation mark question mark. Reikage looked startled, but when he wanted to withdraw his arm, he found that the other's hand was like a tongue that made him unable to move. How could it be so strong? At this moment, the third generation of Reikage finally changed his face. In the next moment, he directly stretched out his other hand and concentrated the thunder attribute chakra on his fingertips. 3 fingers, 2 fingers, 1 finger. The moment when his strength reached its strongest, Reikage slammed into Naruto's chest. This is my strongest blow, you must dodge it. No matter how powerful Naruto is, he can't stop his stunt, right? Reikage thought so. However, in the next moment, he realized that he was wrong, and it was very wrong. Because he saw the most unbelievable scene in his life. I saw that Naruto just stretched out a hand and grabbed his wrist in an instant. And his fingers just stopped in front of his chest, only a tiny difference from his body. The fist of one hand was held by him, and the wrist of the other hand was also firmly bound, and the third generation Reikage's arms were completely unable to move. Naruto's face was calm, and he said lightly, "Try my art." Boom. Reikage's body was instantly kicked up by Naruto, and he was in midair. Reikage saw that a white chakra ball in Naruto's hands suddenly turned into a shuriken. Buzzing. The air made an ear-piercing scream, and even Tamari and the others, who were watching the battle from a distance, felt the surrounding air vibrate violently. This is Naruto's Shuriken. Tamari sighed, and sure enough, his futon wind style is far from comparable to him. Everyone was also fascinated by this powerful ninjutsu, and looked at Naruto without blinking. Rasenshuriken between Naruto's hands did not end there, but suddenly swelled more than 5 times in the next moment. A giant Rasenshuriken in his hands. Super Futon Wind Style Rasenshuriken Art. Naruto gave a light drink, and Raikage hurriedly turned around in midair to avoid it, but in an instant, a golden light flashed, and Naruto's figure had turned into a golden light and appeared behind him. Giant Rasenshuriken in his hand slammed down hard and landed on Raikage's back with a thud. Boom. The next moment, an incomparably violent white light swirled in the field, directly spreading out in a radius of several hundred meters, and an incomparably strong hurricane swept away around. The people watching the battle from a distance hurriedly blocked their hands in front of them, terrified of this terrifying ninjutsu. Chapter 362 Seal 2 Shadows. Naruto also stepped back, looking at the effect of his own ninjutsu, with a smile on his face. Under the natural mode, it is not a problem to increase the amount of chakra input on the basis of the original Rasenshuriken. And Raikage's lightning coat, can he stop his oversized futon, wind-style Rasenshuriken? Naruto fell to the ground, watching the energy storm gradually dissipate, revealing a deep pothole on the ground. And Raikage's body has fallen softly into the pit, the thunder and lightning coat on his body has long since dissipated, and dirty soil is constantly flying over his body. It seems that he is repairing his body. Naruto's body flashed and instantly appeared beside Raikage, who couldn't move. Raikage sighed. For the first time in my life, I was defeated with overwhelming strength. You will be the opponent that this old man will remember for the rest of his life. Seal it. Naruto smiled lightly when he heard the words. I'm also very happy to have a fight with you. I used all my strength to deal with you just now. Hee, is that so? Raikage smiled slightly and slowly closed his eyes. Naruto stretched out his hand and pressed on him, and the next moment, black runes wrapped his whole body. 3 generations of Raikage, sealed. Up, a Hiraishin returned to Temari and the others, and after handing over the sealed body of the 3rd generation Raikage to them, Naruto once again rushed to the 2nd generation Mizukage, another person in the arena. It's amazing. It's so handsome. The female ninja beside Temari couldn't help but sighed. When will I be able to have futon, wind-style ninjutsu like him? Even if it's 1/3. No, 1/10, I am also satisfied. Don't be envious, let's practice hard. Naruto's current strength comes from hard work. Temari taught him a lesson. Yes, Lord Temari. Seeing your battle just now, it's very good. When Naruto came to the 2nd generation Mizukage, the 2nd generation Mizukage couldn't help but praise. Naruto looked at the ninjas who were lying all around, and frowned slightly. Mizukage looked at him helplessly and said, Hey, they are too weak. If you don't come to this group of guys, I will kill them. Okay, then I will do what you want. Naruto said lightly. Okay, I hope you will kill me soon. Oh right, I'm a mirage now. The real body is hidden. Mizukage reminded. At the same time, Naruto's eyes suddenly turned to the corner on the other side. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in the midair of an open space. Super Big Ball Rasengan. In an instant, a Rasengan with a height of dozens of meters suddenly appeared out of thin air. Mizukage's expression changed immediately. Wow. It's the body of a mirage there. You can actually find it. Boom. The next moment, a strong storm rose out of thin air, and before Naruto's Rasengan fell to the ground, he suddenly encountered a layer of obstruction, and with a bang, rays of light radiated. Countless powerful spiral energies flew in all directions, and a scream came from the air. I saw a huge psychic beast wrapped in a hard outer shell slowly emerging below Naruto's Rasengan, but, at this point, the guy's hard shell has been completely shattered. Boom. A white smoke rose, and the mirage disappeared in place. You actually killed the mirage. Boy, how did you find my psychic beast? The second generation Mizukage slowly emerged from Naruto with a surprised look on his face. Naruto knew that his body was hiding here, so he looked at him and smiled slightly. Your demonic illusion can't work for me, so under my perception, your body is all exposed. The perception of the force of nature completely ignores the terrain and the existence of demonic illusion, and at close range, even if Mizukage hides it well, it won't help. What? Even my demonic illusion can't confuse you? It's unbelievable. The second generation Mizukage exclaimed, and then shouted again, but my magic is more than that. Next, there are more powerful waiting for you. I saw him stretch out his hand and make a seal. The next moment, more than a dozen childlike clones suddenly appeared around him, and they rushed towards the surrounding areas. The target turned out to be the people of the Ninja Coalition. I'm sorry, my body is completely out of control now, and these clones are not under my orders at all. Mizukage exclaimed. Naruto's eyes sank, watching those clones rushing towards Temari and others who were at a loss, nodded slightly, and said to him, I know, so next I have to seal you up before they can work. Quote. Place where the second generation Mizukage was at the next moment, and the speed was as fast as lightning. However, the second generation Mizukage was also well prepared, and the figure retreated sharply. At the same time, several clones suddenly jumped towards Naruto. Get out of the way, these clones of mine will explode. The second generation Mizukage reminded. Naruto glanced at it, and instantly captured the movements of the two clones. He hand-sealed with both hands, and with a few bangs, he instantly separated out more than a dozen shadow clones, and moved towards Mizukage's clone to meet them. The Mizu shadow clone swiftly bypassed Naruto's clone and rushed directly to Naruto. Humph! Naruto snorted coldly, suddenly stopped and let them approach. Hey, get out of the way! Mizukage cried out involuntarily. Naruto smiled slightly, but in an instant those clones suddenly burst, and a large amount of water vapor spread around with extremely hot high temperature and terrifying power, and Naruto's figure was immediately submerged in it. Hey, this kid looks very smart, how can he be so stupid at this time? After the second generation Mizukage exploded, his body fell into a weak state, and his body was hidden behind a rock and shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, his eyes widened suddenly, looking at the figure that suddenly flashed in front of him. His face was full of surprise. Huh? You were killed, and you actually found me. Of course, it's very easy for me to dodge this level of magic, and your weakness is also here. Naruto, who suddenly appeared in front of Mizukage, smiled faintly. Okay, now you can go back. Seeing that the rest of the water shadow clone had rushed into the ninja coalition and was about to explode, Naruto immediately used the sealing technique. Seal. As soon as the palm was pressed, the next moment, the weak Mizukage couldn't dodge and was pressed by Naruto's palm to his abdomen. Forehead. Mizukage was shocked, and the next moment he suddenly raised his head and smiled and said, Thank you. I finally freed me from the guy who controlled me. Naruto shook his head. You, welcome. Hey, what a nice young man. Chapter 363 Enko's Investigation. Generation Mizukage has also been sealed, and with his seal, the clones have all dissipated into ordinary water vapor and disappeared into the air. Naruto took his body back to Temari and the others. That's great, Naruto, it's over. Temari cheered, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. And all the ninjas also celebrated and surrounded Naruto. The posture seemed to want to lift Naruto and throw it around a few times. What's more, several female ninjas kept heading towards him. With a wink, he almost didn't take the initiative to dedicate himself. Fortunately, before they all rushed over, Naruto had already asked Temari to deal with Raikage and Mizukage, and then left the place in a flash and went to the place where Gaara and Onoki fought. The battle between Gaara and Kazekage of the fourth generation is coming to an end. Naruto sees that Gaara has no place to help, so he dodged and left the place to go to the battle scene of Onoki. By this time, Onoki was already in a tough fight. Second generation Tsuchikage was in his prime when he died, and now he has the ability to infinite chakra and infinite resurrection after being impure world reincarnation. Onoki is too old to fight against his master at all. After a few rounds, he was already whimpering. breathing heavily. Hey, Onoki, seeing you like this, I really feel sorry for you. The second generation Tsuchikage sighed. You, who used to be so stubborn, are now willing to unite with other villages. Are you old and no longer ambitious? Are you ambitious? No adults, the Ninja Alliance is what everyone expects. The old man just recognized the truth. Onoki bent down and panted. Really? But now the fact is that you're going to die, are you still persistent? The second generation Tsuchikage reached out his hands and aimed at Onoki's body, and Jinten particle-style white energy bullets flashed between his palms. I can't dodge, this old man's back pain is happening again. Onoki was sweating profusely, and seeing the energy in the hands of the second generation Tsuchikage was about to be launched, he couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on his face, and the next moment, he heard a bang, and Wu's body was smashed into the ground. Everyone in Anko's team was nervously investigating. Captain Anko, there seems to be a special barrier in front of you. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan suddenly observed a transparent barrier and couldn't help exclaiming. Huh, barrier. Anko's face sank slightly. It seems that it is very likely that the enemy's lair is there. You go back first, I will go in and have a look alone. No, wouldn't it be too dangerous to go alone? Others urged. Anko shook his head. There is always someone to investigate the intelligence. As the captain, I will never back down. However, I think it's better for us to ask the headquarters for instructions. Anko frowned slightly. It's too late. If we don't go in and investigate carefully, no one knows what will happen next moment. Maybe the enemy will move their positions immediately. Okay, listen to me, you all stay where you are. If I don't come back, just bring a message to the 6th generation Hokage-sama. Anko waved his hand indifferently. Haha laughed and said, just tell him, you are the man I have recognized in my life. After speaking, Anko waved his hand and walked forward, ignoring the few teammates who were standing there dumbfounded. The expressions of the rest of the people couldn't help but be full of complexity. Captain Anko. What shall we do? The Byakugan messenger of the Hyuga clan asked a companion of the Aburame clan. Silent for a while, he sighed slightly. I don't think we can leave the captain behind. Even if we die, everyone must stand together. Kabuto, who was in the enchantment, was biting Kiba and gnashing his teeth, because Naruto killed many strong people in a row, which made Kabuto feel that he lost too much, and he became more and more unwilling to Naruto. Humph. Uzumaki Naruto, since you are so good, I have to show my cards in advance. Kabuto took out a chess piece from his pocket and placed it on the chessboard on the ground in front of him. A cruel sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, the bugs must be dealt with first. Phew, damn it. Why does Naruto's breath keep jumping around? How can I find him? At this time, not far from a Megakure village, Karen and the others were sitting slumped on the ground. Karen grumbled loudly. You guy took us Kabuto around for a long time, how can you trust it? What kind of perception of your mind is not good at all? I think it's better to call it a blind eye. You also unscrupulously complained. You bastard, my senses can reach thousands of miles away. How dare you doubt my ability? I'm so pissed off. Karen yelled and jumped, and you also frowned and snorted. Then why did I come here? Haven't found that guy yet. How do I know? His breath is always jumping around. Karen scratched his head. It was at 3 o'clock before, and then at 12 o'clock, it's better to stay away from us. Far away, and then to the northwest again, how could I possibly perceive something wrong? Quote. It must be your problem anyway. Taiyu also snorted. Listening to the argument between the two, Yuhilien suddenly said, Karen, you said that his breath is constantly moving, right? And it is 1,000 miles in an instant. Yeah, as far as I know, the only jutsu that can move instantaneously is time-space ninjutsu, and Naruto. Oh right, I heard that he can do Hiraishin jutsu before. Is this true? The technique of Hiraishin. 4 generations of Hokage used this technique to win the title of Yellow Flash in the ninja world. If Uzumaki Naruto can do it, it will not be difficult to explain what Karen said. Yuji Lien frowned and pondered. Number way. He's so elusive, where the hell are we going to find him? Karen couldn't help crying. Chapter 364 Deep into the hinterland. Near the village of Omegakure, Itachi's figure was constantly traveling through the forest, and there was an enchantment not far ahead. As expected, that guy must be hiding in that barrier. Itachi pondered for a while and said to himself. Suddenly he sighed slightly, looked behind him and said, "Come out, you've been with me for a long time." Zuiyu. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure quietly appeared in front of him. It was Zuoyu. After she got the power that Itachi gave her before, she couldn't rest assured after all, and secretly followed. And just after Zuoyu appeared, 2 more figures jumped out from the side. It was Bai and Yugao. "I didn't expect you to come here too," Zuoyu said. "Yes, seeing you sneaking out alone, we naturally followed." Bai smiled slightly. Seeing the 3 of them running over, Itachi sighed helplessly. At this time, Enko has also reached the edge of the enchantment in the other direction. This layer of enchantment is so strange, it is difficult for me to break it. Enko reached out and touched the stone slab at the entrance of an underground secret room in front of him and muttered. Because of the barrier of the enchantment, she could not detect everything inside at all. Only by entering the interior can she continue to explore, but now the connection to the world cannot be broken, which makes her a little worried. If only Naruto were here, this level of enchantment wouldn't be difficult for him. Enko muttered. Suddenly, her face changed slightly, and the next moment she rushed forward. Swish! A long white shadow suddenly jumped from the spot, and Enko's body was almost caught by the object. Turning back and looking at it, it was a big white snake. And beside the big white snake, there was a man with glasses with a gloomy smile on his face. There are distinct snake-scale features on the face. "You're Yakushi Kabuto." Enko watched him carefully for a long time before recognizing him. "You've changed a lot." He. Mitarashi Enko, are you surprised by my appearance?" Kabuto stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, and smiled. "I am stronger than Orochimaru-sama now." "Humph, pervert guy," Enko scolded, took out his kunai and shot directly at him, shouting, "Isn't impure world reincarnation you're doing?" "Correct." Kabuto smiled lightly, fluttering back slightly, avoiding Enko's attack in an instant. "Sure enough, it's you." Enko bit Kiba, hands sealed with both hands, waved his arm, and suddenly a 5-flowered snake jumped out from his sleeve and bit Kabuto's body. Kabuto looked disdainful. "Really, is it still unclear who is the real prey?" Enko. Kai. Just when Enko's serpent just arrived in front of Kabuto, suddenly 2 large white serpents appeared behind Kabuto's back, entangling Enko's serpent in an instant, making it immobile. "I originally wanted to go and get you personally, but now I'm very happy to see you obediently come to your door." Kabuto's tongue rolled around his lips, and he laughed excitedly, just to save time. "I've worked so hard." Swish. The next moment, Kabuto suddenly rushed in front of Enko at an incredible speed, and when Enko could react, he stretched out his arm and clasped her neck. At the same time, a large white snake jumped up and entangled Enko's body. Well, but, damn it. Enko didn't expect Kabuto to become so powerful. As a special Jonin, and his strength has improved recently, he didn't expect to be restrained by him in an instant. This was something she never expected. He. Kabuto smiled contentedly. At this moment, a few dim lights shot to the back of his head in an instant. Kabuto was slightly startled. He had to let go of Enko's neck, and his figure hurriedly dodged to the side, but the next moment saw a flash of blood, the entanglement. The white serpent with Enko was directly divided into 2 halves. Zuiyu fell to the ground and reached out to catch Enko, who was standing unsteadily. There were flashes of lightning arcs on the short knife in his hand. "Are you all right, Examiner Enko?" Sasuke asked. Anko was stunned for a while. She didn't expect Zuiyu to appear in front of her at this time. She looked at her with surprise. Why are you here? Had to look. 3 more figures appeared in front of him. It was Itachi, Bai, and Yugao. We're here to deal with this guy. Itachi said lightly. Uchiha Itachi, what's the matter with you? Anko couldn't help but wonder when he saw that he was actually on a united front with Sayu and the others. It's a long story. In short, I'm your companion now. Itachi turned to look at Kabuto, and said coldly, this guy's impure world reincarnation has caused a lot of trouble for the ninja coalition on the battlefield. My mission is to stop him. On the battlefield, Naruto has successfully sealed the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, and saved the life of the 3rd generation Tsuchikage Onoki. Naruto's powerful strength just now made it difficult for the 2nd generation Tsuchikage with Jinten, particle style, to resist, which made Onoki secretly shocked when he saw it. But he also has more confidence in the battles that follow. The 3 Kage-level Narutos were killed at once, and they returned to the camp where they were stationed amid the cheers and admiration of the crowd. There were constant cheers in the camp, and every ninja was talking about things related to Naruto during the rest. Naruto stood on a mound and watched the sunset gradually fall to the horizon. He used the power of nature to perceive the surrounding situation and found that there were no dangerous enemies on the battlefield here. Naruto. At this moment, Temari called him from behind and came to stand beside him. Naruto turned his head to look at her. Seeing her pretty face full of wind and frost, he couldn't help saying, why don't you take a break? There is still a battle to be fought. Temari smiled slightly. Didn't you also rest? I'm not the same. This battle is not too much for me. Naruto said, and you have to rush to other battlefields for support, and there are still tough battles to fight. It's alright, I just want to be here with you. Temari shook his head and hugged Naruto's arm. Hearing what she said, Naruto didn't say any more. When she was leaning on him, he quietly put his hand on her back, and a force of life slowly passed through, nourishing her tired body. Temari's body trembled slightly, feeling the incomparably comforting power rushing from his back. Looking at Naruto, a sweet smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 365 Naruto arrives. The battlefield where Yuhi, Tenten, and others were located, after the Golden Horn and the Silver Corner receded, the remaining enemies were all annihilated, and they were being repaired at this time. At this time, news suddenly came from the headquarters that the source of impure world reincarnation, where Kabuto was located, had been found. After getting this news, the Darui troops directly sent an elite team to where Kabuto was, while the rest of the ninjas stayed where they were. However, at this time in Omegakure village, Kabuto had already fought with Itachi, Sasu, Shiro, Yugao and Anko. The siege of 2 Sharingan and a Hyoten ice-style Kekkei Genkei powerhouse, Kabuto was able to deal with it easily, while Anko and Yugao, despite their good strength, faced Kage-level powerhouses in the battle. Is still somewhat difficult to intervene. It goes without saying that Itachi's strength is a little bit stronger than Itachi in the cursed state, and Shiro's Hyoten ice style is also very difficult to deal with. The average strength of the 3 is around Kage level. However, Kabuto was not afraid at all. After fusing Orochimaru's cells, he obtained the perfect sage art from Raichi Cave, learned to use the power of nature, and can give life to matter. Front of such a strong person who surpassed Kage level, the 3 couldn't help but fall into a hard battle. Itachi's demonic illusion is completely useless to him, ninjutsu is not as good as Kabuto's in sage mode, and taijutsu is even worse. But with the cooperation of the 3, Kabuto couldn't take advantage. However, this situation suddenly changed after a while. Because Itachi's chakra and body suddenly couldn't support him anymore, he was originally fighting with his sick body and enduring the dying torment of his life, and the pair of Sharingan's vision has long been blurred. Itachi's sudden lack of support immediately brought Kabuto a great opportunity. He spotted the weak Itachi, and he instantly launched a powerful attack. After seeing that her brother was in danger, Sayu directly activated the ability of Susanoo, S-Man under Mangekyo Sharingan, and the huge phantom firmly protected Itachi. Are you alright? Sayu dragged Itachi aside and looked anxious when he saw him coughing violently while covering his mouth. I'm causing you trouble. Itachi finally raised his head. His face was full of weakness. I didn't expect his strength to be so strong that he actually learned Sage Mode. It seems that I underestimated him. Strength. Just as he was talking, Kabuto attacked again, and he saw his hands swiftly hand seal. Senpo, Sage Art, Beiji Art. In an instant, a long dragon composed of white liquid suddenly flew out. Its body was spinning rapidly in midair, and a dazzling dragon ball was held in the dragon claws. And strong vibrations in the air. This is. In an instant, everyone in the range felt a strong vibration and a dazzling light coming from the air. At this moment, everyone stood still and couldn't move, and their bodies fell into numbness. Of Susanoo of Sasuke couldn't maintain his form either and dissipated. Kabuto giggled strangely, his body like a spirit snake jumped in front of Sasu and Itachi, sticking out his tongue and rolling it towards the two of them. At this time, everyone could not move at all, and even had no time to care about what happened around them, so they could only be slaughtered by Kabuto. Sasu and Itachi instantly sensed danger and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Suddenly, everyone only heard a bang, and the ground under their feet shook violently, and then everything around them returned to normal. Looking closely, he saw a golden figure standing straight in front of the crowd. A huge dirt pit appeared under his feet, and a white figure fell into the huge pit. Naruto. Several people saw Naruto's figure for the first time, and their faces couldn't help showing a strong surprise. Naruto, why are you here? Zuiyu asked with a look of joy. Naruto snorted softly, you guys don't even tell me when you act alone. If I didn't have your time and space coordinates, how could I have come here now? Well, I'm sorry, Naruto, I want to make a contribution and help you share the pressure, so I want to get rid of this guy. Zuiyu lowered her head slightly, showing an impressive look. With her strong personality, she originally wanted to kill the enemy while relying on Naruto, but she did not expect that she would eventually underestimate the opponent and put herself in danger, and finally had to trouble Naruto. Naruto patted her on the shoulder and came to Itachi and said, your body is very weak, let me treat you. Huh. Itachi was stunned for a moment, but saw Naruto suddenly put his hand on the top of his head. A force full of vitality poured in from the top of his head, and instantly reached his limbs, Mukuro, and in an instant, Itachi felt the pain on his body was gone. Go, even the overused Sharingan became clear. This is. He couldn't help shaking his body. After a while, Itachi's body had recovered most of the time. Shiro, Anko, and Yugao also came to Naruto's side to look at him. With the backbone, they had no worries at all. After treating Itachi, Naruto turned to look at the white figure in the pit, and saw that he was slowly melting into a pile of liquid, and then returned to his human form and stood up. Uzumaki Naruto. Kabuto looked at him excitedly. Finally see you. You who even had to endure 3 points with Orochimaru-sama, this time I will definitely defeat you. Really, it's a pity you can't do it. Naruto waved his hand lightly, and said to Zuiyu and the others, don't interfere for now, I'll deal with this guy. What? That's not good, I want to fight with you too. Zuoyu couldn't help shouting when she heard the words. Bai also stood beside him, expressing his position with firm eyes. At this time, Itachi suddenly said, Zuoyu, you guys should get out of the way. I'll leave it to Naruto, our current strength will only hinder him. Hearing this, Zuiyu and the others couldn't help showing disappointment and unwillingness on their faces. At this moment, another figure suddenly appeared in the field, with a special iron mask on his face, and 2 different eyes appeared in the 2 holes. It was Sharingan and Rinnegan. Chapter 366 Uchiha Madara. Madara. Itachi was taken aback. Itachi, it seems that you finally chose to betray Akatsuki. The masked man looked at Itachi with a sneer. Itachi was silent for a while, and said, you should have known my identity in Akatsuki. When you attacked the major countries of the ninja world, I was no longer a member of Akatsuki. Humph. Since that's the case, I'll take your eyes too. The masked man snorted coldly. Masked man, you are really confident. With me here, if you want to hurt Zuiyu, you must pass me. Naruto stopped him and sneered. Masked man narrowed his eyes slightly. You are really troublesome. Uzumaki Naruto. You are also troublesome to me. Naruto said lightly. Masked man looked at Kabuto and suddenly said, it's time to hand that guy over to me. In this case, we can't recover the complete Kyuubi, 9 tails, smoothly, so we can only use that guy instead. Kabuto frowned slightly, pondered for a while, reached out and made a mark. A coffin appeared in front of the masked man, the coffin lid was opened, and a figure came out. Take it, but in such a hurry, I'm really worried about you. Humph. As long as the 10 tails come out, these guys are all worthless. The space in front of the masked man swirled, and the body of the impure world reincarnation was instantly sucked into the different space by him. Okay, do you retreat with me or wait until you leave? The masked man asked after he got to Silver's corner. If you want to go, go first. I also want to play with these guys. Kabuto suddenly smiled. Masked man looked at him and pondered for a while, then nodded slowly. Then you can do whatever you want. The space swirled for a while, and the figure of the masked man disappeared from everyone's eyes. Naruto frowned. He wanted to rush up just now, but he found that the masked man and Kabuto were both very close, and wanted to take Kyuubi, 9 tails, chakra from them both hands. Tails can't do it at all, and the masked man's time-space ninjutsu is also very fast. No matter how fast he is, I am afraid that he can't forcefully take it away when he inhales Silver's horn body. At this time, the masked man had already left with Silver's corner, while the remaining Kabuto looked at Naruto with gusto. Hey, do you know why I didn't leave with him? Huh. Kabuto licked his lips. Because I want to kill you all here. Everyone was stunned. Zuoyu coldly snorted. How arrogant. Your sage mode is not even 1/10 of Naruto's. I didn't say I was going to kill you all by myself. I said another guy. I guarantee you can't think of who it is. Kabuto laughed awkwardly. Except for Naruto, everyone couldn't help feeling creepy. Who is it? Zuoyu and the others couldn't help but have some doubts in their minds. Naruto had already guessed what Kabuto was going to do, and his expression couldn't help but move slightly. At this moment, Kabuto hand sealed with both hands, and then suddenly pressed it to the ground, with a low voice in his mouth, the art of psychic impure world reincarnation. Suddenly a wooden coffin emerged from under the ground. Humph. Is it impure world reincarnation? Which Kage-level powerhouse is this time? Sayu snorted coldly. With a bang, the coffin lid was blasted out instantly, and a burst of smoke rose. At the same time, a powerful and suffocating momentum spread out, surprising Itachi and the others. What a strong momentum. Who is this? And Naruto has already detected the information of that person, and it is indeed that person. A look of excitement flashed across his face. The smoke cleared, and everyone finally saw the figure in the coffin. This is Uchiha Madara. Zuoyu and the others couldn't help exclaiming, with a look of horror on their faces. This is. Madara took a step forward and looked around. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, and then she looked down at her body again, dissatisfied. How? Let me be resurrected in this way. Look, come on, that guy didn't do things according to our agreed plan. Back, did you bring me back to life? After muttering to herself for a while, Madara suddenly turned her head to look at Kabuto. A humble smile appeared on Kabuto's face. Lord Uchiha Madara, it was me who resurrected you. Now I want to use your power to kill these guys. Madara looked back at Naruto and the others, frowned slightly. Why should I listen to you? Kabuto chuckled. That's up to you. The impure world reincarnation art might be controlled by me. Madara's eyes flashed a stern look. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. and in the blink of an eye, his hands suddenly formed a seal. A ray of light flashed across his body, and he sneered slightly, "You foolish junior. Giving me self-awareness is your biggest mistake." Kabuto couldn't help but froze for a moment, then his expression changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "What? You actually unlocked Impure World Reincarnation? Humph. The guy who wants to control me, Uchiha Madara, must first measure his strength." Madara kicked away the coffin behind him, but looked at Kabuto with a murderous look on his face. "Boy, look at you resurrecting me. For the sake of coming out, I won't kill you, just get out of here." This. Kabuto couldn't help but froze in place. Humph. A cold hum came. Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared in front of Kabuto, and suddenly punched Kabuto's body at a speed that was almost unresponsive. Boom. Kabuto's face changed greatly, and he raised his hands to block his chest, just to resist Madara's blow. With a bang, his body was directly knocked out, turned into a liquid in midair and fell to the ground, recondensed into a human form, and looked at Madara in horror. "Yo, it's not bad. It can defuse my attack." Madara smiled lightly, looking at Kabuto with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "How about being my subordinate?" Poor Kabuto has been a little hard to adapt to this sudden accident. Originally, he wanted to summon Uchiha Madara to deal with Naruto and the others, but he was still a little self-satisfied. Naruto would be beaten miserably by Madara, but he didn't expect it. Taking control of him was unlocked Impure World Reincarnation. Damn, Kabuto couldn't help scolding. Looking at Madara who was out of his control, a bad premonition instantly rose in his heart. Chapter 367 The Two Face Off. On Naruto's side, Itachi, Sasuke, Shiro, Yugao and Anko were also in shock. They thought that the masked man was Uchiha Madara, but now the Impure World Reincarnation Madara is standing in front of him alive. This iron-like fact shows that that person is not Madara. Who is that? Even Itachi had a look of surprise on his face. Only Naruto, who knew the truth, did not feel strange. Madara just noticed that Naruto's face didn't change much, and immediately became interested in her heart. She ignored Kabuto and turned her head to look at Naruto with interest. "You guys' chakra is also quite powerful. And you don't seem to be afraid of me at all." Naruto took a step forward, golden light flickered on his body, and smiled faintly. "Uchiha Madara, if you want me to tell you, don't come out of the dead guy, otherwise if your soul is sealed, you won't be able to live again." Hearing this, Madara couldn't help but froze for a moment, then laughed. "Interesting. It's really interesting. Boy, what's your name? You're even more arrogant than me." "Uzumaki Naruto, the one who will seal you." Naruto waved his hand, and a fighting spirit surged in his heart. He glanced at Itachi and Sayu and the others behind him, motioning them to step back. It turned out to be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Could it be a descendant of Mito? Madara touched her chin and looked at Naruto thoughtfully. Naruto frowned, looked directly at him and shouted, "Uchiha Madara, although you were the founder of Konoha Village, but I am now the 6th generation Hokage of Konoha Village. No matter what purpose you are resurrecting now, I will not let you do whatever you want." In natural mode, Naruto is not afraid of Uchiha Madara's power at all. Even if he already has Rinnegan and Mokuten wood style, he is not afraid. Moreover, he also wanted to fight him very much in his heart. After all, there is almost no one in the ninja world who can become his opponent. Even Kyuubi, Ninetales can't pose a threat to him. Only strong men like Uchiha Madara, it's worth fighting for him. Madara-sama. This guy is the Kyuubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, column force, the toughest guy in the Ninja Alliance now. I want to kill him first. At this time, after listening to the mutual provocation between the two, Kabuto said while adding a fire. "Humph, I still have your turn to command." Madara glared back at him, and then she wondered, however, what about the so-called ninja coalition? Besides, the Kyuubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, column power. I didn't feel any Kyuubi, Ninetales aura from him. Spirituality. Suddenly, Madara's Madara's hands quickly pressed hand seal on the ground, and circles of runes spread out, but there was no response. QB Ninetales' psychic contract has been changed. Madara looked slightly angry. Who did this? The incomparably strong chakra escaped everywhere, and the surrounding air could not help shaking. Itachi and the others were shocked by this chakra. Naruto stepped forward and smiled slightly. Madara, QB Ninetales, is no longer your pet, he is with me now. Huh, so you did it. Madara stared. Tomo Sharingan stared at him coldly, and an invisible Kamui pressed towards Naruto. Naruto didn't move, and the essence Kamui pressed towards Naruto, but it seemed like it was sinking into the sea. Naruto didn't respond, just smiled faintly. Actually, if I want to tell you, you are destined to be useless now that you are resurrected. Ha ha ha, this is the craziest kid I've ever seen in my life. Madara couldn't help laughing. Hashirama didn't dare to talk to me like that back then. What are you, kid? Old bastard. A coquettish voice sounded, only to see Zuiyu jumping out at some point, lightning flashing in his hands, and rushing directly to Uchiha Madara. You are not allowed to insult Naruto. Oh, seeing the special pair of Mangekyo in Zuiyu's eyes, Madara couldn't help but froze for a moment, then immediately became angry. Have the Uchiha family degenerated to such a level? Speak for a foreigner. Humph, he's my lover. Even if you are the leader of our Uchiha clan, I won't allow you to make a big deal here. Zuoyu couldn't bear Naruto being looked down on by others. She also wanted to make her angry, so she was impulsive at this time, and she rushed up without thinking about anything. Beyond one's own strength, Madara waved her arm and punched Zuiyu directly. Although Zuiyu's lightning cutting power is very powerful, under Madara's powerful chakra, can she face him? This ordinary punch is not sure yet. However, Zuoyu was determined to fight against him. Seeing this, she didn't dodge at all, she actually wanted to fight him hard. Naruto shook his head slightly. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and at the moment when the two were about to collide with each other, his Hiraishin technique appeared between the two, and then he suddenly stretched out his hands to hold both sides. Wrist. Zuoyu, you should step back, don't mess around. Naruto smiled at her and cast a consoling look. Zuoyu pouted, took back chakra according to her words, and retreated. At this time, Madara was already full of surprise, looking at Naruto's hand holding his wrist, and said with interest, with this power, I didn't expect that there are still people in this ninja world who can easily stop me from taking action. Ah. I told you a long time ago, your strength is nothing but that. Naruto threw off his arm, and at the same time suddenly handed a punch, with an incomparably strong chakra on the fist, and directed Madara smashed his chest. Madara put one hand in front of her chest, and there was a loud bang, and where the fists and palms of the two met, an invisible wave of air rushed to the surrounding area, forcing everyone to take a step back. This power is very strong. Itachi's expression changed slightly. The next moment, I saw Madara's feet retreating, and was blasted away by Naruto's violent force. For more than 10 meters, Madara finally stopped, and at this time, his face already showed a dignified and excited look. Junior, it seems that I underestimated you. Madara regained her footing, and her face had changed to a look full of fighting intent. Chapter 368 Kabuto escaped. Seeing Madara's momentum soaring, Itachi and the others suddenly changed their expressions slightly, and jumped to Naruto's side in unison. Naruto, we will fight with you, Itachi said lightly. In this case, it is obviously impossible to let Naruto face Madara and Kabuto alone. Madara, who was full of fighting spirit, suddenly frowned, looked at Naruto and said, Uzumaki Naruto. Quote. Zuoyu and others couldn't help but stun for a moment, but saw Madara flying away in a blink of an eye after speaking, ignoring everyone. He actually left. Zuoyu turned to look at Naruto. Would you like to catch up with him? Naruto frowned slightly and looked at Kabuto. Just let Madara go, his speed is not so easy to catch up, now the most important thing is to deal with this guy Kabuto first. Naruto is right, no matter how powerful Uchiha Madara is, he is still only one person. The most important thing right now is the impure world reincarnation army on the battlefield. If you don't stop it quickly, it will only cause more casualties. I think we have to deal with it. Uchiha Madara, it's better to put it last. Itachi nodded in agreement. Hearing what Naruto and others were talking about, Kabuto, who was left behind by Madara, was already in a cold sweat. He had seen Madara's strength just now, and the power he showed after unlocking his impure world reincarnation had already shocked him. And then Naruto's strength to beat Madara back, not to mention the strength. Even if you are in the perfect sage mode, it is difficult to resist people with such strength as Naruto and Madara. I didn't expect Naruto to be so strong. It's no wonder that Naruto's strength 3 years ago made Lord Orochimaru jealous, and now 3 years later, how can there be no progress? Moreover, at the speed of his progress, how much strength is he still unknown to him? Thinking of this, Kabuto couldn't help feeling restless. Even though he had various plans, it was difficult to calm down at this time. Don't let him run away. Naruto reminded everyone, seeing the changing expression on Kabuto's face. Compared with Madara, Kabuto's strength is much worse. Naruto has entered the natural mode. An enemy like Kabuto who has no powerful escape techniques must not let him go. With a bang, a powerful chakra suddenly appeared on Zuiyu's body beside Naruto. In an instant, Zuiyu had entered the state of the curse, with a pair of dark wings behind her slightly flapping, and a cold look on her face. Itachi looked at her with a slightly surprised expression. Zuoyu, who are you? Zuoyu didn't answer, but with a flash, she rushed towards Kabuto in an instant. Kabuto was also startled when he saw Zuoyu entering the second state. However, compared to his sage mode, the curse mode was too immature, and he didn't take it seriously. Squeak! A flash of lightning flashed in Zuoyu's left hand, and a wildly burning flame in her right hand. A fire and a thunder were concentrated between her hands. Following her rapid thrusting figure, she instantly arrived in front of Kabuto. Kabuto didn't dare to be careless about Sayu's attack, and hurriedly stepped back, because he had to guard against the attack of Naruto and others. He didn't dare to counterattack for a while, for fear that Naruto and the others would find an opportunity. So, after several consecutive attacks, Zuoyu had the upper hand and forced Kabuto to retreat. Boom! I saw Zuoyu's hands slammed into a stone Jinchuriki column, and the stone Jinchuriki column immediately broke. Kabuto turned to the side several times in a row. He glanced at him, moved his hands, and was about to raise his arm to hand seal, but saw a flash of golden light in front of him, and the next moment, Naruto's body appeared in front of him. Kabuto was suddenly shocked. His face changed wildly, his body was ready to liquefy, in order to resist Naruto's attack, but Naruto stretched out his palm and pressed it on his chest. A special light flashed on Kabuto's chest and passed. At this time, Kabuto's body just turned into a pile of liquid flowing on the ground, and then quickly condensed into a human form. Naruto's attack didn't seem to be effective, but the expression on Kabuto's face was already as shocked as hell. What did you do? Why can't I feel the natural energy anymore? It's impossible. It's impossible. Kabuto cried out in disbelief. Naruto chuckled. That's the Senpo, Sage Art Seal. I have sealed your perception of natural energy. Now you have no Sage mode. Seeing that the pair of dragon horns on Kabuto's head slowly degenerated, and the eyeshadow on his face returned to its original appearance, everyone felt a little surprised. It turns out that Naruto still has such a technique. I don't know how many ninjutsu he still has not used. Everyone's hearts are full of admiration for Naruto. Itachi stepped forward and said, I cured my body and sealed his immortal power. Uzumaki Naruto, how much power do you have that we don't know yet? Naruto smiled slightly and said, although I have sealed his sage art ability, impure world reincarnation still can't stop it. You can only rely on your demonic illusion. Kabuto's face became a little frightened. Now that Sage Mode is gone, under normal conditions, he can't even beat Itachi, let alone all these people. At this time, he heard that they wanted to using demonic illusion to force himself to unravel impure world reincarnation. A bad feeling arose in him immediately. Must run away. Otherwise, it will definitely not end well in their hands. Kabuto's mind turned sharply, and suddenly he bit his finger and formed a seal. The art of psychic. Boom. He snorted softly, and suddenly a huge white smoke rose in the field, and a huge snake with a length of 100 meters appeared in front of everyone. Quick, take me out of here. Kabuto jumped, the giant snake opened its mouth, and Kabuto jumped directly into his mouth. The expressions of everyone could not help changing. Naruto, he's running away. Anko yelled urgently. But at this time, with a bang, the big snake instantly turned into a white smoke and disappeared in place. Damn! Zuiyu dropped her fist on the ground beside her, and with a bang, the ground split open, and she said with a face of resentment, "It's too cunning to use a psychic beast to lead her to escape." Naruto, on the other hand, stood in the same place with a calm expression, but there was no impatience on his face. Itachi was also a little anxious, but after seeing Naruto's expression, the corners of his mouth twitched. Chapter 369 Remove Impure World Reincarnation. In the next instant, Naruto suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked puzzled. Why did you leave? However, just when everyone didn't know why, a golden light flashed in front of them. Naruto appeared in front of everyone again, and with him there was a white figure in his hand. Kabuto. Everyone was taken aback. What's going on? Yugao couldn't help asking. Zuoyu also had the same stunned expression on her face. Didn't he already escape? How did you get caught so quickly? Looking at Kabuto with a shocked expression on his face, everyone was surprised and happy at the same time, but also extremely puzzled. Naruto didn't speak, because at this time Kabuto's body had liquefied into a liquid and was about to escape from his hands. Just now he thought that he had successfully escaped from the scene with the time-space jump of the psychic technique. He didn't expect that he had not had time to rejoice, and was startled by a golden light in front of him. After recovering his body, he returned to the previous location before he had time to react in the next moment. He immediately used his liquefaction ability to escape from Naruto. However, at this moment, Zuoyu shot out instantly, and a lightning bolt flew out from her fingertips and landed on the liquefied Kabuto with a squeak. Chi. In an instant, the liquefied Kabuto trembled all over, grunted a few times, his body returned to its original state again, and the expression on his face was already a look of despair. How on earth did you do it? Kabuto asked Naruto in despair. Before Naruto could answer, Shiro suddenly stood up and smiled and said, "Have you forgotten Naruto's Hiraishin technique? As long as you are marked with the Hiraishin technique, it is like being engraved with a spell of death. You can't escape." Yes. Everyone was stunned. "Bye, you are really smart, why didn't I think of it?" Zuoyu said. Bai smiled slightly. Kabuto's face is full of disbelief. "I have been very careful. When did you engrave the mark?" Naruto said lightly. "As early as the moment I first appeared, I set coordinates on you, so you are destined to escape." What? It was actually that time. Kabuto couldn't help but be surprised, and suddenly recalled the scene when he was punched by Naruto before. It turned out that he had carved coordinates on himself at that time. What a quick move. Kabuto broke out in a cold sweat. "Okay, will you obediently untie impure world reincarnation next? Or do you want us to do it for you?" Sayu's Mangekyo said coldly, staring at Kabuto. Ha 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 ha. However, Kabuto suddenly burst into laughter and shouted, "Even if you guys can defeat me and kill me, impure world reincarnation will still not be solved. There is no solution to this technique except my own will. What can you do with me?" Humph. Idiot. Zuoyu snorted, turned to look at Itachi and said, "Brother, it's time to use the power you gave me." Itachi smiled and nodded. "I originally planned to use other spells to control him, and then use Sharingan demonic illusion to make him give up impure world reincarnation, but doing that would cost a Sharingan. Now it seems that it is unnecessary, since we have already restrained it. Then it's up to you, Zuo-yu. Yeah, it just so happens that I will try that power too. Zuo-yu's mouth curled slightly. Don't let his eyes close. Kabuto couldn't resist at all. Under the stimulation of Sayu's thunder and lightning chakra, he couldn't use the ability of liquefaction at all, and he was restrained to death. At this moment, the snowflake-shaped Mangekyo in Sayu's left eye suddenly changed, and it instantly turned into the shape of a four-corner-ed windmill. This is the form of Shisui Mangekyo. Naruto was stunned for a moment, but Itachi gave Shisui's pupil power to Sayu. Although I can only use Shisui's pupil technique once, this kind of ability is too dangerous. After using it, it is the best result that I can't use it again. Zuo-yu said. At the same time, her left eye instantly turned to Got Kabuto's eyes. Koto Amatsukami. An invisible pupil power instantly injected into Kabuto's eyes, and Kabuto couldn't help shaking his body. Naruto released him, and everyone watched his reaction. Kabuto suddenly raised his head, his hands were slightly sealed, and he whispered, "Solution." As soon as the words fell, everyone, including Naruto, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. I finally solved this trouble. Anko cheered. Zuo-yu, I didn't expect you to have such a pupil technique. This isn't my pupil technique, it's the power that brother Itachi gave me. Everyone looked at Weasel. Itachi said lightly, this pupil power was extracted from Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Before that, I set it to unlock Impure World Reincarnation, but unfortunately I no longer have the power to use it, so I gave it to Zoe, and it comes in handy now. Quote. So that's it, Itachi, you have done a great job this time. Naruto said with a slight smile. Yeah, Itachi, no matter what you did before, in short, you helped us a lot this time, and we should all thank you. Anko also said with a laugh. At this time, on the other battlefields, the people who were fighting discovered a strange phenomenon. The strong men of Impure World Reincarnation stopped one after another, and bursts of soft white light radiated from their bodies. What are these? Everyone looked at them in amazement. Suddenly, the white light on the people of Impure World Reincarnation suddenly flew into the sky, and then slowly dissipated, and their bodies gradually collapsed and turned into a piece of dust, leaving only the replaced containers inside. It looks like someone stopped Impure World Reincarnation. I don't know who it is it Naruto? The few difficult opponents kept disappearing, and I couldn't help but secretly relieved. Yeah, Kakashi, if someone stopped Impure World Reincarnation. These guys are so tough. Guy exclaimed. At this moment, a message from the ninja suddenly came. Commander Kakashi, a message from the headquarters, we can rest for a while. Oh, it seems that the other battlefields are also going well. Kakashi said with a smile. Haha, the fighting spirit is getting stronger and stronger. Although the headquarters wants me to rest, I still want to continue fighting. Guy exclaimed excitedly. Really, I'm already very tired. You still have so much energy. Chapter 370 Finally Meet. The release of Impure World Reincarnation instantly reduced the pressure on the Ninja Coalition forces. White Zetsu's strength was not outstanding. At this time, Naruto and the others were preparing to go back to Konoha with Kabuto. Itachi, come back to the village with us. I can use my technique to give you another careful treatment. Naruto looked at Itachi and said. Yeah, brother, you have done so much for the village, I believe everyone will understand you when you go back. Zuo-yu also advised. Itachi couldn't help but lowered his head and was silent for a while, but suddenly turned around and said lightly, this war is not over yet, and now I can't go back to the village. Why is that? You can also fight with us. Zuo-yu shouted. Itachi turned his head and sighed, I think it's more free for me to act alone. Zuo-yu wanted to persuade him again, but Naruto suddenly nodded. Okay, it's your freedom to think like this, so take care of yourself. But. Okay, this is your brother's own choice, and we can't force him. Naruto held Sayu's shoulders and said slowly, now that his body has been treated by me once, it will not happen again in the short term. If there is a problem, and with his strength, it is very easy to protect yourself, so don't worry about it. Quote. Zuoyu nodded and said no more. Itachi turned to look at Naruto and Zuiyu, and said with a faint smile, Naruto, Zuiyu will be handed over to you, you must protect her well. Naruto nodded, waved his hand, and made a reassuring gesture. Itachi jumped, and the figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Brother. Zuiyu sighed slightly, she couldn't help but sigh, and hugged Naruto's arm for a long time speechless. In fact, she didn't understand what Itachi was worried about. For a person who killed his own family and killed his parents with his own hands, no matter what it was for, he couldn't go back to those days in his heart. Therefore, Naruto did not force him, and Zuoyu did not insist. Okay, let's take Kabuto back first, then we must find Uchiha Madara and the Masked Man immediately, and end this war. Naruto looked at the girls and said. All the girls nodded and came to Naruto to prepare for the Hiraishin transfer. At this moment, a look of surprise flashed across Naruto's face, and his eyes turned to the horizon not far ahead. What's wrong, Naruto? Bai asked suspiciously. The surprised look on Naruto's face slowly disappeared, and a wry smile appeared instead. How did they get here? They. Who are they? Zuoyu couldn't help asking. At this time, 3 figures suddenly ran over from a distance, getting closer and closer. Who are they? The girls also saw those people at this time and asked in confusion. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. The crisp shouts came from afar, and all the girls looked at Naruto with a strange look. In a short while, those few people finally flew to Naruto, and a girl with long Yuhi-colored hair and black-rimmed glasses who took the lead shouted Naruto's name loudly. Her face was dripping with sweat, and when she came to Naruto. Before that, he suddenly opened his arms and rushed towards Naruto's body. It's Karen. I finally found you. Woohoo. Boom. However, at the next moment, a figure suddenly stood in front of Naruto, and Karen's body collided with her. Hey, what are you doing? When Karen realized that he was not holding Naruto but a cold and pretty Sharingan girl, he hurriedly jumped away and shouted in dissatisfaction. What else do I want to ask you? If it weren't for your lack of murderous intentions, I would have slashed it with a knife. Zuoyu, who was standing in front of Naruto, said with a displeased expression. You, who are you? What's wrong with me looking for my Naruto hug? Get out of the way. Karen finally saw the dream Naruto. Feeling unhappy, he held up his glasses and opened his mouth to shout. Humph, I'm Naruto's lover. Zuiyu raised her head slightly and hummed. What? Karen immediately thought he heard it wrong, and asked Naruto in disbelief. Is what she said true? Naruto smiled bitterly and nodded. An instant, Karen's face collapsed. Unbelievable, impossible. It's impossible. How can you have a lover, Naruto? I've missed you for a long time. Hey, that's the truth. Sayu couldn't help laughing complacently when she saw Karen's battered face. Karen looked depressed. Interesting, he covered his mouth and smiled softly, while Enko gave Naruto a blank look. It seemed that the girl also liked Naruto very much. And Yugao just snorted and didn't speak, he was immune to it. Okay, we're going back now. What is the matter with the 3 of you suddenly coming here? If you're okay, don't get in our way. Zuoyu waved her hand. Uchiha Seijutsu. At this moment, Tayuya, who was following Karen, suddenly said, Don't come and be safe. Sasu looked at Tayuya and was stunned for a moment. Huh? Aren't you the demonic illusion female ninja under Orochimaru? It seems to be called Tayuya. Why did you show up? HMPH, you're still the same, it's unpleasant to pull. Duoyu also snorted coldly. Just now, when she saw Zuiyu talking to Karen in a condescending and victorious manner, Taiyu was also very upset. 3 years later, the way this woman is still pulling up is still annoying. Do you think she is amazing? actually pretending to be Naruto's lover. A battle between women started quietly. And Yuhi Lien just stood behind Tayuya and Karen, silently observing the crowd. Her eyes finally stopped on Naruto, her expression flickering. At this time, Naruto was surprised by the appearance of Karen, Tayuya and Yuhiren. "Why are you here? Also, who is that over there?" Since he didn't have a deep impression of Yuhi Lien, Naruto didn't recognize her immediately. Hearing Naruto's words, Karen immediately pushed Sayu away and introduced him enthusiastically. "Naruto, her name is Tayuya. She's a stinky bastard. That's Ms. Yuhi Lien over there, and her Keke Genkai is Jingdun, very strong." "Damn it. What did you say? Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart." When Tayuya heard Karen's words, he suddenly became angry, rushed over and grabbed Karen, shouting, "I have known this guy for a long time. There is no need for you to introduce me to him." Chapter 371 over. "Huh, what's going on?" Karen couldn't help but froze. Tayuya hummed, "3 years ago. I won't tell you the specifics." "Hey, it's impossible. Don't get too close. I haven't heard you talk about it along the way." Karen couldn't believe it. Seeing their noisy appearance, Naruto shook his head helplessly, glanced at them, and said, "I said now we should go back first. Karen, Tayuya, and Yuhi Lien, what do you look like? Came here to find me, what's the matter?" "Ah, that's it. It's nothing at all. It's just that people want to come and see you." Hearing Naruto ask, Karen suddenly became twisted. Yuhi's face dizzy shy look. Zuiyu frowned secretly and glared at Naruto quietly, thinking, sure enough, this woman's target is also Naruto. Damn, how many girls has this guy Naruto offended? Why are there 3 more at once? The next moment, she couldn't help but stood up and pushed Karen, who was intoxicated and shy, and hummed, "Since it's nothing, people have seen it, we have to leave." Karen was stunned for a moment, then looked shocked, pushed Sayu away and rushed to Naruto's side, grabbed his arm and cried softly, "Naruto. Don't go. Don't leave me behind." Well. Cut. What a humiliating fellow. Taiyu also snorted when she saw Karen shamelessly pestering Naruto. Seeing that Karen actually hugged Naruto, Sasu was jealous, stepped forward to pull Karen away, and looked at the new enemy with a hostile expression. "Hey, what kind of eyes are you looking at? You are a great Naruto lover. I want to be his lover too." Karen was stimulated, and immediately glared at her with a warlike expression. Zuoyu frowned, and immediately hated her stalking appearance. Mangekyo Sharingan instantly appeared in her eyes, and she directly used a demonic illusion. Forehead. Karen couldn't help trembling. His eyes were stunned. The next moment his body softened and he passed out. Naruto was startled when he saw this, hurriedly stepped forward and hugged her, frowning at Zuiyu. "Zuiyu, what's wrong with you? She uses demonic illusion." Zuiyu was questioned by Naruto. Her lips flattened, and she cried out in grievance, "I'm not doing it for you. I'm entangled with a woman of unknown origin because I'm afraid you'll find it troublesome. But you can't use demonic illusion on her, and Karen's origin is not unknown." Naruto suddenly had a big head. Zuoyu glared at him with a resentful expression, and Naruto couldn't bear to look at the aggrieved look. "Okay, Zuiyu, I just want to tell you that power is used on the enemy, and Karen is not our enemy." Naruto sighed slightly, reached out and stroked Zuiyu's soft jade back, comforting softly. "She just got hit by my demonic illusion, and there's no danger to her life. At most, she was in a coma for a while." Although Zuoyu knew that she was a little impulsive, she was still very aggrieved after being trained by Naruto. Naruto can't help it. Zuiyu's temperament has always been like this. If it becomes docile and obedient, it will not be Zuiyu. Shaking his head, Naruto said, "In that case, let's go back to the headquarters first." "Oh," Zuoyu responded, and suddenly, her brows couldn't help but wrinkle. She let out a painful cry, and suddenly reached out to cover her eyes, staggered and almost fell to the ground. Naruto was shocked again, and hurriedly reached out to support her, and Bai and Yugao also stepped forward to support her. "What's wrong, Zuiyu?" Naruto said with a worried expression. It hurts. My eyes, it hurts." Zuoyu covered her eyes with her hands and groaned while leaning against Naruto's chest. Naruto's face changed slightly. Zuoyu's hands slowly moved away, those dark eyes became a little dim, and her vision of looking at Naruto couldn't help being a little blurry. At this moment, Bai Weiwei sighed and said, "It seems that she used Mangekyo a little too much on the battlefield before. Why didn't you tell me?" At the time she looked like she had no problem with driving, but now she seems to be holding on. Bai said with some remorse, "If I had known this, I would have informed you earlier." "It's alright, it's not your fault." Naruto smiled slightly, reached out and handed a life force behind Zuoyu's back, slowly moisturizing her body. Under Naruto's life force, Zuoyu immediately felt as if her body was surrounded by nature, nourished, an incomparably comfortable feeling spread, and a surge of drowsiness surged. Karen fell into a coma, and Zoe fell into a deep sleep. Naruto shook his head with a wry smile, handed the two to Bai and Anko, and said, "Let's go back now and talk about it." Karen's arrival, and Zoe's jealousy, made his head go big. "Hey, are you going to take Karen away?" Seeing that Naruto and the others were about to leave, Zuoyu couldn't help but say. "Well, Karen is in a coma now, you two also go back with us." Naruto looked at them and said. "Hey, don't make any arrangements for us. Who wants to be with you?" Zuoyu also suddenly shouted. Naruto. "Let's go take a look with him, we just have nothing to do right now." Yuhilian suddenly said. Sister Yuhilian, why did you suddenly change your mind?" Taiyu also asked in surprise. "I didn't say what to do next," Yuhilian said lightly. Zuoyu was speechless. "Okay, since that's the case, let's meet at the headquarters together. Come over to me, I'm going to activate Hiraishin," Naruto said. Hiraishin. A gleam of light flashed in Yuhilian's eyes, and a strong curiosity appeared on his face. Taiyu is also looking forward to coming to Naruto. After everyone was ready, Naruto condensed the chakra slightly, and the next moment, with a swoosh, the group suddenly disappeared in place. When Naruto just appeared near the headquarters suddenly received a message. Uchiha Madara appeared on the battlefield. After defeating the third generation of Tsuchikage and the fifth generation of Kazekage, he left. A ninja reported. "What? Uchiha Madara? How is this possible?" Reikage Tsunade and Terumi Mei, who were in the headquarters, couldn't help looking at each other. "Didn't that guy say that he doesn't have much power anymore? Why can he still defeat the two shadows?" Terumi Mei pondered. The ninja explained, "It's not the masked Uchiha Madara, but another one. According to the ninjas on the front lines, it's the real Uchiha Madara." Chapter 372 The Assault of Geto Mazo, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path. "What's the matter? Everyone seems surprised." Just when everyone was surprised by the appearance of Uchiha Madara, Naruto walked in with a group of women. "Naruto, you are here. There is something I must tell you. The real Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. He appeared once before on the battlefield of Gaara and the third generation of Tsuchikage, and now both of them have been defeated and retreated." As soon as Tsunade saw Naruto, he stepped forward and said. Naruto couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then a golden light flashed, and his body disappeared in place. The golden light flashed, and Naruto instantly appeared in a tent. He happened to see Gaara and Onoki recovering their strength in the tent, while Temari sat beside him with a look of horror on his face. Naruto's sudden appearance made Temari's expression startled, and he hurriedly stood up and shouted, "It's unexpected. The real Uchiha Madara has been resurrected." Naruto waved his hand, patted her shoulder and comforted, "I know everything, don't worry about it, the situation is not bad now. Are you two okay?" He turned to look at Gaara and Gaara. "Onoki. It's not a big problem, it's just a bit too much consumption. Uchiha Madara doesn't seem to want to kill us, otherwise we will be wiped out. Onoki said with lingering fear. As expected, he was a figure who settled the world in the first generation. Naruto frowned thoughtfully. At this moment, a strong tremor suddenly came from the ground, and an invisible pressure in the air instantly fell on everyone. What's going on? Onoki was startled. Naruto and Temari rushed out of the camp, only to see a huge monster appearing out of thin air on the ground not far in front of the camp. Yugito and Killer Bee were flying towards the giant monster. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Naruto recognized it at a glance, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Absorb the chakra of Silver's corner so quickly. What kind of monster is that? Temari couldn't help trembling when he felt the powerful pressure emanating from that guy. Temari, don't come over here, I'll go take a look. Naruto instructed, and in a flash, he rushed towards Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Naruto, Temari called, biting Kiba slightly, but immediately followed. Above the head of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, the masked man stood there quietly, condescendingly watching the ninja coalition forces coming in like a tide. HMPH, although I haven't collected the complete Kyuubi, 9 tails, but now I can use a substitute for it. Let's try your power first. With a seal, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, suddenly let out a furious roar into the sky. Ow! Naruto flashed golden light and appeared in front of Yugito and Killer Bee in an instant. When he saw the masked man on the huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, he couldn't help but waved his hand back, signaling everyone to stop quickly. Don't come here. Dangerous! Naruto shouted and leapt up. At this moment, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, suddenly threw a punch, which rolled up an extremely violent hurricane and slammed into the ninja coalition. The allied ninja army couldn't help being shocked. Naruto hand sealed with both hands, and chakra poured out. Mokuden, wood-style, world of trees wall. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked, and an incomparably thick tree stem suddenly rose from the ground, swaying up against the arm of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Instant, the stalk, as thick as the arm of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, tied it directly around its arm. Ow! However, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is so powerful that Naruto is strong enough to trap Kyuubi, 9 tails, Mokuden, wood style, but can't completely restrain him. That its arm suddenly pulled, Naruto's Mokuden, wood style, was instantly torn apart, and then he raised his huge soles and kicked Naruto fiercely towards Naruto in midair. Although it is huge, its attack speed is not slow at all. Naruto has no time to use Mokuden, wood style, to resist. The figure flashed, and a Hiraishin technique returned to Yugito in an instant. Are you alright? 6 generations of eyes. This series of battles only happened in an instant, and after Naruto returned, Yugito couldn't help but care. I'm fine, but this guy's strength is really strong. Naruto shook his head, with an unspeakable excitement on his face. It seems that we must use stronger strength to deal with him. Swish! A dazzling golden light flashed from Naruto's body, and an incomparably powerful momentum suddenly spread out. Naruto's figure flashed, and the next moment, a straight golden light swept across his body toward the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, flew away. Natural mode. In this form, is he serious? Yugito couldn't help thinking. The masked man narrowed his eyes slightly, seeing the golden light rushing towards the ultimate, and there was a dignified look in his eyes. Super Big Ball Rasengan. Suddenly, an incomparably huge blue Rasengan instantly appeared in midair, with a diameter of 100 meters. Under this powerful energy, a strong gust of wind instantly surged around, causing everyone to retreat. What a strong chakra! At this moment, Naruto's massive chakra once again had a deeper understanding in the minds of the ninja allied forces. The next moment, Naruto held the incomparably huge Rasengan with one hand and slammed into the body of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Facing this incomparably huge Rasengan, the masked man couldn't help but snorted coldly. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, instantly blocked his way with his hands. Boom. Rasengan, which is equivalent to most of the body of Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, touches its hands in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling white light blazed up, illuminating the surroundings. And the ground beneath Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was directly depressed by this powerful force, cracking open layer by layer like a spider web. Naruto squinted slightly, chakra continued to output, and Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was pushed back and slid out, drawing a deep trajectory on the ground. Finally, when Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, retreated a few hundred meters back, it finally stopped. At this time, Naruto's giant Rasengan finally disappeared. He fell to the ground, looked up, and saw that Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path's hands were still in their original positions, but the huge palms were constantly emitting green smoke. It's actually blocked. It's really strong. This guy. Seeing this, Naruto's face became more fighting. However, just as he rushed up again, there was a loud bang in front of him, and in an instant Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, body turned into a huge white smoke and disappeared in place. Chapter 373, The Night of the Final Battle. Uzumaki Naruto. I'll be here first this time, next time it won't make you so easy. The masked man slowly landed in midair, looking at Naruto from a distance and said. Although the two were far apart, his voice was clearly heard in Naruto's ears. I advise you to give up. As long as I'm here, your plan will never succeed. Even if you resurrect the 10 tails, it won't help. Naruto responded coldly. The masked man squinted his eyes slightly, stared at him coldly for a while, and suddenly said with a smile, It's almost dark now, when the moon is full at midnight, let's wait and see. After speaking, his body slowly disappeared into the space. A Hiraishin technique returned to the headquarters, and after Naruto told everyone about what happened before, Tsunade and others all looked worried. Should we just wait for them to attack now? Reikage sighed. At least we should do something. Yeah, it's better to take the initiative instead of sitting still. Tsunade responded. The people around also agreed. Naruto shook his head and said, The key is that we don't know where the other party is now. The masked man's timespace ninjutsu can avoid our wide-ranging perception, and they won't show up easily until the critical moment. But when they got everything ready, didn't we fall into passive? Terumi Mei said. Naruto frowned slightly and said, These are not important. I think it is time to withdraw all the ninja coalition forces first. After all, the white Zetsu forces have almost been wiped out. The only troublesome enemies are the masked man and Uchiha Madara. All retreat. Everyone was surprised. Tsunade looked at him and said, You mean, only send our high-end forces here to fight them? Naruto nodded. That's right, no ordinary ninja can fight against that kind of opponent, we are enough. Although the level difference is too big, the ninja allied forces are numerous enough to make up for the difference in strength. Terumi Mei asked. No, Naruto shook his head, looked at her and said, Sometimes, no matter how large the number is, it can't offset the difference in level. If you force it, it will only increase unnecessary casualties. How about when Kyuubi, Nine Tails, attacked Konoha? Could the many ninjas of Konoha village be able to resist its attack without the 4 generations of Hokage? Everyone heard the words and fell into deep thought. Order the troops to retreat. Reikage waved and finally made a decision. Naruto smiled slightly. Very. Now we have to form a Kage-level lineup for the final battle. Everyone's spirits cannot help but shocked. I'm going to. At this moment, a crisp voice came. Everyone turned their heads to look, but it turned out to be Zuo-Yu, and with her were the 3 groups of Bai, Yugao, Enko, and Karen. Are you all right? Naruto asked. Zuo-Yu shook her head. Take a rest, it's nothing serious now. Naruto, you must bring me with you in the final battle. She looked at him firmly, her eyes full of non-negotiable expressions. Naruto looked at her for a long time, and finally nodded. Okay, but you must follow my instructions. Naruto, what about me? I'm also very useful. Hearing that Naruto agreed to Sayu's request, Karen also rushed up and pulled him in a coquettish voice. Naruto glanced at her, and Karen said attentively, I can restore your strength for everyone. As long as you bite me, the chakra will be full. Karen stretched out her white jade arm. The person swayed in front of his eyes and shouted proudly. Zoe snorted coldly. Although the two of them didn't like each other well before, but this time is already a critical moment related to the final battle. Karen's ability is indeed very practical, so even if Zuiyu is a little uncomfortable, he still has no objection. After a brief discussion, the crew was finally determined. The 5 shadows including Tsunade, and Jiraiya, and Sakura, Shiro, Karen, Yuhirin, Sakura. Others were not allowed to go. Hey, this wide forehead is not very powerful at all, right? Why can't she go and I can't go? Taiyu also snorted when she saw that both Yuhirin and Karen had gone, but she was excluded. Sakura's medical ninjutsu is very powerful. She and Tsunade-sama are medical personnel in the lineup. Naruto explained with a smile. Humph. Duoyu pouted in disgust. The strength of these selected people is basically around the Kage level. Bai and Yuhilian also have the strength of Quasi-Shadow, plus the special Hyoten, Ice Style, and Jingdun. Their strength is also very good. Okay, it's settled. Next, everyone will prepare for each other. Once we sense the appearance of the other party, we will dispatch it. Naruto announced, and then let Yamanaka Inoichi and others fully perceive the entire situation in the ninja world, and notify everyone once a powerful chakra appears. Planning everything, Naruto used the Hiraishin technique to bring Gaara and Onoki back to the headquarters, and then return to the lounge for a rest. To be honest, Naruto's current strength is no longer afraid of Uchiha Madara and the Masked Man. After solving the troubles of Impure World Reincarnation and the massive White Zetsu, this ninja world war has actually come to an end, and the next peak battle will only take a few minutes. Personal participation is enough. Naruto is looking forward to this fight. Since comprehending the natural pattern, he has not tasted the taste of evenness. This time, I hope the so-called Ten-Tails and Madara can bring a little challenge. Also, there are some unexplored areas in natural mode to experiment with. It's time to try this battle, Naruto said secretly. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the lounge. Naruto, are you there? A crisp and soft voice came from outside the door. Before Naruto could speak, the door opened. Karen with long Yuhi-colored hair sneaked in, with an excited look on his face. When she saw Naruto resting on the couch, she couldn't help showing a bright smile on her face. Naruto, how are you resting? Naruto opened his eyes and looked at her. Karen, what's the matter? Hee, it's alright, I just wanted to come and see what you need here. Karen grinned and ran to Naruto and sat down, sighing at Naruto. Chapter 374 Final Battle 1. Naruto looked at her strangely. Why are you looking at me like this? When he met Naruto's slightly wary eyes, Karen suddenly became dissatisfied and angered. I won't eat you. However, Karen's tone suddenly changed. Naruto, let me massage you. No need. Naruto refused. No, Naruto, you are so tired from fighting during the day. Now before the final battle, you must rest as much as possible. I will help you massage to make you more relaxed. Naruto's refusal was useless. Karen went straight around behind him, a soft jade hand placed on Naruto's shoulder. It's really comfortable. When Karen started pinching Naruto's shoulders seriously, Naruto couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. I didn't expect her massage techniques to be good. Karen, you're amazing. Naruto laughed. Of course. I have more powerful means. Do you want to try Naruto? Hearing Naruto's compliment, Karen immediately laughed happily, attached himself to his ear and blew lightly, then the warm breath suddenly penetrated into Naruto's ears. Before Naruto could react, a soft touch came from behind. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then turned his head, but it happened to meet the light Yuhi-colored eyes behind Karen's lenses. Naruto, are you comfortable? Karen's body moved up and down, and the soft and elastic jade maiden peaks on her chest were constantly rubbing against Naruto's back, bringing Naruto incomparable enjoyment. Hey, are you going too far? Naruto's heart skipped a beat, secretly saying that it was bad, she really had bad intentions. How could that be? Naruto, I'm here to help you with a very sincere idea. Karen said with a smile, her white and jade-like face getting closer and closer, and finally sticking directly to Naruto's face at the same time. His arms also embraced him from behind. Feeling the girly fragrance blowing from Karen's body, and the scent of orchid and musk in Karen's mouth, Naruto became a little uneasy. It's hard for me to rest like this. Unable to bear it, Naruto finally pushed her away and looked at her helplessly. After being pushed away by Naruto, Karen's face became even more excited. That's great. Naruto, I like a man like you with integrity. Saying that, she rushed towards Naruto again. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Sayu stood at the door angrily, staring murderously at Karen who was trying to attack Naruto. You dead nympho, stay away from Naruto. Sayu rushed in and grabbed her collar. Do you still want to try my demonic illusion? Seeing Zuoyu looking so angry, Naruto hurried forward to pull her and Karen away, and persuaded, okay, you two stop arguing, isn't this place for me to rest? How can I rest in this way? Ah. When the two women heard the words, they stopped arguing immediately, and both stopped and walked out. Humph, I'm here to help Naruto rest, you stinky woman yelled as soon as you came in, making Naruto rest. Karen yelled at Sayu in dissatisfaction and left angrily. Zuoyu hurriedly chased out angrily, and an angry voice came from afar. If it wasn't for you, a dead nympho, who wanted to be rude to Naruto, I wouldn't disturb Naruto's rest. You bastard. Cut. You're an asshole. You're an asshole. 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 Quote. The quarrel between the two gradually faded away. Naruto sat down with a wry smile, and looked out the window at the dark night. The full moon gradually rose, and his heart was a little uneasy. Final battle. Is it finally coming? Uchiha Madara. Masked Man. 10 Tails. I will never let you do anything reckless. In a huge barrier somewhere in the ninja world. Masked Man, Uchiha Madara, is standing above the head of a giant monster, looking out into the distance to the horizon. Madara, with your infinite chakra and infinite resurrection body, no one should be your opponent, right? Our Moon Eye plan will be realized soon. The masked man said in a slightly excited tone. Madara looked at him blankly, but said nothing. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Uzumaki Naruto, we must kill him first. Masked Man was stunned. Are you also afraid of him? He's a very strong person, at least the strongest person I've ever met other than the first generation, and, maybe he will be even stronger than the first generation. Masked Man was silent for a while, then said coldly, no matter how strong he is, after 10 Tails is resurrected, he will never be our opponent. Let's wait and see. They must have discovered us by now, and the energy of the 10 Tails has overflowed the enchantment. In the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance. The 5 shadows headed by Naruto, as well as Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sayu, Shiro, Karen, and Yuhi Lien stand beside Naruto. Everyone's eyes are full of fighting spirit. Yuhi Lianbin has no interest in this war, but after hearing the specific content of the Moon Eye's plan, she also resolutely joins and is willing to give her all for this. Only allowed to win, not allowed to lose. Swish, everyone disappeared in place of fire and the village of Omegakure. Naruto and his party finally came here. Looking at the flat land ahead, Naruto suddenly stepped forward and punched the current air. Boom. There was a sound, and the whole air couldn't help shaking. It's an enchantment. Everyone was slightly startled, and Naruto's eyes flashed. The next moment, he raised his palm, and a dark Yuhi-colored chakra ball the size of a basketball was instantly generated in his palm. Boom! Dark Yuhi-colored chakra ball instantly hit the barrier in front of him. Click, click. The crisp sound came continuously, and I saw that the space in front of me was like shattered glass, and layers of cobweb-like cracks spread to the surrounding in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the entire space in front of him shattered, and with a bang, the barrier shattered. Ow! At the same time, a huge roar came from it. A huge monster was lying on the ground, and a huge black energy ball slowly gathered in the wide open mouth on its ugly head. The faces of the 5 shadows changed in unison. No, it's Tailed Beast Bomb. Jiraiya was startled, and quickly used the psychic technique, summoning 2 big toad fairies, sitting on his shoulders, and immediately entered the Sage mode. Chapter 375 Final Battle 2. Reikage also turned on the Thor armor instantly, and the thunder light shone on his body. Others have also entered a state of battle. It's really fast in action. I wanted to use this barrier to delay time, but I didn't expect you to find it out so quickly. Madara stood at Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. No, it was 10 Tails said lightly above his head. The power has not been accumulated yet, it will take a little time. The masked man whispered to Madara. Before that, we must hold them back and let the 10 Tails' power be full. At this moment, the pitch-black tailed beast bomb that 10 Tails had said was the size of his entire head sprayed towards Naruto and the others. The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, and he stretched out even numbers to simply make a few seals. The next moment, the huge tailed beast bomb disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a strong white light suddenly rose from the sea in the distance. Humph! This kid's time-space ninjutsu is trouble. The masked man snorted coldly. It's really good. Madara smiled excitedly when she saw this. I'll keep this guy under my control. Go and deal with that group of people. Figure flashed. Madara came to Naruto in an instant, and the fan of the weapon behind him slashed towards Naruto. Naruto jumped, stepped on the fan with his toes, and suddenly kicked Madara's head with his legs. Haha, good job. Madara laughed loudly, reached out to block Naruto's attack, grabbed it violently, and threw him out. At this time, the masked man had already jumped off the top of 10 Tails' head and rushed towards Reikage and the others. Leave this guy to us. You guys look for opportunities to attack 10 Tails. Reikage shouted, and rushed towards the masked man. Others are looking at the 10 Tails who are accumulating strength. Their eyes are full of solemn colors. Hyoten, ice style, frozen 1,000 miles. Bai was the first to shoot, and with a light drink, a layer of white ice condensed on the ground where the 10 Tails were located, and the cold air instantly reached the 10. Frozen the entire body on Tails' body. However, in less than a second of freezing, 10 Tails' body suddenly burst, with a crisp sound, and the white Hyoten, ice style, shattered instantly, turning into ice chips flying on the ground. Crystal escape crystal wall 8 techniques. The moment Hyoten, ice style, shattered, Yuhi Lotus, crystal escape took over, and a layer of Yuhi-colored crystals instantly covered the entire 10 Tails' body, forming a giant octagonal Yuhi-colored clear crystal. However, in the same situation, it only lasted for a second before being shaken by 10 Tails, and it all shattered. Cut. What a big monster. Yuhilian snorted coldly. 10 Tails can't be broken so easily. The masked man who was fighting Reikage sneered when he saw that everyone else was attacking 10 Tails. Swish. Flashed, and Reikage's fist passed through the masked man's body. Just as he was about to use Kamui, Reikage's body flashed in another place. Sure enough, a strong physique is a big trouble. At this time, Naruto and Madara also fought hard. Naruto has not entered natural mode at this time, but it is not bad compared to Madara at this time. Boom! The two punched each other, and a wave of air spread around, and they all stepped back. Sure enough, you are the strongest among the 5 shadows. They are not on the same level as you at all. Madara couldn't help but praise. Naruto pouted and said coldly, "You should also show some strength, right? Otherwise, I won't have time to fight with you." HMPH, if that's the case, I'll show it a little bit. Madara suddenly put her hands together and folded her hands together. Mokuden wood style World of Trees wall. Naruto frowned slightly, and in an instant, countless thick tree stems appeared on the ground, rushing towards the place where Naruto was. Then I'll use Mokuden wood style too. Naruto also quickly made a few marks on his hands, and in the next instant, countless tree stems frantically poured out of the ground, welcoming the tree stems summoned by Madara. Go up. Mokuden wood style of both sides are quickly entangled, and neither can suppress the other. Hey, I heard that you can also play Mokuden wood style before, but now I finally see it. I didn't expect you to know. Could it be that you are a descendant of Hashirama? Madara's face flashed a hint of surprise, but then he laughed excitedly. However, I don't know what's going on with your Mokuden wood style. Try my trick. Mokuden wood style flower world of trees wall. As soon as the voice fell, countless huge stamens suddenly burst out from the top of Madara's stem, and among the stamens, countless pollen rushed towards Naruto. HMPH. A little trick of carving insects. Naruto's hands changed a few seals in an instant, and the next moment, a gust of wind rushed forward, and the pollen rolled back in an instant. As futon wind style ninjutsu also so powerful. Not bad. Really good. Madara's face became even more excited, as if she had found a long-lost opponent, looking at Naruto's eyes full of fighting spirit. Boom. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan opens. A raging dark purple chakra materialized into a huge warrior figure dozens of meters high, enclosing Madara's body. Mangekyo Sharingan Upanishad Susanoo. Man. Gust of wind surged to the front of Madara, and was completely blocked by the materialized chakra, which had no effect at all. The man of Susanoo. It seems that it is your turn to appear. The art of psychic Kyuubi, 9 tails. Naruto suddenly pressed one hand on the ground, and the next moment a white smoke rose up. The giant Kyuubi, 9 tails, roared and stood proudly in front of Susanoo's man. Uchiha Madara. Kyuubi, 9 tails, exclaimed when he saw an acquaintance as soon as he appeared. Kyuubi, 9 tails. You guy has changed owners now. Humph. Madara sneered, and Mangekyo Sharingan looked Kyuubi, 9 tails directly in the eyes. Naruto frowned and said coldly, "Don't try to impose demonic illusion on Kyuubi, 9 tails, with me, all your demonic illusions will be nullified." Good Naruto. It's been a long time since I saw Uchiha Madara. Let's kill him together. With Naruto's backing, Kyuubi, 9 tails, who was a little afraid of Madara at first, became very hard at this time and roared wildly. Humph. Do you think that you can deal with me with more Kyuubi, 9 tails? Madara sneered, and dashed forward. Susanoo's man attacked Kyuubi, 9 tails, instantly. Don't underestimate this old man. Hearing Madara's contemptuous tone, Kyuubi, 9 tails, instantly became furious. Naruto, buy some time for this old man. This old man will kill him with one blow. I saw that he opened his mouth and condensed a tailed beast bomb half the size of his body, and it was still expanding. This guy seems to have a lot of resentment towards me. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw this, and her pupil power surged out, and Susanoo's man's body swelled up a little in an instant. Chapter 376 Final Battle 3. At this moment, Naruto standing above Kyuubi, 9 tails, head quickly hand seal with both hands, the art of Mokuden wood style. In an instant, countless thick tree stalks burst out from the ground beneath Madara's feet, quickly surrounding him along the surface of his Susanoo man. Cut. However, the sharp sword in Susanoo's man's hand swung out instantly, cutting off the stalks of the trees that kept moving all over his body, and then quickly charged towards Kyuubi, 9 tails. Mokuden wood style wood locking wall. Naruto's handprint changed again, the ground shook with a bang, and a thick door made of pure wood was erected in front of Kyuubi, 9 tails, with a height of hundreds of meters and a width of more than 10 meters. across the front. However, Uchiha Madara stared directly, and a black flame spewed out from the mouth of Susanoo's man, forming a raging fire wave, completely covering Naruto's wood-locking wall. The fire of Amaterasu. What trouble? Naruto murmured, and suddenly jumped from the top of Kyuubi, Ninetales' head toward the black flame. Kyuubi, Ninetales couldn't help but be surprised. Hey! Naruto, are you courting death? The next moment, Naruto, who was in midair, quickly hand-sealed with both hands. Just as he was about to fall into the black flames, he slammed one hand toward the sea of fire below, and snorted, sealing technique evil fire seal. Suddenly, a special suction force came out from Naruto's palm, and the fire of Amaterasu that was burning on the wood-locking wall was instantly attracted, and all gathered into a small stream into Naruto's palm. Sealing technique. This guy really knows a lot. Madara snorted coldly upon seeing this. Amaterasu was completely absorbed, revealing the wood-locking wall, which was riddled with black holes and crumbling. At this time, Kyuubi, Ninetales' large-tailed beast bomb was finally completed. Naruto, get out of the way. I'm going to attack. Kyuubi, Ninetales let out a loud roar, and Naruto flashed a golden light before returning to the top of Kyuubi, Ninetales' head, only to see a giant-tailed beast bomb that was as long as Kyuubi, Ninetales' entire body. Formed in front of him, the powerful energy pressed the entire space as if it was about to tremble. The next moment, Kyuubi, Ninetales roared with difficulty, and the giant-tailed beast bomb immediately blasted towards Uchiha Madara in front of him. Kyuubi, Ninetales, is this crazy? Use so many chakras at one time. Madara couldn't help but look shocked. However, a disdainful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. How can a tailed beast who only uses chakra indiscriminately be compared to me? Just let you see my true strength. Boom. Ground suddenly trembled. Madara's Susanoo's male body suddenly soared, and an incomparably arrogant and domineering force spread out around him. 5 shadows, Zuo-Yu, and the others were all shocked and turned their heads to look at the battlefield between Naruto and Madara. At the next moment, the scene where they entered their eyes was completely beyond their cognition. They saw a huge warrior phantom with a height of several hundred meters standing proudly between the sky and the earth, with both hands on the samurai sword at his waist, Ling Ran's domineering flutter spread out. And Kyuubi, Ninetales in front of him, like a child lying in front of an adult, is so weak and powerless, and the giant-tailed beast bomb he used, in the eyes of the giant warrior, is just a humble normal attack. This is the man of the full Susanoo. Madara snorted softly. Tremble. Mortals. No one but Hashirama has been able to stop me so far. Tsunade and the others were shocked. In front of this complete Susanoo man, everyone seemed so insignificant. Is this the strength of Uchiha Madara? Naruto is going to be in danger. Zuo-Yu couldn't help but get anxious. I'm going to help him. Mangekyo Sharingan turned on, and Susanoo's man of Sayu also turned on instantly, and the huge samurai phantom flew towards Uchiha Madara. Don't go, Zuo-Yu, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. At this moment, Madara suddenly pulled out the long knife from her waist and slashed at the giant-tailed beast bomb of Kyuubi, Ninetales. Swish! A dim light flashed, and in the next instant, the huge-tailed beast bomb with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly split into 2 parts, and flew out from the sides of Madara's giant warrior phantom to the mountain forest behind. Boom! Boom! The 2 energy balls landed, and a strong explosion erupted on the ground in an instant, and 2 giant mushroom clouds rose behind everyone. The ground was shaking, and everyone was shocked. It's terrible. Is this still human? Naruto. Zuo-Yu let out a coquettish cry, and her Susanoo man rushed towards Madara without hesitation. Humph. It's too much. Madara glanced at her, and with a slight wave of the long knife in her hand, it instantly slashed on the shadow of Susanoo's male phantom. Don't come here, Zuo-Yu, Naruto exclaimed, but when he was about to stop it, he realized that it was too late. Madara's knife was too fast. Boom! A loud bang, the upper body of Susanoo's S-man's upper body was cut in half, the phantom dissipated, and her body quickly retreated back. Zuo-yu, are you alright? Bai hurriedly stepped forward to catch her, but saw a shocking trace of blood flow from her eyes on Zuo-yu's face. I'm fine. Zuo-yu groaned, covering her eyes with her hands and trembling. It's okay, what's wrong with your eyes? Bai couldn't help but look anxious. Zuo-yu spread out her hands. Her palms were full of blood, her eyes were bleak, and the Sharingan in her eyes could no longer be maintained, and returned to the original black pupils. She bit Kiba and shook her head. When she looked at Naruto in the distance, her vision became very blurry. Hateful. Are your eyes overused so quickly? Do not. I still have to fight. Never let Naruto deal with the enemy alone. Zuo-yu tried her best to stand up straight, gasping for a while, Mangekyo. Sharingan. However, before she could open her eyes again, a sharp pain came from her eyes. She couldn't help groaning again. In a coma. This is the consequence of overcomprehension. Madara glanced at Zuo-yu from a distance and sneered. Naruto's face sinks like water. Kyuubi, Ninetales, now it's your turn to hold him back for a while. I'll go to Zuo-yu to see the situation. Understood. Go. He'll leave it to this old man. Kyuubi, Ninetales, nodded, and John Kiba lunged towards Madara. Naruto flashed a golden light, and his figure instantly appeared beside Zuo-yu and Shiro. Without much to say, he reached out and pressed her head directly, and a burst of life force poured into her body. Chapter 377 Final Battle 4. Okay, Shiro, take Zuo-yu back to rest first. No one can be hurt in this battle. After treating Zuo-yu with the power of life, Naruto turned his attention to Junghiju. People in battle. Kyuubi, Ninetales, was brutally abused by Madara's Susanoo man, and had stab wounds all over his body. Hokage and the masked man fight hard. Five Shadows Jiraiya and others attacked Ten Tails without any effect. Enough, it's time for this to end. Naruto murmured. A golden light flashed, and the next moment, his figure appeared above Kyuubi, Ninetales' head. Phew, this old man can't hold it anymore. Kyuubi, Ninetales burst backwards, gasping for breath. At this time, Ten Tails had almost finished charging up. Masked Man avoided Hokage's attack and returned to the top of Ten Tails. Madara also suddenly withdrew the full-body Susanoo's man and returned to the Masked Man. It seems that the strength of Ten Tails has almost accumulated. Madara said lightly. Masked Man nodded. Yeah, they will be able to implement the Infinite Moon Blasphemy once it's resolved. It's a pity, I finally met a good opponent. Madara glanced at Naruto from a distance and muttered. If you still want to fight him, just go down and let me control the Ten Tails. The Masked Man Obito said lightly. Madara glanced at him slightly, a sharp look flashed in her eyes. No, Naruto, Ten Tails has awakened. I can feel his vast power, as if it came from the whole of nature. Kyuubi, Ninetales looked at Ten Tails in horror and said. Dangerous, back away. At this moment, Naruto suddenly called out to the Five Shadows and the others at the foot of Ten Tails. At the same time, Ten Tails suddenly roared, and an incomparably violent wave of air emanated from him in an instant, shaking the surrounding earth. Moreover, his body suddenly shot out countless sharp rays. The wooden thorns poured down towards the surrounding sky like a torrential rain, directly covering the entire surrounding battlefield. Doden, Earth-style, big rock. Onoki quickly summoned an incomparably huge rock to hang over everyone's heads, blocking all the thorns. The 10 long tails behind Ten Tails suddenly rose high, and then suddenly shot towards the place where the Five Shadows were. No, get out of the way. Facing the crazy attack of the Ten Tails, the crowd didn't have time to attack. Onoki threw the boulder up, trying to block the Ten Tails' tail, but the next moment, there was only a bang. The huge rock was directly torn apart, and Ten Tails' tail was castrated, and it slammed down towards the crowd. At this moment, a fiery Yuhi-colored figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and he stretched out his claws and hugged the giant tail of Ten Tails. Good job, Naruto exclaimed, jumped, and rushed directly to the top of his head along the giant tail of 10 tails. Along the way, he reached out and pressed a spatial coordinate on 10 tails. Just when Madara and the masked man thought Naruto was going to rush towards them, Naruto suddenly flashed and quickly moved to the other 9 tails of 10 tails, setting dozens of spatial coordinates all over his body. Quote question mark. The masked man and Madara looked at each other suspiciously. At this moment, Naruto flashed a golden light and returned to the top of Kyuubi, 9 tails. Kyuubi, 9 tails, back away. Next, I will gather up my strength to kill 10 tails in one go. Naruto said. A golden light flashed from his body, and he immediately entered the natural mode. The 5 shadows also stepped back one after another, looking at Naruto standing above Kyuubi, 9 tails, head in doubt. Naruto suddenly closed his eyes, standing on top of Kyuubi, 9 tails, head and slowly forming a seal. What is that guy doing? Suddenly there is a bad premonition. A look of surprise flashed in the masked man's eyes. The next moment, he directly controlled 10 tails to spit out a huge tailed beast towards Naruto. Bomb! Upon seeing this, Kyuubi, 9 tails, knew that Naruto had no time to think about it, so he quickly gathered his chakra and spit out a tailed beast bomb from his mouth, but compared to 10 tails, his obviously one size smaller. Boom! The two collided fiercely, and in the next instant, the tailed beast bomb of 10 tails, along with the tailed beast bomb of Kyuubi, 9 tails bounced directly toward the sky above Naruto. Phew! Fortunately, he successfully changed his trajectory. That direction should be the ocean. Tsunade and the others were slightly relieved upon seeing this. At this moment, the space behind Naruto suddenly spun, and the figure of the masked man suddenly appeared behind him. Naruto was slightly startled, but at this time his technique was at a critical moment, and he must not give up. Humph! No matter what the hell you're doing, I'll kill you now. The masked man snorted coldly and pressed his hand directly to Naruto's head. Rinnegan soul-sucking. However, just as his palm was about to touch Naruto's head, countless pieces of paper suddenly floated in the sky, passing through the masked man's body like a sharp sword, and the masked man's palm could only passing through Naruto's head. No effective attack can be made. Conan. The masked man turned his head and looked into the air, only to see a woman wearing a black Yui cloud robe standing in the air. Behind her was a pair of white wings made up of pieces of paper, with countless numbers all over her body. The paper swirled and danced. You didn't die. I didn't expect that you bitch came out to hurt me. The masked man was startled. The next moment, he hurriedly jumped off the top of Kyuubi, 9 tails, and returned to Madara. Thank you. Naruto turned his back to Conan. His body was actually getting stronger and stronger, and he said with a smile, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to complete this technique. Now it's activated. Conan fell beside Naruto and said lightly, I'm here to avenge Nagato. Naruto glanced at her slightly and smiled lightly. The next moment, the seals in his hand slammed together, and at the same time, a strange energy wave emanated from him, and the entire space couldn't help shaking. Everyone was shocked. Madara and the masked man, who were standing above 10 tails, head, narrowed their eyes slightly and looked vigilant. Suddenly, Naruto shouted, the great spacetime sealing technique. In an instant, where 10 tails was located, dozens of spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared, as if it was Uzumaki, and it spread out. And the place where these spatial fluctuations occurred is exactly where Naruto marked the space on 10 tails before, and the space in these places is pulling with a terrifying force, sucking 10 tails, body. Ooh! 10 tails finally felt pain. All the previous Hyoten, ice style, Jingdun, Kaden fire style, Doden, earth style, Jinten particle style, could not bring him any pain, but only this once. He felt his whole body being torn apart by a force so huge that even he couldn't resist. Madara finally burst into color. Chapter 378 Final Battle 5. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The masked man exclaimed. It seems that the whole time and space are shaking. Madara's face was also shocked. This kind of time and space ninjutsu, even I can't master. Who is this guy? He is so powerful at such a young age. No, Ten Tails is out of my control. It's going to go berserk. The masked man shuddered, and the next moment he flashed. He quickly escaped from this turbulent space. Madara directly turned on Susanoo's man and jumped off Ten Tails' head. Too dangerous. If you stay there again, you may implicate yourself. At this time, Naruto was squinting his eyes, chakra pouring out of his body. This ninjutsu is the result of his research on the technique of time and space, and it has never been used in actual combat, because this trick consumes a lot of chakra and energy. Even Naruto, it is very difficult to seal the entire 10 tails at this time. Hard to say. After all, the once perfect 10 tails couldn't be killed even by the 6 paths immortal, so he could only seal him on the moon with Rinnegan, and this time, although 10 tails did not become a complete body, it was already awakened at this time. The power is unparalleled, and Naruto's time-space seal seems a bit difficult at this moment. 10 tails are the source of nature, and its power comes from the whole of nature, which shows its horror. And Naruto's natural model can also use the power of the entire natural world. When the two compete, who wins? Who is responsible? No one can predict. Everyone is watching the competition between the two in the field. Naruto's body was full of golden light, and the surrounding natural power rushed into his body, and the time-space seal was also consuming his power crazily. I saw where 10 tails was, and everyone couldn't see the scene there at all. There was only a space turbulence that seemed to have dozens of Uzumaki, and even the moonlight in midair shot into it and became distorted. Arc. 10 tails' entire body was also twisted, being torn apart frantically by this irresistible force. Ooh! Painful roars twisted and spread, and the entire space was shaking. However, compared with the power of time and space, 10 tails still failed to escape the fate of extinction. Roar! With his roar that was not only painful but also unwilling, the whole space finally calmed down. By the time everything returned to calm, the scene had lost 10 tails' body. 10 tails. Sealed. Is it over? Everyone couldn't help but stunned. Unrivaled 10 tails, just disappeared. Was Naruto killed by one person? The masked man was shaking all over, looking at the empty space in front of him. He only felt that everything he had was gone. Impossible. It's impossible. He suddenly roared wildly. It's absolutely impossible. Uzumaki Naruto, how can you defeat 10 tails? I don't believe it. Never believe it. At this moment, his dream was shattered. With the disappearance of 10 tails, the eye of the moon, the infinite moonlight, all lost their meaning. He rushed towards Naruto frantically, losing his composure. Seeing his appearance, Madara sneered slightly at the corner of her mouth. The 5 shadows reacted immediately and rushed up to stop him. The masked man ignored the crowd, passed through their barriers, and flew in front of Naruto. Naruto had already breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and the previous consumption was also huge for him. If it weren't for the constant replenishment of the power of nature, he probably would not have been able to insist on sealing 10 tails to the limitless. Go in time and space. Seeing the masked man pounce on him frantically, just when his hands were about to touch him, Naruto dodged his pounce with a dodge, and the next moment, before he could react, the fist slammed into his back. Boom! There was a sudden roar in the air, the masked man's back was directly dented by Naruto, and his entire body flew from the top of Kyuubi, 9 tails' head to the ground like a shooting star. Boom! With a loud bang, a large pit was directly blasted open on the ground, and the masked man lay dying in the pit. Naruto glanced at him and said slowly, without a calm opponent, you are no longer worthy of fighting with me. Looking at Madara, Naruto smiled lightly, your plan has ended here, you immortal, it's time to go back. Do you want me to take you back? Or do you go back by yourself? Madara narrowed her eyes and glanced at the fallen masked man, then looked at Naruto again, and said coldly, that technique just now also consumed most of your strength. Can you still defeat me now? Swish swish. In an instant, several figures flashed in front of Naruto, stopped in front of him and looked at Madara firmly, Tsunade exclaimed. With us here, you can never hurt Naruto. Karen, restore Naruto. Yes. Karen pounced in front of Naruto, pulled open the corset on his chest, revealing the white jade-like skin inside, and said softly, Naruto, bite me. Naruto couldn't help sweating profusely. Where are you asking me to bite you? Here, here, here. Karen pulled the collar on his chest more and more down, almost exposing the sturdy white rabbit. Naruto was speechless, stepped forward and pulled her arm, lifted her sleeve and bit down on her snow-white little arm. An instant, Karen's body was covered with Kiba-like marks. She couldn't help but raise her head and groaned, it's so cool. For her, it felt like heaven. There were even wet marks on his lower body. After a few seconds, Naruto let go of her jade arm and smiled at her. Thank you, Karen. Karen's mouth was panting and hush, and the water in his eyes was full of waves, as if he could drip water. Naruto, it's so comfortable. Next time you have to bite me a few more times. Seeing that her whole body was sticking to his arms, Naruto hurriedly pushed her away and said, I'll talk about this next time, but now I have to kill Uchiha Madara first. When Karen heard this, she released Naruto's arm, jumped off the top of Kyuubi, Ninetales' head, and stood far away from the arena. Her body could not help feeling a little weak, giving Naruto a chakra feeling, which made his body almost trembled with excitement. Now she can feel that her underside is wet. At this time, Madara had once again activated the man of the full body Susanoo, and the huge momentum spread out, completely suppressing the crowd. Then, let's have a good fight. Chapter 379 Final Battle 6. Everyone, step back, Uchiha Madara, and leave it to me. Naruto suddenly jumped off the top of Kyuubi, Ninetales, and shouted to everyone. What? Everyone looked puzzled. We can do our part too. Tsunade exclaimed. Yeah, although I'm the worst actor, I'm still Kage level. We must work together to deal with people like Uchiha Madara. Terumi May also said. Naruto, don't you believe in the power of your companions? Jiraiya said slowly. Gaara also looked back at him with a puzzled look. We agreed to face it together before. Seeing the excitement of the crowd, Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly and said, It's not that I don't believe you, but that I'm afraid I'll hurt everyone by mistake. So listen to me and leave this place for 1,000 meters. Naruto. Don't say it anymore. Only I can deal with Uchiha Madara. Naruto suddenly waved his hand to everyone. Everyone was stunned. Hey, we have become a burden. How unwilling. Terumi May lowered her head and muttered sadly. At this moment, Bai suddenly smiled and said, Everyone, do as he said. Don't embarrass Naruto, we should trust him. Everyone was stunned again. Yes, if Naruto disliked everyone as a burden, he wouldn't have come with everyone in the first place, and he wouldn't have given the masked man and 10 tails to everyone to deal with. He must be justified in doing so. Bai's words, Conan flew down from the top of Kyuubi, Ninetales' head, nodded and said, he must have his own ideas, we can't get in his way here. When everyone heard the words, they were silent for a while, and finally nodded and stepped back. Naruto, be careful, don't force it, Tsunade yelled at him. Don't worry, everyone, I will definitely take care of Madara. Naruto waved his hands with his back to everyone, and when everyone stepped back, he turned to look at Kyuubi, Ninetales, sitting behind him, smiled and said, Kyuubi, Ninetales, you have worked hard too, go back first. What did you say? The old man is not tired, you can fight again, bastard. Kyuubi, Ninetales, immediately became dissatisfied when he heard it. Naruto frowned slightly and said solemnly, listen to me, go back immediately. I don't want you to die here. Kyuubi, Ninetales was immediately startled by Naruto's tone, but felt a little moved in his heart. In fact, in the battle just now, although his resilience was amazing, he was still in a state of exhaustion at this time, and I am afraid that staying here would not be able to help him at all. Okay, don't die, you bastard. Kyuubi, Ninetales also disappeared with a bang. Madara and Naruto, who had opened the full-body Susanoo, were left in the arena, facing each other. Judging from the body shape, Madara completely suppressed Naruto, but judging from the expressions on both sides, Madara's face was extremely solemn, while Naruto was smiling and looked very relaxed. It's wise for you to do this. Let the extra people back away and stay and fight with me. If you don't do this, I'm afraid they will all be killed by me. Madara smiled faintly. Immediately, he laughed again. However, I have a man who is completely Susanoo. What cards do you have that you haven't used yet? If it's just your current state, I don't believe you can kill me. Hey, Naruto smiled. Madara, you're right about one thing. I'm afraid they will be implicated in our battle, but there's another thing you absolutely can't think of. Oh, what is it? Madara asked, slightly puzzled. That's it. Naruto suddenly pressed his hands on each other's arms. His thumbs pressed against the black runes on his arms and slowly stroked, and then a more dazzling golden light surged above these black runes. As the fingers slid down, the black runes on Naruto's two arms suddenly disappeared. Boom! Golden flames suddenly burst out from between Naruto's arms. The next moment, Naruto pressed his hands directly on the rune on his leg. In an instant, countless golden flames appeared on the legs. Then, he pressed his palm hard on the rune on his chest. Natural solution, the fusion of heaven and earth. Boom! Countless golden flames burned from Naruto's entire body in an instant, and at the same time, all the black runes on his body disappeared, along with the 6 paths marks on his face. He was surrounded by a golden light, and the golden flame continued to burn, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, the flame takes shape. Turned into an image of a giant almost a kilometer high, this image is an enlarged version of Naruto. In front of him, the full-body Susanoo man was as tall as his waist. Naruto stood between the heavens and the earth, and the golden flames were constantly churning above the huge golden phantom, illuminating most of the world around him. People all over the world seem to see the rising sun on the horizon. The light is extremely dazzling, the sky and the earth seem to fall into the day. This is. The 5 shadows, who had already retreated for 1,000 meters, immediately stood in place when they saw this huge golden phantom that appeared out of thin air. God, Onoki murmured. It's so warm. This light seems to have endless vitality. The body, it's so relaxing, Tsunade murmured. And on the surrounding land that had become a mess after the previous battle, those ruined trees actually grew at an astonishing speed. Is this Naruto's jutsu? This can't be called ninjutsu anymore. Jiraiya couldn't help muttering. That's amazing, Naruto, you are my god. It's so adoring. Karen screamed excitedly. Yuhi Lien also looked at him with a look of surprise and disbelief, and couldn't help but have a dazed thought, is he really a god? The rest of the people were also shocked by Naruto's powerful aura, looking up at his tall figure, unable to return to their senses for a long time. The battle at this time is no longer an ordinary Kage level, and the level of the tailed beast can participate. The mountains and rivers are so small in front of Naruto's huge phantom and Madara's complete Susanoo man. No wonder Naruto insisted on his stepping back. Now I finally understand. Terumi May murmured. Yeah, even our Kage level is so weak in front of them. Hey, Raikage sighed, seeing the strength of Naruto and Madara, he was no longer arrogant. Chapter 380 Final Battle 7. Uzumaki Naruto, I have to say you scared me with this move. Uchiha Madara was also shocked by Naruto's huge ninjutsu, and his body couldn't help shaking with excitement. Susanoo first move, slash. Full-body Susanoo man clenched his long sword in both hands and slashed at Naruto's huge phantom from top to bottom. Boom. There was a loud noise of energy transfer, and Naruto's huge phantom stretched out his left hand and held the long sword that was slashing in the face with one hand. A burst of violent energy erupted around, and the ground was shaken by this energy, bursting everywhere, the wind surged, and the sky and the earth changed color. The expressions of Wang and others changed. They only felt that they were in this energy, as insignificant as a lonely boat, as if they would be swallowed up by this powerful energy at any time in the next moment. It's too strong. We must leave here, otherwise we will really be affected. Everyone backed away frantically. It stopped after withdrawing several kilometers to the rear, watching the battle between the two giants in the distance. Susanoo's second style. Multiple cuts. Uchiha Madara let out a loud shout, and the man of Susanoo suddenly pulled back his long sword and launched a violent attack on Naruto's phantom. With the sword light wrapped in countless energy, a hurricane formed a hurricane between the sky and the earth toward Naruto. Surging past. Naruto just waved his hand lightly, and all the blade light disappeared in front of his eyes in an instant. Just when Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment, he stretched out his arm and instantly strangled Susanoo's man by the throat. Uchiha Madara's whole body was shocked. How is that possible? This power. Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. At the next moment, the eternal Mangekyo in Uchiha Madara's eyes instantly changed to 6 paths Rinnegan, an extremely powerful repulsion force centered on the entire Susanoo man, madly scattered around. The mountain peaks were razed to the ground, and the dark clouds in the sky were all swept away. Under the clear night sky, Naruto remained motionless, as steady as a mountain, always holding Susanoo's man by the throat. He smiled faintly. It's over, Uchiha Madara, stop struggling. The arm jerked hard. Boom. A loud bang. Madara's entire Susanoo man's throat was crushed instantly, and Naruto's entire palm was plunged into Susanoo's man's energy. Madara groaned involuntarily, and blood suddenly flowed from her eyes. Amaterasu Divine Flame. At the moment when Susanoo's man's head was cut off, a jet-black flame suddenly spewed out of his mouth, instantly covering Naruto's entire phantom. However, there was no worry on Naruto's face, and he let the black flame burn wildly around his phantom. He spit out a word softly. Destroy. The next moment, an extremely strong golden light emanated from Naruto's phantom, and the raging black fire was instantly annihilated by the golden light. Immediately afterwards, the huge phantom stretched out his palm, and in the palm, a golden energy ball was spun. Rasengan. The golden energy is condensed in the palm of the shadow, and the dazzling golden light illuminates the whole world. The sun is out. People all over the world, seeing the dazzling sun on the horizon from a distance, can't help but be very surprised, because it is obviously only midnight now. But why is the sky as bright as day? The sun, condensed in Naruto's palm and pressed hard on the chest of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo man. Boom boom boom. The powerful energy almost made the whole world tremble. Even far away from the snowy land, the ground was shaken, and the nearby villages of Konoha and Omegakure suffered a powerful earthquake, destroying their houses. Earthquake cracks. Golden light. Dazzling golden light. The 5 shadows watching from a distance could no longer see the phantoms of Naruto and Susanoo's man, and they were completely immersed in a golden world. When everyone reacted, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo's man had disappeared, leaving only Naruto's huge phantom standing between the heavens and the earth, as if it was a god. No, in the hearts of everyone, Naruto at this moment is already a god. Naruto's phantom gradually dissipated, and the golden light on his body also disappeared. Front of him, Uchiha Madara's body was slowly condensing and forming. In the attack just now, his entire body and Susanoo's man disappeared into the huge energy ball. Naruto's figure flashed, and when the other party was not fully formed, he stretched out his palm and pressed it hard on top of his head. The seal of the dead. Instant, runes stretched out from the top of Madara's head, enclosing him. After the seal was over, Naruto finally let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the 5 shadows also rushed towards Naruto. After seeing that Uchiha Madara had been sealed, Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Great, Naruto, you've finally killed Madara. Karen jumped up and shouted excitedly. At this moment, Naruto's expression suddenly changed, and with a puff, a mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out of his mouth. Everyone's face changed greatly. Naruto. 6 generations of eyes. The frightened crowd was about to support him, but Naruto quickly sat down with his legs crossed, a green light full of life radiating from his body. He couldn't help laughing bitterly in his heart. It seems that the side effect of completely liberating himself this time is still coming. The state of integrating the power of heaven and earth, now he is very reluctant to use it. After defeating Uchiha Madara just now, his body in fact, it has become riddled with holes under the impact of this powerful force, and the meridians and cells in the body have long been unable to bear it. And at this time, after insisting on using up the surgery, Naruto's injury finally broke out. However, Naruto has the power of life to restore his body, and there is no danger to his life, but this time the injury is not light. He does not dare to neglect, and absorbs the power of life from the outside world, constantly repairing internal injuries. Body. However, an accident happened. When Naruto repaired his body with the power of life, the natural power that remained in his body due to the injury suddenly merged with these powers of life, and frantically absorbed the power of life in his body, smashing him. The whole body is wrapped in it. Naruto couldn't help groaning. At this moment, his body could no longer control the rampant life force, and he just tilted his head and fell backwards, fainting. At this time, the power of life around him and the power of nature in his body were still surging in his body, scouring his body while repairing his injuries. Chapter 381 Blissful Coma Finale. Inside the Kumogakure village headquarters. Everyone sat together anxiously, discussing about Naruto. After Naruto fell into a coma, everyone immediately returned here, and Naruto has not woken up yet. Tsunade, Sakura and other medical ninjas have all treated him in the medical room, but so far there is no result. Zuo-Yu and the others looked anxious and restless. Why isn't Naruto awake yet? Zuo-Yu asked Bai next to him as if begging for help. Bai is also frowning, and she is also worried in her heart, but she still gently comforted. Naruto will be fine, he just went into a coma with too much force. With Lord Tsunade here, he will definitely be able to wake him up. Really? Yeah, we have to trust Naruto, trust Tsunade-sama. At this time, Onoki, Reikage and others were discussing about the masked man. Since he was defeated by Naruto with one punch, everyone restrained him and brought him back when he left. At this time, he was being carried out by the sealed class, including his Sharingan, S-seal. Before long, his whole person will be sealed. As for his true identity, no one has bothered anymore, because at this time everyone's attention was focused on Naruto. After a long time, the ninja allied forces have all withdrawn. Kakashi, Gai, Temari, Hinata, Tenten, Neji, Samui and others all returned to the headquarters. After learning that Naruto Uchiha Madara and the masked man failed and the Ninja Alliance won the final victory, everyone couldn't help cheering and excited. As for Naruto's coma, everyone has already listed it as a secret and has not been known by everyone. It was only when Hinata Ino and the others excitedly asked about Naruto, Sasu and the others couldn't help but tell them about Naruto. After hearing the news that Naruto was unconscious, Hinata and others were greatly worried, and even wanted to rush into the medical room, but fortunately, Bai and the others stopped Hinata Ino and others. Tsunade Shizune and Sakura finally came out of the medical room when the light of dawn fell on the earth. The people who had been waiting outside for a long time gathered around. Lord Tsunade, how's Naruto? Did you wake up? Zuo-Yu immediately stepped forward and asked. Tsunade sighed slightly, but stopped talking. Seeing her expression, the girls couldn't help being shocked, and Bai and Zuo-Yu almost fainted. What's the matter, Tsunade-sama? Actually, after my investigation, Naruto's body is not serious, but he has an abnormal power in his body. This power completely seals the chakra and consciousness in his body, which makes him unable to wake up. Tsunade sighed. Besides, this power is very strange, and I haven't figured out how to unlock it yet. What should I do with this? The women's faces became even more worried after hearing this. At this moment, Samui suddenly asked, Master Tsunade, can we go in and have a look? Tsunade nodded. The girls rushed into the medical room, but saw Naruto lying naked on the medical table with some detection instruments attached to his body, but the data on the instruments showed that they were normal. Forgot to mention, we took off all his clothes for the convenience of treatment. If you are inconvenient, go out. Tsunade walked in and said. Fortunately, all the girls who liked Naruto came in together: Sasu, Shiro, Karen, Tayuya, Hinata, Ino, Tamari, Tenten, Samui, Yugito, Yuhi, Enko and others. And Konan, Terumi Mei, Yuhi Lien, Yugao and the others didn't leave either, but they all stood aside with a slightly Yuhi expression on their faces, their eyes involuntarily looking at the giant between Naruto's crotch. Okay, everyone, let's go out. Shizuna Sakura and I continue to figure out a way. The girls were silent for a while. Suddenly, Naruto's lips opened slightly, and a soft whisper came from it. Naruto is awake. Sakura, who was standing beside Naruto, couldn't help but look down at him, only to find that Naruto's eyes didn't open, only a soft moan and groan in his mouth. In an instant, all the women in the medical room held their breaths, and all their eyes fell on Naruto's face. Okay, hot. I'm so hot. What? Naruto, are you hot? Where are you hot? Zuo-yu rushed up immediately. Shish. Sakura raised her jade pointer to signal her to be quiet, and Zuo-yu stopped talking. Waiting for Naruto to continue talking. Women. I want women. However, Naruto's next words made the girls in the medical room startled. Women. The eyes of the girls couldn't help looking at Naruto's crotch, only to see that the giant in his place suddenly swelled at an astonishing speed, straightening up. Ah! The girls exclaimed, and the shy man, such as Hinata, covered his face at once, and Yuhi's ears were red. And those girls who had already had a relationship with him looked at Naruto speechlessly. Tsunade suddenly came over, glanced at what was under Naruto's crotch with a slightly Yuhi expression on his face, and pondered, could it be that Naruto wants a woman to help him wake up? All the girls could not help but let out a small snort, and turned their faces away. At this time, in the consciousness space, Naruto was staring blankly at the white space in front of him. Behind him, a figure slowly emerged. It was Uzumaki Kina inside Naruto. Naruto turned to look at her. Naruto, you seem to have encountered a problem, Kinai said. Naruto scratched his head and sighed. Yeah, I can't go back at all now. My consciousness seems to be completely disconnected from my body. Chinai frowned slightly, with a worried look on his face, and pondered. I can sense an excess force in your body, and this force has sealed all your own chakras. Naruto, you must find a way to get out, or you will only be a living dead. Hey, I also know that power is a combination of the power of life and the power of nature. At that time, I used my power too much, which led to the disorder of this power. Now it is entrenched in the body and cannot be dissipated. This is really troublesome. No, do you know what's going on outside now? Naruto sat on the ground in distress. Kinai suddenly closed his eyes, opened them again after a while, looked at Naruto and smiled slightly. It's okay, Naruto, just now I saw the situation outside through my own power, and it seems that many people are surrounding you and trying to find a way for you. What? Really? Hope they can find a way. Naruto sighed. Suddenly, Kainai's face turned Yuhi slightly, he couldn't help spit, and gave Naruto a strange look. Really, how can they do this? What's wrong? Seeing the strange expression on Kina's face, Naruto quickly asked, did you find something? Chinai's face turned even more Yuhi. Seeing Naruto approaching, he quickly pushed him away and scolded, you stinky brat is so beautiful. Humph. In the next instant, Kina's body disappeared in place. How did you go? Naruto couldn't help but stand in confusion. At this time, in the outside medical room, Naruto was naked, a graceful and delicate body was riding on him and swaying constantly, and the beautiful buttocks were rising and falling at a violent speed. And this person is Shizune. Because of what Naruto said unconsciously before, Tsunade finally decided to have a bold idea, that is, to use a woman to try it at his request, and after a while of pondering and discussing, Tsunade decisively drove everyone out, only leave yourself and Shizune in the medical room. Tsunade-sama, but, is it alright? At this moment, Shizune was panting violently, her face was covered in sweat, her hands were firmly supporting Naruto's chest, and her body rose and fell violently. Flutter. Beside Shizune, Tsunade stared at Shizune's constantly shaking coquettish attitude, and there was a strange commotion in her body. Hearing the words, she quickly stepped forward and put her hands on Naruto's chest, a layer of fullness. The green light rose slowly. She closed her eyes and tried not to see the way the giant thing under Naruto's crotch was moving in and out of Shizune's body. After a while, her face suddenly showed a look of surprise. That's great, Shizune. It really works. Naruto's power is being released little by little, and it really works. Tsunade exclaimed. She even forgot that Shizune and Naruto were dating. Hee. Grabbing Shizune's hand, he hurriedly called, "Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up." Hearing such a great news, Shizune was extremely pleasantly surprised. At Tsunade's urging, she couldn't help but really speed up the swing of her body. The next moment, she let out a vibrato, her whole body tensed tightly, and then she lost her strength. He fell on Naruto's chest panting. Tsunade-sama, I can't do it anymore. Feeling that Naruto's giant was still firm and didn't show any signs of softening, Shizune stood up with a flushed face, and left Naruto with weak hands and feet. Body. Why is this? Shizune, you're so useless, just a little bit of energy in Naruto's body. Tsunade couldn't help but get anxious. Shizune's face turned into Yuhi, and stood beside him with a look of guilt. Master Tsunade, I'm so useless. Hey, I really can't help it. I thought you were the first person to do the test because you had already had a relationship with Naruto. I thought you could save him, but it seems that there are not enough women. Tsunade's eyes fell on Naruto's giant object that was still as hard as iron and stood as a mountain, and Yuhi said slightly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the medical room. Tsunade and Shizune looked at each other, and a clear voice came from outside the door. Master Tsunade, I want to come in and help Naruto. This voice is Zoe. Tsunade stepped forward and opened the door, and two figures flashed in. The first person to come in was Karen with long Yuhi-colored hair. She saw the charming Yuhi dizzy on her face, her eyes filled with water, and she cried coquettishly. Tsunade-sama, you are so partial. Obviously I can do it too. Why should Shizune come? Sayu gave Shizune a vicious look, pushed Karen away again, and walked directly to Naruto. Damn, this kind of task is obviously for me to do. She saw that Shizune's love remained on Naruto's object. She couldn't help frowning, turned to Tsunade and said, Sir Tsunade, can you help me bring a piece of cloth? She was incomparably anxious when she was shut out of the door before, and when she heard Shizune's faint panting, she immediately realized what was going on. She was so jealous that she could not wait to rush in immediately. Pull the man down. If it wasn't for Bai and the others pulling her, she would have been able to rush in. Moreover, she was also very dissatisfied with Tsunade's behavior. Why didn't she call herself? Actually let other women go to Naruto. It's so nasty. Tsunade with dissatisfied eyes, making Shizune feel a little embarrassed to see it. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Zuoyu and Bai are Naruto's real girlfriends. Hey, if you think it's dirty, let me come. At this time, Karen rushed up and pushed Zuoyu away and shouted, how can there be so much attention? Now saving Naruto is the most important thing. Saying that, Karen pulled down her shorts in front of several people, revealing the purple bottom of the pants, and then she sat down on Naruto's body, hugging Naruto, and lightly below her. Rub lightly. Bastard, bastard, Zuoyu scolded, seeing that Karen was shamelessly robbing Naruto with herself. She immediately became angry, grabbed her and threw it out. Boom. Karen's body was thrown out immediately, slammed into the wall heavily, and groaned in pain. She also rushed towards Zuyu angrily, with a stance of fighting. Seeing how things turned out like this, Tsunade couldn't help but covered her forehead with a headache, and then she suddenly shouted, "You two, stop me." An instant, the momentum of the 5 generations of Hokage spread out, and the 2 women couldn't help but stop, so they were no longer jealous. And, under Tsunade's command, it was decided to let Suzuki go first, and then proceed to Karen. After an hour, Zuyu lay weakly on Naruto's chest, her jet black hair stuck to her sweaty face, panting and shuddering, her body trembling. "Hey, it doesn't seem like enough." Tsunade sighed. "No, I'm alright." Zuyu tried her best to prop up her body and continued to exercise on Naruto. However, after a few moments, she leaked out again, her body trembled violently, and she almost fainted fast. "Hey, you go down and let Karen go up." Tsunade helped her down. Zuyu sat on the ground weakly, her body still trembling. "Why, how is this?" She couldn't help but feel unwilling. Damn it, why is she so useless? She can't hold on after just a few times. So useless. At this time, Karen, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, had already been flooded under her body. Hearing that, she cheered and jumped up, pulled up her trousers and sat down to the end. With a moan that didn't know whether it was pain or happiness, Karen hugged Naruto's body tightly, and a trace of blood flowed down the close connection between the two. I didn't expect it was your first time." Tsunade couldn't help but stunned. Karen grinned and said proudly, "I'm specially reserved for Naruto." Time passed bit by bit, and soon, most of the day passed. Karen, Sasu, Shizune, Shiro, Enko, Sakura, Samui, all came in, but the energy in Naruto was still huge. Looking at the girls who were too tired to get up, Tsunade couldn't help frowning. No way, if it goes on like this, Sayu and the others will be overwhelmed sooner or later. Tsunade was secretly anxious. Now these girls have had a relationship with Naruto before, but this number is still far from enough. She even thought that she was in the battle herself, and she was willing to give everything to treat Naruto. And at this time, the other women who had been listening to the lewd voice for a long time outside the door finally couldn't help but want to come in. By Yuhi, Tamari, and Ino, they made a resolute decision to contribute to Naruto's awakening. He saved the whole world, who will save him now? Only those girls who liked him and longed to be with him. The next moment, all the girls present came in, even Yugito, Terumi Mei, Yuhi Lien, Conan couldn't help but come in. Seeing all the girls crowded into the room, Tsunade couldn't help but smile. "I'm really happy for Naruto. I didn't expect everyone to use their bodies to help him wake up. Thank you so much." The girls bowed deeply. "I will treat this incident as Konoha's level secret and will never leak it out." Hokage rolls over. Later, there will be side stories, which are the ambiguous plots that I have been wanting to add and missed. It is a fragrant story about Naruto and these women. The scale is a bit large, and it will be updated from time to time as a benefit. Chapter 382 Man Falling from the Sky on the Road. In the endless turbulent flow of time and space, Naruto's consciousness has fallen into chaos. His memory was slowly flowing back. The Fourth Ninja World War, he defeated Uchiha Madara, the Masked Man, 10 Tails, and became a great hero in the eyes of everyone. Immediately afterwards, he fell into a coma because of the loss of control of life force and natural force. During those comatose days, Naruto didn't know what happened to him, only that after he woke up, the girls who knew him were more gentle and considerate towards him. Moreover, in the days that followed, because of the shock of Naruto, no one dared to take action against Konoha, and no one was willing to take action against Konoha, because everyone understood the sincerity after going through the 4 wars that almost destroyed the world. Existing life. At the very least, there will be no more wars anytime soon. Originally, Naruto thought he would live happily ever after. Until one day, he finally cultivated his time-space ninjutsu to a state of perfection. He felt that he could travel through time and space with his time-space ninjutsu skills and reach the Roran country 20 years ago. Because he never forgot that there were the foolish Her Majesty the Queen and the daring Makoto waiting for him. However, it was also because of that time that caused his tragedy at the moment. Using his own power to travel through time and space, Naruto thought that this time, there would not be a situation that could not be done before. Indeed, he did. He successfully reached the Roran era. However, just when he wanted to go back and forth between time and space again, unfortunately happened. Because he was caught in the turbulence of time and space. He didn't know exactly how he fell into it. Anyway, he thought it was going well and he fell like this. However, at this time, he could no longer think about it. In the infinite chaos, his thinking seemed to have fallen. I do not know how long it has been. Naruto seemed to be conscious. Hoo hoo hoo. There was a howling wind in his ears. Wind. Such a word appeared in Naruto's mind. Such a familiar feeling. The wind was flowing beside him, his nose seemed to be able to breathe, and he seemed to smell the air. There is also a strong desire to open the eyes. At this moment, Naruto's heart was beating wildly. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, there was only a loud bang. The ground shook. This is the earth. In Naruto's sight, there is a blue sky, don't rely on the solid earth. It's finally out. Kano City. Street was full of traffic, and the stream was constantly flowing. Yuhi's green lights flashed on the main road, and there were constant people entering and leaving the tall buildings on both sides. Suddenly, an object in the sky suddenly flew down and slammed into the middle of Yuhi's green crossroad at a speed that no one could see clearly. The flat road was instantly smashed into a pothole several meters in size, revealing the newly turned soil inside. What? Passing pedestrians suddenly screamed and hurriedly ran away. The drivers of the vehicle that had just driven here also braked urgently, the wheels made a harsh chirp on the ground, and finally stopped at the edge of the big pit, and people were all in a cold sweat. What happened? Looking at this big pit with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, everyone was stunned. At this time, Naruto was just lying in the big pit, and his clothes had already disappeared in the turbulent time and space. He stared blankly at the sky, and heard the exclamations of people and the sirens of police cars. In a moment, a group of figures appeared in his line of sight. The clothes on these people were not the clothes of the Hokage world, but the clothes of the modern people in his impression. Here is. Naruto sat up without knowing why. There is someone there. Screamed. Then came a burst of discussion. No way, why is there a person in the pit? I saw something falling from the air just now. How could it be a person? If it were a person, it would have died long ago. Wow, he's wearing nothing. He's still a teenager. What's the matter? Everyone hurry up and leave, the police are here. A majestic voice rang out. Are you the traffic police here? Mommy, no, this officer is the traffic police intern here. A clear and pleasant voice sounded. Go and bring that guy up. As a traffic policeman, you actually allow others to enter such a dangerous pit. I don't know that we want to protect the scene, and no one is allowed to enter. The police officer reprimanded. Yes, but this official saw that he fell from the sky. The crisp voice argued. Nonsense. How is this possible? He was reprimanded for a while. The female traffic policeman had no choice but to respond, and carefully slipped down from the edge of the big pit. However, her clumsy feet suddenly stumbled, her body suddenly became unstable, and she rolled down towards Naruto at the bottom of the pit. Boom! In Naruto's sight, a figure fell, and the next moment, his body was severely pressed by the other party. Oh, it hurts. A painful cry sounded, and Naruto couldn't help but reach out and push the person away from him. He looked closely, but there was a face that bit his soft lips and tearful eyes. He has short brown hair, a bang on his forehead that covers half of his eyes, a white shirt and tie, and a black police uniform. At this moment, her pair of jade hands were tightly clutching the two twin peaks in front of her chest, her mouth groaning in pain. I'm sorry, I'm pressing you down, I'm really sorry, are you alright? She hurriedly apologized after groaning in pain. Where is this? Naruto, who was still at a loss, ignored her and asked instead. Ah, this is the city of Kino. Who are you? Why did you fall from the sky? Besides, you don't have any clothes on. It's really embarrassing, she replied hurriedly, and then she hurriedly took off her uniform and put it on. Naruto, who are you? Where are you? I'll take you to the police station. Hearing her question, Naruto couldn't help frowning slightly, and all the previous memories flashed through his mind in a trance. After sitting for a long time, Naruto finally came back to his senses. I couldn't help laughing bitterly in my heart. I didn't expect that I would come out alive from the turbulent flow of time and space, and it seemed that I had entered another world. Pedestrians, cars, police. Here, is it modern? Chapter 383 Dangerous Alley. The confused Naruto finally came to his senses after being stunned for a few seconds. He looked around in a daze. Everything around him was familiar and distant. In that ninja world, he hadn't seen it for 10 years. Unexpectedly, I came back here again, a modern metropolis. He quickly stood up, only to find that he was really naked. An old face Yuhi, Naruto quickly covered his lower body with a policewoman's uniform, and when he moved, he was about to use the teleportation technique to leave, but the next moment his body was shocked. What happened? Chakra in the body, can't flow. Can't use ninjutsu anymore. The impact on him at this moment is not small. Naruto has always relied on his own strong strength, and he has long been accustomed to the high life of ninjas. At this time, the feeling that chakra cannot be used makes him stunned for a while. Immediately, he suddenly realized that he was being watched by a group of people, and more importantly, he was still naked. Depend on. With a secret curse, Naruto hurriedly tied the uniform given by the policewoman around his waist and used it as a simple apron. Immediately afterward, he ran quickly towards the outside of the pit. Hey, don't run. When mommy saw that he actually ran away, she was stunned for a while. This guy is so suspicious that he must be brought back to the police station. This is how to do. When Naruto heard her cry, he only had time to turn around and shout, "Thank you, I will return the clothes to you next time." In an instant, his figure had rushed up the high slope and stepped onto the road. At this time, the surrounding crowd was so frightened that they gave way, and only a few policemen who had reacted chased after them with batons. "Brother, don't run, we have to take you to investigate." Naruto glanced back at them, and his body seemed to be jumping in the crowd like a butterfly in a flower. After a while, the figure had disappeared from everyone's sight. This man can run really fast. He can be a national athlete. The pedestrians who reacted muttered. At this time, it was not easy for Mameme to climb up from the pit. She was already looking ashamed, and her white blouse was also stained with dirt. The next moment, before the sheriff could speak, she chased in the direction Naruto left. Naruto ran naked on the street for a long time. His figure seemed to blow like a gust of wind, and he ran faster and faster, until finally people could hardly see his figure. Finally, in a small alley, Naruto stopped and exhaled slightly. Fortunately, I haven't lost my stamina, and it seems to be stronger than before. Although I can't use chakra to jump around, the running speed is not bad. Naruto leaned against the wall and thought wildly. Along the way, he saw various modern buildings, as well as various pedestrians with bags in their hands, or pedestrians on bicycles, and vehicles that were constantly coming and going. It's really troublesome. Now I don't even have clothes on my body, let alone money, I'm an alien with nothing. He sighed, frowning in thought. Hey, let's go get a set of clothes now. If this goes on like this, the 6th generation of Hokage will run naked on the street until it's dark. How tragic, Naruto murmured. Quietly walked out of the alley, Naruto hand sealed with both hands and shouted, "Ninja transformation technique. Transformation technique." It's a pity that the chakra in the body is motionless, does not listen to him at all, and has no response at all. This is really a tragedy. After trying for a long time, Naruto finally gave up the idea of continuing. It seems that I can only wait until it is dark, at least the light is dim at night, and it is better to act a little bit. Sitting on the ground slumped, Naruto couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never thought that he would have such a day when he would hide because he didn't have any clothes to wear. I think that even if it was a strong enemy, I never let myself back down. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Naruto began to realize the power of nature again, but he found that there is no natural chakra in this world at all. Sure enough, only the world of Hokage has natural chakra. It stands to reason that if there is natural existence, there is energy. Naruto was full of doubts. After a long time, Naruto finally waited until dusk. It's getting dark soon. Naruto couldn't help but read. Phew. At this time, there was a sudden protest in the stomach. Hey, I'm hungry too. Naruto sighed. At this moment, the light at the entrance of the alley could not help but dim slightly, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Naruto quickly ducked and hid behind an abandoned box. He didn't want to be seen so embarrassed. And the figure suddenly stepped backwards and came in, and there were several joking voices coming. Hey hey, little girl, play with my brother. You guys, get away from me now. Don't get excited. We just want to play with you, we won't hurt you. The wretched voice sounded again, and Naruto couldn't help but get angry when he heard it. Shit. I didn't expect to encounter such a bloody thing. Huh, no, why is that girl's voice so familiar? Where have you heard it? Naruto couldn't help but open his eyes wide and looked over. The tight short and narrow skirt on the lower body wrapped around the firm, upturned buttocks, while the upper body was a white shirt. Looking from the back, the slender waist was full of slender legs. Grip, and the short brown hair. Naruto was stunned. Is that the policewoman? Mommy, this officer is a police officer. Do you still dare to mess around? Get out of the way. Mommy yelled slightly in panic. Yo, it's still a policeman. Yes, we like the nun and policewoman the most. The men who were a head taller than Mommy laughed and forced her towards her. Mommy stepped back and kept her hands tightly on her chest, trembling slightly, because she was an intern traffic policeman. She didn't even have a gun on her body. She was really unarmed at this time, and her grades during school were not good. What? Fighting, wrestling, sanda, etc., are not familiar at all. Usually, if they practice well, if they really encounter actual combat, her feet will feel weak. Don't come here. Come here again, and I'll call the police. Under the crisis, Mommy quickly took out her mobile phone and wanted to call the police. Those few people couldn't help laughing. One of them snatched the phone from her hand, and the others tilted their heads and laughed. You still call the police? Aren't you a policeman yourself? Ha ha ha, could it be fake? Isn't it? Could it be that he did it? He pretended to be a police officer, and if you want to play uniform control with your buddies, just say it. Chapter 384 Tough Body. You guys. Nakauka Mommy was shocked and backed away. Finally, she was forced into the alley. Under the dark light, those people laughed even more wildly. Despair. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from behind Mommy. Ah! She was suddenly startled by the sudden voice, and quickly turned to look, only to see a blond boy leaning against the wall, squinting at them. You. Mommy couldn't help but stay for a while. Isn't this guy the one she's been looking for a long time? How are you guys? Naruto waved his hands and greeted them, then gave Mommy a kind smile and walked over to the group of people. This guy, where did it come from? Damn, you don't even have any clothes on. Insane. Seeing Naruto's embarrassed appearance, those few couldn't help but glance at each other, and immediately burst out laughing. Mommy finally reacted at this time and shouted at Naruto, Hey, hurry up and leave, it's very dangerous here. Hearing her advice, Naruto smiled slightly. This girl has a very kind heart. In such a dangerous situation, she still wants to let herself escape. He turned back and smiled slightly. I'm not called, hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, you can call me Naruto. Ah, Uzumaki Naruto. Mommy was stunned for a moment, and then became anxious again. Oh, this is not the time to discuss names. You hurry up. Run out and call the police. Ah, you shouted so loudly, even if these guys are pigs, they know they can't let me go. Naruto couldn't help but say speechlessly. Moment, and her face immediately turned bright. Yuhi waved her hand and apologized. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it. Then, what should I do now? Naruto scratched his head in distress. You better stay on the side. He shook his head and walked towards those people. At this time, these hooligans and hooligans who usually hang around in the vicinity, saw that Naruto, an exhibitionist, actually came out to make trouble, and immediately became annoyed. Guys, beat me to death this bastard. Kill him. Dare to spoil our good deeds and kill you. Several people screamed and rushed towards Naruto. One of them held a steel pipe in his hand, and the other two held a beer bottle and slammed into Naruto's body. Mommy watched in horror, and couldn't help covering her mouth and screaming. Ah, don't fight. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of two broken glass bottles sounded, and then the steel pipe was slammed on Naruto's shoulders. Mommy closed her eyes in fright and didn't dare to look at it at all, so she cried out, it's over, it's me who hurt you. Woo woo woo. However, just as she was sitting on the ground weakly crying, Naruto's voice suddenly came in her ears. Okay, it's time to get up. Huh, she raised her head blankly, looking at Naruto blankly with her beautiful eyes full of guilt and tears. How are you? Naruto smiled lightly. It's alright, look, where are these guys? He stretched out his hand to point to the ground over there. Mommy looked intently, and saw 3 bodies lying on the ground, motionless. Ah, Mommy exclaimed, her face full of surprise. What happened to them? Naruto pulled her up from the ground and clapped his hands. Have you knocked them all down alone? Mommy stood up, the crisis passed, and her head finally calmed down and asked. Naruto spread his hands and nodded. Wow, that's amazing, Mommy exclaimed loudly. Naruto was speechless. After a while, Naruto took off a tall casual jacket from one of the 3 people on the ground and put it on, and took off one of the trousers. Naruto-kun, you are. Mommy suddenly thought, this is not right. Although these people are all hooligans, it is against the law to suddenly take other people's things like this. Naruto didn't feel anything strange. There was a smell of alcohol and smoke on the clothes of these people. He frowned, because he had no clothes to wear, so he had to take a look. However, I had no choice but to not wear underwear. Turn around first, I'm going to return the pants. Naruto turned around and saw that he was still staring at him, and said. Ah, I'm sorry, I'll turn right away. Mommy was startled, her face couldn't help Yuhi, she quickly turned her back to the wall. A while of ouate, Naruto finally got dressed. Mommy turned around, and suddenly felt bright. The zipper of a black jacket was half unzipped, revealing the strong and well-proportioned muscles inside. The golden hair danced slightly, giving people a feeling of being elegant and dusty, and those calm water-like blue pupils glanced at him. It's like sucking people into it. He is so handsome. A thought suddenly popped into Mammy's mind. Oh, by the way, this is your uniform, what's your name? I must thank you when I have the chance. At this time, he handed over the uniform that had been around his waist, which had been taken off at this time, and handed it over to him. She asked. My name is Nakauka Asami. I'm an intern traffic police officer who just graduated from the Bed Owner City, and she's doing an intern in Kano City now. She was stunned for a moment, her face slightly stunned. Yuhi hurriedly introduced herself, and hurriedly took it with both hands the uniform that Naruto handed over. In her hand, she had a strange feeling. This uniform, he just surrounded that place. And he wasn't wearing anything at all. Thinking of this, Mommy felt that the clothes in her hands were hot and a little hot. After changing clothes, Naruto only felt relieved for a while. Although these clothes didn't fit very well, he finally didn't have to run naked. At this moment, Mommy walked over and picked up her mobile phone, frowned slightly in her hand and said in distress, "Naruto-kun, what are they going to do?" Naruto glanced at them casually. "You come to make up your mind." To him, these little bastards are not worth mentioning at all. Even if he didn't have chakra just now, he just relied purely on physical fitness, and the fighting skills he trained in the ninja world were enough to deal with these people. After all, the fact that chakra is sealed does not mean that his fighting skills have disappeared. Moreover, he has also done a test just now. Although he can't use chakra on his body, those chakras are still in the body, and they are still firmly protecting him. Beer bottles and steel pipes are almost hitting him. No injuries were caused to him. Chapter 385. Do you eat soft rice? I think it's better to call the police. Nakauka Mommy hesitated for a while, and turned on the phone to press the button. Naruto suddenly stepped forward and held her cell phone, shaking his head slightly. There's no need to call the police. These guys have already been punished by me, so let them stay here for one night. But, Mommy wanted to say something, but as soon as she met his blue eyes, she couldn't help but agree. Okay. So, the two walked out of the alley. As for those few people, Naruto has already given them the punishment they deserved. It is estimated that even if they wake up, they will lie in bed for 10 days and a half months. Touching his pocket, Naruto pulled out a few bills, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but tick slightly. Now it's time to eat something. In this big city, there is not even a place to hunt game. Naruto-kun, where is your home? Do you want me to take you back? At this moment, Nakauka Mommy suddenly said enthusiastically. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm alone and haven't found a place to live yet. Ah, how is this possible? Then how did you come here before? Mommy turned to him and looked at him in surprise. Naruto looked around. Although this world is modern, the signs on the street are all in Japanese. This should be Japan. As a traveler, how could it be possible to have a home here? I don't even have an ID. It's so tragic. Naruto shook his head and sighed. Ah, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I didn't mean to mention it. Seeing the gloomy look on Naruto's face, Mommy couldn't help but worry, was he always alone? Naruto-kun, what did you do? After a while of silence, Mommy asked. Naruto thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, to tell you the truth, in fact, today is my first time here. I used to stay abroad. My parents were killed by pirates while at sea, and I finally came here with the help of others. Here, you're a policeman, you should be able to help me get a new identity here, right? Mommy couldn't help but froze when she heard it, but to her, it was like listening to a story. Naruto-kun, it turns out that you have had such a rough experience. She almost cried when she heard it. She didn't expect such a good person like Naruto to encounter such misfortune. Mammy's sympathy overflowed, and her hands with a firm look on his face, he shouted, Naruto-kun. I will definitely help you. Well, thank you so much. Naruto showed a bright smile on his face. Mommy couldn't help but stunned, her heart almost stopped. So handsome. Such a handsome boy is so pitiful. No. I must help him. After making a decision, Mommy took his hand and went to a clothes store, pointing to the clothes on the hanger to buy him. Naruto, let me buy you some clothes. You don't have any money yet. Mommy eagerly asked him to choose from the hanger. At this time, a beautiful waiter came over and said with a smile, Miss, do you want to buy clothes for your boyfriend? Try on the clothes here. Ah, no, you're mistaken, he's not my boyfriend. Mommy couldn't help but yuhi, and said quickly, he's mine, brother. After speaking, she quietly stuck out her tongue towards Naruto. Naruto was also embarrassed, but fortunately he was here too, so he quickly calmed down and didn't reject her kindness, so he just picked it up. After picking up a few random pieces, give them to the waitress. Mommy took out her wallet and followed, quickly paid the money, and returned to Naruto with a few bags of clothes, and the two walked out. Okay, I'll take you back to where I live first. Mommy smiled. Naruto couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She still has to take herself home. He couldn't help feeling a little moved. Such a good girl is really rare. Isn't this bad? Your family will object. Although Naruto was very willing, he still felt that he couldn't trouble her too much. If he got this kind girl into trouble because of himself, he wouldn't feel that way. Better. It's alright. I live alone. Because I was an intern, I found a house in Kano City to live in by myself. Mommy smiled and said to herself, she didn't expect Naruto to also very considerate. Such a good boy must not let him continue to wander. Mommy is now completely ignoring how much of what Naruto said is true, because she already firmly believes that Naruto is definitely not a bad person, otherwise she would not have saved herself in the alley. As for her savior, Mommy always felt that she had to do something. At this time, Naruto's stomach growled again. The two were stunned. Naruto's old face couldn't help but Yuhi. I haven't eaten for a long time, sorry, my stomach is protesting. He said slightly embarrassedly. Mommy couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering, I'll take you to dinner. It just so happened that I didn't eat it either. So, Naruto went into a small restaurant under her leadership and sat down to eat. Naruto didn't know how long he had been in the chaotic space, but now he felt like he could eat a cow. The diners on the side saw Naruto eating and drinking wildly, and the whole small table was filled with empty plates, which was exaggerated and the same as in the movie. This guy, how can his girlfriend endure it? If he eats, he will be poor. It's really pervert. It's so edible, it must be very hard to work. He's so handsome. If it were me, I would really want to take care of him. Naruto doesn't care about everyone's comments and eyes, while Mammy's face is embarrassed and twisted, and she almost crawls into the ground. However, seeing him starving, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Naruto must have not eaten for many days. After a while, until the sky was completely dark and the street lights were lit up, Naruto was full of food and drink, looking at the pile of plates on the table, and the eyes of everyone looking at monsters. Naruto did this. Realizing that he has eaten too much, such an exaggerated food intake, will not be arrested for research. At this time, a waiter came to the two and asked for the account. Just when everyone thought it would be Naruto paying, Mommy had already prepared banknotes to pay him. A group of people immediately dropped their jaws. Depend on. It can be eaten so much, and it needs a girlfriend to keep it. This is simply more shameful than eating soft rice. At this moment, countless envious and hateful eyes shot at Naruto. Chapter 386 Homestay Asami. Naruto smiled lightly, wiped the corner of his mouth, and followed Mommy out of the restaurant. Call. When she came outside, Mommy couldn't help but let out a sigh. The eyes of those people just made her feel uneasy, and Naruto ate too much. This time, the money he carried with him was almost used up. However, seeing the satisfied Naruto around, Mommy couldn't help but feel happy. It was all worth it. Next, the two stopped a taxi and headed for where Mommy was. Sitting in the car, Mommy was holding a pile of clothes she bought for Naruto, her face slightly turned to Yuhi. She didn't know what she was thinking. Naruto glanced at her and suddenly said, "Thank you." "Ah, Naruto, you're welcome, I'm happy to help you too." Mommy was stunned, then smiled. "You're the first person I've met here to help me, and I'm really lucky to say that." Don't say that, I just don't want to see no one to help you when you encounter difficulties." Being so solemnly thanked by Naruto, Mommy couldn't help but be filled with joy. But she was afraid that she was too enthusiastic to frighten people. I had to say this. Soon, the two got out of the car downstairs in a high-end apartment, and Mommy led Naruto into her house. Mommy lives on the third floor of this apartment building. After opening the door and entering, Naruto's eyes are brightened by the spacious room with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Mommy, I didn't expect you to live in such a spacious house. Naruto laughed. My family bought it for me. Mommy waved her hands indifferently. After entering the bathroom to wash her hands, she used the quilt to go to the water dispenser and poured 2 glasses of water. Naruto was sitting on the sofa in the living room, leaning his head up there, looking around the room with his eyes, and couldn't help feeling overwhelmed in his heart. Naruto, drink some water. Mommy handed the cup to Naruto. Thank you. Naruto took it and drank it. Mommy just took a sip and said, Naruto, you stay here for a while, and I'll make a call. Naruto nodded and watched her walk to the balcony. Dad, I have a friend here who has returned from overseas and hasn't applied for a certificate yet. Can you help me think of a way to get him an identity? His parents. Mommy looked back and lowered her voice. They died at sea. Yeah, so please help as soon as possible. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What? He's not. Don't talk nonsense. Her voice suddenly panicked. Okay, I'm going to hang up. I'm so tired today, I'm going to take a shower. After hanging up the phone, Mommy breathed a sigh of relief and walked in from the balcony with a gentle smile on her face. Naruto, I asked my father to give you an identity. I reported your age as 16 years old, 4 years younger than me. I don't know if it's right, I hope you don't mind. Although Naruto's chakra energy can't be used, his 5 senses are still much more sensitive than ordinary people. He also heard Mammy's phone call from the balcony just now without a trace. She asked her father to help her get an identity. Also grateful. Such a good person. I must repay her well in the future. It's okay, I happen to be only 16 years old. Naruto smiled slightly. Wow, Naruto didn't expect you to be so young. I can be your sister. Mommy exclaimed. Let's forget this. I'm not used to calling people elder sister. Seeing her beautiful eyes light up slightly, Naruto quickly shook his head and refused. Nonsense, I am the 6th generation Hokage. No matter how much I eat soft rice now, it is impossible to become the little brother in people's mouths. Moreover, this should be Japan, and I have to find a way to go back to China. After all, that is where his true origins come from. In fact, Naruto didn't know that the world he came to was no longer his original Earth, and he didn't know that Asami Nakauka was actually a character in the comic, School Apocalypse. The city of Kano is the background location of the comic story, Day on Campus. He had only read the 3 migrant workers comics before, and he knew nothing about the world of other comics. At this time, Mommy saw Naruto's rejection. Her face was slightly lost. She stretched her waist and said, okay, it's fine if you don't agree. I'm going to take a shower. You'll wash it after you're done. Seeing how her high chest was about to come out when she stretched, Naruto quickly looked away. Mommy didn't notice how attractive she was to men at all. After stretching, she went straight back to her room, took out a few pieces of women's underwear, and went into the bathroom. Naruto picked up the remote control on the table and turned on the TV in the living room. He hadn't touched this thing for 10 years, and he was a little rusty. After researching for a while, he finally found the feeling, and just clicked a few times. Taiwan, I felt drowsy after reading some of the content. Strange, seeing these TVs now makes him feel a little bored. At this time, the sound of water splashing in the bathroom has been impacting Naruto's mind. He has been in the chaotic space for a long time, and his demand for that aspect has already reached the limit. At this time, he couldn't help it. Think of the girls over there in the Hokage world. Why? With a slight sigh, he hurriedly turned on the sound of the TV, in order to cover up the unbelievable sound, and then walked to the balcony again, facing the breeze blowing at night, which calmed his hot mind slowly. Started to fall into deep thought. Brought to this world by the turbulent flow of time and space, chakra has been unable to use it, but this energy still remains in the body, which makes his body extremely tough. It is estimated that even ordinary people may not be able to hurt with a knife. Himself, however, was unable to use chakra, which was undoubtedly painful for him. Ninjutsu couldn't be used. At this time, he couldn't even sense the spacetime coordinates set in the Hokage world. How should I go back myself? Although he has come to modern times, this world where he was born and raised, but here, he found that he did not have many surprises in his heart. After the initial surprise, he now began to fall in love with the world of ninjas. It seems that I have fallen deeply in love with everything in that world, even though the world is not perfect, even though it is full of wars, but there is the experience of fighting for 10 years, and Yuhi who came with him. Yan confidant. Thinking about it, his eyes drifted to the distant night sky, where the lights were dim. Chapter 387 Enter Camino Academy. At this moment, a coquettish voice suddenly came from behind. Naruto, Naruto, where are you? It was Mami's voice. Naruto came back to his senses, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Back in the living room, she saw Mami standing around a white bathrobe, and when she saw her walking back from the balcony, she couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. Naruto, I thought you ran away. Scared me to death. Naruto smiled slightly. You helped me so much, how could I say goodbye without telling me? Hee, that's alright, go in and take a shower. Mami smiled happily, and threw a set of clothes to Naruto. This is a new one I bought that I just washed and haven't worn yet. Come on, I have to wash these clothes for you before you can wear them. Naruto was stunned for a moment, nodded, and after taking a look, fortunately, these are pajamas, just worn at home, there is no big problem. However, just as he was about to go in, he suddenly thought of a serious problem and couldn't help but look embarrassed. What's the matter? Mami leaned over and asked. A burst of fresh fragrance hit her nostrils. I don't know if it was her own body scent or the scent of shower gel. Naruto sniffed, and couldn't help but glance at her bulging chest, coughing lightly. He said, it seems that there are no underwear. Yeah, Mami couldn't help but exclaimed, her face slightly changed. Yuhi, yeah. Oh, really, I forgot when I was shopping for clothes just now. Sorry Naruto, I'll go to the supermarket downstairs for you right now. Come. Ah, then it's hard for you. Naruto nodded, what a kind and considerate girl, he was a little moved. Afterwards, Naruto hurriedly took a shower, put on pajamas that were obviously a few sizes too small, and sat on the sofa in the living room. After a while, Mami finally came back, holding a black plastic bag in her hand and handing it to Naruto. Let's see if this fits. I don't know what size you use, so I bought a bigger one. She looked slightly Yuhi. Naruto opened it and looked at it. He thought it was all right, so he nodded. Mami immediately picked up the clothes and said, since they all fit, I'll go and put them in the washing machine for you. I think they will be ready tomorrow morning. I can wear it. Then, while the washing machine was doing the laundry, Mami made Naruto's bed and let him sleep in the bedroom next to her. This made Naruto a little embarrassed. The mother didn't take care of it so thoughtfully. In this way, Naruto stayed in Mami's bachelor apartment for the first night. This night, he stayed up all night, constantly thinking about how to live in the future, and how to free the chakra on his body. After doing all this until morning, he fell asleep. At this time, Mami had already prepared breakfast and went to work. When she woke up and saw Naruto sleeping soundly, she did not disturb him. Naruto slept until the afternoon when Mami came back from get off work. Seeing Naruto just getting up, he couldn't help laughing. Naruto, you really are a lazy pig. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then the old face couldn't help but give a Yuhi. Seeing him so cute, Mami smiled even more joyfully. In the days that followed, Naruto stayed at Mami's house and took care of her. He was not used to it from the beginning, and gradually became accustomed to it later. This period of time was Naruto's most distressed and decadent period, because although he tried his best to mobilize the chakra in his body, those energies didn't obey him at all and couldn't be used at all. Moreover, After checking the information on Mammy's computer these days, there is no China in this world, there is only a place called Huasha, and he can't find the city where he was before he crossed. Isn't this the original Earth? These unexpected things made his mood drop to the bottom of 1010. So, wouldn't he just be an ordinary person living in this strange modern city? And can't go to that ninja world again, and can't see those cute girls. For a whole month, Naruto, who couldn't find any solution, just relied on Mommy for a month. However, although decadent, he has never given up his efforts. Every day when Mommy is not at home, he will try his best to mobilize chakra and use various ninjutsu, although it has never been effective. However, Mommy is very happy. She can see Naruto after returning home every day, talk to him, chat with him, watch TV together, even if they do nothing, just have Naruto with her. She felt energized all over. There is a happy smile on his face every day. However, this situation was broken one day. Because Mammy's internship period for a traffic police officer has passed, she will return to work in Bedlard City, where she will be an office copywriter traffic police officer, specializing in handling some documents. Moreover, she will return to her parents and live with them in the future. And here in Jino City, she let Naruto live in the house, and left Naruto a living allowance and left. Originally, she wanted to take Naruto to the bed market, but for some reason, her parents knew of Naruto's existence, and they also knew that he had been living with Mommy all the time. When Mommy proposed to bring Naruto back with her, her parents immediately objected, and strictly asked her not to live with Naruto and continue to develop. However, her parents still recognized her daughter's way of helping Naruto. Although they were wary of Naruto, a person of unknown origin, in the end, the identity of Naruto was solved by Mammy's parents. It's just that their only requirement for Mommy is that they can no longer continue to develop with Naruto. Although Mommy was very sad and worried about Naruto, in the end, at the strong request of her parents, she had to leave Naruto and return to the bed city. In order to reassure their daughter, Mammy's parents used their relationship to let Naruto temporarily enter the Jino Academy in Jino City to study, saying that he must have a school graduation qualification before he can be accepted. Mommy had no choice but to obey her parents for the time being. And these things, Naruto didn't know. He only knew that Mommy suddenly got an ID card for herself, and also arranged a chance to study at the academy. This makes Naruto dumbfounded. To study. When he heard this sentence, he immediately wanted to refuse. However, when she thought that this was a good thing Mommy worked so hard to do for herself, she couldn't bear to refuse. After all, Mommy has done so much for herself, how could she be so embarrassed to live up to her kindness? Anyway, I have nothing to do next, and it doesn't matter where I go or what I do until I unlock the chakra energy in my body. Chapter 388 Went to School. After Mommy left, her house was temporarily handed over to Naruto, and she gave him a living allowance, and made an agreement with him to visit him every half-month. Why, more and more like eating soft rice. Walking down the street, Naruto sighed leisurely. This is not the way to go. This is no longer a ninja world. You can't live by fighting, killing and doing tasks at will, and you can't rely on Mommy to support it like this. You have to find a way to make some money yourself. Moreover, Naruto also received a notice just now that he can go to school tomorrow. After wandering around the street for a few laps, Naruto figured out the address of Jino Academy, which was just not far from where Naruto lived, so you could take the tram there. Early the next morning, Naruto tidied up, put on a white shirt, and put on the black student uniform mailed by the school outside. Without any preparation, he went out directly. After arriving at the station entrance and buying a ticket at the automatic ticket machine, the train just arrived. After entering, he realized that it was the rush hour. The tram was crowded with people, and many people were standing. He didn't even have a seat to sit down, so he had to find a place to be bored. Leaning, looking out the window and thinking about things. Compared with the ninja world, Naruto found that he was a little uncomfortable with this way of traveling. In the past, he either used the technique of Hiraishin directly or moved forward by leaping. An annoying mood. Taking a long breath, in order to relieve the boredom, Naruto observed around in the carriage. Compared with the ninja world, there is no threat of killing and death. People are running for their livelihoods, and their faces are more irritable. Boring expression. Naruto stood in the carriage, feeling like an outsider, quietly watching everything. Although these people around him are in the same carriage as him, there are already fundamental differences in their pursuits. Naruto feels like a passerby in this world, with completely different goals and pursuits from them. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a bunch of strange eyes looking at him, turned his head to look. What caught his eye was a quiet and beautiful figure, only to see her sitting there quietly, dressed in black. A student in uniform and short skirt, with a school bag, a book with a yuhi-colored cover was pressed against his white thigh, and he was looking down attentively at this time. Naruto was stunned for a moment. This girl is a student. She looks pretty good, with long black hair hanging casually on her chest, and her beautiful and quiet face has a traditional and elegant taste. Was she looking at herself just now? Naruto was puzzled, but he just turned his head to look elsewhere. Suddenly, he was sensitive to find that gaze was watching him, and he immediately turned his head, which happened to meet a pair of black and beautiful big eyes. The eyes met, and a panic flashed in these beautiful eyes, and then he quickly lowered his head and stopped looking at him. Yuhi fainted slightly on his tender white cheeks. Naruto couldn't help but feel amused. This girl is still very shy. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After a while, the tram finally stopped at Jinno Academy, and a group of students rushed down. When Naruto was the last to get off, there was no girl on that seat. It seems that she is also a student of this school. Such a thought flashed through Naruto's mind, and he smiled and stepped into the school gate. He didn't enter the classroom directly, but walked around the school a few times at random and observed the school. Afterwards, according to the address given by Mommy, I found the classroom of Class 1 and Class 3. When he came to the door of the classroom, Naruto found that there was a class in it, and without hesitation, he went in directly. This classmate, you don't seem to be a student in this class, do you? Is there anything wrong with coming in? The math teacher in his 50s saw Naruto and walked in directly. He couldn't help but stop the lecture and said slightly dissatisfied. Naruto took out the admission form that Mommy gave him, and said lightly, I'm a new transfer student, here are my admission documents. The math teacher took it over and looked at Naruto carefully. Then he nodded and smiled, so it's a new classmate. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Since that's the case, let me introduce myself first. Naruto smiled and nodded, then came to the podium to look around at the students below, and said with a faint smile, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, I just transferred here, please take care of everyone. Wow, it's a handsome blonde guy. He's so handsome. The classroom was quiet for a few seconds, and then there was a burst of discussion in response. Is it a foreigner? The blonde hair shouldn't be from the Yamato nation. The eyes are blue too. Must be an American. Who said that? I don't think he looks like an American. Maybe a mixed race. It's handsome anyway. How about your academic performance? After a while of discussion, everyone finally calmed down. Naruto smiled slightly, walked off the podium without saying any more, and walked towards the last vacant seat in the classroom. Math teacher looked at Naruto and explained, Uzumaki Naruto, I'll ask the monitor to bring you that set of textbooks later. For this class, you should borrow the textbooks from the previous classmates. Naruto smiled indifferently. He sat in the last seat, and there was no other table next to him. There were only two classmates in front of him, a man and a woman. As soon as the math teacher finished speaking, the female student in front turned her head and put the textbook in her hand. Handing it to him, Naruto smiled kindly. Lend you my textbook, Ito-kun, and I will share one. New classmates will work together in the future. My name is Sayuanji World. Naruto smiled slightly, took the textbook and said thank you. You, welcome Naruto-kun. World smiled and waved. Naruto took the book, and after looking at it, the name written on it was indeed the World of Shuon Temple. When he opened it, a faint fragrance came to his nostrils. I wonder if it was the scent of the book or the smell left over from the girl. After boringly flipping through the textbook for a while, Naruto felt a little bored. He was used to studying ninjutsu and runes. These mathematical things were not difficult for him. Basically, he would know it immediately after a glance. After flipping through a book, Naruto has already understood more than half of it, but there is still half a lesson left. Bored, he had to lie on the table and start to sleep, thinking about some chakras in his mind. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. Chapter 389 Tram Wolf. When he woke up, it seemed that the get out of class had already ended. At this time, a group of students looked towards him with curiosity in their eyes. The girls' eyes lit up slightly, as if they had found some prey, while the boys looked at him with some repulsion and indifferent eyes. Naruto, of course, knew why this was happening to these glances. He just smiled lightly and didn't have any entanglement. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly walked up to Naruto, holding a pile of books in her arms, putting it on his desk with some difficulty. Although she was a little tired, the expression on her face did not change, and said lightly, "Naruto-kun, this is your textbook." Seeing this pretty little loli, Naruto couldn't help showing her a friendly smile. "It's hard work, are you the squad leader?" "Well, my name is Chinku Setsuna," the squad leader said briefly. At this time, her friend World suddenly came up and said to the two with a smile, "In an instant, you have worked hard. Naruto-kun, our class leader moved the book for you, you must thank them." Naruto smiled slightly. "No problem. No need, this is what I should do." Moshan shook his head ignorantly. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled and stopped talking. At this time, Makoto Ito, who was sitting in the front, turned to say hello to Naruto. "Naruto-kun. My name is Makoto Ito, sitting in front of you, you can take care of each other in the future." Naruto nodded, stood up and shook hands with him. He didn't know that the seemingly friendly boy in front of him was the protagonist of the anime, Sunday on Campus, and he was an extremely scumbag character. After a few people chatted, many people came to greet Naruto one after another. Except for those classmates who saw Naruto unhappy at first sight, most of the classmates came up to say hello to him, especially women. There are many children, and some of them are bold, and they have repeatedly suggested to him. Naruto dealt with them one by one, and it was finally time for class again, and Naruto was relieved. This class is English class. For Naruto, it doesn't matter whether he listens or not. The reason why he came to this school is because he has nothing to do for the time being, and he can't live up to Mammy's kindness. I was still sleeping on my stomach, meditating in my mind on how to mobilize chakra, and a class passed quickly. It was getting late in the evening, and it was finally time for school. Naruto also spent a day in this Jinyei Academy. Most of the time he was sleeping and meditating. During the period, he was called by the head teacher once to talk about some problems in class and study, and Naruto just dealt with it casually. In the train, it was still the original seat. The girl with long black hair was sitting there quietly, and there was another guy standing beside Naruto. The train he and Naruto got on. Naruto stared out the window, thinking about his own affairs, while Makoto Ito's eyes fell on the girl from time to time, and there was a flash of obsession in his eyes. Naruto glanced occasionally, and he could always see Makoto Ito looking at the girl Chi-Chi. This guy likes that girl, Naruto thought to himself. However, this was just a passing thought, and he no longer cared about it. The tram galloped all the way, and more people came in along the way. Naruto and Makoto Ito were squeezed beside the girl. And the girl, who was looking at the book in her hand seriously from beginning to end, seemed not to care about the things around her at all. Suddenly, Naruto felt that three tall men squeezed over and came to the girl's side. The body leaned against the girl's seat, squeezing her intentionally or unintentionally. The girl raised her head to look at the big men, and then lowered her head to continue reading. However, just when she thought it was because there were too many people, the big men suddenly surrounded her. The girl, who only felt the darkness in front of her, raised her head and looked at them for unknown reasons, but suddenly saw the lustful smiles on the faces of the three of them, as well as their incomparably downcast eyes that fell on her. At this moment, the girl couldn't help but panic a little, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Naruto and Makoto Ito next to her. At this moment, one of the three big men suddenly stretched out his hand to support the seat behind her, and approached her again. A strong smell of sweat mixed with the man's breath rushed to her face. The girl frowned and wanted to stand up and leave the seat, but at this time she suddenly found that her shoulder was being held down. I saw another big man staring at him with a playful expression. Panicked in her heart, she couldn't help but tremble. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Little sister, it's okay, don't be afraid, the brothers just want to play with you." One of the big men grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow kiba, and the stench from his mouth shot straight into the girl's face. The girl frowned, put away the textbook and put it in her school bag, twisted her body slightly, raised her voice and said, "Don't touch me, if you want a seat, I'll give it to you, I'll get off when I stop. The car is over." After saying that, her eyes couldn't help looking at Naruto and Makoto Ito, who signaled to them for help. Naruto had already noticed the movements of these three big men. At this time, seeing that they were surrounding the girl, one of them was still pressing her shoulder, and the other two were constantly approaching her, and she couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in her heart. These guys are obviously the wolves of the tram. Makoto Ito also noticed the girl's predicament, and his face was very anxious. At this moment, the big men suddenly turned their heads, gave Naruto and Makoto Ito a vicious look, and said to them in a low voice, "Stinky boy. Don't get in the way of the brothers, or don't blame the brothers for finding you." Ito Makoto was suddenly startled, and hurriedly ducked back. Naruto frowned upon seeing this. "This guy is too timid. Seeing that the girl I like is about to be bullied, I was actually frightened." Naruto's impression of him suddenly diminished. The next moment, he gave them a cold look back, and the momentum in his eyes that had been tempered for 10 years instantly scared the three of them. At this moment, they only felt a coolness rising from their foreheads, as if there was a possibility of death at any moment in the next moment. Chapter 390 Solve the Wretched Man. The three of them couldn't help but suffocate at Naruto's stare, only to feel that the blonde boy in front of him had an aura that made him want to kneel on the ground. Very scary. The three looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. However, despite being frightened in their hearts, they were not willing to be frightened by a young man. They were so embarrassed that they snorted coldly and grabbed the girl's chest directly, wanting to give him something in front of him. "Look at the color." The girl immediately let out a soft cry and wanted to dodge away, but her shoulders were firmly pressed, and she couldn't move at all. She could only watch the rough and dirty big hand approaching her incomparably sacred place. Help! At this moment, the girl's heart couldn't stop crying, and she looked at Naruto and Ito Makoto, her eyes full of help. However, when she saw that Makoto Ito was just staring at him, who didn't dare to come up, she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of loss on her face. At this time, Naruto resolutely stretched out his palm, the big hand that he firmly grasped with a snap. "Stop it, you scumbags," Naruto said coldly, and an invisible momentum suddenly spread out. The three of them couldn't help being stunned. Even the others around felt the same, and they all looked at them. Naruto here. The three of them found out that they and others had been exposed, and immediately became angry. The big man who was held by Naruto's wrist immediately shouted, "What are you doing, stinky boy? Do you want to fight?" The girl was stunned in the seat. "How is this possible? If there is a fight, he will be killed." Naruto smiled lightly, and when he saw that everyone around him was turning his attention to this side, he didn't care, and the hand that held the big man shook slightly, and suddenly a crisp sound came out. "What?" In an instant, a pig slaughtering scream sounded, and the big man instantly fell to the ground, clutching his wrists and screaming wildly. My hand is broken. Ah, It hurts. Everyone was immediately shocked, and Chi-Chi took a step back. Violent crime. Everyone's eyes turned to Naruto. Seeing that he casually twisted someone's wrist, his light-hearted appearance was just like eating at ordinary times. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, stepped forward and stepped on the man's open mouth, covered his roar in his throat, turned to look at his two companions and said lightly, "With scum, get out of the car. Bastard. Kill him for me. Kill him." The man on the ground whimpered. The two companions looked around and found that the people in the tram were silently watching, and there were no policemen in them, so they immediately rushed towards Naruto. He shouted righteously in his mouth, "Stinky brat. Beating someone is against the law. If I don't teach you a lesson, I really don't know how high the sky is." Seeing this scene, everyone around exclaimed, and the girl covered her mouth and was stunned, worried about Naruto's situation. However, to everyone's surprise, the two big men suddenly flew back to the side at a faster speed than before. With two bangs, the two of them slammed into the carriage, and the whole carriage was shocked. People screamed. The change here finally startled the driver and policeman in the other carriage, and just at this moment, the next stop just arrived. The door of the carriage opened, and in order to avoid trouble, Naruto got out of the car directly. At this time, the driver and the police who heard the abnormal situation rushed over, helped the big man screaming on the ground, and asked them about the situation. Naruto got out of the car a long time ago and walked towards the distance. At this time, the sitting girl bit Kiba slightly, and suddenly got out of the car before the door closed, chasing after Naruto who had already walked away. Leaving Makoto Ito standing blankly in the carriage, dazed. But just as Naruto had not gone far, a policeman chased him out of the carriage. He frowned, stepped up to speed, and entered a shopping mall directly. The policeman who chased after him saw that there were too many people in front of him, and for a while he didn't know what to do. "I couldn't find it, so I gave up and went back to the carriage." The tram continues to start. Those three big men could only be beaten once in vain. At the entrance of the shopping mall, Naruto finally came out, his face still calm. Although he would get into trouble with the police, he didn't have the slightest fear, he just avoided the police as much as possible. After clapping his hands, Naruto shook his head and walked towards the side of the road. Halfway through, he got off the tram, so he had to take a taxi and go back. At this moment, from a distance, he saw the girl who was sitting in the carriage running towards him, carrying a school bag, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. Finally, the girl ran to Naruto out of breath, first bent down and took a few breaths, then straightened up and looked at Naruto excitedly. "Thank you, thank you." Naruto looked at her with a funny face. "Is it just for this?" "Ah." The girl was stunned for a moment, then her face turned Yuhi's face and said, "Anyway, thank you very much. You are a good person." As she spoke, she kept panting, probably because she was not good at sports. At this time, running to Naruto so quickly seemed to consume a lot of her physical strength, and her bulging chest was constantly heaving up and down. "You'd better take a rest." Seeing this, Naruto pointed to a public seat next to him and said, Okay, thank you." The girl hurried over to sit down after hearing this, and then looked at Naruto intently. Naruto originally wanted to take a taxi back, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see the car coming. The girl behind him was staring at him without blinking, as if he had a lot to say to him. After thinking about it, he walked over and sat beside her. The girl trembled slightly, a look of excitement flashed on her face. He hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "Excuse me, what's your name?" My name is Gue Yanye. Looking at your clothes, it seems that are you a student of Jinno Academy?" Naruto nodded slightly. "Just call me Uzumaki Naruto. Today is my first day of school. I saw you on the train before, so your name is Gue Yanye." "Yeah, I'm also a student of Jinye Academy." Gue Yanye seemed to be very excited, and kept introducing himself to Naruto. "I'm from the 4th class of the 1st grade, which class are you from?" "1st grade, 3rd class." Naruto replied. Oh, that's it. Yan Yi's face flashed a hint of joy. So, isn't he in the class next to him? Chapter 391 Invite to Eat. Hey, Naruto-kun, let me treat you to dinner tonight. The two chatted on and off for a while, and after they both got acquainted with each other's general situation, Yan Yi suddenly asked for a meal. Naruto was stunned and looked at the sky. It was indeed time for dinner, but he asked, "Don't you have to go home now? Will the family be worried?" Yan Yi was slightly startled when he heard that, and immediately took out his mobile phone and said, "I'll call my family right now and go back and talk about it, the family will agree." It wasn't until Yan Yi finished the phone call with a smile on his face that Naruto nodded and replied. Okay, let's go eat then. Since someone invited a guest to dinner, Naruto no longer refused, let alone a beautiful girl invited to dinner. The two found a restaurant and sat down. Yan Yi's eyes turned to Naruto from time to time, but whenever Naruto looked over, she avoided it in a panic, and a slight dizziness appeared on her face at the same time. Seeing this situation, Naruto couldn't help but secretly thought, it's not that, it's just to save her, do you like him? In fact, what Naruto didn't know was that Yan Yi always felt that the most romantic thing was being rescued by the man she liked in extreme danger. She also fantasized like other girls, would there be such a man in real life? And Naruto is undoubtedly the living Prince Charming who appeared in front of her. At that moment, the cold and indifferent smile at the corner of his mouth, and his ability to knock down 3 big men in a blink of an eye, all these deeply attracted every girl and, of course, Yan Yi. However, Yan Yi had noticed Naruto at that moment in the morning, and she was very curious when she saw his inexplicable sigh. And just now, his completely different performance from Ito Makoto also made her admire Naruto in her heart. It can be said that Naruto is her favorite boy. However, with her tutor and not dare to blatantly pursue Naruto, being able to invite him to a meal is the most daring act she has ever done so far. Next, the two chatted while eating. Yan Yi's words are restrained and conservative. Although she took the initiative to ask Naruto to have dinner, when it comes to dinner, she doesn't speak much. She usually talks about school and study, which makes her speechless. Naruto felt speechless, but it is precisely because of this that Naruto thinks that she is very simple and cute. Although the topic of conversation was boring, Naruto didn't mind, and he felt very content to be able to eat a free dinner and treat a beautiful girl as a guest. After dinner, the sky had already dimmed, and Yan Yi promised that the time at home was coming. After getting on the train, she hurriedly said goodbye to Naruto. Goodbye, Naruto-kun, will you take the tram tomorrow? Naruto nodded slightly. The car he watched drove away, and he also took a taxi back to where he lived. Yan Yi, who returned home, always had a happy smile on her face, which made her sister Guixin, who had been close to her, very curious. After finishing her homework at night, she ran to her sister's room and kept asking her sister questions. Sister, who are you eating out with today? Is that your boyfriend? Guixin got into her elder sister's arms mischievously and laughed. Yan Yi pushed her away at once, ran to the bed, and explained with a slightly Yuhi expression. No, don't talk nonsense, he is just one of my classmates. Oh, I understand, my sister. Guixin teased Yan Yi, sat on her and giggled. Could it be that sister is chasing others? It's so strange. Sister, when did you become so open-minded? Yeah. Shin, you're so naughty. It's not like that. I hate it. Yan Yi had nothing to do with this little girl, which made Yuhi's face red and embarrassed. As a result, Yan Yi lost sleep that night. Early the next morning, in the tram, Naruto met Yan Yi again. When Naruto got in the car, Yan Yi saw him at a glance, but because there were so many people around, she wanted to call him but was afraid of being noticed by others, so she opened her mouth and paused there. Fortunately, Naruto walked up to her and greeted her actively, which solved Yan Yi's dilemma. Yan Yi, didn't you sleep last night? Your face seems to be a little bad. Naruto glanced at her and found that her beautiful eyes had a faint layer of dark circles, and couldn't help asking. When Yanyi heard this, she panicked, as if Naruto saw through her mind. She immediately turned on her face, and she couldn't lie, she could only falter. Last night was very strange, just tossing and turning and can't sleep. Naruto didn't know why, so he smiled and said, then you should have a good rest tonight. If you can sleep in class too. Ah, that's not good. You will be disciplined by the teacher when you sleep in class. Yanyi was still very sweet when she heard the first half of the sentence, but the second half made her startle. She is not a good student who sleeps in class. Ah, well, that's up to you. Naruto was speechless. It seems that she is really a good student. At this time, Makoto Ito was standing beside him, looking at Yanyi and Naruto, who were having a good conversation, with a disappointed face, his face also looking like he hadn't slept all night. Naruto glanced at him, and he no longer liked this cowardly guy. When he got out of the car, when he heard him say hello to him, he just responded lightly and stopped. After coming to the door of the class with Yanyi, they walked towards the classroom separately. Morning, Naruto-kun. When he came to the last seat of the classroom and sat down, the world of Sayuanji, who had already arrived, greeted him kindly. Naruto responded with a smile. At this time, Makoto Ito also came in, and the world greeted him, and then he was surprised to find that he had been insomnia all night, and couldn't help asking questions with concern. Makoto Ito didn't say anything about what happened yesterday. Facing the world's questioning, he kept his mouth shut and ignored her at all. This makes the world a little angry. She and Ito Makoto are at the same table, and they have a good impression of each other. They usually talk about everything. Why is this suddenly happening now? Confused, she secretly passed a note to Naruto during class, asking if he knew anything about the train. Naruto was a little strange. After taking the note and looking at it, he smiled helplessly, and wrote a few words with a pen. I don't know. Then he lay down again and went to sleep. Chapter 392 Envy. After the world took the note and looked at it, it couldn't help but sigh in frustration. A class passed quickly. After class, Naruto was still lying on the table thinking about his own problems. At this time, the monitor Chinku suddenly came to the podium and called out, "Classmates, hand in your homework." Then, she personally came down to collect the workbooks one by one. Watching everyone rush to copy the homework and hand in the homework, Naruto only felt that he was so out of tune with them. Finally, when she came to Naruto's side, she didn't show any sign of seeing Naruto lying there, and the table was so clean that there were no books. She immediately frowned. Naruto-kun, where's your homework? Homework. Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. When did the 6th generation Hokage have to hand in homework to others? This gave him the urge to laugh. Spreading his hands, he said helplessly, I didn't do it. Instantly frowned and said lightly, students who don't do homework are bad students, and the teacher will come to talk to you. Ah, then let the teacher come to me. Naruto said in a daze. You. Instantly, his face was slightly angry, and he couldn't help but teach a lesson. You just changed schools, why don't you study? Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but have a big head, scratching his head, not knowing how to respond to her. At this time, the world in front suddenly put a workbook in front of Naruto, and said with a smile, okay, for a moment, don't blame Naruto-kun, he just came. There will definitely be difficulties, I just give him a copy of this one. Isn't that right, Naruto-kun? Naruto smiled and nodded at the world's kind help, which was considered a leader, but instead of copying it immediately, he handed it back to her, shook his head and said to Shanna, I'm not handing it in. Joke, let the 6 generations of Hokage copy homework. The world couldn't help covering his forehead and sighed secretly. Then he snorted coldly and muttered, bad student. Soon it was time for class, and Naruto continued to sleep on his stomach. Occasionally, students in the classroom turned to look at him, and found that he had been sleeping. ignoring the teacher's lectures on the podium, and couldn't help but cast strange glances. In Jinno Academy, students who do not study well are not welcome. Pity. The female classmates felt sorry for him, while the male classmates despised him very much. The day passed quickly, and it was time for school to leave. After the teacher assigned the homework, everyone left the classroom one after another. Naruto got up unhurriedly and was about to leave, when he suddenly found several girls in the class walking towards him. "Naruto-kun, do you have time?" a girl whispered. Naruto was slightly startled. "What's wrong?" That, how about we want to go to the library with you to study and help you with your tutoring?" Several girls looked at each other, and one of them stood up and said shyly. Naruto was stunned, not expecting them to be so kind. However, he still shook his head slightly and rejected them. "I'm sorry, I have something to do later, I'm afraid I won't be able to go." He hurriedly made up an excuse and planned to make a fool of himself. He would definitely agree if he wanted to eat something. But learn. He didn't really come here to study. Oh, that's it. The girls couldn't help showing a deep loss of expression on their faces when they heard this, turned around and walked out of the classroom. At this time, a quiet and beautiful figure was standing quietly at the door of the classroom, his eyes locked tightly on Naruto. "It's Gui Yanye." "Naruto-kun," Yanyi called out to Naruto in the classroom. At this time, the girls who came out just saw this scene, and they were all stunned. Does Naruto-kun still know other classmates? She seems to be Yanyi from class 4, doesn't she? Really, I'm not impressed, but it looks beautiful. It's just beautiful, it's just to attract boys by appearance. The chatter gradually faded away. Naruto walked out of the classroom and came to Yanyi's side. Seeing her tired face, he couldn't help asking, "Are you tired of studying today?" No, it's alright. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night, and the class was a little hard." Yanyi hurriedly shook his head, feeling a little sweet in his heart. Naruto-kun still cares about himself. Hearing what she said, Naruto nodded and gave up. At this time, Yanyi whispered, "Well, Naruto-kun, how about going back together?" "Well, yes." Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Yanyi nodded happily and followed Naruto out of the classroom corridor. In the distance, those female classmates were still paying attention to this side. Seeing the scene of Naruto and Yanyi going home together, they couldn't help chattering. "No way. The two of them actually went home together. Did I read this wrong? When did Naruto-kun get along so well with girls from other classes?" "Yeah, he's only been here for 2 days, how did he meet that woman?" "Damn it, no wonder Naruto-kun is rejecting us. It must be for this woman. My young heart is traumatized. Naruto-kun, I hate you." Hey, look how like boyfriend and girlfriend they are. The envy and jealousy of several people did not stop for a long time. Fortunately, Naruto had already left the school at this time and ignored these things. Taking the tram with Yanyi's house is not far from where she lives, just a stop away, but Naruto got off the train before her, and Yanyi will be home in a few minutes. And Makoto Ito also rode in the same car with Naruto and the others. Seeing Naruto and Yanyi appearing in pairs, his face was full of loneliness, and unwilling and jealous eyes flashed in Naruto's eyes from time to time. Naruto also noticed his abnormality, but he didn't have much affection for Makoto Ito, so let him be jealous. Life in the modern city is so boring. For others, every day may be very busy and impatient, but for a special person like him, such a day seems a bit boring. Fortunately, although the days are boring, they are not alone. Anyway, there are beautiful girls like Yanyi who accompany them to and from school. However, he is destined to not be satisfied with this kind of day, because he has to untie the shackles of chakra, and he has to find a way to go to the world of Hokage. At present, he is constantly trying and working hard. Chapter 393 Bento Lunch. That night, Naruto sat cross-legged in the room for a whole night, trying to use various methods to untie the chakra shackles in his body, but there was no movement. He didn't fall asleep until the morning, and when he woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, Naruto slowly went out to school. Late. He was late on the third day of school, and when he arrived at the classroom, Naruto was immediately called by the head teacher. After a while of criticism and education, just when Naruto couldn't bear to punch him, the head teacher miraculously stopped chattering, which made Naruto suddenly depressed. Don't compare with him. Go back to the classroom and continue to sleep. It was the end of get out of class now, and the classmates were chatting hilariously. Naruto walked past everyone, and suddenly found that everyone was looking at him with a strange look. The laughing people also stopped their voices and began to talk in a low voice. You think it's great to be a transfer student? 10 sleeps in class. Yeah, even if you don't even hand in your homework, what kind of school are you going to go to? Just get it at home. Shish. Don't talk about it, they are amazing. I heard that the school flower was soaked in just 3 days. What? No way. Who is the school girl? Damn, you don't even know that. It's that Gui Yanye from class 4. I really don't know. Contempt. The voices of discussion kept coming, and with Naruto's ear, he could hear everyone's voices clearly, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. This seemed to the first time I traveled to the Hokage world, and I was actually rejected by a group of people. He smiled lightly and ignored these boring topics, which were not important to him anyway. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. He was as tall as Naruto, with orange hair and a flat student uniform with a shirt and tie inside. He looked like a man. People were slightly taken aback. Only to hear the other party shout, Naruto, right. My name is Taisuke Ziyong, should you know me? Naruto looked up at him. Is something wrong? Ziyong Taisuke glanced around, pulled Naruto to the side of the classroom and asked, I heard that you know Gui Yanye from class 4. I know, what's wrong? Hee. Ziyong Taisuke smiled maliciously, reached out and patted Naruto's shoulder. Why don't you introduce me to her? I've been very interested in her recently. You've just come, you should not her boyfriend. How? Promise me. Seeing his frivolous look, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head. Sorry, I refuse. Hey, don't be like this. We are classmates anyway. It would be fine if you introduce me to Nomi. Taisuke Ziyong put his arms around Naruto's shoulders very well, and smiled to please. Dude, the big deal, I'll treat you to a meal for a month. Naruto frowned slightly, shook his head and ignored him, broke his hand and walked back to his seat. Hey, you don't like her too, do you? Did you really have a crush on her just 3 days after you arrived? Seeing that Naruto didn't have any room for negotiation, he suddenly realized. Whatever you think, if you want to get to know him, just go by yourself. Naruto shook his head and ignored him. Sit back and continue to meditate. The class started, and Naruto was still the same. The teachers seemed to have gotten used to Naruto sleeping in class, and they no longer paid attention to him. It's just that Makoto Ito, who was sitting in front of Naruto, also looked absent-minded. Although he was an honor student, he was a little bit in a hurry when asked by the teacher to ask questions when he was distracted. The world of Sayuan Temple, who was sitting next to him, was very puzzled when he saw this. During lunch after class, she secretly came behind Makoto Ito to watch him staring at the screen of her mobile phone in a daze. At a glance, a beautiful smiling face appeared on the phone. It was Gui Yanye. Now she finally understood that the reason why Makoto Ito has been absent-minded and in a very poor mental state for the past 2 days is because he fell in love with Gui Yanye. Compared with her, the world of Shiwan Temple is indeed not as good as her. She can't match her appearance and figure, and her family is not good enough. She couldn't help but sighed slightly, but then she frowned again. There are no rumors about Gui Yanye today, is it Naruto's girlfriend? It seems that Makoto Ito is in unrequited love. Finally, when it was time for lunch, Naruto was planning to go to the cafeteria to eat. Just as he was just leaving the door, he saw Yanyi standing in the direction of the door, holding 2 bentos in his hand. Seeing Naruto appear, her slightly anxious face immediately showed a look of joy. She ran up and shouted, "Naruto-kun. Are you coming to class? I thought you weren't coming today, in the tram this morning. Didn't see you. Did something happen?" Faced with a series of concerns she raised, Naruto had no choice but to answer, "It's okay, it's just that I got up too late in the morning." "Ah, that won't work, Naruto-kun. How can you be late for such a reason?" Yanyi looked at him seriously. Naruto was speechless. At this time, some students around saw the 2 of them together, and couldn't help but whispered. Yanyi also noticed everyone's strange eyes. His face slightly yuhi. He pulled Naruto and said, "Naruto-kun, I have prepared a lunch box for you, let's go eat together." There is a custom in Japan that girls make bento boxes for boys, and in all likelihood, they like each other very much, and in the world of Hokage, this custom also exists, and Naruto of course understands the meaning of it. After being stunned for a while, a smile appeared on his face. "Thank you then. Yanyi, such a gentle and considerate girl, Naruto is really hard to refuse." Under the strange eyes of the surrounding students, the 2 came to sit on the lawn of the playground. Yanyi happily opened the bento, took out the chopsticks and handed it to Naruto. Naruto looked down and saw that the lunchbox was full of carefully prepared food, and he couldn't help feeling a little warm in his heart. The 2 chatted and ate bento, but they were very harmonious. Yanyi's voice was clear and gentle, and when he laughed, it was more pure and moving. Naruto's heart skipped a beat when he saw her kneeling on the ground with her big white legs and legs that were slightly exposed under the black short skirt, which seemed to exude a Kiba-like light. Yanyi raised her head, and suddenly noticed that Naruto's eyes were falling on her thigh. Her body couldn't help trembling, and she felt embarrassed and panicked. To block Naruto's eyes. Seeing her action, Naruto quickly looked away and laughed awkwardly. Chapter 394 Mami's Phone. Under the tree not far away, a figure was quietly looking at the 2 people here, with an extremely unwilling expression on his face. "Sincerity, what are you doing here?" At this moment, Taisuke Zeong suddenly came over, stabbed him with his elbow, and followed his gaze, just to see Naruto and Yanyi sitting eating lunch together. "Ah, damn it, my Yanyi is actually with him." Taisuke Zeong shouted jealously, clutching his head. "This guy Naruto started too fast. It's only been 3 days. It's incredible to get the school flower. Damn it, damn it." After calling for a long time, as if he suddenly remembered something, he grabbed Makoto Ito by the collar and exclaimed, "You are hiding here, don't you have bad intentions? Do you also like Yanyi?" Makoto Ito was enlightened, and Yuhi's face suddenly rose, and he faltered and wanted to defend himself. At this time, Naruto and Yanyi had finished their lunch and both returned to the classroom. In the evening, when school was over, Yanyi still came to the door of Naruto's classroom and went back with him. Makoto Ito followed behind the 2 of them, and his figure was extremely lonely. The world of Sayuanji looked at Makoto Ito, Naruto and Yanyi, and took a deep breath. She seemed to have made a decision in her heart. "Naruto-kun, do you have a cell phone?" On the tram, Yanyi suddenly asked Naruto. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. No. He really didn't buy a mobile phone. One was because he had no money, and the other was because there was no one to contact him, so he couldn't use a mobile phone. Tien Mami also only used the landline to communicate with Naruto, so he didn't care about the mobile phone at all. At this time, when Yanyi mentioned it like this, he was shocked. "Naruto-kun, why don't you buy a mobile phone? That way I can save your number," Yanyi said with a slight expression on Yuhi's face. I can't use it for the time being," Naruto said. In fact, he had no money. However, Naruto really doesn't have anyone worth contacting. Normally, a landline phone is enough, but now he has to think about the issue of mobile phones. Living in this city, if you don't have a mobile phone, you will really be punished. Treat it like an outlier. Thinking like this, Naruto secretly decided that he must get some money. Oh, that's it. Yanyi lowered his head slightly when hearing Yan, then raised his head suddenly and asked, "Hey, Naruto, when is your birthday?" "Birthday? It's the 10th of this month." Isn't that the day after tomorrow?" "Ah, yes." Naruto nodded, looking at her slightly shining beautiful eyes. He couldn't help asking, "Is there any problem? Could this girl want to give me a gift?" Yanyi Yuhi lowered his head with a sullen face. "No, I'm just asking casually." "Really?" Looking at her shy look, Naruto seemed to see the shadows of Hinata and Shiro in her. After returning home, after eating, Naruto continued his daily compulsory course, sitting cross-legged and sensing the chakra in his body. After a while, the landline phone rang suddenly. Naruto walked over to pick it up, and a clear voice came from inside. "Naruto. I'm Mommy. Are you there?" "Yes," Naruto answered briefly. "Huh, you are finally here. I called you several times before and no one answered. I was in class before." "Ah, I forgot, sorry." Naruto was speechless and asked, "Is something wrong?" It's alright, just a phone call to greet you." "Are you still used to it alone?" Mammy's laughing voice came. Naruto couldn't help but smile. "I'm fine, Mommy, thank you for taking care of me." "No need. Why are you being polite with me? By the way, the day after tomorrow is Saturday, and I will come to see you in Kino City. Then you will be at home. Aren't you busy over there?" "I'm just free on Saturday. I want to see how you're doing, and I'll bring you something by the way." "It's really hard for you. In fact, I'm fine by myself." Naruto sweated a little. Now it's good, so that he has been taken care of like an orphan for the 6th generation of Hokage, although he was originally an orphan. Anyway, you can just wait for me at home when the time comes." "That's it, it's vain." "Well, bye." Naruto hung up the phone and went back to his room to continue meditating. "Naruto-kun, are you free? I have something to tell you." On the second day of school, just after the first class ended, the world suddenly turned to Naruto, who was sleeping on his stomach. At the same time, in the 4th class of the 1st grade of high school, Yanyi suddenly received a note. She opened it and took a look. She couldn't help being stunned, and then her face couldn't help showing a look of anticipation. "Naruto-kun asked me to go to the rooftop at this time. What is there to tell me?" she muttered. Her heart jumped up. She immediately left her seat, and couldn't wait to go to the rooftop. Run away. At this time, Makoto Ito was on the rooftop, holding this note from the world in his hand, his face full of excitement. "The world says he has something to ask me. What is it? I'm so nervous. Do you want to find an opportunity to confess to her later?" And Naruto had followed the world to the school playground. Seeing her mysterious appearance, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. "What's wrong? World, if you have anything, just say it." The world kept pulling Naruto into the bushes of the playground, then stopped, turned to look at Naruto and smiled. "Actually, it's nothing, Naruto-kun, I just want to find you alone to chat." Naruto was speechless. "That, Naruto-kun, I want to ask you, are you and Gue Yanye from class 4 boyfriend and girlfriend?" Seeing that Naruto didn't want to talk, the world quickly asked. "Girlfriends?" Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "You think too much, we are just ordinary friends." Really? But, we all see that you all go to school together a lot." The world demanded. Even an ordinary friend is normal." Really? The world tilted her head in disbelief. The 2 dull hairs on her head swayed slightly, making her look very cute. "Yeah." Naruto smiled slightly. "The world, you asked me to come out, didn't you just ask these questions?" Chapter 395 Pass a Note. "Ah, no, I just said it casually, then that's it, it's alright." The world hurriedly laughed, then turned around and walked back. "I thought to myself, Ito-kun should meet Yan Yi at this time, will he confess? I really hope he succeeds, but I am very unwilling in my heart. Naruto was behind her, looked at her back thoughtfully, and then smiled lightly. At this time, the class bell rang, and everyone returned to the classroom one after another. Naruto suddenly realized that Makoto Ito, who was sitting in front, had not returned. When the teacher in class saw this scene, he asked Naruto to find Makoto Ito. Naruto didn't want to agree at first. How could he, the 6th generation Hokage, be ordered by a small teacher? However, he was already tired of the time for class. At this time, it just happened to suit him, so he nodded and agreed. Although he went to Makoto Ito at the request of the teacher, he didn't really look for it, he just wanted to wander around. Without a purpose, he came to the roof on the roof of the teaching building, and it was not bad to blow the wind here. However, just when he arrived at the top of the building, he suddenly saw 2 figures standing in the wind, one of whom had long black hair flying in the wind. It was Gue Yanye. On the opposite side of Kokia, it was Makoto Ito who was standing. How are they here? Naruto walked over when he saw it. At this time, the voices of the 2 came over. Ito-kun, I really can't accept you. Yanyi's voice contained a hint of panic. And Makoto Ito shouted excitedly, Why? Why? I like you so much, I look at your back every day, if you can smile at me, I'd be happy to die. But it really doesn't work. Yanyi's footsteps retreated slightly, looking at the excited Ito Makoto, she was a little panicked. To be honest, she also had a bit of a crush on this boy before. He was handsome and elegant, but when he was in danger that day, his cowardice had already disappointed her. Not to mention, compared to Makoto Ito, Naruto is taller than him, handsomer than him, considerate and brave, and saved himself. Such a boy is what he likes and wants the most. Being ruthlessly rejected by Yanyi, Makoto Ito was extremely sad and desperate, and cried out, You always have to tell me the reason. Why did you reject me? Is it because of our classes, Naruto-kun? When Yanyi heard the words, a layer of Yuhi dizziness appeared on Bai Nen's cheeks, and she felt embarrassed and panicked. When asked what she was thinking, she couldn't help but hesitate for a while. Seeing her like this, Makoto Ito had basically confirmed his guess, but he still continued to press her without giving up. Yanyi was forced to step back, and finally summoned up the courage to tell him the answer. Ito-kun, that's right. I just like Naruto-kun. So please, give up. Makoto Ito felt like he was struck by lightning, and at this moment, he almost vomited blood in depression. The goddess in my heart, the school girl, and the girl who looks forward to it, actually said such excited words in front of her. And all of this happened when Naruto heard Yanyi's bold confession, and couldn't help being stunned. Immediately, he walked over and appeared in front of the 2 of them. Ah, Naruto, Naruto-kun, why are you here? Yanyi looked slightly happy, but her tone was a little flustered. The happy thing was that Naruto was here, she seemed to have found support. Unprecedented sense of security, and the panic is that Naruto sees himself and Ito Makoto alone on the rooftop and misunderstanding. So, she immediately ran over like Naruto, stood behind him, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. Her heart was beating wildly, she couldn't have been heard by Naruto-kun just now, right? What? It would be too embarrassing if that was the case. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her cheeks were getting hot. Even if the cool wind from the rooftop kept blowing, it still couldn't reduce the heat in her heart. Naruto looked at her, stretched out his hand to hold Yanyi's palm, glanced at Makoto Ito, and said lightly, Ito-kun, teacher asked me to come to you to go back to class. Okay, hard work Naruto-kun. Makoto Ito responded in a panic, seeing Naruto and Yanyi's clasped palms. He went mad with jealousy, and hurriedly ran off rooftop. Just as he was about to leave, Naruto suddenly said lightly, Ito-kun, I hope you don't look for Yanyi again in the future, she is my girlfriend now. Makoto Ito paused, then staggered and disappeared from Naruto's sight. Shi covered his mouth blankly, looking at him with shyness and joy. Naruto-kun, you heard it just now. Yanyi said in a panic. Naruto smiled slightly, nodded, and pulled her down the rooftop. Are we really boyfriend and girlfriend? Yes. Naruto-kun, am I bothering you? Do you really like me too? Yanyi looked at him hopefully and said. Of course I like a gentle and beautiful girl like you. There was a happy smile on Yanyi's face. Okay, let's go to class, you are a good student. Naruto smiled and patted her shoulder. Seeing the warm smile on his face, Yanyi almost had the urge to jump into his arms, but she was too reserved and conservative, so she restrained her urge abruptly, nodded heavily, Yian back to the classroom. After sending Yanyi off, Naruto returned to the rooftop, looked at the blue sky against the wind, and sighed faintly. He likes another girl again. When he sees cute girls, he can't bear to refuse. If Zuyu is next to him at this time, he must be jealous. He laughed at himself, thinking that he really wanted a harmonious harem back then, but he didn't expect to come to this world when it was about to come true, and inadvertently added another girl. After thinking for a while, Naruto returned to the classroom to continue the class. At this time, seeing that Naruto had just returned, the world suddenly sent a note. Naruto opened it to take a look, but saw a big word written on the door. Naruto-kun, you lied to me before. You and Gui Yanyi are clearly boyfriend and girlfriend. Not knowing why, Naruto frowned and wrote a few words and went back. Yeah, just confirmed, what's wrong? When the world looked at it, it couldn't help but look a little angry. After writing for a while, he threw the note over. Chapter 396 The Two Conspired. Naruto-kun, do you know how much you hurt Ito-kun by doing this? When Naruto saw the content on the note, he was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, it turns out that this girl is caring about Makoto Ito. After smiling, he wrote a few more words. I think it's better for him to avoid getting too caught up in it. But, have you ever thought about how Ito-kun feels? I thought about it. Then you still do it. Quote. In the end, Naruto returned the note directly to her, stopped chatting with her, and went straight to sleep. The world was stunned for a moment, and turned his head to see that Naruto didn't care about him anymore. He was immediately very angry. He reached out his hand and just wanted to push him, but after thinking about it, he thought that he was going too far. After all, this is also the freedom of people to do things. In the end, she could only continue the class dejectedly, and wrote a few notes to comfort Makoto Ito. However, Makoto Ito is currently depressed, ignoring the comforting words of the world at all. It made both ends of the world unhappy and unhappy. During school, Naruto saw Gui Yanya's figure again at the door of the classroom, only to see that she was looking at him with a smile on her face, her expression gentle and lingering. The classmates after school saw this scene of Yanyi and Naruto. Many boys who were longing for Yanyi in their hearts suddenly went crazy with jealousy and bowed their heads. Naruto walked out of the classroom. Yanyi ran up very actively, reached out to hold his big hand, glanced at him, and smiled sweetly. Naruto-kun, I bought 2 movie tickets today. They are for tomorrow and Saturday. Let's go together then, Yanyi said happily to him. Just as Naruto was about to nod his head, he suddenly remembered that mommy was coming back, and he couldn't help but ask, when was it? It's probably 7 o'clock in the evening. Yanyi took out 2 exquisite movie tickets from his backpack and looked at it. It's 10:10. Naruto-kun, are you free? Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, mommy should have come back during the day and can go out at night. He nodded. Yes. Yeah, that's great, Yanyi exclaimed excitedly. His graceful body jumped and turned around beside him, but he found that many boys around him were staring at him like wolves, and his face couldn't help but change. Yuhi, hurry up and move away with Naruto. Behind the two, the world is watching without blinking. A petite figure suddenly came up from behind her, came to her and looked at her and said, World, do you care about those 2 people? The world was slightly startled, and when he saw that it was his childhood friend Shinku Setsuna, he couldn't help sighing. It's nothing, I just feel sorry for Ito-kun. I didn't expect Gui Yanye and Naruto-kun to be together. Quote. Instantly looked up at her worried look, and asked, so you are worried about Ito-kun, does he like Gui Yanye too? The world nodded. Instantly, the expressionless face moved slightly. Then the world, do you really want Gui Yanye and Ito-kun to be together? Hearing this, the world hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Instantly, he couldn't help frowning slightly. At this time, Makoto Ito, who was lonely and sad, was leaving school with his friend Taisuke Sawanaga. Sincerity, you are too useless. Are you so decadent because your confession failed? Taisuke Ziyang called out, wrapping his arms around his shoulder. Hey, Yanyi is my favorite girl, but she's already with Uzumaki Naruto. This makes me not sad. Makoto Ito sighed. Che, really, what does it matter if you fail once? Although I also like Gui Yanye, but since you like her so much, I will help you. Said Taisuke Ziyang. Help me, how are you going to help me? Makoto Ito's eyes lit up and he couldn't help grabbing his clothes and shouting. Hey, don't get excited. Really, isn't it just a woman? People like me who don't have a relationship with women don't worry about it. You are so desperate to live. It's really disgusting. Taisuke Ziyang pulled away Makoto Ito's hand, and suddenly he smiled and said, I also think that Uzumaki Naruto is not happy with him. He just took away our school flower 3 days after he arrived. I must give him some color to see it. Okay. What? You don't go too far, do you? You can't do it like that. Makoto Ito was startled. Haha, don't worry, we are good students. We won't do anything illegal, but we can think of other ways. In what way? Hey, isn't this guy very popular? But he usually doesn't listen to lectures or do homework at all. Gui Yanye is a good student. She must not know it yet. But I think it will be known soon, then let's add some more fire. Let him be a little ugly, and Gui Yanye will definitely be disappointed with him. Haha, do you know what to do? Ziyang Taisuke laughed maliciously. I gave you a great opportunity. How is it? How are you going to repay me? Makoto Ito felt a little inappropriate when he heard it, but when he thought that a poor student like Naruto would be with a girl as good as Yanyi, his heart was very unbalanced, so he accepted his friend's suggestion. But, how to make him embarrassed? Along the way, Makoto Ito fell into contemplation. Back at home, Makoto Ito was still struggling with this issue. At this moment, the world suddenly called him. After picking up the phone, the voice of the world came from inside. Since the world looked at him irritable and depressed during the day, he couldn't comfort him, so he just called Makoto Ito after school. After listening to the comfort of the world, Makoto Ito felt a little better. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, and he suddenly asked, World, I saw you often pass notes to Naruto-kun when you were in class, what did you say? The world couldn't help but be stunned. No, nothing. Makoto Ito smiled. You don't like Naruto-kun like the other girls in the class, do you? The world suddenly panicked and hurriedly explained. No, Ito-kun, don't get me wrong. How could I like him? He's just... However, before the world could finish speaking, Makoto Ito interrupted her with a smile. Don't explain it, world, if you like him, go after him. Chapter 397 Here comes the world and mommy. How is that possible? Ito-kun, stop joking. The world couldn't help but feel anxious and angry, and his heart was full of bitterness. He clearly had a crush on you, but now you say such things, don't you feel at all? Are you there? The world sighed heavily on the other end of the phone. Hey, when did you become so timid in the world? If you pursue Naruto-kun, I'm very supportive. Makoto Ito said, thinking to himself, if you really catch up with Naruto, then you can take the opportunity I attacked Yanyi. The world was stunned for a moment, and the heart was chilled, and he said slowly, Ito-kun, is what you said true? Do you really want me to pursue Naruto-kun? Yeah, So hurry up and chase the world. Makoto Ito said with a smile. The next day, it happened to be Saturday, the weekend came, and Naruto stayed at home to meditate, waiting for Mami's call. It wasn't until noon that the phone finally rang. After picking it up, the voice coming from inside was from the world of Sayuan Temple. World, how is it you? How do you know my landline number? Naruto was a little strange. The world over there smiled and said, what's the matter? Naruto-kun, don't you welcome me? I'm at your door now. What? Naruto was startled. What was she going to make trouble for? Hee hee, scare you. Hearing Naruto's surprised voice, the world couldn't help giggling. Naruto was speechless for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, I'll open the door for you. Naruto was a little surprised by the arrival of the world, but he wasn't very surprised, let alone frightened. For him, there was really nothing in this world that could frighten him. Going to open the door, Naruto saw a slender young girl standing at the door, with long black hair scattered behind her head, 2 cute hairs on her head swaying slightly, and a beige dress that covered it. Above the thighs, the 2 slender white and tender legs are exposed, and a pair of small high-heeled shoes on the feet reveal the crystal-clear jade toes, which makes people feel slightly moved. Naruto's eyes swiveled around her, and then he smiled and said, world, do you have anything to do with me? The world smiled playfully at her, can't I come to you if I'm okay? Naruto-kun. Hee hee, in fact, I heard that today is your birthday. As a classmate, I want to help you celebrate. Seeing Naruto's embarrassed expression, she suddenly felt that Naruto was not like the poor student in her impression. It's so unreasonable, but it still looks cute. Then thank you very much, come in first. Naruto stepped aside and motioned her to enter the room. For her kindness, Naruto had no reason to refuse, but it was a little strange, saying, world, how did you know me? Birthday. Hee hee, I have great powers. The world blinked playfully, took off her shoes and entered Naruto's house. When she found that Naruto's house looked very feminine, she couldn't help but asked, Naruto-kun, where are your uncles and aunts? I live alone. Naruto smiled lightly. Ah, why did you live alone so early? Don't your uncles and aunts care? The world opened his mouth slightly and let out a soft snort. Well, they're already dead. What? The world was shocked, and then quickly apologized. Ah, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to mention this. She couldn't help feeling sympathy for Naruto, a child without parents. No wonder they didn't work hard in school. It's okay. Naruto smiled indifferently. Seeing this, the world felt a little sorry, but when he saw that there was really no dissatisfaction on his face, he was relieved and continued to visit Naruto's room. Naruto poured a glass of water, took a sip himself, and immediately took a sip. I thought it was wrong, the guests should pour water when they come to the house. As the 6th generation of Hokage, I came from that world where the killing was decisive, but when you come here, you should follow the customs here. So he poured another glass of water to the world. The world sat down in the room, observed the room for a while, and then asked curiously, but Naruto-kun, your decoration here seems to be very feminine. Why is this? Naruto was also a little speechless at the series of questions from her curious baby. He smiled and replied, actually, this room belongs to a friend of mine. She went to work elsewhere, so she gave it to me. Oh, the world nodded and gave up after hearing this, but there was still some doubts in his heart. Listening to Naruto's words, that friend seems to be a woman. Do not know who it is. Just as the two were chatting, the landline phone rang again. Naruto went to pick it up and came back and smiled at the world. Sorry, world, my friend just happened to be coming downstairs. She has now let me go and pick her up to help get the things. You stay here for a while, and I'll pick her up. Ah, the world was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect such a coincidence. Seeing that Naruto was going out of the house, he immediately followed and said with a smile, then let me help too. Naruto looked at her and nodded in agreement. Downstairs, Mommy was wearing a white shirt and a short, narrow skirt that stretched to the top of her knees, revealing her two fair-skinned calves. There were piles of bags beside her, and she was looking at her expectantly. Naruto here. When Naruto appeared, she saw him at first sight, and quickly waved like Naruto, Naruto. I'm here, here. The crisp and sweet voice made the world around Naruto stunned. After Naruto brought her closer, the world immediately felt ashamed. Compared with Mommy, she was only a high school student. On the other side, especially the pair of high bulging hills in front of Mammy's chest, at least there is a D cup. Moreover, Mommy also exudes a professional temperament, which is incomparable to a young student like her. Mommy, you've worked hard. Naruto walked up to Mommy and greeted him with a smile. He found that Mommy was wearing a thin shirt, maybe because the weather was a little hot, she had some sweat stains all the way over. At this moment, with his eyesight, he could even see through the white shirt the Yuhi-colored hood that Mommy was wearing. Moreover, Mammy's face was also slightly light makeup, and the corners of Yuhi's lips were slightly hooked with a seductive arc, exuding a charming luster. It was simply beautiful. Chapter 398 Birthday. Naruto, long time no see. Mommy also greeted him with a smile, with a sweet smile on her face. Seeing the world around him, she couldn't help but froze and said, Naruto, who is this? She is usually a cheerful and lively world among her peers, but now she is a little cautious when facing Mommy for some reason. She quickly stepped forward and introduced herself. My name is Sayuanji World, and I am a classmate of Naruto-kun. Quote. Oh, that's it. Today is Naruto's birthday. Are you here to celebrate him too? Mommy said with a smile. The world nodded hastily. Then I really want to thank you. Mommy smiled and said to Naruto again. Naruto, I can't handle these things, can you help me get them? A lot of them are bought for you. Quote. Naruto nodded, picked up a few bags, and the three went upstairs together. After returning to the house, Mommy breathed out as if she had returned to her own home. She walked around the room and giggled, that's great. I'm finally back here. I live at home. I'm really not used to it. As expected, I still prefer living outside alone. Naruto smiled lightly, glanced at the world, and suddenly said sourly, Naruto, I didn't expect you to have a classmate to celebrate your birthday just after you started school. Sayuanji classmate is not your girlfriend, right? There was something in her words. Nervous tone. However, when he said it, he pretended to be relaxed, so that Naruto couldn't see it. The world panicked and waved his hands hastily. No. No, Sister Mommy, don't get me wrong, I'm just Naruto's classmate. Also, just call me the world. Oh, really? Mommy tilted her head and looked at the world, and laughed. Although Naruto has just started school, I have never seen a boy as good as him. World, you really don't care. Sister Mommy, don't embarrass me. The world shook his head vigorously. Under Mammy's questioning, even if she had nothing to do with Naruto, Yuhi's face could not help but swell in embarrassment. After hearing this, Mommy was secretly relieved, but at the same time she was also a little worried. This can't be done. He is not by Naruto's side, but such a good boy is very easy to be robbed by other girls. Now the world is a potential threat. Mommy was fascinated. Naruto blushed a little. After a while, Mommy finally came to her senses, and then hurriedly took out a box from the bag and put it on the table. Naruto, what do you think this is? Mommy opened the box and smiled softly. Naruto looked at the 17-inch big cake in front of him, inlaid with various fruits, cream, and a few birthday wishes. He couldn't help being stunned, and immediately reacted again, with a warm smile on his face. Mommy, thank you so much. Modern girls are so delicate and take care of all aspects of life so thoughtfully. Compared with the Hokage world, the bland warmth here also makes Naruto feel very warm. Wow, what a big cake! The world exclaimed in surprise. Mommy's sister is so kind to Naruto-kun. Mommy smiled slightly when she heard the words. Yuhi dizzy flashed on her face, looked at Naruto and said, do you like it? Naruto. Naruto nodded. Of course I like it. It's so nice. I'm glad you like me. Mommy sat beside him, took out a lighter, and took out a birthday candle, and tried to stick him one by one next to his body. A faint fragrance immediately penetrated into Naruto's nose from her body. I don't know if it was Mammy's body fragrance or the smell of perfume. Anyway, at this moment, Naruto's heart couldn't help but jump slightly. Mommy, let me do it. A little embarrassed, he wanted to take the things and make them himself, but Mommy stubbornly held his hand and said, "No, today is your birthday, I will help you with all this. You're done." The world on the side, looking at the two people who were so close, seemed to understand something in their hearts, and suddenly envied Naruto. Naruto had no choice but to let her do it, and when she finished inserting the candles and lit the candles, Mommy gently pushed the stunned Naruto and said softly, "Naruto, make a wish. Then blow out the candles." Only then did Naruto react. He was overwhelmed by this special atmosphere, so he closed his eyes and pretended to make a wish. Opening his eyes, he slowly blew out the candles. At this moment, Mommy looked at Naruto expectantly and asked, "Naruto, what wish did you make?" The world also came over curiously and looked at him. Naruto shook his head. "It doesn't work, right?" "Hee, it's alright. Come on, I want to know." Mommy suddenly wrapped her arms around him and cried softly, "Maybe it will be more eloquent to say it." Naruto was speechless. However, the delicate touch of Mommy on his arm still made him a little excited. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Seeing Naruto's refusal to speak, Mommy had no choice but to push him away, and continued to take out a lot of food from the bag, all small food, snacks and the like. "The world, let's eat together. Unfortunately there are few people, but we still have to make Naruto's birthday a little more lively." Mommy helped Naruto arrange birthdays like a hostess. The world couldn't help but be infected by Mammy's smile. Joining her, the two celebrated Naruto's birthday and played games together. However, Naruto felt that the game was a bit boring, but Mommy and the world were urging him, so he had to play a few games together. However, it's okay not to play. As soon as you play, something goes wrong. Because Asami made this game called Error Punishment. She and the world will make the questions for Naruto. If Naruto makes a mistake, they can't ask him anything. Then, Naruto was decisively tragic. The first question that Mommy asked was something Naruto didn't understand at all, because she asked some questions about the police when she was in the police academy. Naruto was speechless. "Can't answer it." Mommy smiled proudly. Hee. "Naruto, just accept the punishment." At this time, the world stood up and pleaded for Naruto. "Sister Mommy, you are so cunning. These questions you asked are not something that Naruto-kun can answer now. It's not fair. Anyway, I didn't say it before, don't be rude. If you dare to speak for him in the world, I will make a request for him to humiliate you later." Chapter 399 Yanyi calls. Naruto sweats. The world also suddenly shy Yuhi's face, and kept complaining. Mommy smiled maliciously at Naruto. "Naruto, what a man says should be counted. You are the man I'm looking for. Just accept the punishment obediently." Naruto smiled bitterly, spread his hands and said, "Okay, then it's up to you. What do you want me to do?" Mommy smiled contentedly, and suddenly said, "My legs were a little sore when I walked just now. Could you give me a massage, Naruto, please?" Naruto and the world couldn't help but be taken aback. Naruto looked down at her round thighs that were tightly packed together, and hesitated. "Do you really want a massage?" "Yeah, and make sure to press it until I'm comfortable." Mommy smiled and stretched out a slender, white leg. The short and narrow skirt was pulled up slightly, and the raised long leg was even more dazzling. Moreover, Mommy didn't even wear stockings. She just ate guago and put her long legs on Naruto's legs. "Come on, let's start," Mommy urged with a smile. The world let out a wry smile, seeing Mommy doing this to Naruto, and was even more sure of what she was thinking. And Naruto had to cooperate with her, stretched out his hands and pressed them on Mammy's smooth long legs. As soon as the hot temperature of his hands reached her, Mommy couldn't help trembling. In fact, she was also a little nervous at this time, and made such a request to Naruto, for fear that Naruto would refuse strictly, but fortunately, Naruto was very talkative and agreed to herself. Feeling Naruto's big hands touching her muscles, the strange temperature on her skin, as if it could be transmitted directly to her heart, made Mammy's heart tremble. Although Naruto has never massaged, he has had relationships with many women in the Hokage world. He also knows women's bodies very well and knows how to make them feel more comfortable. Although it only massages the big legs, this is really good for Naruto. Moreover, since I haven't touched a woman for a long time, Naruto couldn't help it for a long time. At this time, Mammy's jade legs were in front of him, which happened to be the object of consolation, and a pair of big hands were wanting her legs. Gently press up. Naruto, how good are you at massaging? Mammy's whole leg was so soft that she couldn't help feeling itchy for a while, and she couldn't help but feel slightly wet under her body. Naruto smiled and used his best technique again, pressing his palm against her big, inner leg, and suddenly vibrated rapidly. Ah! Mammy's whole leg was numb and hot, and she couldn't help but climb a layer of faint Yuhi dizziness on her face. Okay, that's weird. Naruto, you made me feel so comfortable. Mommy felt an unprecedented feeling. She didn't know that the massage at this time was no longer a pure massage. The more wetting, the more she couldn't bear it in the end. Yuhi quickly retracted her long legs with a face. Okay. You've passed the test. Naruto just stopped, but he couldn't help it anymore. Mommy is completely tempting herself. Didn't she know that she hadn't touched a woman for a long time? I can't stand this kind of excitement. At this time, Naruto's bottom had been bulging long ago. If he hadn't been trying his best to control and shrunk back, he would have been found to be making a fool of himself. As for Mommy, it's the same. At this moment, the feeling of wetness in her legs made her uncomfortable for a while. She couldn't help but look at Naruto with a hint of fiery in her eyes, and her legs twisted uncomfortably. Get up, in an attempt to relieve that tingling strangeness. The world on the other side doesn't know the difference in the hearts of the two, but simply thinks it's too ambiguous to do so, and is even more suspicious of the relationship between the two. Are they really just ordinary friends? If it's what he guessed, what happened to Yan Yi? Looking at Naruto, for the first time in the world, there is a strong urge to explore. Next, the three of them played a few more games, but Mommy had a precedent before, so she didn't dare to mess around like that. In fact, she did this just out of a momentary thought. Maybe she saw a girl around Naruto, and she felt a little sense of crisis, so she wanted to use this method to deepen her closeness to Naruto. Soon it was afternoon, the sun was about to go down, and it was already past 5 o'clock. The world realized that it was time to go home, and left Naruto's house in a hurry. On the way to leave Naruto's house, the world couldn't help sighing. He originally wanted to ask Naruto out, and he went after Naruto in anger with Makoto Ito, but he didn't expect to stay at home for his birthday in the end because of Mommy. However, when I am with Naruto, I am very happy. Naruto does not have the bad temper and bad habits of a poor student, but it is very close to people, especially his warm smile when he smiles. It is full of its charm. At home at this time, Mommy did not leave and was packing her things. After the joy, Naruto leaned on the sofa a little bored, looking at the graceful figure walking back and forth. His heart was warm. Mommy, aren't you going back today? Naruto asked suddenly. Mommy smiled when she heard the words. Yeah. I'm not going back until tomorrow. I'll live here after I clean up the house. Ah, okay. Naruto thought, what a torment it is for a beautiful woman to live here. At this moment, the phone rang again. Mommy was stunned, and went to pick it up without waiting for Naruto to get up. Hello, who is it? Are you okay? It was Yan Yi who wanted to call Naruto on the other end of the phone. Today was Saturday and Naruto's birthday, but she had been suppressing her excitement until she called at the appointed time. Unexpectedly, It was a girl's voice who answered the phone. Yanyi is very strange. Is it a typo? Look at the entered number. It is correct. Hello, is Naruto here? I'm him. Classmate, Gui Yanye. Yanyi wanted to say the word girlfriend, but there happened to be a trouble beside her. Sister Gui Shinjunyi with a smile on his face. He secretly listened to his sister's phone call. Is Naruto's classmate Gui Yanye? After hearing Yanya's words, Mommy was stunned for a while, and couldn't help but glance at Naruto strangely. Chapter 400 Bulb. Well, are you Naruto's sister? Can you let him listen to the phone? Yanyi asked politely. Since the number is correct, it belongs to Naruto's family, then this girl's voice is most likely his sister. I'm not. You misunderstood. I'll call Naruto over. Mommy replied and asked Naruto to come over to answer the phone. After Naruto took it, he heard Yanyi's voice before he spoke. Naruto, it's time to go. I'll be waiting for you at the south intersection of Commercial Center Street. I'll give you a gift tonight. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you to prepare a gift. Thank you so much. It's all about giving gifts on birthdays. Besides, I'm yours. Girlfriend, of course I want to give you gifts. Yanyi whispered, and she secretly glanced at the man hiding aside. Gui Shin lowered her voice. Hee, okay, I'll be right there. See you later. Naruto answered and hung up the phone. At this time, Mommy, who had been eavesdropping on her ears, immediately stepped forward and asked, Naruto, is your classmate asking you to go out? Yeah, Naruto laughed. I might be back later, sorry Mommy. Mommy felt a little sour in her heart. Seeing Naruto put on her shoes and was about to leave, she hurriedly stepped forward to hold him and begged, Naruto, can you take me with you too? I just happen to have nothing to do. Quote. Naruto was stunned for a moment, thinking that going out with Yanyi would be the same as a date, if the big light bulb Mommy was added. Deliberately refused, but seeing the look of hope and pleading on her face, Naruto couldn't help but nodded. Okay, if you want to go, go together. Really? That's great. Naruto. Mommy immediately cheered and jumped in place, causing the two high peaks in front of her chest to tremble. Naruto smiled lightly. I'll call Yanyi now and talk to her. Mommy nodded again and immediately went into the room to change clothes and prepare to go. When Mommy was changing clothes, Naruto had already spoken to Yanyi. When Yanyi heard that the owner of the female voice was coming, she was actually very reluctant, but she couldn't restrain her heart. Curious, I want to meet the girl who lives in Naruto's house. Soon, Naruto and Mommy, who had everything ready, took a taxi and hurried to the agreed place. When we got there, the sky was already dark, the street lights were lit up one after another, and the night market was about to start. At the south intersection of Central Street, under the green light of Yuhi, Naruto and the two saw Yanyi. Today's Yanyi seems to have gone through a lot of careful dressing up and made herself look beautiful. A Yuhi-colored tight-fitting suspender skirt. The skirt just reaches the top of the thigh, revealing those two white and crystal shoulders, that her tall and protruding breasts were fuller under the outline of the suspender skirt. Her long black hair was casually scattered behind her head, and two strands of hair fell gently on her chest. Her smiling face was simply stunning. Life for a life. Seeing such a sexy and charming Yanyi, Naruto also froze for a moment, and immediately came back to his senses, and looked at Mommy beside him in embarrassment. Compared with Yanyi, Mommy did not change into such sexy clothes this time. Maybe it was because she was in a hurry to come out with Naruto. She didn't dress up well, she was just wearing a light-colored shirt, with a black short and narrow skirt underneath. Although it was also very beautiful, compared with Yanyi, she was still a little less sexy. Naruto and Mommy walked past Yuhi's green light and came to Yanyi. Hey, Naruto-kun, Yanyi greeted him with a smile. A little pink lip gloss was applied on his soft lips, and under the neon lights on the street, colorful lights flashed. Naruto nodded at her, and just wanted to introduce Mommy. Mommy took the initiative to stand in front of him and face Yanyi, and politely introduced herself. Hello, Yanyi, I'm a good friend of Naruto. Asami Oka, you are now working in the bed city, you are beautiful. Well, it turns out that Sister Mommy has already gone to work. It's amazing, but I'm not as good as you said, Sister Mommy is. Yanyi replied with a smile. After the introduction, the two started chatting. Yanyi was here to celebrate Mingren's birthday, and it was equivalent to giving him a present on a date, but because Mommy was here, she felt very embarrassed, so she didn't dare to give it to him. A special gift came out. However, Yanyi still has 2 movie tickets in her hand. She originally planned to go to the movies with Naruto, but Mommy didn't have any tickets, so she couldn't go together, but it's not good to leave her here. Therefore, the 3 of them chatted with each other for a few words, and the atmosphere became a little strange. Yanyi wanted to be alone with Naruto, go to the movies with him, celebrate his birthday, and do romantic things, but Mommy couldn't let go of Naruto, and didn't want him to get too close to other girls, but a time couldn't find a suitable reason, so I had to follow them like this. Of course, Naruto also felt this strange atmosphere. At this time, he didn't want to see the 2 girls unhappy, so he made a proposal, the 3 of them go to the park and play games together. For his proposal, the 2 women willingly or unwillingly agreed, of course. So, the 3 of them moved to Kana City Park again. Today is a holiday. There are many people in the park, and many of them are couples. Seeing couples riding on a wooden horse, riding a spaceship, and screaming on the Ferris wheel, Yanyi's little face was full of anticipation, and from time to time he looked at Naruto with those longing eyes. Although Mommy is at work, she is very happy to be here with Naruto, but in this case, it is impossible for them to be alone. Looking at Yanyi next to Naruto, Mammy's heart filled with joy. Muttered. Who is she? Naruto? Ordinary classmates don't do this at all. Celebrating Naruto's birthday and wearing such a charming dress is obviously ready for a date. Could it be that Naruto was already ready to date Yanyi? Are they already boyfriend and girlfriend? Mammy's heart was full of questions. She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare to ask, but she was very unhappy with these questions kept in her heart. She really wanted to find a way to give him a try. But what is the best way to do it? Chapter 401 2 Women's Thoughts. Just when Mommy was tangled, the 3 came to the ticket gate of the park's haunted house. Wow, Naruto, let's go to the haunted house. It's posted here saying that Sadako has appeared. Yanyi exclaimed excitedly, and couldn't help but grab Naruto's big hand and called out. What she likes most is to be with the person she likes in this thrilling scene, which is the greatest romance for her. Haunted house. It's not bad. Mammy's heart lit up slightly. This is also a good place. According to legend, this place is a must-play place for couples to flirt. Sure enough, Yanyi had that feeling for Naruto. Mommy thought sour in her heart, but she was not reconciled. How could Naruto be taken away by a little girl? You have to work hard to compete. At this time, Naruto saw that Mommy agreed, so he nodded. Then Yanyi happily ran to buy a ticket, and the 3 chapter tickets were brought over, and the 3 lined up to enter the haunted house. Once inside, there is a long dark corridor, and it is pitch black inside as if it is really entering the endless darkness. Yanyi and Mommy couldn't help but reach out and grab Naruto's arm. Naruto stood between the 2 women, looking at the scene in front of him with some boredom. With his eyesight, even if he couldn't use chakra at this time, the visibility of his eyes was still much better than that of ordinary people, even though it was very dark here, but in his eyes he can still see the layout here. In fact, this is just a long corridor. There are some large screens on both sides of the corridor, which are all in a black state at this time, and there are various props hanging on the ceiling of the corridor. Although these things are not clear in his eyes, they are clear at a glance. What's more, even if it is a real ghost, he will not be afraid at all. In the boredom, Naruto's only comfort in the middle of the 2 women was the special enjoyment brought to him by the 2 women's soft and tender bodies that were close to him at this time. No wonder this is a place frequented by many couples. In this kind of place, naturally timid girls are the easiest to lean on boys. At this moment, a low and gloomy musical sound suddenly sounded in the corridor, constantly circling around the ears of the three of them. Mommy and Yanyi were both nervous. Although they knew that the haunted house was fake, they couldn't help but be brought into a special realm by this dark environment and the music. Suddenly, when the three of them walked forward for about a minute, a faint green light suddenly flashed next to them, and it was fleeting. The two women quickly turned their heads, and the light disappeared long ago. At this moment, the sound of the music suddenly rose a few tunes, and at the same time, a cold wind blew over, accompanied by a faint light, and approached from the top of the three of them. What? The next moment, a skull with pale white light appeared in front of Naruto and the three of them. Yanyi and Mommy were both startled. Naruto's arms. Boom. There was a soft sound, and then the two women suddenly cried out in pain. It hurts. Woohoo. They covered their heads and screamed. It turned out that Mommy and Yanyi's movements were too consistent just now. When they both rushed towards Naruto, they accidentally bumped into each other's head. Naruto sweated a bit, stretched out his arms and wrapped his arms around the slender waists of the two of them, and said with a faint smile, "These are all fake, what are you afraid of? Seeing you all hitting your head with excitement, it's true." Who would have known that Yan Yesun would rush over too? In the darkness, she felt the warmth brought by Naruto's big hand around her waist, and Mommy secretly rejoiced. Yan Yi, who was on the side, was pressed against her waist by Naruto's fiery palm, and her body suddenly trembled. She, who had never been so close to a boy, suddenly felt a little unsuitable for this feeling, but the fiery temperature, it burned her heart over and over again, making her unable to stop. No way. Am I developing too fast with Naruto like this? Although we are boyfriend and girlfriend, it is too embarrassing to hug each other like this. However, in the darkness, Yanyi did not leave Naruto's big hand, because in this darkness, she felt full of security, and even if more ghosts appeared, she would no longer be afraid. When he walked out of the haunted house with the two girls in his arms, Naruto was bored and wanted to fall asleep. The journey was too slow. Every time he encountered something scary, the two girls had to stop and hug his body. Naruto still enjoys it twice, but after more, he feels very tormented. On the one hand, he has no interest in this haunted house, but on the other hand, he has to be in physical contact with them again and again. With a strange agitation. Mommy and Yanyi thought it was very interesting. However, when the three of them walked out of the haunted house, when Naruto was still holding the two girls, some other tourists around noticed it. Seeing that Naruto was actually holding the two girls by himself, he immediately voted a strange look. At this time, the two women who were still immersed in the haunted house just now did not react. When they just recovered, they realized that they were still in Naruto's arms. Immediately, the two women both made a big yuhi face, looked at each other and quickly left Naruto's arms. They were all embarrassed and angry. Isn't Naruto's girlfriend me? Why are you still hugging sister Mommy? How could he do this? This is true. Yanyi's heart is full of mixed feelings. Could it be that sister Mommy and Naruto have an intimate relationship that she doesn't know about? How good is this? Likewise, Mommy was also full of jealousy, and sure enough, Naruto also hugged Yanyi. He is so beautiful. He hugged our two girls at once. And this also confirmed her thoughts. Yanyi must also like Naruto, but I don't know what Naruto thinks. No, you must win Naruto. You are the first to know Naruto. At this time, Naruto didn't know the complicated thoughts in the hearts of the two girls. He was used to hugging each other in the Hokage world. Although Zuiyu would be a little emotional and jealous, the other girls' ideas were still very open-minded. And the girls here, especially simple girls like Mommy and Yanyi, would definitely get jealous easily. Chapter 402 Kiss. 3 hours later. Each had a different mood, and the three finally had a good time. Of course, strictly speaking, it's only Mommy and Yanyi who are enjoying themselves. In addition to feeling the smell of gunpowder between the two women, Naruto is constantly accepting the various temptations of the two women. Just like now, when they are tired of playing, they are going to buy ice cream to eat, and after buying it, they keep licking and licking in front of Naruto, although Naruto can't figure out whether it is the two women who are deliberately seducing him. Woolen cloth. Or really don't know how lethal this is for men. The moon in the night sky was getting higher and higher, and the time was getting later and later, until it was almost 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, Yanyi finally proposed to go back. Seeing her reluctant look, Naruto thought it was cute, patted her shoulder with a smile, and said, "Go back quickly, if it's too late, your family will tell you." Yanyi nodded lightly when he heard the words, looked up at Naruto, then looked at Mommy, and said with some twist, "Naruto, I actually have a gift for you, I just want to. Would you mind giving it to you alone?" Naruto was slightly taken aback when he heard it, and looked at Mommy, and found that she was slightly pouting her mouth in dissatisfaction, and she couldn't help but have a big head. However, when he saw Yanyi's more eager and hopeful look at this time, he had to talk to Mommy, and after she nodded reluctantly, he walked with Yanyi to a street lamp not far away. Yanyi touched a carefully wrapped box from his bag and handed it to him. "Naruto, I wish you a happy birthday. This is my gift to you, you can only take it back and open it." Naruto smiled and stretched out his hand to take it. While his heart warmed, he couldn't help but reached out and pinched her delicate nose. "Thank you so much, Yanyi. I'll give you a present on your next birthday too." Such an intimate gesture. Yanyi's face turned Yuhi slightly, but the strange thing was that she no longer resisted this level of intimacy. Her face was full of anticipation. She looked at Naruto and said coquettishly, "Sure. Let's pull the hook." Quote. Naruto stretched out his little finger, hooked it with Yanyi's small and smooth finger, and pulled it slightly. After pulling, Yanyi's face showed a touch of Yuhi dizziness, slightly raised his head and looked at him obsessively, his soft lips parted lightly. "Naruto." Huh. Naruto looked down at her, only to see that her hands suddenly gently grabbed the clothes on Naruto's chest, and she leaned over quietly, and from the two charming pink Yuhi lips, a spit out. A faint scent. She seemed to be making a silent invitation. In this case, if Naruto didn't know what it meant, he could kill him. Bowing his head slightly, Naruto put his hands on her shoulders and slowly pressed towards her. At this moment, Mami's voice suddenly came from a distance. "Hey. Naruto, why haven't you been well for so long? Have you received the gift?" Mami's voice immediately dissipated the atmosphere that she had finally created. Yanyi was stunned, and quickly fled away with a shy face. "Naruto, bye, I'm going back." Yanyi quickly left, stopped a car and headed home. Naruto smiled bitterly and could only walk towards Mommy. At this time, Yanyi, who got into the car, was pounding in his heart, and his face was even hotter. "What a shame. How could you do such a bold act? Just now, I was actually asking Naruto for a kiss. This is so embarrassing. How can you do this? Well, I must not let my sister know when I go back." On Naruto's side, he has also returned home with Mommy. Came over from the bed owner city, and was busy all day. Now I went out for a walk with Naruto. After being refreshed, Mommy is very tired now. After finishing everything, she leaned on the soft watching TV with Naruto on the sofa. However, within a few minutes of watching, she felt that her eyelids were fighting and she was going to sleep. She was really tired, but she didn't want to miss the little bit of getting along with Naruto, so she kept going. Even if she was sleepy, she insisted on sitting on the sofa and chatting with Naruto, asking about him in school. Naruto chatted with her, and soon she leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder and fell asleep. Looking at her quiet little face when she was asleep, Naruto couldn't help but smile. "Really, it is so stubborn and cute that you have to force yourself even when you are so tired." He gently hugged her back, hooked his arms, stretched into the bends of her legs, slowly picked her up, and walked towards her room. Putting her on the big soft bed, just as Naruto was about to leave, Mommy suddenly stretched out a pair of jade arms around Naruto's neck, and whispered softly, "Naruto." Naruto was stunned for a moment, looked at her suspiciously, and when she saw her beautiful eyes tightly closed, it turned out that she was talking in her sleep. Shaking his head and smiling, he gently pulled her arms apart and covered her with the quilt before Naruto left the room. Just when he arrived at the door, Mommy murmured again, I like you. I like you so much. Naruto paused, looked back at her, and suddenly walked over and lowered his head to kiss her smooth and tender forehead. At this moment, Mammy's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly scrambled apart. Just when Naruto bowed his head and kissed her, both of them couldn't help being stunned. An embarrassed expression immediately appeared on Naruto's face, but this time, he just wanted to kiss her, but he was actually seen. I don't know what Mommy will think. However, after being stunned for a moment, Mommy suddenly stretched out her arms and wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck with a look of joy. Yuhi giggled and said, Naruto, I saw it. Just now. You are kissing me. Ah, that's a good night kiss. Naruto hurriedly smiled with his eyes turned. Hee, is that so? Mammy's sleepy eyes suddenly flashed a sly look, and the corner of her mouth tickled slightly. Then I'll send you a good night kiss too. Just as Naruto was about to speak, Mommy suddenly came up, and a pair of soft lips suddenly pressed against Naruto's mouth. A delicate and gentle touch came, and Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 403 I Can't Help It. Naruto didn't expect that Mommy was awake, and he also didn't expect that he would kiss her in a ghostly way. He would never have taken such initiative before. Although Mommy was very kind to himself, the two of them simply didn't. Without confirming the relationship, Naruto himself was very puzzled by making such an action. Could it be that I really have no resistance to these beautiful and gentle girls around me because I haven't touched women for a long time? Maybe so. Anyway, Naruto can't control that much now. Because the fragrant, soft and delicious body fluid on Mammy's lips was intertwined with her nose was blowing out a hot breath, fragrant and extravagant. Naruto unknowingly climbed onto her bed and pressed his body on Mammy's body. Due to the sudden increase in Naruto's weight, Mammy's bed suddenly sunk, and her whole body was embedded under Naruto. In his arms, he looked up at him with slightly open eyes in confusion. Her pair of pure white jade arms has also been tightly clinging to Naruto's neck, and her fragrant tongue stuck into Naruto's mouth, exploring jerky and enthusiastically. Naruto was suffocated, and while responding to her very skillfully, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and press down on her bulging chest. Soft, smooth, delicate, gentle, Naruto hadn't felt this feeling for a long time. At this moment, he couldn't help it any longer. He didn't care whether Mommy agreed or felt abrupt, and put a hand on her gently. Kneed on top. Mammy's delicate body trembled slightly, a greasy moan came out of her mouth. She glanced at Naruto, but she didn't object, and let him move around on her body. Gradually, Naruto was finally no longer satisfied with only being active outside. He quietly lifted up the shirt she was wearing outside with his hands, slid his fingers across her smooth belly, and took the behemoth with a yuhi-colored hood on his chest. Naruto, Mommy called him softly, moved away from his lips, and giggled in his ear. You have to be sure, if you do things to me now, you will be responsible in the future. Naruto nodded heavily. How could he care about this at this time? The man who hasn't had meat for a long time can't bear it any longer. Woolen cloth. Then it's done. Naruto, don't go back. Mommy opened her heart with a smile, spread her arms on both sides, and exposed her body to Naruto. In front of him, the two tall mountains of flesh swayed in front of Naruto. Naruto only felt that the yuhi-colored hood was particularly unsightly at the moment, and he really wanted to tear it apart. Fortunately, Naruto managed to control his impatience, and reached behind her to gently untangle the hood for her. Suddenly, with a snap, the hood loosened, and the two mountains of meat were about to emerge. Immediately liberated, he stood up straight in anger, even bigger. Mommy was ashamed and Yuhi didn't dare to look at Naruto. At this moment, she was both excited and scared. She was able to do these intimate things with Naruto. She liked it very much from the bottom of her heart, but it was her own. For the first time, it has never been done before. Don't know what's going to happen after a while. What a shame. At the age of 20, it is still a place, and it will not take the initiative at all when encountering such a thing. However, Naruto had already removed her hood at this time, and pressed her hands directly on the two bulging meat mountains. It was real, delicate, soft and smooth. This infinitely soft touch and that full feeling made Naruto's hands were hot. So embarrassing. Mommy stretched out her hand to cover her forehead, and let out a soft cry. I don't know if it was because of excitement or some other reason. With a slight sweat on her forehead, she wiped the knotty strand of hair away. Sticking lightly, the beautiful eyes full of water light only slightly opened a gap, secretly and shyly looking at Naruto. Naruto smiled and praised, Mommy, your body is so beautiful. You cancel the family. People, how can you say it is so good? Mammy's heart is about to fly, in this situation, if it is not for her knowledge, otherwise she would have taken the initiative long ago. Got it for Naruto. Hee, I'm coming, Mommy. Naruto was no longer satisfied with the scenery in front of Mammy's chest. He smiled and slid his hand under her. With a slight pull between his legs, the pink trousers were pulled directly. After getting down, Naruto didn't look at it, and directly touched her two smooth white legs with his hands, but his hands were full of smooth and greasy liquid. Okay, it's so itchy. Mommy closed her legs tightly, and Naruto's fiery big hand suddenly touched her most mysterious area, and she couldn't help trembling all of a sudden, her two long legs even more. It was constantly twisting, looking very impatient and scared. Seeing this scene, Naruto would continue with other things, and quickly took off his pants, straightening up the giant and pushing it against her Taniguchi. This fiery foreign object immediately made Mommy let out a soft snort and took a deep breath, but she didn't dare to spit it out. It was so big, so hard. Don't be nervous, Mommy. Naruto whispered in her ear, and when she was lost in this gentle tone, Naruto's body suddenly stiffened. Forehead. Mommy raised her head abruptly, her mouth opened slightly, her beautiful eyes widened, her delicate body clenched for a while, her jade arms grabbed the sheets all at once, and her whole body tensed up. Naruto was completely submerged. Since Mommy had already been flooded with water before, she only encountered a layer of obstacles when she entered, and directly penetrated her. Surrounded by her incomparably smooth and compact place, Naruto finally realized this long-lost feeling of love. So cool. Naruto pushed his head forward again, and went directly to her cervix. The stimulated Mammy's neck was thrown back fiercely, and there was a slight low-pitched breath in her throat. After a while, Mommy gradually got used to it, and Naruto started to move. It was very light and slow at first, and then gradually increased. Mommy Kochunin couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry. Ah, Naruto, it feels too strange. No way, Mommy yelled, and was slammed by Naruto, her body twisted violently. Chapter 404 Chakra is moving. The next morning, Naruto woke up and felt relieved. Suddenly, his spirit jolted violently, followed by an unspeakable ecstasy look on his face. Because, he found that the chakra in the body actually appeared a little loose. Among those chakras that seem to have solidified in the body, there is actually a trace of chakra flowing slowly. This long-lost feeling sent him into a sudden ecstasy. This is so surprising. Chakra, who has been exploring for a long time, suddenly unraveled a little at this moment. Although it is only a trace, the weak can almost be ignored, but this is already a big step for him. This is a substantial step. With this trace of chakra, he has the hope of a breakthrough, and the hope of continuing to study and explore. These days, although he has been working hard every day, he has never thought of giving up. However, after coming down from 1010, he has not made any progress. This is unique to him. Even if he first came to the Hokage world to practice chakra, practicing ninjutsu is also an improvement every day, and I have never had any way to do it like in the past few days. Therefore, this trace of chakra brings great hope to Naruto. Is this fate? Do not. Naruto never believed that fate was at fault. He must find out the reason why this can make the originally dead chakra move again. The mind slowly sank, and Naruto let this trace of chakra flow away in the body, and the mind also moved forward with this chakra. In his body, the chakra, which was originally unparalleled, was like some condensed solid blocks, attached to various cells and meridians of the body, and the only moving chakra seemed to be this 10,000. A trickle of still water is running constantly in it. However, when Naruto wanted to use this chakra to drive them, he found that it was not as simple as he thought. Those solidified chakras seemed to be suppressed by some force, and Naruto's current strength could not be stimulated and mobilized at all. But how did the chakra of this activity come about? Naruto couldn't help but fell into deep thought. At this time, Naruto suddenly felt that something was moving on his body. He recovered and opened his eyes and saw that Mommy was lying on his chest, quietly sticking out his tongue to lick the muscles in his chest. There was still a hint of sleepiness and tiredness on her face, and there was a lazy look in her beautiful eyes. Oh hey oh Naruto. Seeing Naruto open his eyes, Mommy raised her body slightly and said hello with a smile. The quilt on her body slid down gently, and her skin was suddenly white, and her skin was exposed to Naruto's eyes. Mommy was completely naked, and she was so tempted to die by Naruto last night that she couldn't help herself. Naruto, who was in a good mood, suddenly hugged her tender body, hugged her fiercely, kissed her face, and said with a smile, "Mommy, good morning. Does it still hurt there?" Mommy leaned in his arms happily, clinging to him, feeling his masculinity, and she was intoxicated. When Yan's face turned Yuhi slightly, and he gave him a coquettish look and said, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful when you are only 16 years old. I'm about to die. It seems that I can't live without it in the future. How about you?" Naruto laughed and reached out to her crotch. Mommy Wei gave him a ruthless look and said softly, "No way, Naruto, it's already swollen there. If you do it again, it will be broken." Naruto smiled lightly. "Don't think about it. I didn't say I want to do H with you." Then what are you doing? It's so cold." Mommy suddenly shuddered and looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto smiled. Just now, he was using his chakra to perform nourishing treatment for Mommy. After dealing with Ten Tails and Madara, Naruto had nothing to do with Sakura Tsunade and the others to learn a little medical ninjutsu. Although he just learned it casually, it is far from the power of life, but in his spare time, it is also considered a medical ninjutsu. A pastime. At this time, I used this medical ninjutsu to give Mommy a medical treatment. However, this is only a trace of chakra, and it is estimated that it is not enough for a small vertical lift. At this time, it is almost not enough to use it in medical ninjutsu for a few seconds. After refining it for a while, the chakra that was used up immediately recovered, and Naruto couldn't help laughing bitterly. This chakra is too little, and it has only just recovered a little bit, and I still don't know how to increase this trace of chakra. Method, can't be used at all. And after Mommy felt the slight coolness, the temperature of Naruto's big hands became hot again, her delicate body could not help twisting slightly, and she sat on him and said coquettishly, "Naruto, you are too bad. You are only 16 years old. Desire and hope are so strong." Naruto was stunned for a moment, seeing that Mommy had actually sat up. Her upper body was completely exposed to the air, only to hear her say shyly, "Naruto, if you really want it. I'm reluctant. I can give it to you once. Only once." After speaking, Mommy stretched out her hand and took the initiative to grasp Naruto's swollen large object, smiled lightly, frowned slightly, sat down gently, and completely wrapped Naruto inside. Naruto couldn't help but stretch out his hand to support her smooth waist, stiffen his body, and work again. As a result, of course, Mommy was so tender, she begged for mercy again and again, and sprayed it 3 times in a row, which made Naruto erupt as she wished. Satisfied, Naruto got out of bed, looked at Mommy who was still lying on the bed and was panting weakly, and smiled slightly. After taking a shower, he went downstairs to buy some breakfast. At this time, Mommy was still lying on the bed. Seeing that Naruto was actually taking breakfast for herself, she couldn't help showing a moved look on her face, and threw herself into his arms again. Keep warm. Today is Sunday. The two of them, who had nothing to do, enjoyed a long time at home, chatting, and being gentle. This made Mommy very satisfied, and she felt more and more reluctant to leave him. She was even thinking, how wonderful it would be if it was still Sunday. It's a pity that tomorrow is Monday, and I have to go back to the bed city to go to work. Hey, I really want to stay by Naruto's side. Mommy thought to herself. Chapter 405 Naughty Cinnamon. The day passed quickly, and when evening came, Mammy's parents called her and asked her to go home as soon as possible. Mommy had no choice but to reluctantly bid farewell to Naruto. Before leaving, the two kissed deeply. After Mommy left, Naruto sat down and meditated excitedly, cultivating the trace of chakra in his body. After a period of research, he found that this trace of chakra was not actually liberated from the solidified chakra in the body, but it was newly created by myself. And it brings a different nature. Compared with the original chakra of feng shui and soil, this trace of chakra has no changes in these attributes, but has a trace of yin and yang attributes. As early as he mastered the power of nature before, he had a very thorough understanding of the attributes of chakra, so he had a very clear understanding of what this chakra contained. Yin and yang changes. He knows that everything in the world is inseparable from yin and yang, and they have two completely different properties. What kind of connection does this have with his chakra? Naruto fell into deep thought. Perhaps, this has to allow myself to continue to explore. He exhaled softly. At this time, he noticed a small box on the table in front of him, which was the birthday present Yan Yi gave him yesterday. Yesterday, before she left, she told herself to take it home and open it, but after spending a whole day with Mommy, she forgot about it, which made him feel a little ashamed, and now he hastily brought it over and opened it up. The exquisite box packaging was torn open and opened layer by layer, only to see that there was actually a silver-colored mobile phone inside. There is a half-heart pattern on the lid of the phone. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and turned over the mobile phone box. On the box, he saw a picture, which happened to be another pink Yuhi-colored mobile phone that was paired with his own silver-colored mobile phone. Is this a couple's phone? There was a warm current in Naruto's heart. Yan Yi was too careful, and even bought a mobile phone for himself. It seems that he told her that he didn't have a mobile phone the day before yesterday, right? Unexpectedly, she actually spent money to buy one for herself. Naruto returned from the world of Hokage. It has been more than 10 years since he played this thing. Fortunately, he still remembers the usage of this thing. After pressing the power button, the phone has already turned on. After a while, the phone suddenly rang for a while, and Naruto was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the caller ID was Yan Yi. Unexpectedly, she called herself as soon as she turned on the phone. Naruto felt very surprised. After connecting, Yan Yi's gentle voice came from inside. Naruto, do you like this gift? Yeah, I like it. But it really cost you money. Naruto replied with a smile. It's alright, this is my birthday present for you. We can use this to keep in touch with each other in the future. What are you doing, heart? Yan Yi said halfway through with a smile, and suddenly came again there was a frolic, and she said in a panic, okay, Naruto, I won't tell you first, see you tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow. Naruto said, smiled and hung up the phone. At this time, Yan Yi's house. Gui Xin was staying in her sister's room. Seeing her holding a mobile phone, she became very curious. She kept getting into her arms to grab her mobile phone. She said softly, sister, you're hiding a secret from me. Really, this phone is obviously a couple's phone. Is that Naruto your boyfriend? Tell me now. Yeah, there's no way. Gui Xin, hurry up and do your homework. Sister, I'm going to bed. Yan Yi pushed her and wanted to kick her out, but the mischievous Gui Xin didn't go away and went away with a smile. Grab her mobile phone. I'll be sleeping in my sister's room tonight. Hee hee, let me have a look. or be careful and I'll tell my parents. Ah, how can you be so bad, Gui Shin? You can't let them know about this kind of thing. I bought it with pocket money that I've saved for a long time. Yan Yi became anxious. Haha, sister, why are you nervous? I won't say anything. I'm going to scare you. Gui Shin saw her sister stunned for a moment, and suddenly snatched the phone away, and ran out of her sister's room with a huff. Hey, heart, give it back to me. Yan Yi rushed over to chase after his sister, but was stopped by his mother as soon as he arrived at the door. Yan Yi, why don't you sleep at night? Don't make trouble, go back to sleep, there will be class tomorrow. I see. Yan Yi was shy and squinted at Sime Millie-ja, watching her keep making faces and sticking out her tongue at him. She couldn't help but get angry and laugh, so she had no choice but to go back to the room. In the evening, near midnight, Naruto was lying on the bed and sleeping, with his mobile phone on the cabinet by the bedside, when suddenly there was a vibration from the mobile phone. Naruto woke up suddenly, picked up the phone and saw a text message from Yan Yi. It's all this time, what's wrong with her sending a text message? Did something happen? Naruto woke up immediately, opened the text message, and it read, Brother Naruto, I can't sleep. I miss you, can you come out and accompany me? Naruto was stunned for a moment, then pressed the button and sent a text message back. Go to bed now, Yan Yi, can't we see you tomorrow? Besides, we have class tomorrow. After a while, the text message came again. But, people just miss you. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep. I'll be late tomorrow morning. Come over quickly. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a little strange. Yan Yi is very gentle and considerate, why is he so capricious this time? He hurriedly made a phone call to her, however, the bell rang a few times and was immediately hung up. Naruto frowned, what's going on? Called again, still no answer. The depressed Naruto had to send a text message to ask her why. After a while, the text message over there came back. I'm already at the station on Nanji Road North. Naruto, come here. Naruto was instantly depressed. What the hell is this girl doing? Why are you suddenly so capricious? Can't we meet tomorrow? Why do you want to meet now? Naruto was speechless, but worried that she, a girl, would be in danger outside so late, so she had to put on clothes and leave the room. Chapter 406 Physical Exam. Then, this night, Naruto came back very depressed, and made a decision in his heart that he must punish this wayward guy well tomorrow morning. How dare you make fun of yourself? Naruto, who didn't get home until 2 or 3 o'clock, was very puzzled. Yan Yi's character was very gentle and considerate, and he didn't have that kind of willful temper at all. And the most hateful thing is that she is still playing tricks on herself. When he arrived at his destination, there was no one there, only empty streets and street lights. Then, he thought that something had happened to Yan Yi, and hurriedly called, but he still didn't answer, and then Naruto realized that it was not good. Did he fall into the wrong hands? This made him anxious, and he quickly sent a text message to ask the reason. Then, after a text message came back, he was speechless when he saw it. Naruto, I'm sorry, I sent the wrong text message just now. You don't need to use it, go back quickly. The next day, Naruto got up early and only slept for a few hours a day, and there was no problem with his body at all. He soon got to the tram, and then saw Yan Yi. Just wanted to question her, and then went up to spank her a few times, but when Yan Yi saw himself, he immediately stood up and apologized to himself anxiously. Naruto, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. My cell phone last night taken by my naughty sister. She told me those things when she returned it to me this morning. I'm so sorry, Naruto. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Yan Yi, you said it was your sister who sent me a text message last night to let me out. Yeah, her name is Gui Shin. She's very naughty, I can't control her. I'm so sorry, Naruto, I must teach her a lesson today. Yan Yi kept apologizing. So that's what it is. That's alright, since it's just a prank by a child, forget it. Naruto sighed. Next time I'll teach her a lesson myself. Ah, Yanyi couldn't help being stunned when he heard the words, and then he covered his mouth and smiled softly. Okay. This little sister is always making fun of me. I'll take her out then. Naruto, you have to give me a good training. Oh she. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the previous depression quickly disappeared. Moreover, Naruto has made progress in chakra, and he is in a good mood, so he will not care about this kind of thing at all. On the train, Makoto Ito, who was here together, looked at Naruto and Yanyi talking and laughing, and a look of jealousy appeared on his face. In the classroom, as soon as Naruto came to the seat and sat down, the world turned his head and smiled at Naruto. Naruto-kun, did you have a happy birthday? Naruto smiled back. Not bad. Thank you for coming to celebrate my birthday. It's nothing, just give me a birthday in the future. The world glanced at Makoto Ito, who was sitting next to him, and giggled. Makoto Ito didn't respond, and he was still immersed in the depression of not being able to get Yanyi. The world sighed slightly in his heart. Compared with the considerate and gentle Naruto, Ito-kun doesn't understand other people's feelings at all. At this time, the first class started. The world had to turn around and study seriously, and Naruto also entered a sleep state. In fact, he was slowly practicing chakra. The morning time was spent in this boring and busy, because the exam will be soon, so everyone is very serious. In the afternoon, it is time for the school-wide physical education class. It was the first time for Naruto to participate in a physical education class. The afternoon sun outside was warm, and the weather in early autumn was neither too cold nor too hot. It was just right. Everyone went to change their sports clothes and prepare for the physical education class. The boys wore short-sleeved shorts, while the girls wore short-sleeved uppers and a pair of briefs, revealing two white and tender thighs. I have to say that this physical education class is the most exciting time for the boys in the school, because at this time, everyone can go to other class venues in their spare time to secretly watch the girls they like, and watch them run and jump. The heart also jumped. Naruto followed the large army, slowly following behind. He was yawning lazily after taking a nap for a while. Assemble, line up. This physical education class is also an exam. The exam is still the 100-meter sprint, and there are 3 items, high jump and long jump. Under the command of the teacher, the class was divided into 2 groups, a boy group and a girl group. Take the exam separately. First the girls group, then the boys group. After the venue was set up, the physical education teacher gave an order and the exam started immediately. The boys gathered around the girls' exam venue and watched the girls' performance with wide eyes. Among them, the squad leader Shana, Sayuanji World, and several other young and beautiful girls were the focus of the boys. When it was their turn, the boys' eyes all fell on them, some cheering, some whistling. Anyway, the atmosphere of the boys was all warm. Naruto leaned against the iron net in boredom, watching these activities that were boring and childish in his eyes. 100 meters. It doesn't take much effort to break the world record. High jump. I am afraid that twice the world record is not as good as myself. Jump. That's not to mention, in the Hokage world, I use the leap forward method to travel, and it is not a problem to jump down 100 meters. Even if the chakra in his own body cannot be used now, the honed body is far beyond the level of ordinary people in this world. Therefore, in his eyes, these things are simply playthings. At this moment, the girls had finished their 100-meter run, and the group behind was the youngest squad leader, and won the first place in an instant. And the world is also ranked in the top few. It seems that these good students are all well-rounded development of morality, intelligence, physique and beauty. Naruto thought bored. And then, there are the long jump and high jump events. These 2 events are a great benefit for boys. Because in the process of long jump or high jump, the girls will have a relatively large range of movements, and at that time, they will see a lot of beautiful scenery of Kakuzu. P.S. Did everyone have such a wretched idea in their student days? Quack. Chapter 407 Yan Yi's Cheers. When the teacher announced the start of the long jump, a group of boys shouted excitedly, staring at the girls' bodies, waiting for the moment when they took off to show their perfect body, and even a little bit of candid photography. Already I took out my camera and waited silently, ready to capture the beauty of that moment. This kind of thing is very common in school. However, unlike them, Naruto stands out in a group of people. Naruto is not necessarily interested in what others are interested in. Although it is said that beautiful women will be interested, Naruto is not like other people. People stare at people like a wretched person. After all, I just did it with mommy yesterday, and Naruto's desire was not strong at this time. When the boys saw Naruto pretending to be arrogant, they were immediately disdainful and secretly despised, while some girls admired it greatly and cast their eyes on Naruto from time to time. After a while, the girls' exam items were finally completed, and they were resting in groups of 3 or 5, planning to watch the boys' exams. The boys' first test was the long jump and the high jump. Naruto didn't want to make himself too conspicuous, so in these two events, he just kept the top 3, not far ahead of everyone, and came up with the kind of world record-breaking results. However, the top 3 results are already very good, at least Makoto Ito is behind him. This allows the girls to discover another advantage of Naruto, that is, sports are great and they are in good health. This made some bold and spring-hearted girls keep winking at Naruto, casting all kinds of provocative glances. Naruto smiled lightly and ignored it, but immediately retired after the test, leaned aside, and acted in a low-key manner. One after another, the boys finished their long jump and high jump exams, and only the last one was left, the 100-meter run. After giving the boys a little rest, the PE teacher organized again. At this moment, a youthful and beautiful figure suddenly appeared not far away. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a sweet smile on his face. It is Gui Yanye. I saw her panting and running in front of Naruto. With a delicate physique, she took a few breaths before she stood up straight and said to Naruto, "Naruto, I heard that you are taking an exam. My exam is over. Well, come here to cheer you on." "Thank you so much, Yanyi." Naruto reached out and wiped the sweat from her face, and said gently, "Why are you in such a hurry? Even if it's too late, it's fine." Feeling Naruto's intimacy, Yanyi's face turned slightly yuhi, and her body shrank. She was not used to this kind of behavior in front of everyone. Her face flashed a hint of shyness and embarrassment, but she quickly overcame her heart. Feeling uncomfortable, he tried to stand up straight and let Naruto wipe off his sweat. Only then did he relax and a sweet smile appeared on his face. "Naruto, that's great," Yanyi said happily. Naruto smiled lightly. "Okay, you can rest by the side and watch my performance." "Yeah, Naruto, I believe you must be the strongest. Come on." Yanyi stretched out his hand and clenched his pink fist in front of his chest, shouting encouragingly. "Wow, isn't that Gui Yanye from class 4? The school girl of our school?" At this time, the boys also noticed Naruto and Yanye here, and exclaimed, seeing that the two were very close. The appearance is full of jealousy. Damn it, how could Naruto Uzumaki be so good to her? Classmate Yanyi actually came to cheer him on. It's abhorrent. Woo. Yeah, breast, this guy is too big. Actually let our dreams give him to cheer, mad at me. The chatter of the boys reached the ears of Naruto, but Naruto didn't feel anything. Yanyi was already embarrassed, and lowered his head slightly, not daring to look elsewhere. At this time, Makoto Ito and Taisuke Ziyang also stood together. Makoto Ito was full of unwillingness and loneliness. Taisuke Ziyang patted him on the shoulder and said, "Sincerely, cheer up, as long as we put the if this guy compares, he can greatly frustrate his face in front of Yanyi. By then, we will all have a chance." Ito Makoto's eyes lit up slightly when he heard the words. On the other side, the world looked at the silhouettes of Naruto and his eyes with complicated expressions. And now, the exam is finally about to begin. There were 3 groups outside the boys' group for the 100-meter test, and it just so happened that Naruto, Makoto Ito and Taisuke Zeong were all in the same group. Standing next to Naruto, Taisuke Zeong proudly lit up his muscles and laughed at Naruto. "Naruto-kun, I was the 100-meter running champion at the junior high school sports meeting." "Really?" Naruto turned his head and glanced at him, shook his head, and thought to himself, if Yanyi wasn't here, it wouldn't matter if it was given to you first, but Yanyi was watching his performance. Well, no matter how low-key you are, you always have to show it off in front of the girls you care about. Otherwise, if Yanyi didn't come up with something under such expectations, even himself would feel unhappy. Besides, this is definitely easy for me. Okay, everyone, stand up and get ready. Let's start. With the teacher's order, everyone seemed to be like bows and arrows waiting to be fired, and they flew towards the finish line 100 meters away. The speed was immediate, and a group of people held their breath and ran the entire distance. Naruto was far ahead, opening a full 10-meter gap with the second-place Taisuke Zeong. Makoto Ito, who was running in the middle, could only watch Naruto's back. At this time, everyone was shocked when they saw Naruto's speed so fast. Wow, it's so fast. Is this still a human? He actually pulled Taisuke Zeong so far. It's unbelievable. It's amazing. I admire you. Naruto-kun, I love you. Naruto-kun, I love you too. I want to meet you. The bold girl, even the one who ate guago, shouted out the slogan. Chapter 408 Otome's Confession. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Naruto rushed to the point first, and the teacher pressed the timer, and was immediately shocked. 10 seconds 07. The teacher immediately opened his mouth wide, full of disbelief. This kind of achievement, even if you go to participate in the International Olympic Games, you can get a place. Maybe even a champion. At this moment, the physical education teacher's eyes were shining brightly when he looked at Naruto. And this speed is far from the limit of Naruto. Even without chakra, he can surpass the limit of human beings purely by the strength of his body, but he does not want to express it deliberately. However, he himself did not know that in the eyes of the PE teacher, he had become a genius among geniuses. His original intention was to just run around at random and get the first place to show off a little. And this result will be a record that no one has ever broken in Jinno Academy. After the run, before Naruto walked to Yanyi's side, Yanyi quickly ran all the way to him, wiped Naruto's sweat with the towel he wore between his neck, and took a bottle of water to give it to him, let him drink. Although Naruto wasn't tired at all, he wasn't sweating or thirsty at all, and even his breathing remained steady. He still took a sip and felt Yanyi's delicacy and tenderness, and a smile appeared on his face. The others looked at Naruto with admiration. Taisuke Zeong looked surprised, panting slightly and saying to Makoto Ito, "This guy is a monster. I didn't expect his sports to be so good. This time he really miscalculated. Hey." Makoto Ito stared intently at the movements of Yanyi and Naruto, clenched his fists and sighed inwardly. Of course he knew how powerful Naruto was. On the tram, Naruto knocked down 3 big men in an instant, and even kicked people out. That kind of movement is so fast that you can't even see clearly, and, if you can kick a big guy of 100 or 200 pounds, how strong is the leg strength? Therefore, Naruto ran first. He was not too surprised, but he was even more envious of Naruto in his heart, but he was deeply powerless. At this time, a group of girls rushed towards Naruto desperately and surrounded Naruto. "Naruto-kun, I also have water here. Come and drink some. Naruto-kun, I have a towel to wipe your sweat. Naruto-kun, let me squeeze your shoulders. Naruto-kun." The crisp female voice kept asking around Naruto's ears, making Naruto a little big, but since Yeezy was already pushed out by the girls, he could only look at the surrounded Naruto from the outside, with a slight expression on his face. Wry smile. When Naruto finally squeezed out of the crowd of girls, he should have been attacked in many places on his face and body, which made him very embarrassed. "Huh, I kept you waiting, Yanyi." Naruto and Yanyi came to a small road far away from the crowd and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Yanyi smiled and said, "Naruto, you are very popular. I really envy someone like you who is good at sports and gentle. By the way, Naruto, you should be very sure about the exam the day after tomorrow, right?" Hee, Naruto, you just transferred to another school, so many things in the textbook are basically okay. I can help you with tuition at night. Yanyi said happily. Well, since it was Yanyi's kindness, of course I will agree. Naruto smiled and said, lamenting secretly, he really doesn't want to study and so on. But she couldn't refuse her kindness and hurt her heart. It's getting late, it's time to end class, I should go back. Let's go to the library together after school. After talking to Naruto, Yanyi trotted all the way out of Naruto's sight. Naruto's heart skipped a beat when he saw her little buttocks twisting violently while running in white shorts. Soon, he changed his clothes, returned to the classroom, and after 2 more classes, it was time to dismiss. Yanyi immediately appeared at the door of the classroom and waited for Naruto. This made all the boys envy and hate for a while. At this time, a few girls who had just come out of Yanyi's class suddenly came to her when they saw that she was waiting for Naruto. One of the beautiful girls with ponytails suddenly said, "Yanyi, are you waiting for that transfer student again?" "Well, yes, Otome." Yanyi nodded lightly and smiled at them friendly. "I heard that he is called Naruto. He is handsome and has good sports performance, right? Are you two dating?" Kato Otome laughed. Because of Naruto's performance in the physical education class, it is almost spread in the 1st grade, and even the girls in other classes such as Kato Otome all know about Naruto. Yanyi heard Wei Yuhi's face. "That, Otome, he is indeed my boyfriend now." Yanyi hesitated and said. "Oh, really? Have you ever done that kind of thing?" Otome approached her and smiled. "Ah, well, that kind of thing hasn't happened yet." Yanyi hurriedly defended, feeling a little strange in her heart that Kato Otome, who usually ignored her, why did she suddenly talk so much to herself now? "Hey, that's true," Otome suddenly sneered. "If a conservative girl like you hadn't started fast, Naruto wouldn't have dated you." Yanyi was taken aback. At this time, Naruto had come out of the classroom. Yanyi looked slightly overjoyed, and was about to go up to call Naruto, but saw Otome Kato suddenly walking towards Naruto. Yanyi and Naruto were stunned. Then, before Yanyi could react, Otome suddenly put her soft lips together and kissed Naruto on the side of Naruto's cheek, turned back to Yanyi and said with a grin, "Look, you have to do this to attract boys. Otherwise, but it's easy to run with people." Naruto was stunned. Looking at this bold girl and touching her cheek, she couldn't help but be speechless. Kato Otome saw Naruto staring at herself. A faint Yuhi dizziness flashed on her side face, and she said with a smile, "Hello, Naruto-kun, my name is Kato Otome, I'm Yanyi's classmate, I'll love you after I announce it." After speaking, Otome quickly left with the other girls. Only the dumbfounded Naruto and Yanyi were left. At this time, Makoto Ito was watching this scene not far away. When he saw that his former junior high school classmates actually fell in love with Naruto, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood, and at the same time, his jealousy towards Naruto rose again. I wanted to use the physical exam to compare him before, but I didn't expect that the exam would make him the focus of attention of all the girls in the school, and the plan of myself and Taisuke Zeong could not be implemented at all. Chapter 409 Yanyi's Initiative. "Hey, Otome, why did you suddenly confess to him?" asked Kato Otome's companion who was leaving. The scene of Otome stealing a kiss from Naruto just now made them feel incredible. Although Otome was lively and cheerful, she had never been so casual. "I heard that she liked Makoto Ito before, but I didn't expect to confess to Naruto now." Facing the companion's question, Otome smiled lightly. "Actually, I just saw that Wei Yanye was upset. You see her pretentious appearance, except to use her body to attract boys, there is nothing else useful." "Oh, it turns out that Otome, You want to fight with Yanyi. Hee, don't worry, under your offensive, Naruto-kun will definitely be taken by you. How could someone like Yanyi compare? You. Otome smiled slightly, but Naruto-kun looks good too. I like boys with strong sports. Wow, are you serious? At this time, Naruto and Yanyi had already arrived in the library. Although the library was still open at this time, there were not many students studying and reading materials. After Naruto and Yanyi entered, they found a seat. Sat down. Because of the previous Otome incident, Yanyi lowered his head slightly, as if he was a little gloomy. Naruto noticed her strangeness and couldn't help asking, Yanyi, what's wrong? Yanyi put down the pen in his hand and suddenly raised his head to look at Naruto and said quietly, Naruto, as your girlfriend, am I a little unqualified? Huh. Naruto was slightly taken aback. Why did you say that all of a sudden? Yanyi's face slightly turned to Yuhi, and he said slyly, don't you guys like to do some H things? In this regard, I don't seem to have satisfied you at all. Do you want me to do H to you? Naruto couldn't help but leaned over, looked down at her bulging chest, secretly swallowed saliva. Could this be Yanyi right? What about your own suggestion? Or did she already want to be fucked by herself? It's just that I couldn't help but bring it up today. Thinking of this, Naruto was a little excited. Originally, he was worried that Yanyi was only a freshman in high school, and he couldn't let go of this. Now it seems that this is completely unnecessary. However, when Naruto smiled wickedly and just wanted to put his hand on her chest, Yanyi suddenly huffed and ducked away, covering his chest with his hands and looking at him a little scared. Naruto, don't. I'm a little uncomfortable. Yanyi's reaction surprised Naruto. What's the matter? He asked hastily. Doesn't Yanyi want to do this by himself? Then why is she asking such a seductive question? Hearing his eager tone, Yanyi looked flustered, and waved his hands a little bewildered. Well, Naruto, I think if I do this kind of thing now, will it be too much? Is it early? Sorry Naruto, Seeing that she seemed to be really uncomfortable, Naruto let out a slight sigh, no longer forced her, looked at her with a slight smile and said, okay, since you think it's not the time to do it right now, don't think about it. Naruto's words made Yanyi almost cry. Naruto is so good. There is no impetuous and lustful thoughts like other boys at all. He is so gentle and considerate to himself, and he cares so much about his own thoughts. Such a boy, why would he resist him doing H to him? Yanyi couldn't help but struggle in his heart. After a while, Yanyi leaned over to Naruto again and said softly, Naruto, can you kiss me? After speaking, she looked at Naruto nervously, the body could not help but tense slightly. This was the decision she made after a fierce struggle in her heart. In order not to disappoint the boy she likes, she would rather suppress her fear of that kind of thing and let him do something H to her. When Naruto heard this sentence, he turned his head and saw the tender face of Fei Yuhi, who was leaning slightly towards Yanyi. The two soft pink lips were slightly open, but the beautiful eyes were tightly closed, sending a silent invitation to him. Yanyi. Naruto sighed slightly, held her round shoulders with both hands, put her in his arms, lowered his head, but did not kiss her, but leaned into her ear softly said, you don't have to force yourself, if you really don't fit in, I won't force you, and you don't have that kind of psychological burden. Yanyi was shocked, opened his beautiful eyes and looked at him with surprise and joy. His eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness for a while, and he murmured, Naruto. Okay, let's study hard. Naruto straightened her body and opened the textbook. Yeah. After listening to Naruto's words, Yanyi nodded heavily. It wasn't until 6 o'clock that Naruto finally read all the knowledge in the book. He found that all these things could be understood and remembered as long as he read them, and it was not difficult for him at all. Then, the two left the school and took a taxi home together. At the door of Yanyi's house, the car stopped. Naruto sent her out and said goodbye to her. At this time, Yanyi suddenly grabbed Naruto's arm, looked at Naruto, stood on tiptoe and gently tapped Naruto's mouth with soft lips. Before Naruto could speak, she turned around and ran in. Home. Naruto couldn't help but smile. When Yanyi returned home, after running to his room, he leaned against the door and couldn't help thumping, with a tender face that looked like Yuhi, and his expression was shy and nervous. I kissed him. Really kiss him. It feels so amazing. As if there was an electric current flowing through his lips, he felt like he was about to float. Touching his soft lips, Yanyi couldn't help but go crazy. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room, and Yanyi was awakened suddenly, and after a little panic, he sorted out his thoughts, and then opened the door. The door opened, and what he saw was his naughty and lovely sister. I saw her face with a wicked smile at this time, looking at her elder sister and giggling. Sister, I saw it just now. Ah, what, Shin, what did you say? What did you see? Yanyi was suddenly shocked, and then Yuhi's little face turned up and shouted. Hee hee, sister, you look so funny now. If a man sees it, he will definitely eat you. Wei Shin laughed and squeezed through the door, pulled her elder sister to sit on the bed, and said excitedly, Sister, that guy is so handsome. No wonder you kiss him. Chapter 410 Easy Exam. Well, Shin, you're actually peeking at us. It's abominable. Yanyi heard her sister's words and knew that she had been exposed, and she couldn't help but feel ashamed and embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Hee hee, what's the matter? I'm so happy for my sister. Wei Shin said with a smile, I used to have no relationship with boys, but now I have finally found a boy I like, and she has taken the initiative. Kissing someone is a big step forward. Also, sister, your breasts are so big. That guy will definitely be fascinated by you. She pointed to the 2 mountains on Yanya's chest that were far more developed than her peers, and smiled wickedly on her face. Stand up. Feeling embarrassed by his sister, Yanyi quickly pulled her up and pushed her out the door. Shin, you should go to bed quickly. My sister is going to sleep. Stop worrying. Haha, I know. My sister is going to call him. Wei Shin smiled and ran out. Shin, I haven't asked you to settle the account of what happened yesterday. As soon as he picked up the phone, Yanyi couldn't help but remember the thing about her playing Naruto yesterday, and couldn't help shouting behind. Wei Shin stuck out her tongue mischievously at her, the figure flashed, and immediately ran away. Lying on the bed, Yanyi was going to have trouble falling asleep again tonight. He finally made a bold thing, but he didn't expect to be seen by his sister. It's so embarrassing. Another day passed in such a peaceful way. On this day, it was time for the school's phased test. Jino Academy is an excellent high school. Most people study very hard. Only a small number of people do not like to study and idle around all day. In the past 2 days, Yanyi had to study with Naruto after school every day, and Naruto also passively learned some things, basically grasping everything in the book. These are not difficult for him. The time and space technique, the seal technique, this kind of complex ninjutsu knowledge has been successfully learned through Naruto's study. As for this common learning knowledge in modern times, he learned it easily. And this day was exactly what Makoto Ito was looking forward to, because he finally felt that he could surpass Naruto in this aspect. He could imagine that a guy like Naruto who sleeps in class every day and never studies, after the exam definitely the last person in the class. He didn't think that the 2 days of studying with Yanyi would be enough for him to pass the exam. At that time, when the news of Naruto's penultimate number spreads out, what kind of expression will she have when Yanyi finds out? Will you be disappointed? Thinking of this, Ito's heart is full of integrity, and he is also writing hard during the exam. An hour later, the exam that everyone was looking forward to and feared finally began. After the test started, he sat in the last seat, glanced at the test paper, and fell asleep directly. Because the test was required to be handed in half an hour later, he also planned to start writing after half an hour, and then when you're done writing it, turn it in and leave. Of course, his approach was seen by others, some worried, some ridiculed, and some gloated. Naruto didn't care about this. After sleeping for more than half an hour, he finally woke up, so he began to answer the questionnaire. In his eyes, these topics are as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, so he picks up the pen and writes them down, and the speed is astonishing. When the invigilator saw Naruto, who was sleeping before, and now he was writing so fast, he suddenly became suspicious and walked quietly to Naruto to look at him. Is shocking. Most importantly, he didn't cheat at all. The puzzled teacher could only classify him as a monster and walk away. At this moment, the world that happened to be sitting in front of him suddenly turned around, quickly threw him a note, and turned around immediately. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and when he opened it, he saw that the answer to the exam was actually written inside. This girl, I didn't expect her to pass the answer to herself. However, when Makoto Ito next to him saw this, he couldn't help but get angry with the world. If you gave him the answer, wouldn't you be against yourself? Damn. Naruto didn't follow the world's answer. It only took him 10 minutes to complete the answer sheet, which took 2 hours. After finishing it, he threw down his pen and walked to the podium without looking at it, handing over the answer sheet. Walked out of the classroom dashingly. Seeing that Naruto's speed was so fast, the rest of the people couldn't help but look at his back in surprise. The world is full of doubts, and he didn't write the whole paper in the answer he passed to him, so why did he hand in the paper? So, after this exam was finally over, the world found Naruto blowing the wind on the rooftop. Naruto-kun, have you read the answer I gave you earlier? At this time, Naruto was thinking about some questions about chakra, and when he heard the words, he came back to his senses and smiled at her. World, I didn't copy your answer at all. But I still have to thank you. Why don't you copy it? You can't pass the exam. The world couldn't help worrying about him. Naruto smiled lightly. It's okay, thank you for your concern. My tutoring with Yanyi 2 days ago was not for nothing. But, even if you and Yanyi are tutoring, it's impossible to learn everything in the textbook in 2 days, right? Shizuo asked. Haha. Seeing how concerned she was, Naruto couldn't help laughing. Naruto-kun, I'm talking about serious business. You always laugh like this. The world said angrily. Naruto stepped forward and patted her on the shoulder, with a bright smile on his face. Don't worry, I can do this kind of test, trust me. Seeing the confident look on his face, he couldn't help but startled. On this day, a total of 3 exams were taken. For these 3 exams, Naruto was the first to submit the papers, and he was sleeping before. This strange behavior, not only the world and Makoto Ito sitting in front of him are very strange, but even the class monitor, who has always been very good in grades, has also noticed this bad student. In her eyes, people like Naruto, who didn't bring books on the first day of class, didn't hand in homework the next day, and slept every class, how could they do it so fast? Wouldn't he have handed in a blank paper? It must be like this, otherwise, with his ability, how could it be so easy? Thinking like this, he was even more disdainful of Naruto in an instant. Chapter 411 Full Score. The next day, in the expectation of everyone, the test results came out soon. In the first class in the morning, the monitor took the exam papers and distributed them one by one in person. The students who got the grades were surprised and depressed, but in short, everyone could not calm down. At this time, only Naruto looked indifferent. He lay on the table and fell asleep. When she handed out the exam results in front of him, she deliberately glanced at his results. As a result, she immediately shouted excitedly, "How is it possible? The sound is incredibly exciting and unbelievable. What's wrong?" Moment. The world turned to look at her and said strangely, and found that he was staring at the answer sheet in his hand in a daze. He couldn't help but glance at it, and suddenly exclaimed, 100 points. This is Naruto-kun, S. The world saw Naruto's name on the answer sheet in Shanna's hand, and was shocked enough. Full marks. How is this possible? Naruto has never studied seriously, how can he get a perfect score? Even she herself is only 90%. Naruto was woken up by the yelling of the two of them, looked up at them, and said strangely, "What's wrong? Is my exam paper?" He took it over and saw the full score of 100. With a faint smile, he stuffed the answer sheet into the desk. And the world and the two women are already staring at him with their mouths open, and the small cherry mouth seems to be enough to stuff a big egg. "Naruto-kun, did you really do this?" The world murmured. "Of course. But how could you do so well?" "Oh sorry, I'm not doubting you, it's just amazing." "Yeah, you guys have never studied at all, how can you be better than me in the test?" Shanna glared at him in disapproval. Sweat. Naruto is a bit big-headed. He knew that he should have deliberately made a few mistakes, but he didn't expect these students to respond so much. At this time, Makoto Ito was also attracted attention, secretly listening to the conversations of several people. When he learned that Naruto actually got a perfect score, the expression on his face immediately became dull. Immediately afterwards, he was so depressed that he wanted to die. He originally wanted to suppress him in the only place that could compare to Naruto, but he never expected that Naruto would have such a result. Wrong. This must be cheating. Must be cheating, he thought to himself. Damn, why wasn't this kind of cheating detected by the invigilator? At this moment, Ito Makoto has completely lost his calm in his heart, and his body can't help trembling with excitement. Fortunately, everyone was paying attention to the situation on Naruto's side at this time, and did not notice Makoto Ito's strangeness. After some girls learned of Naruto's perfect score in the exam, their impression of him changed drastically. Some girls who had quit because of his grades were attacking Naruto at this time. "Naruto-kun, you are amazing, even stronger than the squad leader Setsuna. Naruto-kun, hang out with me, I must get you this time. Naruto-kun, I love you, I'm going to jump off the building if you don't date me." Were all kinds of exaggerated calls, and Naruto was frightened by the enthusiasm of these guys. Even if he saved the world as Hokage in the Hokage world, the girls were not so excited that they were fighting to the death. In the excitement of the crowd, Makoto Ito left the classroom in despair, and Taisuke Zeong also followed. When the two came to the rooftop, their backs looked so desolate. "Hey, it seems that he is really hiding. I think I should give up." Makoto Ito shook his head and sighed. Zeong Taisuke snorted. "This guy must be cheating. I don't believe he can get such good grades. You can't give up. How can you give up easily as a man?" I can't do it." It seemed that Makoto Ito was completely beaten. "Hey, do you still look like the Makoto I know? If you like someone, go after him. Even if you can't beat that guy, you might not be able to catch up with Yanyi, right?" said Taisuke Zeong. Makoto Ito turned his head to look at him. "I don't have the thick skin of you. Bastard. You are so disappointed in me. Since you don't go, Yanyi will leave it to me. I will pursue her tomorrow. If she doesn't agree, even if you use force, you can get her." "Ah, how can you do this?" Makoto Ito was startled, but saw a malicious smile on Taisuke Zeong's face. "Makoto, this guy has already robbed too many girls in school. Now everyone only sees him, a transfer student, why? We must give him some color. This can't be done." Makoto Ito quickly shook his head. "Don't you want to make an overstepping move? At this point, if we don't do something, we really have no hope. Of course, we must be careful." Taisuke Zeong laughed. But they didn't know that on the other side of the rooftop, Naruto was looking at the two of them with a thoughtful look on his face, and then a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. A few days later, Naruto's reputation had spread throughout Jinyei Academy, and almost everyone knew that there was such a powerful transfer student as Naruto. In Naruto's desk, he would often turn to piles of love letters, papers. Strip. He didn't expect that the campus here would be so crazy. Naruto ignored these things, just went to school with Yanyi every day, after school, and when mommy came to see her on weekends, he had sex with her. Love, usually most of the time is spent on practicing chakra. And his relationship with Yanyi is getting better and better, and Yanyi is becoming more and more dependent on him, although he still resists that kind of H thing. Every time he touches Naruto's eyes looking at his body, she would feel guilty and wanted to let Naruto satisfy herself once, but she couldn't make up her mind. However, after school that day, when she was about to leave the classroom to wait for Naruto, Otome Kato suddenly led a group of girls to her. What's the matter? Yanyi looked up at them and asked timidly. Judging from the looks on their faces, it doesn't seem to be a good thing. Sure enough, Kato Otome said to her indifferently, Yanyi, can you come with us? Yanyi was stunned, hesitant. Another person shouted, you have the courage to grab a man, don't you even have the courage to speak to us now? Chapter 412 Yanyi was bullied. Yanyi heard this, she frowned slightly, took out her mobile phone and said, I can come with you, but please let me and Naruto send a text message first. With that, she was on the pink Yuhi-colored couple's mobile phone. Entering a text message and intending to send it to Naruto, Kato Otome suddenly snapped the phone away from her hand. Sneered, what text messages are you sending? Do you really think you are his woman? This phone is still a couple's phone. Shame on you. Yanyi's complexion changed, but when he wanted to argue, he saw the other party's face with confidence, so he could only silently nodded, stood up and followed them away. In the girls' toilet of the school, a group of girls surrounded Yanyi in the middle. Kato Otome took the lead and looked at her with disdain. Gue Yanye, I heard that you and Naruto-kun have been developing for many days, right? Yes. Yanyi nodded. Hey, all the girls sneered, but as far as we know, you and he haven't done anything with H yet. Huh, H thing. Yeah, as a qualified girlfriend, you have to satisfy your boyfriend's desires. Hope, have you ever been with him? Kato Otome sneered. Yanyi opened her mouth, she wanted to say that she had kissed Naruto, but she couldn't say it. What could it be? In their eyes, only that is H, right? Humph, you really have nothing to say. You occupy Naruto all by yourself, and don't do H's business for him. Do you know how painful this is for a man? As a girlfriend, you didn't care about Naruto at all. Man-kun's feelings. You selfish bastard. Kato Otome taught an angry lesson. Yeah, you selfish guy. You only seduce men with your body, but don't let them eat. It's too mean and cunning. A woman like you doesn't deserve the love of Naruto-kun. Yanyi was speechless after being taught by them. He stepped back and leaned against the wall. Kato Otome suddenly stretched out her hand and pressed down on the two huge mountains of meat on Yanyi's chest, with a wicked smile on her mouth. It's so obvious here, it makes us jealous when we see it, but we don't rub it with men. What a waste for something so big to grow on you. In that case, we'll destroy you. After she finished speaking, a group of women around her rushed up, grabbed her hands and feet, firmly controlled Yanyi, and let Otome ravage her. No, don't. What are you doing? Yanyi screamed in fright, but the voice was suppressed by someone as soon as she came out. She could only whimper and stare at Kato Otome in front of her. Watching her hands fall on a mountain that she had never touched before, and were squeezed into an incomparably exaggerated appearance. A strange feeling came. Yanyi was ashamed and afraid, and she struggled violently, but how could she alone compete with a group of girls? And Otome's face was full of excited smile, looking at Yanyi's breasts. The ministry changed her appearance wantonly under her own hands, and looking at the Yuhi and white look on her face, she only felt refreshed in her heart. Snort. Let her dominate Naruto. Let her breasts, minister so big. You must humiliate her today. Thinking like this, Otome was not satisfied with just rubbing her breasts outside, untied the clothes on Yanyi's chest, and reached out and touched it inside. Don't. Woo. Yanyi struggled hard, whimpering intermittently. I screamed Naruto's name in my heart. Come and save me. Naruto. Naruto-kun. At this moment, one of the girls suddenly saw Naruto walking calmly from the toilets, and couldn't help but startled. Kato Otome was stunned for a moment, and the movement of her hands stopped. She turned to look at Naruto, with a dry smile on her face. Naruto, Naruto-kun. Naruto didn't even look at her. He came directly to Yan Yi, stretched out his hand and grabbed the arms of the girls who were restraining her, flung them slightly, and immediately threw them out, thumping them on the ground. Painful, I can't stop calling. He raised his head and looked at the expressionless Naruto in horror. They didn't expect Naruto to have such great strength, to be able to throw people straight away. And more importantly, he can even get a girl. So violent, so cold. At this moment, Naruto added these two words in their impression. At this time, Yan Yi's chest was already wide open, the pink hood drooped weakly on his chest, and the two big white rabbits had marks of being pinched by Yuhi. Seeing Naruto coming, Yan Yi was surprised and delighted, but shyly covered her chest with her hands. Naruto, Naruto, Yan Yi's voice was about to cry. Yan Yi, I'm sorry, I'm late. Naruto stretched out his hand. Yan Yi threw himself into his arms, burst into tears, and no longer cared about covering his body with his hands, and turned to death-hugged Naruto's waist. In his arms, she doesn't need to worry about anything anymore. Okay, it's all right, Yan Yi. Naruto patted her jade back lightly and comforted her softly. The gentle voice made the girls around her face Yuhi. If you were so gently comforted by him, even if I die immediately in the next moment, I am willing. At this time, their hearts were full of fear at this time, and Naruto's tenderness to Yan Yi made their hearts colder and colder. After a while, several girls did not leave, but Otome Kato stood by with her head bowed like a child who made a mistake and was caught by her parents. Her face completely lost the arrogance and domineering she had when she bullied Yan Yi before. After Naruto comforted Yan Yi, he turned around and looked at Otome Kato lightly. Feeling Naruto's gaze, Kato Otome felt like she was being seen through her entire body at this moment, and the special pressure almost suffocated her. Raising her head, she looked at Naruto in horror. Ming, people, Kun. Humph. Naruto snorted coldly, grabbed Otome's shoulders with one arm around Yan Yi, pulled her over, and said coldly, how did you bully Yan Yi just now? Now I'll let Yan Yi. Yi is back. What? Otome was startled suddenly, and before she could react, she only heard a soft hissing sound. The school uniform on her body was torn apart, revealing the pure white hood inside. Yan Yi was also stunned, and stared blankly at Naruto and Otome with his mouth open. Ah, nasty, Otome exclaimed, and hurriedly moved her hands to cover her, but Naruto grabbed both of her hands with one hand, leaving her struggling in vain. Yan Yi, now you can return it. Chapter 413 Humiliate Otome. Ah, Naruto, what are you doing? Yan Yi was taken aback and stared blankly at the Otome with her chest wide open in front of her, who was beginning to take shape under the pure white hood of two white rabbits. Naruto smiled, looked down at Yanya's huge mountain of meat exposed in the air, and said, didn't she hurt you a lot before? If you don't teach her a lesson, she won't know what it is in the future. Scared. But, isn't this not a good idea? The kind Yan Yi would not do such a bullying thing, and said with a bit of resistance. Naruto frowned slightly, seeing Otome looking at herself in horror. She smiled. Yan Yi, the reason why she bullies you is because you are not good at resisting and let others be everywhere. Your character is very disadvantageous, and, if you let her go now, she may not let you go in the future, so you must teach her a profound lesson. Seeing the firm look on Naruto's face, Yan Yi couldn't help being stunned. She never thought that the gentle Naruto would have such a resolute and domineering side, even if he beat up the three wretched men in the car at the beginning just act of self-defense. But at this time, Naruto had to bully Otome back for himself. She didn't know if she was moved or something else, but it was a bit complicated anyway. However, Naruto can treat a girl like this for himself. In contrast, he has given himself too much tenderness and too much romance. How could he go against Naruto's wishes? What's more, this is what Naruto does for his own good. Thinking of this, Yan Yi couldn't help biting Silver Kiba secretly, stretched out his hand, and leaned on Otome in front of him. No, Don't. Otome's face turned pale. Yuhi. She kept struggling, the white hood leaking in front of Naruto, and Yanyi on her chest kept shaking up and down. Her face long ago lost the arrogant and domineering expression on her face, replaced by a look of fear, horror, and a very hurt look. Naruto smiled lightly, looked at the pitiful look on her face, and said, "Do you know how it feels to be bullied now?" "Naruto-kun, let go, let me go." Otome begged. Don't humiliate me like this. Woo woo woo. Naruto's face was expressionless, but at this time, Yanyi had already closed his beautiful eyes slightly, and his hands lightly touched the hood of Otome. That soft and elastic feeling made Yanyi's face turn Yuhi, and his palms were slightly trembling. This is the first time she has touched another woman's breasts. Such a strange feeling. Yanyi, you. Otome trembled. It was the first time someone touched her chest. This feeling was completely unexpected. She couldn't help staring at Yanyi with her mouth wide open, her expression on the full of astonishment. Yanyi closed his eyes and didn't dare to look at Otome's face. He grabbed Otome's chest with both hands and scratched. Otome couldn't help but groan softly. "Yanyi, don't do this. I was wrong. It feels weird." Quote. Otome's body twisted slightly, but Naruto grabbed her hands and couldn't break free at all. She could only be controlled weakly by Naruto, and her chest was teased by Yanyi's hands. Yanyi's movements are more like rubbing than scratching. It is completely incomparable to the previous time when Otome bullied her. Otome really hurt Yanyi, but Yanyi's movements are not bullying at all. It should be regarded as a light stroke. The feeling caused to Otome is not pain at all, but enjoyment. That strange feeling seems to be an electric current running around her body. After a while, Yanyi asked Naruto cautiously, "Naruto, but, is it alright?" Naruto saw Otome's face full of tied Yuhi, and actually felt a little regretful in his heart. He was also tormented by doing this. Who knew that Yanyi would not let go at all, to ravage Otome, but in her kind under the caress, Otome enjoyed a wonderful feeling that made her feel uncomfortable all over. At this time, the other girls who fell to the ground looked at Naruto with a strange look on their faces, seeing Otome being humiliated, and the expression of resistance and enjoyment on her face. Involuntarily Yuhi moistened. "Naruto-kun, good or bad?" Actually, to punish Otome in this way, how can a girl bear it? "Naruto, my hands are so sore," Yanyi said again. Naruto finally came back to his senses, nodded and said, "Okay, Yanyi, it's alright. This time I'm really embarrassing you, but people like her won't learn if you don't give some color." "Nice." Yanyi nodded obediently, opened his eyes, looked at Yuhi, who was full of tibes in front of him, silver kiba clenched tightly, looked at himself and Naruto's Otome with embarrassment, and couldn't help but startled. "Did you hurt her? Why is she like this?" Looking at her pitiful posture, Yanyi couldn't bear it anymore, and couldn't help but look at Naruto. "Naruto, let's go." Only then did Naruto let go of Otome. Otome released her hands, and hurriedly stepped back, leaning against the wall weakly, looking at Naruto with shyness and fear in her eyes, her expression complicated. Naruto sneered and threatened, "Otome, you are not allowed to bully Yanyi in the future, do you know? Otherwise, I will make you pay a heavy price." Looking at his ruthless appearance, Otome was about to cry, "And she likes you too. However, you have to treat me like this. Compared with Yanyi, you have given her so much tenderness, but it is so unfair to me." Otome was angry and aggrieved in her heart, tears welling in her eyes. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she still couldn't say anything, so she could only look at him shyly and scared, and nodded slightly. He nodded and stopped talking. Seeing that she seemed to be really scared, Naruto nodded with satisfaction, reached out and pulled Yanyi out of the women's toilet. At this time, Yijien also tidied up the collar that was torn by Otome just now. Although the chest still hurts a little, there is still some strange feeling on it, which makes her white and tender cheeks red. Yuhi. When Naruto walked in, she had already seen her body, and her heart pounded like a deer. The two of Naruto had just left when the girls stood up, looked in horror at the direction Naruto had left, and then came to Otome and helped her leave. Chapter 414 The World's Help. Otome, are you all right? I'm fine. Goddess Otto looked at the place where Naruto left with a very responsible look, before sighing slightly after a long time, packed up her clothes and left. At this time, Naruto and Yanyi were already riding the tram. In the car, Yanyi kept her head down and didn't speak, as if she was thinking about something. When she got out of the car, she finally stood up and said to Naruto, "Naruto, will you come to my house next time?" Huh, Naruto was stunned. I just thought about it for a long time, and felt that I didn't do my job at all. Otome is right. As your girlfriend, I have always refused to have that kind of contact with you. Naruto, do you feel it too? I hope you don't hate me because of this. Yanyi said softly. Naruto heard this. He couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Yanyi, you won't really listen to Otome's words, will you? I think she also makes sense. Seeing her stubborn appearance, Naruto's heart beat. If Yanyi really wanted to do H's thing with him, would he refuse? Obviously, he is not Lu Shahui. How could a girl who likes him and also like him make such a request? How could he not agree? Then we can try, Naruto said. To be honest, Yanyi's body is indeed very attractive to men. Even Naruto, when he saw the spring light on Yanyi's chest before, was very moved, but he would not force her. At this time, Yanyi proposed. Of course he really wanted to do it with her too. Well, then we'll agree. On Saturday this week. No one in my house. Yanyi said shyly with his head lowered slightly. After saying this, she rushed out of the tram without looking back, and ran away with a look of shame on Yuhi's face. Naruto took the elevator back home, but his heart was already tickled by Yanyi's words. The two white tender and majestic mountains of meat on her chest kept appearing in her mind, and she nodded shyly and said that she wanted to go by herself. The look of her home. It's so tempting. The amorous feelings that Yanyi, this little girl, inadvertently showed, were simply unbearable. Naruto hurriedly sat down cross-legged and practiced chakra silently, in order to drive out those charming thoughts in his heart. Finally, the Saturday agreed with Yanyi came. On this day, everyone didn't have to go to school. Naruto received a text message from Yanyi early, saying that he was asking him to go to her house. However, at this time, he received another unfamiliar call, and he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. After the connection, what came out was the crisp voice of the world. Naruto-kun. World, how do you know my phone number? Naruto said in surprise. Of course I have my own way. The world asked with a smile, are you free now Naruto-kun? Now, I might have something to do here. When Naruto thought that he was going to go to Yanyi's house to do something he liked, Naruto felt a little anxious in his heart. Well, I'm shopping with Ito-kun right now. We're in trouble. Our wallet was accidentally stolen by a thief. Can you come and lend us some money to let me go home? Naruto was stunned when he heard the words. Wallet stolen. Yeah, it's still a long way from home, it'll be very tiring to walk back. Can you help me, Naruto-kun? The world begged. Naruto was helpless, so he had to agree to her request, and then sent a text message to Yanyi, informing her that she might have to go to her house later because of a temporary business. Then, he took a taxi to where Seiko and Ito Makoto were, and met them at the door of a supermarket. At this time, they were standing at the entrance of the supermarket one after the other. When they saw Naruto getting off the bus, the world quickly waved to him. Naruto-kun, we're here. The voice of the world came from afar, and Makoto Ito next to her was a little depressed, because he was very reluctant to accept Naruto when he called Naruto in the world. He was helped by the rival in love, but under the insistence of the world, he couldn't do anything about it. Naruto walked over and saw that both of them were carrying something in their hands, as if they had just bought something from the supermarket. Naruto-kun, it's really hard for you. The world ran up and pulled Naruto's arm with a look of joy. Because of Naruto's warning last time, Makoto Ito was a little afraid of him, and just reluctantly greeted him. Naruto nodded lightly, took out some money and handed it to the world. Okay, my mission is completed, you should be able to go back, I'll go first if I have something to do. After Naruto finished speaking, he walked away, just then. Huh, Naruto-kun, you're leaving so soon. The world couldn't help being a little surprised when Naruto left as soon as he arrived. Yeah, something happened. Oh, goodbye then Naruto-kun, I'll pay you back on Monday. The world responded with a sound. Naruto nodded and was about to take a taxi to Yan Yi's house. Suddenly, a panicked scream came from behind. World, Makoto Ito exclaimed, and Naruto turned his head quickly, only to see several figures suddenly rushing out from a nearby jewelry store, holding World's body hostage, and a dazzling dagger resting on it. On her delicate white jade neck. The world has been stunned by this sudden change, and some of the things I just bought in my hands have all fallen to the ground. Sincerity, help me, the world shouted in panic. Ito Makoto was about to rush up, but was glared at him by the kidnappers. Go away. If you dare to take another step, I will kill her. Makoto Ito was yelled and his legs were weak, and he didn't dare to come up again. At this time, several accomplices in the jewelry store frantically robbed the jewelry on the counter and filled a large bag. Seeing this scene, the hijacked world finally realized in horror what had happened to him. It turned out that this group of people was planning to rob jewelry, but I didn't expect that they were so unlucky that they were caught and held hostage by these gangsters who rushed out. You, let me go. The world struggled a little, but the opponent's dagger was firmly on her neck. She didn't dare to struggle violently at all, she could only open her mouth to beg for mercy. Stop talking nonsense. However, the gangsters ignored the world's words at all, carried her directly into a car, and walked away. Chapter 415 Naruto's Pursuit. Naruto couldn't help but look startled when he saw this scene. As soon as he was about to get into the car, he got into the taxi and shouted to the driver, "Come after the car in front." And the driver had already seen the scene where the world was kidnapped just now, and he couldn't help hesitating when he heard Naruto's words. This little brother, let's call the police. Blindly chasing after him may be dangerous. Come on. Naruto didn't want to say more, and glared at him directly. A special coercion was overwhelmed, and the driver only felt that Naruto's eyes seemed to have the momentum of a stormy sea, which made people fundamentally hard to resist. He swallowed and nodded hard. Okay, let's go. At Naruto's urging, the driver finally chased after him with his car. The cars of the gangsters drove very fast, but the driver's skills were also very good. The two cars chased after each other and ran fast in the downtown area. At this time, Makoto Ito finally reacted, and the panic on his face had not disappeared. He quickly took out his mobile phone and called the police. The world was in the car, and was firmly restrained by a bald man. The dagger was not on his neck, but in front of these murderous gangsters, the world was trembling with fright, and he didn't know what to do. And the gangsters had just finished the robbery at this time, and they were very nervous, for fear that the police would catch up. Fortunately, the speed of the police was not so fast, and they kept flying around the city before the police could catch up. At this time, the taxi that Naruto was in also followed closely behind. Hey, brother, what happened to that car? Why did it keep following us? Cried a gangster who was constantly looking at the situation behind. The eldest brother sitting in the passenger seat also saw the car, and actually chased it earlier and faster than the police car. Bastard. Who is this guy? I don't know, try to get rid of it. The car galloped fast, and the sirens were blaring from behind. Soon the car drove through the city and came to the suburbs. Under the pressure of Naruto, the driver had to keep chasing him, but he was actually very flustered. Little brother, the police are already chasing after him. Let's not mix in, shall we? The driver advised. Naruto frowned slightly, shook his head and said firmly, no. You must chase me. The driver smiled bitterly and wanted to persuade again, but at this time Naruto's eyes were extremely sharp, as if he wanted to completely penetrate the person. Naruto's instructions have been chasing to a remote mountain village. This guy is not easy. The driver thought to himself. Finally, the gangster's vehicle stopped in an abandoned factory. As soon as they stopped the car, they quickly got out of the car and closed the door of the factory. Naruto only got out of the car at this time and glanced at the driver. "Thank you, I have nothing to do with you here and leave now." "Hey, little brother, don't mess around, you will kill people." At this time, the driver didn't care about asking for money from Naruto, so he kindly advised him. Naruto smiled lightly, shook his head, closed the door and walked out. The driver's persuasion was ineffective, so he had to restart the car and leave far away. At this time, all the police cars arrived at the scene. A group of police officers got out of the car and rushed to the gate of the factory. "Don't come in. Otherwise, we can't guarantee the safety of the hostages in our hands." The gangster's voice came. When a group of police heard this, they could only surround the door and did not dare to forcibly enter. At this time, Naruto had quietly walked around to the back of the factory, saw an empty courtyard wall, jumped directly, and with a light touch of his hand, the figure had already jumped into the courtyard wall. The wall is only over 2 meters high, and even if Naruto does not need to use his arms, he can cross it out of thin air. With a faint smile, Naruto bent over to pick up a few stones on the ground and walked quietly towards the factory area. At this time, the horns of the police and the screams of the gangsters continued to come from not far away. World's hands were tied behind his back, his mouth was firmly gagged with a white cloth, his hair was slightly messy, his little face was pale and colorless with fright, and his eyes were full of panic. "Ah, woo-woo," she kept whimpering in her throat, but it was all in vain. The tense and anxious gangsters were also upset at this time. They heard the annoying look of the world and took the lead. The eldest brother gave her a vicious look. "Call again. I'll take your turn." The world trembled with fright, and quickly stopped making a sound. At this time, Naruto had quietly come not far behind them, and saw a group of gangsters constantly looking at the police at the gate of the factory, screaming, and all their attention was focused on the police outside. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he had already seen the figure of the world, and her panicked appearance was particularly pitiful. The next moment, Naruto walked directly from the rear towards the place where the world was. "Who?" The gangsters suddenly noticed the change in the back, and quickly turned around to stare at Naruto with fierce eyes, but they couldn't help but stunned. "Who is this stinky boy?" one of them asked in a daze. "Stop for me." Another person quickly pulled over the world's body, pressing the dagger in his hand against her tender neck. Naruto stopped according to his words and looked at them lightly from a distance of more than 10 meters from them. "Let go of that girl, I'll spare you once," Naruto said lightly. What did you say?" The gangsters thought they had heard it wrong, and it was unbelievable that the unarmed young man in front of him could say such arrogant words. And the world also looked at Naruto in astonishment. She didn't expect that the first person who appeared in front of her was not the policeman, not Makoto Ito, but Naruto. Didn't he leave before? Is he here to save himself? At this moment, the world froze. Why is he so brave? Doesn't he know that this is not something ordinary people can participate in at all? Didn't he know that doing so was putting his own life at risk? I don't want to say the same thing again. Naruto's palms clenched slightly, his eyes narrowed, and a faint murderous aura flashed in his eyes. In an instant, several gangsters hurriedly shivered inexplicably in their vests. "Bastard, do you think you are the old man? Come on, let me scrap him." A few people shouted that they were about to rush up, but they saw Naruto's arm suddenly raised, and the next moment, a few swooshing sounds suddenly came out. Chapter 416 Small Wind Blade. In an instant, the stones that had been prepared in Naruto's hand flew out, and a few faint shadows flashed quickly. Ah! The next moment, a scream suddenly sounded. But he saw the dagger in the hands of the criminal who was hijacking the world fell to the ground with a clang, and then he held his right hand tightly and stepped back. A few people suddenly turned pale in shock. They didn't see anything flying at all, only to see Naruto's arm moving slightly like a shadow, and the dagger of their companion had already fallen to the ground. How is this going? However, the gangsters had no time to think, because at the moment when the man's screams sounded, Naruto's figure flashed like a meteor and suddenly appeared beside the world. Be careful, the gangsters only felt a flash in front of their eyes. When they just reacted, Naruto flashed to their side like a ghost, hugged the world's slender waist, and swept forward with his feet. Bang bang bang. The three gangsters flew out all of a sudden, and only the elder brother who took the lead was staring blankly at Naruto. I've already given you the opportunity, but if you don't cherish it yourself, there's nothing you can do about it. Naruto said lightly. As he spoke, he untied the shackles on the world's hands and pulled out the cloth strip from her mouth. The world's body regained its freedom, and suddenly threw itself into Naruto's arms with a wow. Ooh, Naruto-kun, I'm so scared. She hid in Naruto's arms and shivered, hugging his waist tightly, weeping. It's okay, the world, now I'm here, I will protect you. Naruto smiled and patted her jade back lightly. The gentle voice seemed to be a warm current, slowly flowing through the heart of the world, holding Naruto and listening to his comfort. She seemed to have found a safe harbor. Her mood slowly calmed down, and the previous fears slowly dissipated. At this moment, the big brother who took the lead suddenly took out a black thing from his pocket and pointed it directly at Naruto. Bastards! Don't move, or I'll shoot you, he yelled at the two of Naruto. The world turned around and saw that the black muzzle was aimed directly at the two of them, and immediately screamed in fright, and quickly retracted into Naruto's arms, his body tense and he didn't dare to move anymore. It's actually a gun. It's a gun. Naruto frowned slightly, and then a smile appeared on his face. What if you have a gun? What? The gangster brother was startled, but looked at Naruto's hands. At this time, he was holding the world, and there was nothing in his hands. Humph. Stop being arrogant to me. If you have the ability, you can rush over. Is it your quick action or my quick gun? You can try it. Naruto smiled, and at this time the world was so frightened that he closed his eyes, hiding in his arms and didn't dare to open his eyes. That's what you want. Naruto moved his arm and flicked his fingers slightly. The elder brother was startled and was about to press the trigger, but his fingers suddenly went numb. Kai. In the next instant, a stream of blood spurted out from his index finger holding the trigger in an instant, and sprayed out more than 2 meters away. Ah! It wasn't until then that the pain reached the head of the elder brother. He screamed in agony, and the black pistol in his hand was thrown straight to the side. He covered the cold sweat on his fingers. What the hell is going on? How did you do it? Are you a devil? Are you a devil? He stared at Naruto in disbelief, and stepped back again and again. A sense of absurdity arose in his heart. Thought, this guy is definitely not human. Otherwise it is impossible to do so. His fingers flew out in an instant, and he didn't even see how he attacked him. Too terrifying. At this moment, the elder brother and those who were knocked to the ground looked at Naruto's figure as if they were looking at the devil, their faces full of horror. Naruto smiled lightly and walked slowly towards them. In fact, when the other party pointed the gun at him just now, there were no stones in his hand, but the only trace of chakra left in his body that could be used, turned into a wind blade in an instant, and flew from his fingers in an instant. Go out. Although, this trace of chakra is too little, so little that he can barely use the small wind blade once, and this wind blade is only the size of a finger. However, this is enough. With the sharpness of the wind blade, it is enough for him to cut off the opponent's fingers and let the opponent's trigger finger go away from him. Don't come here. At this time, these gangsters looked at Naruto's figure getting closer and closer, as if they had completely become victims. Naruto, you. At this time, the world had also recovered, and looked at everything in front of him with big beautiful eyes. Naruto smiled slightly. World, you go to stay there first, I'll come over immediately after I deal with it. The world hesitated, but after seeing the unquestionable look on Naruto's face, she nodded obediently and walked away. Naruto, be careful. Hey, don't come here. The gangsters were so scared that they almost urinated. At this time, even if they had the strength to stand up, they would no longer have the strength to resist, because the force Naruto showed before was really terrible. This is no longer a means that ordinary humans can have. Akatsuki will never know in their hearts. Naruto sneered and looked at their frightened appearance. He kept walking, came to them, raised his feet, and then fell fiercely. Click click. In an instant, several sounds of broken bones sounded, followed by a scream that was higher than a while. Even the world that was hiding far away heard their voices. And Naruto had already walked back at this time, came to the side of the world, smiled slightly. Okay, let's leave, just treat it as a farce and forget it. Naruto, what did you do to them? The world asked, looking up. It's just a small punishment. The world looked up and stared at him, with the look in his eyes as if he had known him for the first time, and suddenly said, Naruto, who are you? Why are you so powerful? Chapter 417 Accompany the world. Naruto already had a way to deal with the world's problems. He explained with a faint smile, I've only practiced since I was a child. These gangsters are not very powerful characters at all, so I can still deal with them. Really? Hearing Naruto's explanation, the world was dubious. After all, Naruto's strength just overturned her cognition. She had never met such a powerful person. Naruto's actions, just like the heroic protagonists in the movie, she did not expect that there are such powerful people in real life. Are all those who have practiced martial arts so powerful? The world can't figure it out, but she was rescued by Naruto after all, and she was rescued in such a dangerous situation. Her mood was extremely excited and complicated. Looking at Naruto's figure, her heart was beating fast. She felt a little bit. I don't understand my own mind. Perhaps, as Cheng said, he should pursue Naruto, right? Why don't you pursue a person as good as him? The two quickly came to the backyard wall of the factory. No one was paying attention outside the wall, so Naruto decided to leave from here. He gently picked up World's body and let her sit on the wall first, and then Naruto climbed over the wall and took her down. The world threw itself into Naruto's arms from the wall, and his face couldn't help but slightly yuhi. Naruto-kun, thank you. She whispered. It's nothing, it's just a small gesture for me. But you saved me from these wicked people, and you are my savior. The world looked up at his face. There seemed to be something more in his eyes, and his eyes flickered slightly. Naruto smiled lightly. Okay, now the most important thing is to go home first, and leave the affairs of those gangsters to the police. Yeah, the world nodded heavily. Naruto-kun, there is still a long way to go from here to the city. They walked out of the small village in the suburbs, and the two came to a continent and went to the station to take a bus. It was noon at this time. Naruto wanted to go to Yanyi's house, but he had to send the world home first. She, a girl, had just been so frightened, and now was the time when she needed someone to accompany her the most. However, Yanyi's side is a little more difficult. Naruto thought about it for a while. The car had already arrived, and he got into the car with Shiji, and the two went directly to Shiji's house along the way. After getting off the car and taking her to the door, Naruto let out a light sigh before preparing to leave. At this moment, the world suddenly grabbed his arm and begged, Naruto-kun, can you come in and stay with me for a while? I'm a little scared. Naruto was stunned. Is there no one in your family? Well, I'm alone at home today, so I'm a little scared. If Naruto-kun was next to me, I would feel much more at ease. Yuji said softly with a slight expression on the world's face, and now it's already time to eat, Naruto-kun, or aren't you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. Quote. Hearing the world's words, Naruto had no choice but to agree. Originally, he thought that the world had his parents at home, and the task was completed when he sent her back. He didn't expect to stay to accompany her. Yanyi's side seemed to be delayed for a long time. After nodding, Naruto followed her into the room, took out his mobile phone with both hands, and sent a text message to Yan Yi, saying that he had to go to her side later because of a temporary business. After receiving the text message, Yan Yi couldn't help but worry. If it was too late, his parents would be coming back from get off work. Then you can't do that kind of thing with him. But she still understands Naruto very well. Since Naruto said that there is something, there must be something, and she can't disturb him. And after Naruto walked into Shiji's house, Shiji warmly invited him to sit down on the sofa in the living room, and turned on the TV for him to watch, and she quickly went to make tea for him. After a while, the world brought a teacup to Naruto with a smile on his face, handed him a teacup and smiled softly. Naruto-kun, is this your first time at my house? What do you think? Naruto took it, took a sip, and smiled lightly. The world's house is not bad, it's big and spacious, and the tea is delicious too. Hee, as long as you like it, I'll go prepare lunch. Hearing Naruto's praise, the world laughed happily, and after saying it, he hurried to prepare food. After all, at this time, the two of them also hungry. After dinner, the world is clearing the dishes. Naruto calculated that it was getting late, and she would really have to wait in a hurry if she didn't go to Yan Yi's side, so she said goodbye and left. But the world panicked a little when he heard it. Naruto-kun, don't leave so soon. My parents haven't come back yet, stay with me. Hearing her coquettish voice, Naruto couldn't help it. At this time, his mobile phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID was Yan Yi. The world sat next to him and saw the caller ID on Naruto's phone at a glance. Naruto connected, and Yan Yi's soft voice came from inside. Naruto, where are you now? Naruto glanced at the world and said vaguely, I'm outside. Oh, Naruto, I may have to say sorry to you. I'm afraid I don't have much time today. My parents may be back soon. Yan Yi's slightly lost voice came. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and immediately apologized. I'm sorry Yan Yi, there was indeed a temporary accident today, which delayed the time. Next time, I will invite you to my house. Really, Naruto, will you invite me to your house? Yan Yi over there was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Yes. That's really great, Naruto, Yan Yi said happily. Being able to be invited by Naruto to his house is enough to show that Naruto attaches great importance to himself, and that he can invite this girl to his home in a dignified manner. It was enough to show his seriousness. Then it's settled. We'll see you tomorrow. After the two chatted a few more words, Yan Yi hurriedly hung up the phone. It seemed her parents had returned. At this time, in the world waiting for Naruto to finish the call, the expression on his face was a bit complicated and envious. It turned out that Naruto-kun and Yan Yi have developed to such a good point. For some reason, she felt a little lost. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, in order to accompany me, you sacrificed your time to accompany Yan Yi. The world said faintly. Naruto shook his head and smiled. It's okay, the world needs me more now, of course I have to stay with you first. Chapter 418 Misunderstanding. Naruto-kun. The world looked at Naruto with a moved face, only to feel that a certain chord in his heart was plucked. Naruto-kun was too gentle and considerate to himself, and even refused to go to Yan Yi in order to accompany him. Yan Yi is his girlfriend. His thoughtfulness makes the world feel very complicated. Cheng is simply incomparable to him. Looking at Naruto's profile, a heart in the world could not help but quietly indulge. After finishing the dishes, the world finally had time to sit down beside Naruto and watch the TV in front of them together. Both of them held a cup of hot tea in their hands. They took a sip from time to time. They looked at each other and smiled, simple and warm. This feeling is really reassuring. The world silently felt the feeling of Naruto being beside him, and whispered in his heart. Unconsciously, leaning on Naruto's shoulder on the sofa, a head gently leaned over, nestled on his shoulder, and a pair of small hands also gently wrapped around Naruto's waist. Naruto turned his head slightly and glanced at the world, a little embarrassed, and wanted to push away, but the world had just been frightened, and now it was a time for urgent need of comfort, so after thinking for a while, he still did not stop the world's behavior, but stretched out. He gently hugged her thin and tender shoulders. Naruto-kun. Suddenly, the world watching TV called out to him. What's wrong? Can I ask you a question? The world raised his head and looked at him intently, with a slight expression on his face. He said, it's a bit of a personal question. Naruto was stunned. Yes. You and, did you and Yanyi ever do that kind of thing? The world hesitated for a while, but finally Wei said it with a sullen face. Naruto couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, wondering why the world asked such a question, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. This kind of thing, do you really want to know the world? Yes, no, I'm just asking casually. Naruto's question made her panic immediately. She sat up straight and explained, I'm just curious about this, listen. Saying that classmate Yi is not good at interacting with boys at all. Sorry Naruto-kun, isn't it bad for me to speak ill of her like that? The world is a little speechless. Because she didn't even know where she had the courage to ask Naruto this kind of question just now, but now she just felt a burning hot spot on her face, and she didn't dare to look up at him at all. Naruto laughed. The panic in the world made him feel a little funny, and said, actually, it's okay to tell you this kind of thing, Yanyi and I haven't done it yet. He secretly thought, if it wasn't for something unexpected happened to you, maybe you would have done it with Yanyi today. Of course, he wouldn't say that. It's just that the world couldn't help jumping in its heart when he heard it, and his face was surprised. It turns out that Naruto-kun and Yanyi haven't developed that kind of relationship. It seems that Naruto-kun is not the kind of boy who is purely dominated by lust. The world laughed. Naruto didn't expect the world's topic to be so bold, to say such sensitive words casually in front of him. Hey, Naruto-kun. What's the matter? The world suddenly stuck his head out, and Yuhi smiled and said, Naruto-kun, do you want me to do a special love training for you? I've read a lot of books on this subject, and there are a lot of them in school. A friend's love story reference, it will definitely help you. No way. What kind of special training method? Naruto asked. Well, that is, you treat me as classmate Yanyi, and then just do some of the things you usually do, or what you like. I said in the world period. When Naruto heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Is this called love training? This is not the temptation to eat fruit, is it a god horse? Naruto was embarrassed. Of course, if you think this is not good, forget it, just let me talk nonsense. Seeing the look on Naruto's face, the world felt that it was too much. Why is it in Naruto-kun today? Can't control yourself like this all the time. Are you really in love with Naruto-kun? However, he clearly has a crush on Makoto Ito. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly said in his heart, fortunately the world did not do something more tempting, otherwise he would have to be unbearable. Next, realizing that he had a strange world, he stopped saying strange requests, so the two continued to chat in the room for a while, and the doorbell finally rang. Maybe my mother is back. The world whispered and hurried to the door. The door of the house was opened, and a middle-aged woman walked in. Seeing the world smiled and said hello, and then suddenly saw Naruto sitting in the living room, she couldn't help being stunned. World, who is this? He is my classmate. The world hurriedly explained. World, you actually brought all your classmates home. I don't even know about this. World's mother smiled ambiguous. He won't be yours. That one. Mom, why are you doing this? Yuhi's face was so anxious that the world looked extremely embarrassed, but for some reason there was a hint of joy in his heart, and his eyes secretly looked at Naruto. At this time, Naruto had already stood up and came to the world and her mother. With a faint smile on his face, he first said hello to the world's mother, and then said goodbye. In this case, I will go back first. World, with your aunt at home, shouldn't you worry anymore? Yeah, the world nodded lightly, watching him thank him again. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled and left. Closing the door, the world's mother looked at the world with a smile on her face. World. This boy was not bad just now. He looks handsome and smiles so charmingly. To be honest, is he really your classmate? Well, of course it is. Mom, don't think about it. Seeing the ambiguous smile on her mother's face, the world couldn't take it anymore, and Yuhi's face became Yuhi. I think it's more than that. World. It's true. Mother. How long have you been developing? The world mother ignored her pinch and pushed her with a smile. It's really not what you think it is. You didn't do H's thing just now, did you? You were really young. Chapter 419 Playoff. Yan Yi's house. Yan Yi was sitting on the bed, holding the phone and sighing slightly. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, and Yan Yi's sister Gui Xin broke in. Sister, what are you doing at home all day today? I went out to play with my classmates today. It was a great time. Gui Xin said with a smile. Yuhi on Yan Yi's face, her sister Gui Xin was going to take her out to play, but she definitely did not agree because she had to wait for Naruto to come, but she waited at home for a day in vain, although she knew that Naruto must have something things, but she still has some resentment in her heart. Seeing the happy smile on her sister's face, Yan Yi said with a slight smile, Heart, you're not going out with the boy you like, are you? No way. It's all girls who go with me. Let's sing, dance, and go shopping together. How can there be boys? Shin shook his head and laughed. Sister, let's do it. Next time, let brother Naruto take us out. Have fun. What do you think, sister? Do you want Naruto to play with us? Yan Yi was stunned. Yeah, sister, I really want to meet him. Gui Xin said coquettishly in her arms. The school bell rang, and it was finally time to eat. A large group of girls immediately gathered around Naruto, and they invited him attentively. From time to time, they extended the lunches they brought to him. Everyone had a smile of enthusiasm and expectation on their faces. This time Naruto's exam results are the first in the whole grade, and the physical exam is also at the top level. This suddenly turned him from a degenerate and bad student to a top genius student. The classmates who used to keep him at a distance are now rushing towards him. He showed his favor, and the girls launched a frantic pursuit of him. At school, Naruto's reputation grew. Because of his sunny smile and his friendly attitude, there is such a nickname among the students, Golden Little Sun. However, this change also made Naruto extremely distressed. Every time he had a meal, many girls would come over and hand him a bento. Every time the get out of class was over, many students would come to ask him some practice questions, especially some girls, always inadvertently conduct seductive behavior. Distressed. This is Naruto's feeling for the past 2 days. At this time, seeing Naruto being a little bit unbearable by a group of girls, the world walked over to him with a smile, and at the same time took out the bento in his hand. Naruto-kun, this is the bento I made, let's go to the rooftop and try it. Naruto was stunned, seeing the exquisite bento box in Shiji's hand. He couldn't help but smiled and nodded, followed Shiji out of the classroom. The other girls were heartbroken. I can't be reconciled. Why did Naruto-kun promise the world? Yeah, I'm not bad. Damn it, I have to be more violent next time. After sighing for a while, everyone could only leave for dinner. Only Makoto Ito and Taisuke Ziyang were left in the classroom. They looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly and sighed. Naruto is really in the limelight now. I didn't expect that he has always been secretive, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, said Taisuke Ziyang. Ito Makoto lowered his head, his face full of unwillingness. Suddenly, he raised his head, as if thinking of something, and said, I found out that the world is very enthusiastic about Naruto in the past 2 days. Do you think she plans to pursue Naruto? Huh, you mean the world? Yeah, she even gave him a bento just now. Isn't this something only couples do? Makoto Ito doubted. Perhaps she really likes Naruto in the world. Really? Taisuke Ziyang pondered for a while, then said, If you want me to say that the world is still very good, she used to be very close to you, but I always thought that you would be together, and now even she likes Naruto. Is that guy? Damn it. When Ito Makoto heard the words, his body couldn't help shaking. Thinking about it now, the world is actually really good. Compared with Yan Yi, she may not have such a good family background and a well-developed body, but she is lively, cheerful, and full of youthful vigor. A very good girlfriend candidate. Thinking of this, Makoto Ito can't help but feel a little regretful. He should have paid more attention to the world before he knew it. But it's too late, Ito Makoto thought. However, another thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and there was hope in his heart. If the world really wants to chase Naruto, what will Yan Yi do? She is now Naruto's girlfriend. If she is told that Naruto has a close relationship with the world, will she be sad and disappointed? Don't you have a chance then? Thinking about it, Makoto Ito couldn't help giggling. Zeong Taisuke looked at him strangely. Sincerely, what are you laughing at? Taisuke, I suddenly thought of a very good way. Maybe I can succeed in pursuing Yan Yi. Huh, are you telling the truth? You have a way. At this time, the world is sitting on the rooftop with Naruto, chatting while eating the bento made by the world. World, your cooking is very good. Naruto ate half of it and exclaimed sincerely. With Naruto's praise, the world has a happy smile on its face. Naruto-kun, if you like it, I can make 10-10 for you in the future. The world blinked. Naruto smiled faintly. At this time, Makoto Ito and Taisuke Zeong had already arrived outside Yan Yi's classroom, and he was in a panic and walked towards Yan Yi, who was sitting in the corner of the classroom. Student Yan Yi, are you free? I have something to tell you. Yan Yi was slightly taken aback. Seeing the person who had confessed to her before but was rejected, she was surprised. To be honest, she didn't want to meet Makoto Ito again, and last time Naruto also warned him not to harass her again. Thinking of him coming again this time, I wonder if he still hasn't let go of his original thoughts. Thinking of this, Yan Yi shook his head reservedly and said, Ito-kun. I'm a little busy right now, maybe I don't have time. Ito Makoto, who was rejected, didn't give up, bit Kiba and said, actually, this incident has something to do with Naruto. Yan Yi was shocked. Ito-kun, what the hell is going on? Chapter 420 Yan Yi is jealous. On the rooftop, Naruto was eating lunch with the world. Occasionally, looking down at the scenery of the campus from the rooftop, both of them felt relieved. Naruto-kun, you and Yan Yi must have a good relationship now, right? The world suddenly asked. Yeah, not bad. Hey, Naruto-kun, why did you come to rescue me that day? In fact, the police could have rescued me. The world asked again. Naruto smiled slightly, because we are friends. Just a friend. The world heard the words, and suddenly leaned towards Naruto, raised his head and looked at him quietly. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Naruto touched his nose awkwardly. Does the world think of itself? Puff. Suddenly, a chuckle sounded, and seeing his embarrassed appearance, the world burst out laughing. Naruto-kun, don't worry, I just said it casually. Hee, Naruto-kun, it seems that you care about classmate Yanye. The world said with a smile, and then sighed softly. Sometimes I really envy classmate Yanye. She can become Naruto-kun's girlfriend, must be very happy and happy. Naruto smiled slightly. At this moment, a figure not far from the rooftop was looking at the two of them from a distance. It is Yan Yi. Behind Yan Yi, Makoto Ito looked at the two people not far away with a smile, and said lightly, the world is on good terms with Naruto now. Don't you care at all? Yan Yi frowned slightly, looked back at Makoto Ito, and said faintly, I can't stop Naruto from making friends, and it's normal. Really? But why do you look a little unhappy now? Makoto Ito said. Yan Yi shook his head, a little insincere. I'm not unhappy, the world's popularity is so good, it's a matter of course to make friends with Naruto. But it's not you who is eating with Naruto now, Yanyi. Yanyi's body trembled slightly. Makoto Ito continued. Also, everyone in our class now knows that the world is very close to Naruto. As his girlfriend, don't you think Naruto has given you too little time? Don't say it, Ito-kun, Yanyi suddenly shouted. I will handle my affairs myself, so you don't need to worry about these things. Makoto Ito was stunned for a moment, seeing Yanyi rejecting him like this. His eyes showed deep disappointment, but seeing her excited look gave him confidence again. At least, he managed to make a gap between her and Naruto. Okay, Yanyi, I won't interfere with you and Naruto, but I really don't want you to be hurt. Please remember that I will always love you, even if you never look directly at me. After Ito Makoto finished speaking, he left immediately. Yanyi didn't hear Makoto Ito's words at all. She walked directly to Naruto and slowly walked over. At this time, Taisuke Zeong found Makoto Ito, who had left the rooftop, and asked with a smile, Makoto, what's the matter? Is Yanyi disappointed with Naruto? Ito Makoto smiled and exclaimed a little excitedly, it seems so. This way I have another chance. Haha, yes, when the time comes to grab Yanyi, Naruto will no longer be able to be arrogant. Naruto, Yanyi, who suddenly came to Naruto and the world who were chatting, shouted at Naruto. Naruto turned his head and saw that it was Yanyi. Not knowing that she had been provoked by Ito Makoto before, he stood up and said with a smile, Yanyi, why are you here? Are you finished eating? I'm done eating. It was Ito-kun who told me you were here, Naruto. Yanyi said quietly, didn't Naruto eat with me today? The world on the side was stunned for a moment, and then an embarrassed look appeared on his face, and he felt that the bento in his hand was a little hot. It seems that he invited Naruto to eat lunch, which troubled Yanyi. But, what happened to Ito-kun? Naruto was also stunned, looking at her serious face, and then smiled again. Yanyi, I'm sorry, I was invited by the world to eat with her today, will I eat with you next time? This time it was Yanyi's turn to be stunned. She thought Naruto would falter with his explanation or try to cover it up, but he didn't expect him to be so calm. Careful look. The world frowned slightly, and suddenly she asked Yanyi, Yanyi classmate, are you saying that Ito-kun asked you to come here just now? Yanyi nodded and said in a low tone, yes, classmates from the world, it's obviously my girlfriend's business to give Naruto bento. Hateful. Makoto Ito, this bastard. The world cursed inwardly, isn't this deliberately embarrassing itself? Hearing Yanyi's jealous tone, she felt sorry but also a little sad. Why could she question herself so confidently? Just asking Naruto to eat lunch, is it really wrong? Naruto, who was on the side, had already felt the tension between the two women. He stepped forward and took Yanyi's hand and the world's hand, and said with a slight smile, what are you two doing? Can't we just eat together next time? The two girls were dumbfounded. Naruto, this seems a little inappropriate, Yanyi said with a glance at the world. Naruto patted her on the shoulder. It's okay, you are my girlfriend, and the world is also my good friend. It's not strange to eat together. It seems reasonable. Yanyi and the world were stunned. Immediately Yanyi shook his head vigorously. Not such, Naruto. I mean, wouldn't it be more romantic for couples to eat alone? If the world classmates were there, there would be no atmosphere. The world is a little depressing. In front of Yanyi, Naruto's regular girlfriend, he is completely redundant. She could not help but sigh slightly. However, the more this is the case, the more unwilling the world is. However, no matter what she did, Yanyi was already Naruto's girlfriend. Wouldn't she become a third party if she joined in? For a time, the world was complicated. Naruto-kun, since classmate Yanyi is here, I won't bother you anymore, let's go back first. Depressed, she said goodbye to Naruto and left here. Yanyi breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward and hugged Naruto's arm. Naruto, I'll make you a bento tomorrow, will you eat with me?